Vincent was the goat hunter of the village, living his best life with his gorgeous wife, Olena. Only problem? No kids. Total bummer for the happy couple. But then, one wild night, things got weird. Vincent keeps hearing this tiny, pathetic wailing coming from the stables. At first, he's like, probably just a stray wolf, and grabs his axe, ready to throw hands. But when he finally gets there, absolute shock. He finds this glowing, golden-haired baby wrapped in blankets, just chilling right there in the middle of the horse stalls. Fast forward a few years, that kid is growing up and, wow, he's got major main character energy. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and cute as a button. Meet Arian Siron. Vincent and Olena, they treat this kid like literal gold. Every time Vincent hits the forest for work, his mini-me is right there with him. While Dad's out there grinding and chopping wood, Siron's got his head buried in those magic books his father bought him. The kid is obsessed. It's all wholesome vibes until you look at the village kids. They absolutely hate Siron. Why? Because the kid is a total nerd who only cares about reading. Plus, he's skinny. Like, really skinny. The haters call him girly because he doesn't have Vincent's absolute unit build. The village Karens are even worse, whispering that Siron was just some random stray the couple found in a ditch. And you know how it goes, kids have big ears. The adopted rumors spread through the playground like wildfire. Look, the adoption part is facts, but Vincent isn't having it. Nobody talks trash about his precious boy and gets away with it. He feels like he failed Siron because the kid's a loner, but he can't exactly go out and 1v1 a bunch of toddlers, right? So, to fix the guilt, he decides it's time for a major field trip. Time to show his son what the big world looks like. Next morning, they're off to Chris City on the edge of the Tomia Kingdom. Siron's first time in the big leagues. The city is bright, loud, and fancy. Siron's mind is officially blown. But Vincent's got business to handle. He parks the kid at a fruit stand owned by his buddy, Stay right here, champ. Don't move until I get back. Now, Siron is usually a good boy, but come on, this is the city. The hype is real. Vincent keeps nagging him, no dark alleys, don't bump into any nobles. Then, finally, he drives off. Siron hangs back at the stand, trying to be useful. He starts writing signs for flexing those big-brain literacy skills. The old man is shook. A farm kid who can actually read? And he's this smart? That's rare. While is busy being impressed by how pretty the kid is, Siron drops the question. Hey, Mr. You know any magic? Laws? What? No. Magic. Siron pulls out his massive book like a total pro. Just laughs it off. Kids, man, they never change. Always dreaming about dragons, heroes, and wizards. But seeing Siron's sparkling eyes, he doesn't want to kill the vibe. He points down an alley. I don't know spells, kid, but that way, that's where the real book lovers hang out. Siron follows his finger and his eyes go wide. A massive bookstore. He's gone in a heartbeat. He bursts inside, but the manager? A total nightmare. She blocks his path immediately. She tells him to get lost, saying these expensive books aren't meant for peasant trash like him. Talk about a buzzkill. Just then, a VIP walks in. High-class vibes only. The manager starts simping, calling him the head butler. Must be from some insane noble family. While she's distracted, Siron sneaks a peek at the shelves. Turns out, the books are kind of mid. Nothing special at all. He leaves feeling bored, but then spots a guy carrying a whole crate of books. Siron loves books, so he starts tailing him. And then, total heartbreak. The guy just dumps the whole crate straight into the trash. Like it's nothing. Siron freezes. A realization hits him like a truck. Is this where Dad gets my books? The dumpster? He's stunned for a second, then starts digging through the junk, rescuing the books one by one. Then, he hears voices. Two noble girls stroll by, laughing and holding fancy new books. Siron just stares, confused. He's thinking, what's the difference? Why did Dad warn him about nobles? Why do they get to read whatever they want while he's literally dumpster diving for scraps? It's not fair. Without thinking, he starts following them. But before he can catch up, a massive guard snatches him. Whoa there, kid. This isn't a playground for your kind. Past this gate is nobles only territory. Where's your parents, huh? Siren panics. My dad's. He's right around the corner. Another guard walks up, looking at Siren like he's a piece of gum on his shoe. He definitely doesn't look like he belongs. They immediately think he's an orphan or working for some thieves. They're ready to drag him off for questioning. But Siren's got moves. He ditches his coat, slips through their fingers, and vanishes into the bushes. He's a mess, but he's out. Still, our boy was counting his lucky stars he hadn't been busted by the guards yet. Just as he's grabbing his shoes to head back to Old Man Ma's place, Siren hears voices echoing from behind this massive stone wall. Wait, is that a lesson? No way, headmaster. Screw the lecture. Just blow some fire for us. Some kids shout, sounding totally hyped. Siren looks up at this wall that's like 3 times his height. Obviously, he sees zero, but his ears are wide open. Hold up. Is this a literal magic academy? His heart starts racing. Siren glues his ear to the stone, trying to catch every single word. Inside, this headmaster guy is grilling his students with some pretty deep questions. He asks them, "What's the one thing you absolutely need to master magic?" One kid yells knowledge, another says hard work, and some rich brat probably thinks it's cash. Wrong, all of them. Siron strains to hear, and finally, the headmaster drops the truth bomb. The secret sauce? It's insight. The noble kids inside about Siron's age just stand there looking like total idiots. Insight. Their faces are literally blank. What's that supposed to mean? The kids ask. The headmaster just smirks and goes, "Who here doesn't know what 1 + 1 is?" Duh, everyone knows it's 2. The students shout back like he's lost his mind. Okay, geniuses. Then explain. WHY, it's 2. He fires back. Total silence. No one has a clue. That weird, confused feeling you have right now, that right there is insight. See, there was a time when people didn't even know 1 + 1 = 2, and scholars spent lifetimes just trying to prove it. But even without proof, we just get it, right? It's a law of the universe that just exists. You don't learn it because you already accept it. Magic is the same way it's been here since the beginning of time. We feel it and accept it through insight. That's why it beats books and hard work every single time. The headmaster keeps spitting facts, one after another, like it's nothing. The rich kids are still buffering, but outside, Siren's heart is thumping like a drum. He finally gets it. Magic isn't about deep pockets or fancy noble blood. It's all about that raw insight. Does that mean a kid like him, a nobody, could actually become a great mage one day? Siron is freaking out with excitement. And then bam, his heart nearly stops when the headmaster calls out, "Hey, kid behind the wall, I want to hear what you think." Siron nearly jumps out of his skin. How the hell did he get spotted through a thick stone wall? Decision time. Bolt for it or answer? Especially looking like a total mess in these dirty rags. He's terrified the headmaster and these rich kids will treat him like trash, just like that bookstore lady or those guards did. But if he walks away now, he'll be kicking himself for the rest of his life. And just like that, fueled by pure adrenaline, Siren starts scrambling up that massive wall with his tiny hands. He looks like a total stray, yeah, but his eyes? They're glowing with pure fire. Siren spots the headmaster under a tree with the kids. The guy actually looks chill, not a judgmental bone in his body. As soon as he sees Siren, he just smiles. "Yo, kid, you here to hang out with us?" This big shot is Alpheus, a level 4 mage and the literal founder of the Anpas Magic Academy. Siren gathers all his courage, hops off the wall, and starts walking over, step by step. The Academy kids are all pampered and clean, the polar opposite of Siron. A few of them take one look at his rags and start barking at him to get lost. But Alpheus is cool. He's like, "Nah, it's all good. Come on over." "So, what part of my rambling got you so hooked?" His kind vibe totally kills Siren's nerves. Even though he's shaking, Siren blurts it out. I want to see real magic. He's only read about the stuff in books, he's never actually seen it with his own two eyes. Before Alpheus can even blink, the students start talking trash. Liar. No way a peasant like you can actually read. Siren knows he's at the bottom of the food chain here, so he just bows his head and begs, please, anything. I just need to see it once. Alpheus just lets out a big laugh. Haha, easy enough. Let's show you some wind magic then. And just like that, whoosh, a massive gust lifts Siren right off his feet. It wasn't just him, either. All the kids around the headmaster got blasted into the sky too. The rich kids are loving it, treating it like a ride. Siren, he's absolutely losing his mind with fear. They hit the peak and start plummeting. The other kids are cheering, but Siren's heart is basically in his throat. Imagine plummeting through the air for the first time. No parachute, just pure gravity. Siren's falling from a crazy height, and it's terrifying. He's positive he's about to become a human pancake, so he squeezes his eyes shut, waiting for the end. But after a few seconds, the wind stops screaming in his ears. Instead, he hears giggling. He peeks open one eye, and holy hell, he's hovering just 3 feet off the ground. The Magic Academy students are already roasting him, laughing their heads off because he looked like such a total coward. Even Headmaster Alpheus can't hide his grin, letting out a big, hearty laugh. So, kid, what's the verdict? How was the ride? That right there? That's magic. Siren's feet finally hit the grass, but his heart is still doing a drum solo in his chest. So this is what magic feels like. It's on a whole different level, way more insane than anything those dusty old books could ever teach him. What even is this power? Headmaster. Siron mumbles, still shaking from the literal near-death experience. He's got to know. Alpheus strokes his long beard, probably trying to think of a simple way to explain it. But Siron is done being patient. He needs answers now. Tell me the truth. No sugarcoating. Siren shouts. His voice is loud, like borderline disrespectful to a legendary mage-level loud. The noble students nearby, their jaws just hit the floor. See, nobody talks to Alpheus like that, not even the teachers. Everyone's waiting for the old man to lose his cool and blast Siren into next week. But Alpheus just looks at the kid's sharp face and those burning eyes. Honestly, he can't even get mad at that kind of passion. Ha, since you're so thirsty for knowledge, I'll give you the complicated version. He strokes his beard, ready to drop some real magic lore. Magic is basically stepping outside of common sense. It's like opening your mind to see the actual, hidden truth of the universe. So, it's totally unrealistic, but maybe that's why it's actually closer to the truth? Siren asks, totally locked in. Alpheus is beaming now. He's genuinely hyped because most of these rich, noble kids never figure that out, even with all their fancy tutors. Did you read that in a book? The old man asks. Siren just shakes his head. Nah, but he's noticed a pattern. History's greatest minds were always called crazy or unrealistic by people who just didn't get it. But in the end, everyone eventually has to accept their crazy ideas as the new reality. So the real truth is usually hidden inside the nonsense. That's how I see it. Alpheus is nodding so hard his beard is swinging. It's clear as day the old man is absolutely vibing with this smart-as-a-whip kid. Siren's had a rough life, but he's out here absorbing every tiny bit of info like a sponge. It's just a shame he's a commoner, because at the end of the day, his resources are zero compared to these pampered noble kids. To give Siren a real taste of magic, Alpheus calls over a pink-haired girl named Suin and tells her to enter her spirit world. He pulls a handful of coins out of his pocket and challenges Suin to guess exactly how many he's holding. Suin doesn't even blink. 6, she says instantly, and boom, she's 100% correct. Siron's brain is basically short-circuiting. How? Alpheus already knew that question was coming, so he's got the answer ready. He explains that when a mage really focuses, their mind becomes so sharp they can feel every single detail in the world around them. The pro-level mages? They can count every single leaf on a tree from a mile away. No cap. That hypersensitive mental state is what they call the spirit world. While he's talking, Alpheus keeps changing the number of coins, and Suin nails it every single time. It's flawless. A mage who can enter this spirit world perceives reality through a supernatural lens, which eventually lets them dominate reality itself. It's not just for party tricks like counting coins. It's about sensing every tiny move in the middle of a chaotic situation. And this is the absolute basement-level basic stuff Alpheus wants Siren to master if he wants to be a mage. But here's the catch. Not everyone can enter the zone. First, you have to actually feel your own existence. Try it somewhere quiet, the old man suggests. You've got to clear out all that mental static in your head. Once you do that, a whole new world opens up for you. You following me, kid? So if I can't even feel my own self, I'll never be able to control my own thoughts? Siren asks, connecting the dots. Alpheus is constantly surprised by Siren's sharp follow-up questions. Try to feel yourself right here, right now, he challenges. Because honestly, if Siren can't pull this off, he's got zero future in magic. But what even times is times the self? Siren starts digging for the answer. His brain is just an organ, and his senses are just data, but there's something more. Right? He stops trying to analyze it and just tries to feel times it. After a long silence, Siren finally opens his eyes. The headmaster and the students are still there, but everything feels different. Alpheus leans in, his eyes full of hope. Well, what did you feel? Drenched in sweat, Siren mumbles. The sounds. I could hear every single sound. And of course, the other kids start cackling like he's some kind of idiot. I mean, obviously you hear sounds, right? Alpheus plays it cool, but you can totally tell he's low-key disappointed. He figured Siren choked. See, he expected a spiritual awakening to be on a whole different level, like crossing into another dimension. In that zone, your senses are supposed to flip upside down. Think of it like synesthesia, that wild brain glitch where all your senses start talking to each other at the same time. We're talking smelling sounds, tasting light, and literally feeling the world through your skin. Pure chaos. But since Siren only mentioned hearing, Alpheus assumes he never actually made it in. Hey, this stuff isn't for everyone. Alpheus stands up and gives Siren a pity pat on the head. Nice effort, kid. Keep at it and maybe you'll hear even more sounds one day. He turns to the rest of the class. All right, show's over. Special lesson is done. Everyone back to school. As they leave, Alpheus can't stop thinking about what a waste it is. Siren is scary smart. He's convinced that if Siren were born a noble and trained from day one, he'd be running circles around these rich brats. As for our boy Siron, he hops back over the wall, but his head is absolutely spinning. Why? Because he knows for a fact he entered that spiritual world. He told Alpheus about the sounds, sure, but he kept the crazy part to himself. After that initial boom, he felt his entire soul get ripped into a million pieces and scattered across the universe. He wasn't just a small kid anymore. He was the world. Everything, everywhere, all at once. The sheer scale of it had him bawling his eyes out. He couldn't stop shaking. The world is just way too big. For one tiny, epic second, he actually escaped his own body and melted into the infinite. He starts sprinting like his life depends on it, just trying to burn off all that overwhelming energy. He's so lost in his head that he slams straight into a passerby. Asterisk, bam, asterisk. Siren hits the dirt hard because the other guy is a total tank. Siren starts apologizing like crazy, but this guy, he's definitely not in a forgiving mood. A few more goons step out of the shadows, and the leader grabs Siren by the collar. You trippin'? You think you can just run into me for free? Pay up. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Siren is stuttering, completely terrified. But sorry doesn't pay the bills with these thugs. You with the Wolf Guild? You here to take a shot at me? Siren has zero clue what a Wolf Guild even is. But he knows one thing for sure: he's either getting a massive beatdown or leaving in a body bag. Right as things are looking grim, a girl's voice cuts through the air. What are you losers doing? Something fun happening? Lady Amy, what brings you here? Bored again? The thug does a total 180 to suck up to her, but he keeps his grip on Siren's throat. This Lady Amy is a young noble with hair so red it looks like it's literally made of fire. Siren's about to beg for help, but then he sees her fancy clothes. A noble, Great. He shuts his mouth, knowing he's cooked. The thugs finish their small talk with Amy and get right back to the fun part. Asterisk. Oof. Asterisk. A knee straight to the gut sends Siren crumbling to the pavement, shaking in pure agony. Beating up a scrawny kid should be embarrassing, but these jerks, they're getting a total kick out of it. They surround him, spitting insults and even talking trash about his parents. Really low-tier stuff. The second they mention his folks, Siren's eyes change. The fear is gone, replaced by straight-up fury. The thugs notice he's mad, but Siren doesn't even get a chance to swing before a boot slams his head into the ground. It's a full-on gang-up now. Siren can't do anything but curl into a ball and try to survive the rain of kicks. Eventually, Amy gets bored of watching. She walks over. All right, chill. You're gonna actually kill him at this rate. She crouches down next to Siren, looking all concerned. You okay? Don't mind me. I'm just a bystander, totally innocent. Siren sees a tiny spark of hope in her eyes and starts crying, trying to explain, but she just cuts him off. Is there really nothing better to do than this? Amy sighs. Siren's heart sinks. He really thought she was his savior. Turns out, this angel is way more twisted than the thugs. To her, Siren isn't a person, he's just a toy to kill time. We'll just finish the job and sell him to that village down south, one thug suggests. He's just a commoner. No one's gonna miss him. Siren hits peak despair. He's suddenly wishing he'd just stayed home and never messed with this spiritual stuff. If they sell him into slavery, he's never seeing his mom or dad again. It's over. Amy stares at Siren for a long, creepy minute, then flashes a smile that'll give you nightmares. Well, a slave shouldn't have any flaws, right? So, why don't we just check for ourselves then? The gang of thugs surrounding her immediately burst into nasty, jagged laughter. Haha, Lady Ami, you really want to inspect him? You hear that, kid? She's telling you to strip down right now. Strip? The moment those words hit the air, Ami's face went pale. She backed off fast. See, she was just trolling Siren a bit, she wasn't actually trying to ruin his life. But these crazy goons? They were dead serious. And Siron? He looked like he was about to absolutely snap. The thugs' taunts and threats? They just faded into white noise in Siren's head. Instead, the sound of a fly's wings nearby became deafening. Then silence. Space itself seemed to just freeze. Siron felt his mind drifting. Backwards. 3 hours ago, he saw Headmaster Alpheus again, sitting under that ancient tree with the students, chanting the wind spell just to show him what real magic looked like. No more doubt, he was deep in his own memories now. Suddenly, the words of the spell became crystal clear, etched into his mind. Everything poured into Siren's brain, instantly transforming into his own secret weapon of knowledge. While Siron's soul was busy downloading magic in his memories, his body was standing there in reality like a total statue. The goons, pissed that he wasn't reacting, grabbed his collar again. Hey, you little punk, you deaf? Do I look like I'm playing with you right now? Only Ami realized something was dead wrong. She screamed for them to stop, but too late. It was already happening. Drawing on that fresh memory, Siren unconsciously let the wind magic rip. Just like Alpheus did back then, he whipped up a massive tornado big enough to yeet the entire gang straight into the sky. By the time Siren snapped back to reality, they were already in freefall. And from that height? Yeah, those broken bones were gonna be a given. One move. That's all it took for Siren to flatten a dozen thugs twice his size. Honestly, he didn't even know how he pulled it off. Ami's screeching finally brought him back to his senses. What the hell are you? Where'd you learn magic? How can a low-life commoner like you even use spells? Right then, a crowd started gathered because of the noise. Ami, not wanting any drama, decided to ghost the scene immediately. Siren watched, stunned, as she zipped up to the rooftop like a flying squirrel and vanished. But that wasn't even the problem. The problem was the absolute mess in front of him. He knew the people showing up wouldn't give him a chance to explain. Escape. He had to get out. No way was he getting snatched again, so he ran. Hard. He hauled tail out of that alley, his first trip out of the village turning into a total nightmare. The world was just too scary. He wanted to be back in his parents' arms, Fast. That was it. Meanwhile, Ami had made it back home. Her family? The Camus clan. Top-tier nobility. She was fuming, getting beat by a commoner kid, the ultimate disrespect. Her dad, Sakura, saw her stomping in and knew she'd been raising hell again. Back so soon? You ditching class again? Ami? I've already learned everything. Dad, there's nothing fun there. She snapped at him and stormed off to her room. Sakura just sighed, totally at a loss with his daughter. Man, when is she gonna grow up? Even if you're a genius, you can't be this reckless. Keep it up, and someone's gonna pass you by one day. He said it casually, but man, did that hit a nerve, because it happened. Today, she got outplayed and by a commoner, no less. When his daughter suddenly went silent, Sakura got worried. Usually, she'd be throwing a massive temper tantrum by now. But today was different. She just stood there, quiet, for a long time. Then she asked something totally out of character. Dad, about magic. Do you know anyone at the academy who can give me a recommendation? After that literal storm of a trip, Siron finally found his dad. He tackled Vincent, crying his eyes out about getting lost. They headed back to the small village, but the kid was different now. Then winter arrived. One day, Vincent came home to find his wife, Irina, busy knitting a scarf. She told him Siron was out in the logging area getting more firewood, even though a massive snowstorm was hitting. Worried sick, Vincent went out to find him. Siron wasn't his blood son, but Vincent had raised him as his own since he was a baby. Through that fatherly bond, he could feel the change in his son after that spring trip to the city. Siron claimed he just got lost, but Vincent knew it wasn't that simple. Right now, the kid was deep in the woods. Days had passed, but Siron couldn't shake the memory of that day he unconsciously nuked those thugs. Here's the kicker, he hadn't been able to pull it off again. Not even once. That spell was pure instinct. But without the basics of magic, he was just stuck. Beginner's luck had officially run out. Alright, check it. Our boy Siron finally leveled up his brain game to max, mastering that whole deep meditation Zen state. In that headspace, he's a literal god. Scent, shape, texture, he's vibing with that tree in front of him in total 4K resolution. And get this, he can spot the kill switch, the absolute weakest point in the wood. One swing, boom, a tree 6 times his size goes down like a house of cards. His old man, Vincent, saw the whole thing. As a pro hunter, he knew exactly what that was, the legendary Thunder Strike. One axe, one hit, total destruction. But Siron? How could a skinny kid pull off a move that even veteran hunters like Vincent struggle to master? Watching his son grind in the freezing cold, man, Vincent couldn't help but tear up. Meanwhile, Siron's absolutely hyped. He finally nailed the Thunder Strike after a million tries. It's that same magic summoning high all over again. Siron knows he's no silver spoon noble, but that won't stop him from chasing that basic magic knowledge. Tomorrow, the day after, the grind never stops. He's chasing that spark every single day. He knows his big shot is coming. And honestly, his sheer stubbornness is finally paying off. Time skip. 3 years later, our boy's taller, long-haired, and hitting that Thunder Strike with 100% accuracy. At this point, he's basically synced his soul with nature itself. He feels everything, the rustle of bushes, bugs crawling, even trees drinking from the soil. Total sensory hack. But he's not done. Not even close. There's a whole new world waiting to be unlocked. 5 hours of forest zen today, check. Feeling good? Siron grabs his firewood and heads back home. On the way, he spots 2 white horses. Super rare breeds, definitely don't see those in these backwoods. And yup, a high-end carriage is parked right in front of his house. Visitors? Great. But inside, his parents look stressed out of their minds, making Siron's stomach drop. You're back? Come meet this guy, Vincent says. Turns out, that fancy ride belongs to the Oent family's fixer butler. This guy's Temeran. Siron's just standing there like, who's this? And why do you want me? The Oents are like rank 2 nobles in the whole kingdom. So yeah, Siron keeps it polite. Timoran checks him out like he's inspecting some premium loot. Yo, kid, can you read? I know a bit, Siren says. Timoran gets all thoughtful, nodding like he's just solved a puzzle. Raised well, literate, and a hunter's kid? You're a good one. Hold up. Can you just tell me why you're actually here? Siren's losing it, so Timoran finally spills the tea. He's here to recruit Siren for the elite Oent family. The gig? Moving 10,000 books from their main library. And we're talking high stakes, super secret stuff. This job's gonna take a solid 2 years. Others move the crates, but only Timoran and Siron get to sort them. Strictly exclusive access. Library, Siren's heart is pounding. The Oent Vault? That place is a magic goldmine. But here's the catch. The only people who know about this are his family. If even one book goes missing or word leaks out to the public, it's game over for the whole family. Now those scared parents finally make sense. Since it's basically a suicide mission, the Oents are paying absolute boatloads of cash. More money than Vincent could earn in 3 lifetimes. But he's not just selling his kid for paper. He only agreed so Siren could finally nerd out in that legendary library. Big payday, huh? Guess raising your kid finally paid off, Timoran sneers. Timoran's clearly feeling Siren, but then he turns and starts trash-talking Vincent. Basically saying Vincent raised Siren just for a paycheck. Vincent snaps and slams the table. It's not for the money. I just want my boy to chase his dream. Timoran just laughs his head off. Ha! A career? Get real. Stop dreaming, old man. If it's not for the cash, why'd you beg me to pick your kid in the first place? This guy's tone was pure trash, nothing but straight-up mockery. Oh, so he can read, can he? He sneered. Vincent was basically screaming at this point. Looking back, Olena only taught Siren a few words for fun when he was little, but the kid was a freak of nature by age 5. He was teaching himself from books. Vincent remembered Siren being the cutest, most obedient little guy. But more than that, the kid was scary smart. Every time Vincent saw those sharp, beautiful eyes locked onto a page, focused like his life depended on it, he couldn't help but wonder, is my adopted son actually some secret noble bloodline or what? Like, if he'd been raised by some rich family instead of a bunch of hunters like us, would he be living his best life right now? For years, Vincent was caught in a brutal mental war. Part of him wanted to keep Siren all to himself, raising him to be a hunter or a woodcutter just like him. But seeing Siren out in the woods for hours, hacking away at trees when he clearly had a massive brain, it killed Vincent inside. So, Vincent actually went looking for Timoran after hearing the Oent family needed a commoner kid who could read. All Vincent wanted was for Siren to finally get his hands on the books he craved. That's the only reason he went there, basically begging and swallowing his pride for that jerk Timoran. But that arrogant snob actually thought Vincent was trying to sell his own son for a quick buck. That was the final straw. Vincent was absolutely livid. I don't want a single cent. If I knew you'd look at me like some low-life traitor, I never would have stepped foot in here to ask for a favor. Now get out of my house. Now, Vincent barked. Timoran was a proud guy too, and he wasn't about to take that. After getting blasted to his face, Timoran turned to leave, stone-faced. But just as he reached the door, Siren called out. The kid said he'd take the job, no matter how dangerous it was or how much Timoran looked down on them. You for real, kid? I'm not playing around here. One tiny slip-up, one little rumor, and you're dead. Seriously. Timoran gave him a cold warning. But Siron didn't blink. He was locked in. He promised to keep his mouth shut, no matter what happened. And if things went south, he wouldn't blame Timoran or the Oent family. Not one bit. Seeing the fire in the kid's eyes, Timoran gave up on the lectures. He told them a carriage would be there to pick Siren up in a week. Change your mind before then? No big deal, he said. But once you step inside that Oent mansion, you're stuck there until the job is done. No exits. Once Timoran cleared out, Vincent panicked, grabbing his son. Siren, why would you agree to this crazy demand? Those jerks are just looking for a sacrificial lamb to take the fall for them. This is on me. I messed up. Just say no, please. Vincent was straight up sobbing at this point. Siren started crying too. But he wasn't mad at his dad for the death trap. He was crying because he was so grateful for this massive opportunity. Walking into the Oent library, reading actual high-level magic books, that's a dream Siren never thought would come true in a million years. Father, thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. Siren was crying, but he had this huge, radiant smile on his face. Vincent just held him tight, trying to comfort him. Don't worry, Siren. Just come back in one piece, okay? I'll make sure nobody touches a single hair on this family's head. At that moment, Vincent had no clue if he'd done the right thing. Olena couldn't stop the tears either, worrying herself sick over her boy. But the kid was determined, and they couldn't hold him back. 1 week later, Timiran's crew showed up right on time. After making Vincent sign his life away on a contract, they hauled Siren off in a hurry. As the carriage door slammed shut and the wheels started spinning, Siren dived deep into his own spirit zone. He could see Vincent and Olena clinging to each other, crying their eyes out. He wanted to reach out, to touch them one last time, but logic kicked in and he pulled back. Yeah, this whole thing was a total double-edged sword. Working for the Oent family was basically a suicide mission, but it was his golden ticket. He wasn't going to shake or back down anymore. Now, let's talk about these Oent guys. Their main base is in Chris City, over in the Tomia Kingdom pretty far from the capital, Basuka. The Oents are a family of straight-up warriors, churning out elite swordsmen. The old boss was a level 3, and the current guy, Bishop Oent, is a level 4 knight. Basically, they run the show in that city. High-tier power players. After a long-haul ride, the carriage finally pulled up to the massive Oent estate. This was Siren's first time stepping into noble territory, and not just any nobles, but second-tier heavy hitters in the kingdom. The sheer scale of the place? Absolutely mind-blowing. It was on a whole different level. The escorts took Siron to the admin wing, basically the butler's lounge, where he'd be crashing for the next 2 years. Timiran was already there waiting. No breaks, no naps. Timiran immediately dragged him to the Great Library to explain exactly what Siron had to do. Here we go. Siron steps into the Oent family library and boom. Books for days. He's never seen anything like it. For a total book nerd like Siron, this isn't just a room, it's straight-up paradise. The Oent clan is building a new spot, so the old collection's gotta move. Siren's job? He's the move-out crew. Every week, he gets a fresh hit list of titles. His mission is to hunt them down and get them ready to ship. The grind is 9 to 6, daily. After that, he can chill, but leaving the grounds or sneaking into the main house? Absolute no-go. Timiran, the head butler, is way too busy for small talk, but the other staff will be drilling the family rules into his head. Got any questions, kid? Timiran asks. Siren's brain is basically doing backflips trying to process it all. This isn't just a job, it's a 1 in a million shot at a better life. When do I clock in? Siren asks, totally locked in. The answer? Tomorrow. It's go time. Bright and early the next morning, Siren's rocking a fresh suit, list in hand, ready to tackle the big leagues. After thinking it over all night, he finally figures out why a massive family like the Oents only hired one guy for this. They need one brain, one system. Like, take a book on the history of swordsmanship. One person calls it combat, another calls it history. To keep it from becoming a total mess, you only want one person calling the shots. As he dives into the stacks, Siron realizes something deep: all knowledge is connected. And the glue holding it together? History. Every single fact is just a brick in a massive wall called time. History isn't just a subject, it's the literal backbone of everything we know. Once he cracks the history code, his reading speed goes through the roof. We're talking superhuman levels. Out of 10,000 books, 850 are history. He's got to crush them all in 2 years to hit his real goal, becoming a mage. Time starts flying. Siron's vibing with the work, moving through the library like he owns the place. Late one night, while he's borrowing some knowledge, he hears footsteps. It's Timiran and a deputy. Siron hides the book in a flash. Because let's be real, sneaking a read when you're supposed to be working is a major foul. Everything sorted? You pulling overtime again? Yes, sir. Siren stands up straight, heart hammering against his ribs. Tamaran doesn't suspect a thing. He just tells Siren not to work himself into the ground. He's got 2 years left, after all. But then comes the warning. You're responsible for every move you make here. If you get tired and mess up a rare book, say goodbye to your head. With that happy thought, Tamaran drops a new list and leaves. But wait, he stops, turns around, marches straight back to Siren. Our boy is sweating. Is this the end? Did he see the book? Is he about to get tossed out on his ear for reading on the job? Nope. Tamaran just reaches out and fixes Siren's bow tie. The big boss and the young masters come through here all the time. Look sharp, kid. Don't go around embarrassing the Oent name with a messy uniform. Tamaran tells him to get a haircut, too, and then, for real this time, he actually heads out. Phew! Crisis averted. Siren starts thinking about tying his hair back like his old man. But he's got bigger problems. These books? They are brain-meltingly difficult. Once the coast is clear, Siren goes back to wrestling with a mountain of complex info. He wants to memorize it fast, but to actually times that knowledge, he has to understand every single detail. So he's cramming more words into his skull, even though he's been working like a dog all day. Eventually, he hits the wall. Siren passes out right on the desk. Suddenly, a hand reaches down and grabs his book. It's Tamaran back again. Man, what a little dummy. He mutters to himself, he's been stuck on this one book for a whole month. Does he really think he can just study his way to the top? If he was reading stuff that actually mattered for the job, I would have banned him from being here after hours. But hey, lucky for him, he's just a stubborn idiot with a lot of heart. 3 months later, and Siren is basically part of the furniture at the Oent library. He's even picking up tips from the maids. After 90 days on the grind, he realizes something. The nobles don't even care if a book or two goes missing, which basically means nothing in this library is times important to them. But that doesn't mean Siren's safe. He stays on guard, remembering what Tamaran said, no mistakes. Period. So while he's deep in thought, planning his next move toward becoming a mage, the library doors didn't just open, they were basically kicked off their hinges, followed by a voice that could literally shatter glass. You old geezer. Siren jumped nearly out of his skin. He looked up to see a massive dude with bright blue hair barging in like he owned the place. From what Siron knew, this was the family's youngest son, Ran Oan. But wait, there's another voice right behind him, and this one? Way more terrifying. Ran, where do you think you're going? When I catch you, you're doing another 100 laps, kid. Ran panicked, dived towards Siren, and shoved himself under the nearby desk. Before disappearing, he hissed a warning. Don't you dare tell him I'm here. Just being near Ran's massive frame felt like standing next to a mountain, which was pressure enough for our boy Siren. But the person who burst in next was twice as big. I know you're hiding in here somewhere, you brat. Hey, kid, you see a blue-haired brat about the size of a bean run in here? Siren was just speechless. If Ran was a bean, then Siren's skinny self must look like a grain of sand to this giant. And man, this old guy looked absolutely lethal. Siren decided he'd better check who he was dealing with first. Excuse me, sir, who exactly are you? Me? I'm the sword instructor. I'm the guy with the legal right to beat that little bean into a pulp. Got it? Those 2 words, got it? Nearly blew Siren's eardrums out. Our boy realized real fast. If he didn't answer, this old man was going to bury him right there among the bookshelves. So, sorry, young master, but survival first. Despite the warnings, Siren pointed straight at the hiding spot under the shelf. The instructor grabbed Ran by the collar like a stray cat and hauled him out. Master, wait, it's a misunderstanding. Ran scrambled to explain, but the instructor wasn't hearing it. He slammed Ran onto the floor and started dragging him out by the leg. Move it, you lazy brat. Ditching practice? I'm gonna fix that attitude of yours right now. Ran looked absolutely miserable. As he was being dragged away, Siren could clearly read his lips. Ran mouthed, you're gonna pay for this. But honestly, faced with an instructor scarier than the head of the house, Siren didn't really have a choice. After that day, word on the street was the youngest son got hauled off to a mountain for some hardcore training. Finally, peace and quiet returned to the library. For the next few weeks, Siren went back to the grind, finishing his chores and then devouring books like a man possessed. The first book took him 20 days. But once he cracked the code, he blazed through 82 more in just 4 months. Everything was going exactly as he planned. The beginning was the only real hurdle. After that, the patterns started repeating. Build a foundation with the first 200 books, and the remaining 650? Easy work. Eventually, Siren started diving into the history and origins of magic. He did have a moment of doubt, wondering if studying history was actually the right move for an aspiring mage. But since he'd already mastered the basics of how the universe works, he felt certain this was the right play. Think about it, if a scholar creates a theory, a mage basically does the same thing. The only difference is mages have to turn that theory into reality. So, in a way, a mage is just a scholar with extra steps. But not every scholar can be a mage. You have to be able to enter that spirit world state within your own consciousness. Siren's confidence was sky high. With his unique mental world and all this knowledge he was soaking up, he knew becoming a mage wasn't just a dream, it was a certainty. Honestly, he thought these peaceful days would last forever. Until one night, a very angry Ran finally returned. "Hey, you little rat. I literally crawled through hell just to see this day. Same blue hair, same massive frame, same eardrum-shattering voice." Siren started sweating bullets. This guy is way too dedicated to a grudge. The dude spent months being tortured on a mountain and still remembered this? Ran was grinding his teeth so hard they were clicking. "Do you have any idea how much crap I went through because of you?" He started ranting about how the instructor basically destroyed him, climbing vertical cliffs a million times until his fingers were basically useless noodles. But every time he felt like giving up, he remembered Siren snitching and got a second wind. Pure spite-fueled power-up, Siren just sighed. This young master wasn't just petty, he was next-level obsessed. His rage had been simmering for months and was finally at a boiling point. "What, cat got your tongue? I trusted you. Man, I asked for a solid, and you turned around and ratted me out to that monster. Looking at a coward like you makes me sick." Ran reached out and grabbed Siron by the collar. "It wasn't like that. I just told the truth. Don't you dare try to act like you were in the right. You should have just told me you weren't going to help from the start." Siron just sighed internally. You can't exactly argue logic with someone who's this jacked and this pissed off. "So, what's the move, young master?" Siron asks, cool as ice. Ran's completely caught off guard by the kid's nerves of steel. Then, Ran just starts cackling like a madman and drags Siren straight to the training grounds, and yeah, it's literally the middle of the night. Siren's thinking, great, he's gonna use me as a punching bag until he feels better. But he can't quit. His parents literally put their lives on the line to get him this gig. So he's ready to just stand there and take the hits. Ran scans the weapon rack, ignores the fancy stuff, and just chucks a wooden sword at Siron's head. "Fight me, one-on-one," he demands. "I'm not a coward like you. You're gonna pay for looking down on me. You're supposed to be some future master? Well, get ready for my sword's wrath." Siron's just confused. Wait, what did I even do that was cowardly? Look, being called a coward is a low blow. Siren finally snaps a bit and starts talking back to the young master. "You're an Oen family servant. You're supposed to protect our people," Ran yells. "But you snitched on me to the teacher just to save your own skin. That's pure cowardice." Right then, Ran's eyes go from annoyed to straight-up predatory. Siren grips that wooden hilt tight, and honestly, that's exactly the reaction Ran was fishing for. Since the power gap is basically a canyon, Ran gives the kid a 3-strike head start. Siren is sweating bullets. Sure, it's only wood, so it won't kill him instantly. But one broken bone and he's fired. Game over. He's panicking, thinking, what the hell am I supposed to do now? After a split second of do or die, Siren grips his sword and just goes for it. Full send. Ran dodges the first one like it's nothing. The second strike, he just casually blocks it with a smirk. Unlike Siren's shaky hand energy, Ran's got that top-tier training. The dude is clearly built different. Sweat is pouring down Siren's neck. One strike left. If he misses this, he's toast. He shuts everything out. Total focus. He dives deep into his own soul world. In that zone, he spots at the weak point on Ran's sword. It's just like those times he used his lightning strike to split logs in the forest. Target locked. Siren launches the attack. Ran raises his sword to block, laughing at Siron's clumsy form. But then the laugh dies in his throat. Boom! Ran's sword literally shatters into a million pieces. The dude looks like he just saw a ghost. He's just staring at his empty hand in total shock. Siren's sword broke too, but hey, mission accomplished. See, the kid had a plan. Move 1 was for the feel. Move 2 was to time Ran's reaction. Move 3? That was the finisher. The lightning strike he's been perfecting for 3 years. Ran's literally trembling now. Where did you learn that technique? Ran gasps. Siren just blinks. Technique? Bro, I was just chopping wood. Huh? Ran looks completely lost. So Siren explains that his dad's a hunter and he grew up swinging an axe on the mountain. Since he was a weak kid, he couldn't just brute force the trees. He had to be smart. So he figured out this trick to make woodcutting easier. The loggers just called it lightning strike. Ran is losing his mind. You're telling me this world-shattering move came from chopping wood? He's been training for 15 years, and he just got smoked by a woodcutter's son. But here's the real kicker. That lightning strike is actually the Oen family's legendary secret skill. The same one Ran's genius brother, Jai, mastered at 12. Back in the day, Ran's brother used that exact move to humiliate him. And now, it happened again. With a servant. I won't accept this. Ran screams, his fists shaking with rage. The vibe gets heavy. Siren was starting to relax, but now he's back to being terrified. Young master, did I make you mad? Shut up, Ran barks. He pulls out a new blade, and this one is the real deal. Steel, he chucks it at Siren. Our swords broke, so the match isn't over. Since you're a master of the ultimate secret tech, I'm gonna treat you like a real warrior. Siren's heart is about to beat out of his chest. Is this guy seriously trying to duel him with real swords? Thank God, Ran isn't that insane yet. The real sword duel is happening, for sure. But he gives Siren 1 month to prep. 1 month sounds like a lot, but for a total newbie, it's basically a death sentence. Siren holds the cold steel, his whole body shaking like a leaf. With real swords, there's no oops. One mistake, and he's actually dead. Siren begs him to reconsider. I've never even had a lesson. But Ran, he's not backing down. This is happening. Look, this is exactly why I'm giving you 1 whole month. If you're really built different enough to master a killing blow just by chopping wood, then you'll find a way. And don't even think about ghosting, I'll hunt you down. Bet. The sword in his hand wasn't even heavy, but Siren felt like his heart was being crushed under a literal mountain. After heading back to the library to get the tea, Siren finally realized why the youngest master was acting like such a total psycho. See, the Oent clan is legendary for having that signature black and blue hair combo. The big boss, Oent Bov, has 4 kids. The oldest son is a black-haired beast who's already a level 6 swordsman. The oldest daughter has blue hair and is a straight-up musical prodigy, so she's jamming in the royal palace instead of swinging steel. Then you've got the second son, Ozentai, another black-haired genius. This guy mastered an ultimate move at age 12. Absolute legend. But Ran is the black sheep of the family. Even the servants low-key agree the kid is totally talentless, even with a top-tier private tutor. Siren was spiraling. He was seriously regretting not just letting Ran beat him with a wooden sword earlier instead of clapping back and ending up in this mess. Ran's ego took a massive hit, and now he's obsessed with catching a dub against Siren just to stop feeling like a loser. No lie, Siren actually broke down and cried because the stress was just too much. If he bites the dust in this duel next month, his parents' lives are basically over too. Thinking about his folks, Siren snapped out of it. He couldn't afford to have a pity party anymore. Focus, man. You're gonna be a mage, he told himself, hitting the library stacks again. Back when he lived in the mountains, Siren was always confident in his gains, so he figured if he just learned some defense skills, he might actually survive. So our boy started grinding, researching every single thing he could find to stay alive. Meanwhile, Ran started training like a total maniac. His sudden hype actually caught his swordmaster off guard. This kid usually ditches practice, but now, he's literally begging for the most brutal, soul-crushing training possible. The master wasn't born yesterday. He knew something was up with Ran, but the kid just played it cool and said nothing. Seeing Ran that locked in, the master stopped asking questions and dropped a training schedule straight from hell on him. While Ran was drowning in sweat, Siren was geeking out over force diagrams, basically a map of the human body. Mages have spirit zones, but swordsmen use these diagrams to push their limits to the absolute max. Master the diagram, and you control every single cell in your body. It's about total perfection. This is the secret sauce to being a top-tier swordsman, which is the polar opposite of Siren's spirit zone. Still, it piqued his interest. Should I give this a shot? He wondered. No hesitation. Siren slammed the book shut, closed his eyes, and started trying to feel his inner self. This is step 1 for the diagram, and it's kinda like entering a spirit zone, so it wasn't too crazy. To open a spirit zone, you have to erase yourself. But for the diagram, you gotta dive deep into your own existence. Siren didn't want to go all in on the diagram since it's the opposite of his mage path. Instead, he decided to use his spirit zone as a base to learn some basic sword moves. He hauled a stack of manuals to the backyard. He started with the basics, the 8 directions slash. Meanwhile, Ran was pushing himself so hard it was actually scaring his teacher. The master had coached this kid since he was a toddler and had never seen him this unhinged before. Ran's head was a mess. Siren was just the straw that broke the camel's back. The real issue? Being compared to his perfect siblings. 15 years of training and still no force diagram? He felt like a total family disgrace. His master might look like a hard-ass, but he's actually got a massive soft spot for the kid. Seeing his student push himself to the brink like this, it actually brought a tear to the old man's eye. Rian, that's enough. We're done for today. The master finally stepped in and caught Ran's sword. Only then did Ran realize his muscles were basically cooked. He dropped the sword and just sat there, staring off into space. "What's on your mind?" the master asked, wiping the sweat off the kid's face. "Honestly, my arms hurt like hell. Rian, I never knew you had this much dog in you. You're doing great. But tell me, have you ever thought about what you're actually good at?" he asked out of nowhere. "I don't know. I only know what I'm bad at." And yeah, that was exactly the problem. And that's why you're not a genius, kid. Ouch. Ran was fuming, thinking his master was just throwing major shade. But one look at the old man's face showed he was dead serious. He explained that real geniuses only play the game when they're 100% sure they'll win. They only put in the work when the victory is already guaranteed. But there's one thing those gifted types are absolutely terrified of: the sheer, raw grind to achieve the impossible. That burning will to flip the script on destiny? That's a genius's worst nightmare. "Thanks, master," Ran muttered. He gave a dry, rebellious laugh. Of all the motivational crap I've ever heard, that actually hits the spot. His mentor wasn't just talking to hear himself speak. He just sparked a massive fire in Ran. If he wasn't born with talent, then he'd just have to grit his teeth and forge it himself through pure, unadulterated hustle. Ran was going to turn no way into watch me. He wanted that win, period. Funny enough, Siren was on the exact same wavelength while struggling with basic sword forms. Right now, Siren was locked in, treating his very first swings like his life depended on them. Look, swordsmanship is literally the art of taking a life, so the mental game? It's basically high-stakes chess with death. Since he had no sparring partner, Siren gripped that blade. Ran tossed him and started fighting ghosts, imagining enemies jumping him from every angle. In the real world, there are 8 main directions an attack can come from, and Siron, through sheer, insane effort, taught himself how to slash and parry every single one of them. The more he practiced, the more he realized the path of the sword was just as infinite as magic. Everything he'd learned was still just a tiny drop in the ocean. "Mom, Dad, sorry, but I might not be coming home after all." He whispered it to himself, sounding pretty heavy-hearted. But since joining the Oen family, he hadn't regretted a single second. Even if he was dancing with the Grim Reaper, he'd finally seen how big and wild the world really was. Fast forward 1 month. Siron shows up to the training grounds right on time for his life-or-death duel with Ran. In just 4 short weeks, the vibes had shifted. Ran's aura was completely different, sharper, way deadlier. And Ran felt it too. A month ago, Siron was a total hot mess with zero balance and zero clue. But now, the kid was steady as a rock. Even holding a real sword for the first time, he was chilling. This instantly made Ran think of his prodigy older brother, which just made him want to win even more. Ran lunges first. Siron's heart is absolutely pounding. I mean, even if the servants called this young master talentless, his skills were still leagues above a total beginner. But thanks to that month of non-stop grinding, Siron could actually track where that blade was heading. Siron's calm eyes just made Ran's blood boil. Like, is this kid seriously not scared of my blade? He was tripping. Siron wasn't some fearless psycho. He just learned how to keep his emotions on a tight leash. Ran doubles down on the attack. A strike from the right Siron blocks it. The first few were easy, but then Ran started cranking up the speed. Fast. Way too fast. It started blurring past Siron's reflexes until slash. Ran's blade grazed Siron's chest. As the blood hit the dirt, Siron realized he was in deep trouble. He hit the boosters and scrambled back. Besides the stinging pain in his chest, something felt off. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Ran saw the confusion in his eyes and got even cockier. He was using the Oen family's heavy sword style. Every swing was a bone-shattering effort, way more destructive than any basic sword skill. Having drawn first blood, Ran was seeing red. His only goal now? Total annihilation. They clash for round 2, but Siron's still picking up on something weird. If Ran had followed through after that chest graze, he could have easily taken Siron's side out. But Ran's follow-ups weren't lethal. It hit Siron this guy's actual sword IQ might be lower than his own. Ran could swing a sword like a beast, but he had zero clue how to actually combo his moves efficiently. Boom. There's the opening. Siron immediately flipped his strategy, dumping every bit of energy into an all-out counterattack. Siron's basics were clean and decisive, and honestly, it caught Ran completely off guard. Why is he attacking now? Isn't he supposed to be gassed? Ran was spiraling, questioning everything, and it got worse. He couldn't wrap his head around how these simple, basic moves were making him sweat this hard. But wait, he couldn't land the hit. Ran was totally dominating a second ago, but now, he's suddenly the one backpedaling like crazy. Siron sees it, the guy's gasping for air and his blocks are getting sloppy. Our boy finally sees a tiny glimmer of hope that he might actually keep his head on his shoulders. All he's got to do is keep this energy up, stay locked in, and keep the pressure on. Victory is literally right there. Meanwhile, Ran is totally spiraling. Siron's comeback is triggering some serious demons, and those ghosts of the past are starting to haunt him again. He's flashing back to his older brother, the golden child his dad always hyped up as a straight-up genius. The same guy who absolutely wrecked Ran with his ultimate sword technique. Thinking about that brother's smug, arrogant smile after beating him? Yeah, that was the breaking point. Pure rage explodes inside Ran, and he's taking it all out on Siron. He's losing it so hard that Siron actually thought the guy was about to just throw in the towel. But then, plot twist, things just got a whole lot worse. Ran might be tilted, but that blind rage just sent his sword speed into overdrive. He's swinging so fast that Siron can't even track the blades anymore. It's a total blur. In that final exchange, Siron felt like the Grim Reaper was literally tapping him on the shoulder. But come on, with that massive main character energy? Of course, our boy isn't going down today. Not on my watch. Neither of them landed a killing blow because Siron managed to pull off a miracle, clashing his steel and sending Ran's sword flying across the room. Ran just stands there, totally stunned and staring at nothing, while Siron is slumped over, breathing like he just ran a marathon in lead boots. Ran saw it all in that final second. Siron didn't just guess. He read the attack perfectly and switched his grip in the blink of an eye. Siron pointed his blade upward, meeting Ran's downward strike head-on. With every last bit of strength he had left, he disarmed Ran. Game, set, match. Siron is gasping for air, mouth wide open. He won, but honestly, he's still in total shock that he actually pulled it off. Even though he's the winner, things are beyond awkward. Siron knows he's just a commoner who just absolutely crushed the ego of a high and mighty noble. He's sweating bullets thinking about what kind of crazy revenge Ran might cook up next. Siron is vibrating with anxiety. He's imagining Ran going full psycho mode and losing his mind again. But surprise, surprise, Ran isn't screaming. He just lowers his head and mutters three simple words. I lost. Before Siron can even process that, Ran starts scratching his head and repeating, I lost over and over like a broken record. I lost, and you won. Since I lost, my life is yours. Do what you want, Ran says. Siron is absolutely floored by this. He never expected Ran to be such a graceful loser, let alone hand over his life like it's no big deal. But Siron's thinking, bro, you're a noble. If I even touch a hair on your head, I'm dead. He finally snaps, what kind of nonsense are you talking about, young master? Siron practically screams at him. We fought with everything we had. I admitted I lost. Ran shouts back, so you have the right to take my life, don't you? That's the rule. Ran is acting totally clueless, so Siron fires back. You're the only one betting your life on this. I'm actually trying to stay alive here, you idiot. Siron's yelling now. This whole match was stupid from the start. Why are you blaming me when you're the one who ran away from your master because you didn't want to practice? The anger is going straight to his brain, and Siron doesn't give a damn about rank anymore. He's laying into the young master with zero filter. Ran isn't backing down either, immediately firing up his own trash talk engine to argue back. Hold up, you jerk. Who are you calling out? It's all because you were acting like a total coward. Even if that was the first time we met, you should have shown me some respect. Ran yells. Respect? Are you kidding me right now? Siron cuts him off. Did you ever once stop to think about how much of a nightmare you made my life? I was stuck in the middle between the head of the house and your sword master. I was a dead man walking. If you were actually worth respecting, you wouldn't have thrown a lowly servant like me into a mess like that. Siron is on a roll now, venting every bit of frustration right into Ran's face. Let's be real, this young master. Total spoiled brat energy. He only challenged Siron because his ego was bruised, not because he actually wanted the guy dead. But Siron really thought he was about to meet his maker. After his epic rant, he's so drained he just collapses right onto the dirt. On the other side, Ran just got roasted harder than he ever has in his life. But weirdly, he's not even mad. In that moment when Siron was venting, Ran realized the cold, calm warrior he was just fighting had disappeared. Instead, he saw a kid who was exactly like him. Same age, same raw emotions. And the biggest thing, even though Siron is clearly a genius, he didn't laugh at Ran the way his brother always did. Siron gave it everything he had not to mock him, but out of genuine respect for the fight. Because of that, Ran's whole perspective shifts. Hey, what's your name? He asks out of nowhere. Arian Siron, our boy, answers, totally confused. Siron has no idea what's going on, but he answers anyway. And I'm Oent, Ran says with actual pride. Siron is just standing there, completely lost again. Everybody knows this blue-haired tank is Ran, right? But the weirdness hits a new peak when he suddenly reaches out to pull Siron to his feet. And then he drops a straight-up shocker. Yo, let's be bros. Just like that. A friendship offer out of nowhere. And just like that, the duel is over. No more drama. Siron just goes right back to his daily grind like a boss. Fast forward 1 whole year since he first stepped into the Oen mansion. Siron has already sorted through 7,028 books out of 10,000 plus. This kid is moving at light speed. Even Temeran, the guy who basically never likes anything, couldn't help but drop a rare compliment. Since the pile of books is shrinking fast, Siron's workflow is getting even smoother. He's basically a machine at this point. Plus, his personal mission to read 850 history books? He's down to the final 200. Almost there. 3 books a day, every single day. Soon, Siron will finally have that massive foundation of knowledge he's been dreaming about. It's not just books, though. Thanks to Quran, he's been tasting real swordsmanship and learning exactly what fear feels like. Because of all that pressure, it looks like the stamina of Siron's spirit zone has skyrocketed. He's leveling up for real. He started slow, but he knows as long as he doesn't quit, he's gonna hit his goals. No cap. But the best part? Siron found his first real ride or die, the same guy who literally screamed in his face the day they met. Ever since that duel, Ran basically lives at the Grand Library just to yap with Siron all day. Siron realized the big guy is actually a total softie with a sweet side, which is wild compared to his "I'll crush you" look. Sure, Ran is a massive headache sometimes, especially when he trashes the books Siron just organized, but hey, he's a solid friend. Only problem? Ever since they became tight, Ran has turned into a total slacker when it comes to training. Like today, he finishes his basic drills and tells his master he's going to study in the library. Yeah, right. He's just there to chill. But Siron knows this lazy act is just a front. Underneath, Ran is like a fire waiting for a single spark to explode. Ran will get strong when the time is right. No point in nagging him to death about training 24/7. So Siron lets him hang out. But literally 10 minutes in, and Ran is already defeated by a couple of pages. Words are hard, man. Siron, didn't you say you wanted to be a mage? Why are you doing this to yourself? Do you really have to read 800 books? You're legit crazy. Ran grumbles. Siron just sighs. I'm actually behind schedule, bro. I never had a chance to learn anything before I got here. But after 600 history books, I'm finally catching up. Ran has zero interest in reading, so he just spends his time staring at Siron like he's a lab experiment. And every time he watches Siron work, he's blown away all over again. The kid's reading speed is absolutely insane. It's so fast, Ran thinks Siron might actually get sucked into the book. Being bored, Ran reads 2 words and then starts talking again. These two together are as noisy as a Free Fire lobby. Siron can barely focus on a single sentence with all the chatter. Eventually, they start arguing over the book in Ran's hand. Typical. It's about the ultimate debate. Who wins between a swordsman and a mage? Ran's like, swordsman wins. Easy. No contest. The swordsman wins, obviously. A voice echoes from behind the shelves. Siron jumps like he just saw a ghost. It's Oen, the second son of the Oent house and the one brother Ran absolutely cannot stand. Siron is sweating bullets. If this noble heard how they were talking, he's toast. A servant acting chill with a noble? That's a death sentence. And Owen's gaze? It feels like he's trying to punch a hole straight through Siron's head. Seeing Siron freeze up, Ran has to step in to save him. Wow, you act like you already know the answer. You from the future? Are you only picking the swordsman because you are one? Owen just smirks. Oh, I didn't think you'd care about that. Just look at the status of swordsmen versus mages on this continent. The answer is right in front of you. Ran just laughs in his face. We're talking about a real fight. What does social status have to do with anything? Do soldiers pick their spots on the battlefield based on their rank? Stop talking nonsense, man. Ran is straight up defiant, but Owen doesn't even blink. Instead, he turns his cold eyes back to Siron. Hey, you, the one standing there. What do you think? It's a simple question, but the pressure is heavy enough to crush a man. Siron is panicking. What is this guy's angle? If he gives the wrong answer, is he going to lose his head? But he can't just play dead. He has to say something, and fast. He carefully gives his take. If they're at the same level, it's hard for a swordsman to win once a mage enters their spirit zone. But if the swordsman uses their insane speed to strike before the mage can even react, then yeah, they can win. Wrong. You're dead wrong. Owen cuts him off. Cold, brutal, end of story. Out of nowhere, This dude GI just looms over Siren. He's got that massive height advantage and is radiating some seriously toxic main character energy. You're dead wrong, mages always take the L. Jai's got this punchable, smug grin on his face while he drops that bombshell. Rian is absolutely fuming. He knows that I'm better than you look all too well. Jai's been a top-tier hater since they were literal toddlers. See, Jai's got this toxic hobby. Whenever someone gets on his nerves, he loves to absolutely trash whatever they care about most. First it was Ran, now he's out here trying to press Siren. Oh, so you're a history buff? Then you definitely know about the 5-god armor, right? We're talking about those legendary relics built specifically to shatter a mage's mental world. Yeah, anti-magic. The ultimate buzzkill. Siren's legit stunned. Think about it. A mage's whole vibe is built on their spirit world, their internal mana zone. Stepping into a mage's spirit world is usually a death sentence. It's like trying to box a pack of great whites in the deep ocean. But anti-magic? That's the wild card. It muddies the water and distracts the sharks. That's exactly why this mage killer tech was invented. If you can't stabilize your spirit world, your magic basically becomes a giant nothing burger. If someone's rocking anti-magic gear, a mage might as well be throwing wet napkins at them. It's game over. But hold up, it's mostly just a crazy theory. Real anti-magic is incredibly rare, forged from the actual mana flow of a dragon's heart. Just that alone makes the price tag absolutely astronomical. Plus, the frequency is so unstable that you can throw all the gold in the world at it and it still might fail. Even the goats can only harness about 65% of that god armor's power. So yeah, the cost for one of these relics? Straight through the roof. Nowadays, it's a total museum piece. 2. We're talking worth more than a whole kingdom's yearly budget levels of expensive. But here's the most ironic part. The people who actually invented anti-magic? Yeah, they were mages. They literally built the weapon that counters them because the demand was high and the bag was fat. Talk about a hustle. Mages are literally lining up to be corporate tools, Jai sneers. It's just a job for losers who sell out their own weaknesses for a paycheck. The disrespect in his voice is insane. Rian's about to blow a fuse because he knows Siren's dream is to be a mage, and Jai is just straight up dragging the whole profession. But the wild part? Siren, the guy actually getting insulted, is totally chill. His face doesn't even twitch. Well, I mean, that is the nature of being a mage, isn't it? Siron suddenly flashes this bright, genuine smile. It catches the Oen brothers totally off guard, especially GI. He's like, wait, what did you just say? He legit thought he misheard him. Siren just keeps it cool. You're right, sir. Mages did create anti-magic. It was made to keep magic in check in forbidden zones, and it's actually a huge help for training new students. Siren's brain is huge, his lore knowledge is easily on par with Jai's, if not better. He knows anti-magic is a countermeasure, but he sees it as a brilliant intellectual achievement meant for the greater good, not just a weapon. Siren isn't backing down. He basically tells GI that thinking swordsmen are superior to mages is just a narrow-minded, trash-tier opinion. Now, GI is the second young master of the Oen family, and he's used to being the one doing the pressing. But today, in his own house, Siren just absolutely dismantled his argument with total politeness. GI can't even stay mad because Siren was so respectful about it. Your little theories and the real world are two very different things, kid. No matter what you say, a mage is never beating a swordsman. Fact. Jai huffs and storms off, finally leaving them alone. That's when Siren finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Not gonna lie, when Jai showed up with that "I'm gonna end you" face, Siren legit thought he was toast. Ran is low-key loving this. He finally found someone who can clap back at GI's big mouth for him. After that day, GI stopped trolling the library, which was great because it meant Siren could finally get back to the grind. Fast forward 6 months, winter hits, and Siren actually finishes sorting all 10,000 books. He crushed the deadline 6 months early. Temeran looks like a huge weight's been lifted. Those books were neglected for 20 years, and Siren finally brought order to the chaos. Now that the job's done, Siren's free to head home, But the Oen family butler is low-key stressing about losing such a cracked employee. The butler tries to cook up some sketchy excuses to force Siron into a new contract, but Temeron isn't having it. Meanwhile, over at the Great Library, Siron finally closes the very last book on his list. Mission accomplished. That's a year and a half of illegal reading at the Oen estate officially in the bag. Ran was busy practicing his swordplay, but the second he hears Siren is done, he sprints over. He's terrified Siren's just gonna ghost and head home without saying goodbye. When he sees Siren actually read over 800 books, Ran looks even more hyped than Siren does. To celebrate the massive win, Siren wants to do something special. He asks Ran to finally give him the grand tour of the actual mansion. It's time to see how the other half lives. Even though they both lived on the same massive estate, these two basically only ever saw each other at the library. Most of the time, it was the young Lord Ran who made the trip, since Siren was just part of the staff and had zero business wandering around the actual noble mansion. But today, total game changer. The entire Oen family cleared out for the day and wouldn't be back until way after sunset. So Ran was like, screw it, come on in, and Siren's jaw basically hit the floor. He thought the library was huge. This mansion was on a whole other level of crazy. No cap, one single room in this place was legit the size of Siren's entire house back home. You'd expect Ryan to be some arrogant, stuck-up heir since he's loaded, but nah, he's actually super chill. Low-key, he's a bit of a ditz, but in a fun way. Ran ended up taking Siron to see his bedroom, which was tucked away at the very end of the hall, the smallest one in the whole wing. Siren was bracing himself, thinking he was about to get blinded by some over-the-top, gold-plated luxury. But psych, the room was actually way simpler than the rest of the house, and it was packed to the brim with swords and heavy-duty training gear. And that bed, a total disaster zone. It looked more like a pit stop for a guy who just finished a 12-hour workout. Siron couldn't believe his eyes. A high and mighty heir like Ren living in a place this basic? Man, guess you really can't judge a book by its cover. After the tour, Siren and Ron decided to kill some time with poker, but Ron was getting absolutely smoked and started getting salty. Yo, you're low-key cheating with your magic domain, aren't you? Siren's like, bro, what? You think I'd actually use cheap tricks like that? Come on. Then, Siron decided to drop some knowledge and spilled the secret on how he was actually winning every round. Look, you've got a habit of keeping your aces on the outside, and it's way too easy to tell when you're betting on a pair. You're an open book, man. Ran felt totally called out. He was about 2 seconds away from throwing a full-blown toddler tantrum right then and there. Observation skills only work when you clear your head. If you want to read your opponent, you gotta watch every single thing they do, no distractions. Once you do that, you can basically see exactly what's going on in their head. Siren was genuinely trying to help Rian level up and break past his limits. But before he could even finish his sentence, Ran was already snoring. Siren was about to head back to his own room when he caught the sound of some hauntingly beautiful music drifting through the air. The rhythm, the tone, the sheer vibe, it was all perfectly controlled. Siren found himself walking toward the sound without even thinking. He knew only one person could play like that, Ran Oan, the big sister. She stopped and asked, well, what do you think of my sonata? When the music cut off, Siron, who was low-key stalking from behind a massive door, nearly jumped out of his skin. Realizing he was busted, he stopped hiding and walked right up to her. Yeah, honestly, I think it's incredible. Siren started sweating bullets. Was it because she was a high-ranking noble, or just because Gina was drop-dead gorgeous? Probably both. Hey there, I don't think we've met. You the new recruit? Reina asked, keeping it cool. Yes, ma'am. I'm the book sorter, at the library. I've been here for about a year now. Rena's eyes lit up. She'd heard the rumors about Siren, the genius kid who could categorize over 10,000 books all by himself. Since you're so smart, you ever tried the piano? Siren really wanted to say no, because besides Ron, he didn't want to get mixed up with any more elites. Plus, Rena was a total pro at using complex diagrams while she played. That's next-level stuff. He really wanted to dodge this, especially since Ran warned him that she had the absolute worst personality in the entire mansion. He gave a super hesitant reply. Never, my lady. She just smiled. Perfect. I'll teach you. Get over here. She kept one hand on the keys and patted the seat next to her with the other. Siron's forehead was literally starting to leak sweat at this point. He was freaking out, his inner voice just screaming, "What? Sit right there? No way." Rena caught his panicked expression and calmed him down. "It's fine. I'm the one giving you permission, so nobody's gonna give you grief." He bit his lip, totally torn. His head was a mess. She's not taking no for an answer, and I don't exactly have the status to bail. With no other choice, he sat down, feeling a wild mix of pure nerves and a weird kind of excitement. He told himself, screw it. It's not like I'm ever gonna get another chance to sit at a piano like this anyway. He locked in and listened while she went full teacher mode, explaining the basics of music with a ton of passion. Okay, so these notes are do, re, and mi. See these symbols? I want you to try hitting all three of these keys at the exact same time. He followed her lead. His 3 fingers pressed down on the keys in perfect sync, and the sound that came out totally caught him off guard. The notes were so airy and beautiful that they legit shook him. He couldn't help it. Whoa, that sounds amazing. She turned to look at him, legit surprised. Hey, not a bad start at all. Siron felt his face heating up, totally embarrassed by the attention. Look, sorry if this is overstepping, but do you think I could try playing a bit more? She was definitely shocked by how bold he was being, but she didn't even hesitate. Sure thing. Let's see what you've got. Siron hung his head low. He knew he'd overstepped. Like, majorly. The request he just made? Yeah, it felt pretty cringe even to him, and he was low-key hating himself for it. Probably not the best idea, honestly. Vina gave him this sweet, gentle smile that totally disarmed him. But hey, that's how everyone starts out, right? Deep down, though, she was sweating bullets. A massive question mark popped up in her head. Did this kid actually know music theory already? No way she'd taught him that much yet. Siron rested his hands on the keys. Just a light, feather touch. Then, boom, he let his fingers fly across the piano. Effortless. He hit those black and white keys with total grace. Suddenly, this hypnotic, crystal-clear melody filled the entire room, and it was honestly enchanting. Rena's jaw literally hit the floor. She had to cover her mouth, just staring at his hands like they were possessed by some piano god. She was stunned. Get this, the kid was hitting every single wrong note. But his confidence? Unreal. Zero hesitation. He just kept pressing on like a pro. Should she stop him? Vina was low-key breaking a sweat just watching Siron play. Her mind was racing a mile a minute. She locked in on the music. His face wasn't even tensed up. It was so weird, because technically, he was messing up every single bar, but he looked so chill. It was a total mess, a chaotic disaster of sound, and yet she was actually vibing with it. She couldn't help but enjoy the ride. But then she noticed something that made her heart stop. Her eyes went wide. His hands were moving with this insane skill, and it was a perfect mirror of her own style. Siron was gone, just totally lost in the sauce, melting into the rhythm of the music. In that split second, she realized the truth. He wasn't playing the notes, he was playing the vibe. He perfectly mimicked the exact feeling of her own performance. Absolute insanity. Suddenly, his eyes started glowing this crazy emerald green. Siron was falling deep into a literal matrix of music notes. The two of them were just sitting there in the middle of it all. This dim, magical light turned the whole room into a straight-up dreamscape. Under his touch, the melodies just kept coming, one after another, louder and better, like a flood of pure sound. His hands were like silk, gliding over the keys. It looked like the notes themselves were dancing around him, caught up in the rhythm. Every time Siron hit a key, it sparked. Pure elegance. Our boy was making the piano look like a high-end light show with every single move. Rena's brows furrowed. Wait, he was getting it right? Like, actually hitting the right path now. She leaned in, listening closer as it became pinpoint accurate. His hands were a blur up, down, all over the place. He looked like a straight-up master artist in the zone. She sat there, totally mesmerized by the world he was building. She couldn't stop staring at the guy, completely stunned by what she was seeing. This was impossible. Her heart was pounding. You couldn't even call this a performance anymore. It was something else entirely. Something wild. He could feel it, the soul of the music. Rena watched his every move, trying to figure out how he was tapping into the very essence of the sound. A million questions were screaming in her head. For starters, why the hell is this kid a butler? I mean, look at him. He looks like straight-up royalty. Siren noticed her staring and realized he might have done a little too much. Sorry, Siron started, but he was cut off by a roar from Ran. Shut it. Stop making so much noise, you little gremlin. That scream ripped through the beautiful melody like a chainsaw. Siren's heart dropped. Sweat started pouring down his face as the fear set in. Ran looked absolutely pissed. Like, zero chill. He was radiating pure irritation. He was standing in Jenna's doorway, scratching his chest and showing off those rock-solid six-pack abs, still yelling his head off like a madman. You're home, so just chill. Why are you acting so crazy? He blinked in total shock. Wait, what are you doing here? Siren was officially in the most awkward spot of his life. Siren looked like he wanted to vanish into the floorboards. Yeah. Hey, he stammered out, completely flustered. Vina was just as lost. She looked between them like, wait, hold up. You guys actually know each other? While Ran stood there like a statue, Siren was straight up panicking. No, it's just the music. I mean, he didn't know what to say. He was sweating bullets. His biggest fear? That everyone would find out he and Ran were actually bros. Why did he feel like he was committing a crime? Behind him, Ran just casually kept scratching himself, totally unbothered. Oh, Siren? Ran was fully awake now. His eyes lit up as he introduced his buddy to Jenna. He's my friend. Siren basically glitched. He hit the floor in pure terror, staring at Ran like he'd just dropped a bomb. Lord Ran, what are you saying? Ran knew exactly what was up. Siren was terrified that being friends with a noble would ruin his life. He just gave a big, goofy grin. He put his hands on his hips and looked straight at Jenna. Relax, dude. Don't worry about it. Look, the witch gremlin here has a nasty personality, but she doesn't care about that social status crap. Siren's head was spinning. No way. What? Seriously? How could she possibly not care about something that big? Before he could spiral, Jenna spoke up. So, your name is Siren? She crouched down next to him, acting totally sweet and gentle. She put a hand on his shoulder. Relax. If Ran says you're friends, then we're good. That kid is a pain, but he's actually responsible for what he says. This was not what he expected. Instead of being relieved, the whole situation was making him more nervous than ever. Talk about a plot twist. Rena didn't give a single rip about whether Siren and her brother were actually besties or not. Nope. She was low-key obsessed with what was going on inside his head. She was dying to know, leaning in all curious. So, what was the vibe in that brain of yours while you were playing? I'm seriously dying to find out. Siren straight up panicked. Her intensity had him seeing question marks everywhere, and he had zero clue what kind of game she was playing. Ran was just as shook by the whole thing. Wait, what? Siron was the one playing? I totally thought you were just in here being your usual unhinged self, sis. Watching this play out, 16 years of logical thinking just went straight into the trash for our boy. His whole worldview shattered in a second, and he couldn't stop wondering, wait, she really doesn't care her brother is friends with a commoner? Like, at all? Siren turned to Ran, totally sincere. Anyway, Ran, why would you lie? Your sister is a total lady, super kind and beautiful. Rena was absolutely living for the compliment. But Ran? His face went pale as a ghost. He looked dead serious, and you could see the pure fear flashing in his eyes. Dude, don't let her fool you. She's a straight-up witch, I'm telling you. One minute she's smiling, the next she's stalking you and eating you alive. Siron was left speechless by that outburst. Rena just leaned in close to him, covering her mouth while letting out this awkward, half-hidden laugh. Ugh, sorry about him. My little brother is such a brat. Honestly, I'm just glad he has a friend like you. Please, keep an eye on him for me. Siren caught a glimpse of Jenna's smile and quickly managed a response. Oh, it's really nothing. If anything, I'm the one who's lucky to know him. Her sudden warmth had Siren feeling all types of awkward. Rena kept showering him with praise, cooing, "Oh my God, you are actually the cutest thing ever." Seeing his chance, Ran flashed a totally devious smirk. If he's that cute, why don't you just keep him? Heck, let's just make him part of the family already. Rena was actually surprised by that one. She gave a playful, mischievous grin. Wow, bold move. You aren't worried he'll steal your big sis away from you? Ran just burst out laughing like it was the funniest joke ever. What are you even talking about? You're not the one I'm worried for. Sis, it's Siron's safety I'm thinking about. Before he could even finish his laugh, a hand clamped onto his collar like a vice. Boom. The sibling war was officially on. She did not hold back. Family or not, she was throwing hands for real. Oh, so you think you're a comedian now? Think you're so smart because I stayed quiet? The two of them ended up in a full-blown wrestling match on the floor. Ran couldn't take the heat and started yelping in pain, totally regretting his life choices. Siren just stood there, watching the chaos unfold. His brain was a complete mess of confusing thoughts at this point. Every time he thought he finally understood how nobles worked, they went and did something even weirder. After catching that beatdown, Ran huffed, totally salty and screaming back at her. Ugh, why are you even back home anyway? You barely even left. Rena just casually dusted off her hands like it was no big deal. Wait, you seriously don't know? Jai is getting ready for the big certification exam, and I'm here to pick him up. We're heading out tomorrow. Oh, and the old man is visiting a friend, he'll be back later. Ran's jaw literally hit the floor. What? You've got to be kidding me. He looked down, his voice barely a whisper. Is the gap between us really that huge? Siren could tell his friend was seriously bummed out, and he couldn't stop replaying everything Rena had just said in his head. That certification exam? It's the gold standard. It's the only way for mages and swordsmen to get actual respect, not just in the kingdom, but across the whole continent. Over 1,000 people show up every year to try their luck, but almost nobody actually makes the cut. It's that brutal. Sure, there's the uncertified path. If you graduate from a place like Anpas Magic Academy, you might land a rank 10 uncertified spot. But after that, it's a long grind, collecting achievement points through guilds and organizations just to move up a single rank. People were pouring in from everywhere. The line to sign up stretched so far back you couldn't even see the end of it. But hey, where there's money and fame, people are gonna swarm. Even with an uncertified license, everyone's still thirsty for that official badge of honor. And this was the legendary wall that GI was about to climb at only 18 years old. Ran was totally blown away. Geniuses really are on a different level, man. Plus, having the full backing of a massive family doesn't hurt either. He let out a heavy sigh, feeling totally defeated. Rena walked over and gave his head a comforting pat. It's okay, kid. I'm gonna go get dinner started. It's special seafood straight from the royal palace, so I've got to handle it myself. She turned to Siron and gave him a dazzling smile. It was a blast meeting you, Siren. Catch you later. Siren just blinked, totally dazed. Yeah, you too. Have a good one. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd ever get to see her again. Remembering that moment she taught him the piano, man, that felt incredible. He had no idea if their paths would ever cross again, especially since he was supposed to leave the mansion first thing tomorrow. Rena headed out, leaving Siren and Ran alone in the quiet. Siren turned to him, acting all hesitant. Hey Ran, about your sister, are you looking at me? He stared off into the distance, trying to look all cool and determined. Then he dropped it. Does she have a boyfriend? Ran just froze, completely stunned for a second. Seeing Ran's face, Siron realized he'd totally overstepped. He scrambled to fix it. Wait, never mind. Forget I said anything. It's nothing. Ran started losing it, a massive grin spreading across his face and his eyes sparkling with pure mischief. Siren's heart sank immediately. I was just curious. Okay? Just drop it. But before he could even finish his sentence, Ran had already bolted out the door like a rocket. He started screaming for his sister at the top of his lungs. Siren knew he was cooked and yelled after him, I told you it was nothing. He was literally gritting his teeth in pure panic. Seeing Ran almost at the door, Siren took off in a dead sprint to catch him. His heart was pounding out of his chest, and not in the romantic way. Siren's kicking himself for letting his mouth slip just 'cause he was feeling down. Meanwhile, the other kid is hauling tail outside, already mid-scream like his life depends on it. Yo, big sis. Siren's got a question. Ryan's practically hanging off the balcony railing, shouting at the top of his lungs. Do you have a boyfriend? Rena's right in the middle of leading a whole squad of maids to prep a royal feast, and her face is already turning beet red. The shout echoes through the entire hall. Ryan's voice rings out again, louder this time. Tell us, is there a lucky guy or what? Boom. Everyone freezes. Necks snap back to stare at the kid. Siren dives in from behind, tackling Ryan and muffling him, turning his shout into straight-up gibberish. Up on the landing, Siren is practically wrestling the kid, holding him in a death grip to keep him from saying another word. The weird muffled noises just make the gossip worse. People downstairs are already whispering. Wait, did he say boyfriend? For real? Whoa, Rena's heart is doing a drum solo in her chest. She sees the maids eyeing her and forces a totally fake smile, trying to bury her massive embarrassment. She lets out a nervous laugh. They're just messing around, guys. Seriously, don't pay them any mind. Rena and the crew keep moving. All right, detox is done, she says, trying to act professional. Now, let's get these steaming. Pronto. You got it, my lady. They chime back. But lurking right behind a nearby wall, the head butler's been watching the whole time. Every single bit of that drama just got filed away in his brain. He turns to his shadow. Haynes. Wait, does the young master have guests today? The guy bows low. Nothing on the schedule, sir. Up on the balcony, Rian's still trying to run his mouth at Siren. Siren sees the kid is about to cause even more trouble and yanks his arm back. Not today, bruh. The head butler's voice goes ice cold. I've heard that voice before, and now it's all He barks out an order. Get Temeran to my office. Right now, he's not asking, he's demanding, and he sounds pissed. Cut to a clear sky over a dense forest. The only sound is heavy breathing and the rhythm of training. Then a loud command. Break time. 10 minutes. The kid is absolutely gassed, leaning on his practice staff and wiping sweat off his face with his free hand. The old man, Ket, watches him and strokes his beard. He's thinking, asterisk, kid's actually got some fire in him now. He's getting serious. Asterisk. It's been about a year, hasn't it? Watching him grind, the old man remembers how the kid used to give up the second things got tough. He gazes at the boy, lost in thought. Asterisk. I knew it. Once he gets to the royal palace, this boy is going to be a whole different beast. Asterisk. The key is mastering the blueprint. Sweat is pouring down Siron's face when suddenly a desperate scream cuts through the air. Young master. He jumps, looking toward the noise. A guy in a hat is sprinting toward them, looking like he's seen a ghost. His voice carries from a distance. Young master, Lady Jenna says you gotta get back to the mansion. Like, right now. He was just about to take a sip of water, but this guy's frantic energy is totally ruining the vibe. Her again? Look, if she's just bragging about her brother, I'm out. Tell her to do whatever she wants. The servant isn't backing down, though. It's not that, sir. The lady said Siren's in deep trouble. Like, he might actually die. The water he just sipped immediately sprayed back out. Ran stands up, clutching his water bottle, his face twisting into pure panic. Wait, what? Why? How? I thought he was just heading home today. The servant is literally collapsing, gasping for air because he ran so fast to deliver the news. The head butler ratted him out to the big boss. I don't know the full story, but the lady says it's because of his relationship with you. Ran grabs his coat, throwing it on half messy. He spins around to his master. Sifu, I gotta go. I have to see my dad. Ket can tell this isn't a drill. He presses him. What's the deal? Talk to me. Ran's completely losing his cool. A butler named Siron, he's my friend. And somehow, my father found out about it. Time's running out and Ran's pacing like he's on fire. If I talk to him, maybe Dad'll let it slide. I'll finish training later, but the old man shuts that down fast. You can't go. Ran freezes, standing tall as he glares at his master. He can't believe what he's hearing. Excuse me? What did you say? The old man just grips his sword, standing right in Ran's path like an immovable mountain. All Ran can do is gasp out, Master. Cut to the massive, mountainside mansion's straight luxury. Inside the main hall, Siron is forced onto his knees. It's a full-on trial. Rows of maids and servants are lined up on both sides, staring. Sitting front and center, the head of the Bop family, looking like absolute royalty. The young lady and master are there too, with the head butler looming in the back like a hawk. Siron's kneeling there, heart racing like a cornered animal. A voice booms through the room. Pure authority. Siron Arian. This Bop guy radiates pure, high-class power that makes your skin crawl. He's holding a report, his face twisted in pure rage. Your sentence? Execution. The entire hall goes dead silent before erupting in total shock. The whispering starts immediately, buzzing like a hornet's nest. No way. Are they serious? For that, the maids are shaking, terrified. One leans into her friend's ear. How does a commoner even have the guts to act like that with nobility? Crazy. The gossip just keeps getting louder. Another one chirps in. He clearly didn't know his place. No matter how dumb you are, you gotta know the rules of the house. Timura hears every single nasty word. He just cuts a cold glance at the maids, staying silent. The guy's got a heart like ice. 3 people are chilled on the bench. And Bob? He's staring at those documents like they're the Holy Grail. Rena's sitting next to him, acting all tough. But honestly, she is straight up vibrating with anxiety. Girl feels like she's sitting on a literal grill, just dying to talk to her dad. Finally, she can't take it. Dad, hold up. I need to talk. He's just flipping through papers, asking what else could possibly be left to say. He's scanning every single word in that file like a hawk hunting for its next meal. Those papers from the head butler are bad news row after row of servants just shaking in their boots. Bob's using this pile of lies to bury our boy, claiming he was acting way too casual with Ran. He turns to Rena with that cold look. You read the contract, didn't you? So why are you still talking? Siron's head is down, hesitant for a second, but then he finally speaks up. I've got one question. He looks Bob straight in the eye. If the young master and I are actually friends, what happens to him? The servants are losing their minds. They're all thinking, this kid is cooked. Does he even know what's happening? Like, shouldn't he be begging for his life right now? Bob's beyond triggered. You seriously asking me that? Rena's looking back and forth between her dad and Siron. The situation is insane, but he's only worried about Ran. She's thinking, is he really worried about Ran right now? Meanwhile, Bob's just absolutely unloading on him. Typical commoner trash. You really think a noble can just hang out with someone like you without consequences? Siron just lets out a sigh and actually smiles. He looks up, bold as hell, and just admits it. Yeah, Ran and I, we're friends. Straight up. Right in front of everyone, he doubles down. They've been bros for a year, and they're gonna stay that way. The staff is horrified. They're whispering, is this guy for real? Bob's eyes are literally glowing with pure, unfiltered killing intent. Even the help is curious. Like, how is he not shaking? Bob just growls at him with total disgust. Clearly, you don't respect the Oent name at all. Then he loses it and starts yelling for the butler. Head butler, finish him. Now. And make sure not a single word of this mess leaks out. He shoves the file over. The butler bows like a loyal dog and takes the papers. 2 soldiers grab Siron by the arms to drag him to his doom. Rena screams, trying to stop the madness. Dad, wait. Please, just listen to me for 1 second. She bows low, her face a total mess of fear and worry because her dad is completely off the rails. He sees her trying to block him and just directs all that terrifying rage right at his own daughter. He confessed, "I'm the head of this house, and my word is final." The servants are sweating, terrified for their own necks. The blonde guy thinks it's messed up and whispers to the head butler, "Hey, isn't this a bit much? Like, we're really doing this?" The guy next to him isn't having it. He's just trying to save his own skin. "I'm not dying for some commoner." He's making excuses, saying, "The family comes first. It's our entire life, man. To keep it safe, we gotta cut out any drama, no matter how small." Siren just watches them as he's dragged away. "You might hate me now," the butler mutters, "but you'll thank me for this later. Trust me." Suddenly, the doors fly open. A shout echoes through the whole mansion. "Not on my watch? You won't." It's Ran. He's rushing in, looking totally wild, and he's even got his master's sword in his hand. Rena's glowing. He's finally back. She can finally breathe again. She shouts his name with everything she's got. But Bob? He looks like a thundercloud. He crosses his arms, looking at his son with zero warmth in his eyes. Siren looks up, but he doesn't look relieved like Rena. He looks like he's already accepted his fate. He's just waiting for the hammer to fall, probably terrified that Ran's gonna get dragged into this mess too. Ran is absolutely fuming. He loses his cool and screams, "Who gave you permission to kill my friend?" Bob just stares him down, cold as ice. He doesn't even blink. He just says, "Me." That one word, it carries the weight of the whole family tree. Ran's just desperately trying to explain everything. He can't wrap his head around why his best friend is about to die just for being his bro. He's losing it. Why? He didn't do anything wrong. He's just my friend, Dad. Rena's standing up now, heart in her throat. She's terrified for Siren and her brother. Bob just stares at his son, disgusted that he's choosing a commoner over family. This guy treats human lives like they're on clearance. To him, you don't even need to mess up to deserve a death sentence. Noble politics are a toxic mess, kid. You wouldn't even believe the half of it. Rian wasn't having any of it. He screamed pure rage, his words hitting like a physical punch. The family is handling it? If my noble privilege means I have to kill my best friend, then I don't want it. Keep it. Bob just stood there, eyes cold and controlling. Classic power trip trying to force his twisted reality onto everyone else. His response was peak, classist. How childish. You want to know why he has to die? Friendship with a noble has to be equal, and he's nothing. Siren was being hauled off by guards, looking totally unbothered. That calm, indifferent vibe, it was making the old man lose his mind. One look at Siren and Bob started spitting insults like they were going out of style. Just pure, unfiltered hate. You really think that commoner sees you as a friend? Please. Everyone in this world is just looking for a noble to climb over. Ran lost it, shouting back at his dad's arrogant trash talk. Siren would never do that. You don't know him. The old man looked at him like he was a bug. Is that so? Bob's voice went cold, testing Ran's mental breaking point. Why should I believe you? Prove it. Prove that you and Siren are actually friends. Ran froze. His mind went totally blank. Prove it? How do you even prove a feeling? He was internally screaming total panic mode. Even Rena, standing nearby, was floored. She never expected their father to pull a move like this. She watched him, heart racing. Bop was hovering over him, wearing this nasty little smirk. He knew he had Ran trapped in a mental maze. If Ran couldn't prove it right now, everything Siren's life, their friendship, it was all over. The pressure was suffocating. Ran hesitated, searching for the right words. How can you prove the human heart? It felt impossible. He was spiraling, thinking a mile a minute. He knew he couldn't just blurt out some random nonsense, not now. Then, he tried to see things through Siren's eyes. If Siren were here, he would have taken this old man down easily. A light bulb went off. What if I act like Siren? He glanced over at his friend. Siren looked so chill, no fear, no stress, just pure, rock-solid determination. Ran went deep into thought. That look, It was like Siron was seeing through everything. It was the same look he had during their sparring matches. Ran locked eyes with him. It was like a silent signal Siron was giving him the answer without saying a word. He remembered Siron's advice. Don't sweat the small stuff. He flashed back to a game of cards they played once. Ran had been moping over a bad hand, head in his hands, while Siron was sitting there holding the ace of spades. Stop staring at the cards in front of you, Siron had said. Look at the whole game. The big picture. Look at the big picture. Siron flipped the ace and showed him. That's how you see what people are really trying to do. The memory clicked. It was like a shot of adrenaline straight to Ran's heart. He had his courage back. Big picture. Look at the big picture. The man in front of him wasn't just his dad, he was a high-ranking noble, a clan leader, a master knight. Ran gripped the sword his master had given him hard. This wasn't a family argument anymore. This was a duel, a battle of wills, and he wasn't going to lose. Rewind 30 minutes back to when Ran first got the news. He was ready to bolt, but his master blocked the way. Master, move. My friend is gonna die. But the old man just stood there, way too calm for the situation. Oh, the library kid? He hesitated for a second, then dropped the hammer. He's just a commoner, Ran. Ran felt like the floor had been pulled out from under him. Master, I didn't think you were one of them. You're the one who taught me better. He couldn't believe it. The one person he actually respected was just as narrow-minded and stuck-up as his father. Ran completely broke down. He screamed his heart out, if picking up a sword means we can finally talk, then anyone can be my friend. Master Ket just watched his student's meltdown with a blank face, then started his lecture. Ran, do you even know what matters most to a noble? We protect our status. We eliminate threats to the family name. He started listing off all the ways Siron was a liability. Did you ever stop to think about the weight your friend carries? To people like us, his life is worth less than a fly. You called him a friend without thinking about the cost. Hearing that, Ran gritted his teeth, choking back a sob. His shoulders were shaking. He couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. Every drop was pure frustration and pain. Ket's voice was warm, but his words were like iron. This is the world we live in. Listen up. Don't even think about settling this with a boring old debate. Ran's fists were white-knuckled, shaking with pure adrenaline. He looked the old man dead in the eye, scared. Sure, but he wasn't backing down. I can't just stand here like a statue. I was the one who reached out to him first. Look at him. Rian's eyes were literally on fire. I'm not going to be some spineless coward. Those words? They were a straight-up middle finger to fate itself. You could see it in his stance, that raw grit. Even the old man had to give him props in his head. Kid's got heart. The boy's all soul and too pure for his own good. But in this world, kindness alone won't make you a legendary blade master. Master Ket looked at him, high hopes, high stakes. I'm rooting for you. He handed over his own sword, the weight of it finally hitting home. Turns out, the master wasn't some stuck-up noble snob, but he did give the kid a fair warning. This ain't a game. Go, but only if you bring this blade back in one piece. If you're not ready to die for this, don't even think about taking another step. Ran took the sword from his master. He stared at the steel, his own reflection looking back with a cold, hard resolve. Time to pick a side. His eyes lit up pure, unshakable confidence. Master, I won't forget this. He meant it. It wasn't just talk, it was a vow etched right into his soul. The old man shot him a look. Remember this. Dumping a friend is like cutting off your own arm. The words hit Ran like a truck, stirring up a storm inside. This was it. A duel where your life is the only thing on the table. Fast forward to the mansion. Ran realized the truth, held his sword high, and just laughed. Loud. That laugh? Chilling. People were literally getting goosebumps. Nice try, Dad, but you almost had me there, he roared. Wanna prove we're friends? I don't need to. I know Siron's my bro, and that's plenty for me. He basically told them, I'm standing here, aren't I? That's all the proof our friendship needs. Bob was losing his mind. Teeth grinding, fuming. Stop talking trash. This isn't some playground argument. He was screaming now. The family name is going down the drain. The servants were absolutely shook. He kept rambling like a total psycho. I'd disown my own son to save this clan. Vina and the maids? Totally horrified. Vina let out a sharp gasp. But Ran? He just stepped into a perfect combat stance. No hesitation. None. If disowning me is what it takes to save my friend's life, he bowed low, hand over his heart pure class. Then I'll leave this place with a smile on my face. Everyone was terrified. Bob snapped. He stood up so fast, the veins in his hands were about to pop. He bellowed, "Pick up that sword. Kid, if he's really your friend, put your life on the line right now." Without missing a beat, Ran drew his blade. Shing! That sharp sound? That was the sound of a father-son bond snapping in half. Bob couldn't believe it. His own kid, drawing steel, all for some commoner guy? He stammered, You're actually gonna fight your own father?" Ran leveled the sword, point aimed at the clouds, his eyes sharp enough to cut glass. "I'm not aiming at you, Dad. I'm just showing you my faith." Bob clutched his chest, playing the victim. "Friends? You can't even play nice with other noble kids. Probably because you're just not on their level. Classic gaslighting. You're just hanging out with losers to feel better about yourself." Rand's voice went dead quiet. "Nah, Dad, you got it all wrong." His eyes were blazing now, steady, unshakable. He lowered the blade and said it loud and clear, "Siron's my friend. And honestly, he's way better than me. I just want to help him shine even brighter at the top." Even Siron was stunned by that one. Bob was shaking with pure rage, pointing a finger. "Did you brainwash my boy? You actually convinced him a peasant and a noble can be bros?" Every word was like a slap to Siron's face. Siron tried to deny it, but Ran stepped right in front of him. "Back off. Total shield mode. Yo, Siron, stay put. I'm taking the heat for this. Nobody's touching you on my watch." Siron knew this was it. Life or death. He calls out Ran's name, and man, Ran looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Our boy Siron steps up, taking all the blame like a total legend. "Sir, you don't gotta deal with this mess. I'm owning my part in this." Ran is shook, looking back at Siron and remembering the first time they actually shook hands. "Since you asked to be boys, I low-key knew I'd end up here choosing between being your friend or, staying alive." His eyes, straight up overflowing with respect and gratitude. "Even if I catch a permanent exit right here, I don't regret being your friend for a second." Rian's eyes started leaking, for real. That ride or die energy was 100% real. Rand's voice got all shaky and he's like, "Yeah, that's right." Suddenly, Ran looks his old man, Bishop, dead in the eye and screams, "That's exactly what I'm talking about." That shout echoed everywhere, a total power move for friendship. His heart was locked in, no cap. He knew he finally made the right call. Ran shouts it again, just so everyone in the back can hear. "They're brothers. I don't care if you kick me out of the circle. We're still boys." Bishop just stood there like a glitching NPC, totally speechless. Rena's over there witnessing this whole bromance and she's straight up crying at the vibes. She's thinking, yeah, we might be young and dumb, but real ones never turn their backs on their squad. Even the staff couldn't handle it. Everyone was sobbing because, let's be real, we all need a friend like that. All those social walls usually keep people apart, but this was different. Even the head butler was side-eyeing the situation. He scoffs, but then boom, a huge laugh echoes through the whole mansion. Now this is what I call entertainment. Everyone's necks snapped upward in shock. Vina screams out, "Grandpa!" Old Man Clam is looking down from the balcony, absolutely loving the drama. "Didn't think I'd see something this spicy before I kicked the bucket." Young people are built different. Rena was hyped, finally letting out a breath. Everything's gonna be okay now. She knew if anyone could settle this mess without things going south, it was definitely her grandpa. But Bishop? He looked like his vacation just got canceled. He looks at Clam like, "Wait, Dad, you're here?" Vina said you'd be gone for days. Clam just sits down like a boss. "My friend ditched me for some girl, so I came home early." Siron's brain was spinning. He looked at the old man and suddenly realized exactly who he was dealing with. This guy was the legendary general of Tomia, a rank 3 swordsman, and Ron's literal grandfather. He kicks his feet up, totally chill. Man, this place is as chaotic as ever. Huh? I love this energy. He was the former head, Clamogian, and while he's vibing, his son the current head looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole. Bishop starts whining to his dad with the saddest face you've ever seen. This isn't cool, Dad. Our family name is basically trash now. Clam ignored his son's whining and kept his eyes on the kids. Don't be so dramatic, son. Let's not jump the gun just yet. I've been watching from the shadows for a bit. It's pretty clear everyone here has something they're dying to say. So, why don't we see if we actually lost any clout or not? He calls up his first witness, Vina Oent. Vina was glowing, totally ready to hype up our boy Siron to the whole room. Look, I only met Siron yesterday, but even a blind person could see this guy is incredibly smart and talented. She stood there giving a straight-up TED Talk. Every single person in the room was locked in on her every word. Clam just leaned back, hand on his chin, waiting to see what kind of tea his granddaughter was about to spill. Also, Siron finished every single job in his contract. He was literally supposed to leave today anyway. Taking all that into account, there's no way Siron was using Ren for some shady, malicious reason. So yeah, I don't think he did a single thing to ruin our family name. Clam just stroked his beard, taking it all in. He huffs. All right, how about you, my second grandson? Next up was the second witness, Jogent. Even though he'd been quiet, you could tell by his face that he wasn't exactly a fan of Siron. He scowls, speaking through his teeth. I straight up don't like the kid. Bob was over there internally celebrating that answer. He had this smug as hell smirk, thinking, that's my boy. I knew I could count on you. But here's the thing, Jogent never actually cares about anything that doesn't involve him personally. But honestly, this whole drama has zero to do with me. Bishop's jaw dropped talk about a total letdown. Wait, what? Bishop's face went full-on dark mode. He whipped around to look at his son who honestly had zero backbone and started throwing some serious shade. What's your deal? 1 second you're saying you hate the kid, and now you're acting like you don't even care? Make it make sense. The son just crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Total main character energy, but like, the bored kind. Look, it's simple. I don't like the guy, but who he decides to be friends with, that's literally not my business. He didn't stop there either. I just want this whole drama to end so we can finally get this show on the road to the royal palace. Period. Even Rena was shook by Gi's savage attitude. Her eyes were practically sparkling. Dang, look at my little brother actually standing his ground for once. Grandpa laughed at his grandson's bluntness. Classic. This is exactly why family reunions are never boring. He stroked his beard and looked over at Ran. All right, let's wrap this up. He wanted to hear from someone who actually had eyes on the kid, Siron. After a long pause, he called the next witness to the stand, the vice butler. Enter witness number 3, Tamura. The man cleared his throat, but his eyes immediately flicked to the head butler. The head guy was doing that classic villain move, hand on chin, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. In his head, the head butler was like, you better know which side your bread is buttered on, old man. Bishop was also glaring at the vice butler, his eyes screaming, don't you dare. The signal was loud and clear. We're just the help, the vice butler started, sounding hesitant. We follow the master's orders, nothing more. Then, he finally whispered the name, Siron. He took a quick peek at the head butler before dropping his honest opinion on the kid. He did every single task I gave him, and honestly, he crushed it. He finished everything 6 months ahead of schedule. 6 months. Boom. That hit the head butler like a freight train. He totally didn't expect the vice butler to grow a pair and ignore his instructions. The head butler was literally grinding his teeth. What is this guy thinking? Meanwhile, Bishop just slumped in his chair, his tough guy aura totally deflating. Clum looked at the vice butler and asked point blank, did you know these two were besties? The man put his hand over his heart, acting all respectful. I knew he went out with the young master a lot, but I had no clue they were actually friends. But if you're asking me, if that kid was a troublemaker, There's no way he could have organized 10,000 books like a pro. Siron just stood there, completely stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He thought only his friend Rian and the kind Lady Gina were on his team. Seeing the vice butler stand up for him? Total plot twist. Ran looked over at him with a little smirk. Finally, someone was actually admitting that Siron is the GOAT. Rena leaned her chin on her hand, low-key celebrating. Yes, the vibe in the room is finally shifting. But the hype died fast when she looked at her dad. Bishop's "I hate this kid" face hadn't changed one bit. He was scowling because people kept sticking up for the commoner, especially ever since Grandpa Clum showed up and ruined his power trip. Nothing was going according to his plan. Rena knew her dad was the only one left who still wanted to see Siron suffer. Suddenly, a deep, powerful voice cut through the room. No, Grandpa stood up, looking like a total boss. I can't allow this. As soon as he said it, Gina and Bop both yelled out at the same time. Gina couldn't believe Grandpa was switching sides at the last second. She went from relieved to panicking, while Bishop started looking like he just won the lottery. But then Grandpa Clum corrected himself. Wait, I get it. These two kids are legit friends. I see that. Siron and Ran were sweating bullets, just standing there waiting for the hammer to drop. Grandpa went quiet for a second. But it has to stop here. If this keeps up, the neighbors are going to start talking. And you know how people love to gossip. Our political rivals will jump on this friendship and use it to drag our family name through the mud. Bishop was leaning in now, hanging on every word. Grandpa was saying exactly what Bishop had been worried about. Meanwhile, Jai was still sitting there, completely zoned out, total stone-faced. Grandpa started laying down the law. Listen, everyone in this family is a high achiever. We're the elite of this kingdom. Jai over here is already grinding to get his professional certifications. Plus, we've got dozens of families depending on us. Think about that. The maids standing nearby started getting nervous, thinking about their own jobs. To them, being commoners working for the elite was their whole life. They couldn't afford a scandal. Siron, you're a smart kid. I know you get what I'm saying. Life isn't fair, and you're too sharp not to realize that. Rena wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. Ran, though, he was officially done playing nice. He grit his teeth and stared Grandpa down with zero fear. Grandpa looked at his favorite grandson and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, you've got so much potential. Ran, you're smart, you're talented. So why can't you just understand the politics of this? Grandpa was struggling inside too. He wanted the kid to realize what it actually means to lead. You have to understand, carrying the lives of all these people on your shoulders, it's a heavy burden, kid. It's not just about friendship. The old man shifted his gaze, scanning the boy's face to see if he'd finally cracked. He wanted to know if hanging out with a nobody had actually taught Ran anything about how the real world works. So, what's the verdict? Siron, he asked, voice dripping with ice. Should I thank you for showing my naive little grandson what true friendship looks like? Look, the old man wasn't about to let the family name get dragged through the mud just because of some random kid. He was basically demanding an exit strategy, but Siron just stood there, head down. Silence. Total silence as he squeezed his eyes shut, refusing to give them an easy answer. Then, out of nowhere, he dropped a two-word bombshell that left Lord Clum and Jenna absolutely floored. Even old man Bob couldn't believe this kid was being this stubborn. It was like he didn't even care about the consequences. Even Jai, who usually minds his own business, had to do a double take at the sheer guts on display. Ran was just as shook by the answer. He figured Siron would just fold, beg for his life, and ghost him to save his own skin. He didn't expect the guy to be this ride or die. Ran's voice caught in his throat. He looked at Siron standing there so raw and honest, and before he could even think, he just blurted out his name. Siron. The boy pressed a hand over his heart, looked the old man dead in the eye, and spoke straight from the soul. Look, if I'm actually holding Ran back, then fine. I'll walk away and never see him again. Ever. But then he stood taller, all the fear just vanishing. He laid it all out there. But that doesn't mean I'll stop calling him my friend. Not a chance. He said it with so much confidence it practically vibrated through the room. Ran and I, we're brothers. Period. He wasn't about to let some noble's rules or reputation mess with their bond. He looked straight at Lord Clum. If you can accept that, I'll do whatever you say. No questions asked. Meanwhile, Ran's hand was shaking so hard he could barely hold his sword. He felt like a total fraud. Tears started blurring his vision again, and honestly, it hurt. He was beating himself up inside. Part of him felt relieved that Siren might not die today, and he hated himself for even thinking it. Because Siron clearly got it, turning your back on a friend is like cutting out a piece of your own heart. Ran's eyes went wide. All those tough lessons his master drilled into him during training, he was struggling to make them make sense right now. But here was Siren, literally willing to throw his life away just to keep their friendship intact. Ran felt a wave of pure shame wash over him. That was it. He made up his mind. This wasn't some negotiation anymore, it was a declaration. He thrust his sword toward the sky and let out a roar that sounded like literal thunder. Listen up. I'm making a choice right here, right now. Clum and Jenna turned pale. Jenna screamed, "Stop. Ran. Wait. I don't know what you're doing, but just don't do it." She was freaking out because her little brother was acting on pure impulse, and she knew how dangerous that could be. One wrong move and his future and the whole family legacy would be total toast. She couldn't just sit back and watch him blow it all. Asterisk, clang, asterisk. He slammed the sword into the floor, the sound of steel hitting stone echoing like a gunshot through the hall. He dropped to one knee, burying the blade deep into the tile while Siron just watched, completely stunned. He shouted it for the whole world to hear. I, Ran Oent, third son of the Oent family, swear this. From this moment on, I am Siren's sword. The oath hit the room like a physical shockwave. His father was so livid he was actually trembling. You could hear his teeth grinding from across the room. His face twisted into something terrifying as he screamed, "What did you just say, you little brat?" The whole mansion felt like it was shaking from his rage. "You absolute moron," he bellowed, his voice echoing off every wall. "Now, you gotta understand the knight's oath is serious business. It goes all the way back to when the kingdom of Tomia was first born. Back in the day, it was pure chaos. Every little territory was at each other's throats, fighting for every inch of dirt. The baddest warrior in the bunch finally knocked everyone's heads together and declared himself king of Tomia. But the new kingdom was surrounded by enemies. So, instead of just executing all the kings he defeated, he made them a deal. They got to keep their land and titles, but they had to take the knight's oath. That's literally how the nobility started. These defeated kings had to get down on their knees before the new boss. They swore to be a sword that only the king could swing. In exchange, they got to be nobles. It's the ultimate ride or die contract. Breaking that oath, that makes you lower than a stray dog. It's the biggest no-no in history. Ran looked around the room and actually smirked. What do you think? Can't really take it back now, can I? The room went dead silent. Everyone's jaws were practically on the floor after that stunt. He stayed there, one knee down, hand tight on his sword, but inside, he was definitely sweating. "Master, I think I really messed up this time," he thought. He could already imagine his teacher screaming at him. "I gave you that sword to fight, not to sign your life away." Siren scrambled over, grabbing Ran's hand in a total panic. "Ran, what the hell are you thinking?" But Ran didn't say a word, he just shot a defiant look at the crowd. Old Man Clum's voice cut through the air, his face hardening into a mask of pure, unshakable resolve. "Ren, if I'm really seeing you swear to be this kid's sword, he better be the real deal, right? Talk to me." Ren helped Siren up, both of them facing the old man's intense gaze. The old man didn't stop there. Is he actually a genius? Or does he just look talented because you're a complete and utter loser? Hearing that, Ren actually felt the tension snap. A cocky, self-assured smirk spread across his face. He slammed a hand over his heart and shouted, "A sword doesn't judge, it only protects." The whole room went dead silent, everyone looking like they'd just seen a ghost. Even Siren was floored by that answer. Then, out of nowhere, A booming laugh shattered the suffocating atmosphere. The old man clutched his face, laughing so hard his entire body was literally shaking with joy. He had to hand it to the kid. Honestly, if these immature brats didn't have this much main character energy, they'd never make it to the top anyway. While Ren's dad was busy face-palming in total secondary embarrassment, Grandpa couldn't stop hyping the kid up. Got a big mouth, don't you? But with those mid-sword skills of yours, I actually feel bad for your friend having to carry such a dull blade. Ren was stunned. He didn't expect the old man to go that hard. Gee, Grandpa, come on, man. The old man dropped a heavy hand on Siron's shoulder. He gave him a reassuring grin and whispered, "Enough, enough. It's over. You're good. He might not be the sharpest blade in the shed yet, Siron, but he'll never backstab you. Take good care of my grandson." He gave Siron a firm pat on the back. Siron closed his eyes, soaking in the moment, while Ren looked at his grandpa with pure, uncontained gratitude. "Thank you for recognizing me, sir." The old man immediately turned and started barking orders at the head butler. "Since you two swore to be ride or dies for life, I can't just let you leave like some commoner. That wouldn't be right." He ordered the head butler to take the carriage meant for Siron and go pick up the boy's parents right now. The butler scrambled, shouting, "Yes, sir. On it right now." Two servants shared a look and smirked, tipping their hats. But the head butler? He was internally screaming in total confusion. Like, for real? He looked up at the clear blue sky and the lazy clouds drifting by, completely lost. He realized he'd never understand what goes on in a noble's head. Meanwhile, Rian finally let out a breath he'd been holding forever. He let out a massive, relaxed laugh. "Man, that feels so freaking good." He flopped onto the bed, limbs sprawled out everywhere. Siron sat down next to him, and Ryan grinned, asking, "Did you see their faces? That was epic." But Siron was drowning in guilt. "Rian, that knight's oath. You really didn't have to go that far for me." Rian bolted upright, startling him. "Siron, look at me. I didn't do that just because we're bros." Rian's eyes were dead serious, burning with a new kind of fire. "I'm not like my big brother. You've got this gravity you pull people in. I'm just betting my entire life on a guy like that. Simple as that." Siron's face went bright red. "Wait, what?" He was suddenly caught in a wave of pure awkwardness. He thought, why is he saying something so cringe out of nowhere? He looked at Rian and sighed. "Man, the pressure is real." Blushing hard, Siron added, But if you're actually gonna protect me, you better start grinding 10 times harder, bro." That comment hit Ryan like a physical blow to the gut. Siron panicked, asking, "Wait, you okay?" Ryan just slumped over, defeated. "Nothing. Just felt my soul leave my body for a second." Suddenly, Rena kicked the door open. "Rian, is it true? Did you really swear the sword oath to Siron?" She marched in, only to find Rian collapsed on the floor in a literal pool of his own dramatic tears. "What's wrong with him?" she asked. Ryan used his last bit of strength to wheeze out, "Get out." But Siron wasn't having it. "What are you saying? Your sister just helped us out big time." Siron invited her in, saying, "Please, come in, miss." She smirked, looking totally high and mighty. "Damn right. I've got the tea from the hater's side of the family." Ryan snapped out of it immediately, his face clouding with worry. "What now? What are Dad and Grandpa plotting?" She sat on the edge of the bed and dropped the bombshell. "They're bloodthirsty, sure, but you played the Knight's Oath card. Now they're pivoting to see how they can use this to their advantage." Then she dropped the real news. "Dad's thinking about enrolling both of you into the Ken Swordsmanship Academy." "Siron, didn't you say your talent was absolutely monstrous?" "Your words, not mine." Siron was shook. "Was it really that serious?" Rena just laughed. "Duh. You're basically part of the family now. I told them all about your insane potential to see if they'd be willing to invest some serious bank into you. They wanted Siron's talent to be the engine that drives Rian forward. For the future of the Ran family, they were ready to go all in on him." Ryan lost his mind. "Without my permission? Who said I wanted to go to school? I just wanted to chill and hang out with Siron." Without a single word, Rena literally kicked him off the bed and stepped right on him. She sighed and yelled, You've got zero chill. You know that? This muscle-brained idiot starts a whole riot and then thinks he's just gonna slack off? Ryan glared back at her, his eyes sharp as daggers, refusing to back down. Ryan screamed at her. Listen, Siron isn't even going to that sword academy anyway. You're telling me he unlocked a spirit zone? For real? Siren actually did that? Wait, that means I basically swore my life to a future wizard? No way. She couldn't believe her ears. Rian just lost his cool. Get out. You're useless. Rena's like, so you used Synestia to read the spirit world and his moves to win? She rubbed her chin. Honestly, that's some big brain energy right there. Since your spirit power is cracked, it actually makes sense. Siren just looked awkward. You're legit, kid, she said. She wouldn't stop hyping him up. School taught me that dense spirit energy makes a solid mental world. Doing that while fighting? Legendary. His face went beet red as he rubbed his head. Everyone was thinking, really? This gets him? Then Rena dropped the bomb. I'll talk to Grandpa about your future, Siren. Rian panicked. Wait, what happens to my master then? His voice was shaking. Master knows. He ended his contract yesterday. Tomorrow, he's out. Rian was stunned. Rian gripped his hilt, feeling like trash. His mentor was actually leaving him. Then a butler pops in. Master Siren, your family's here. They're in the lobby. The big boss said you can go see them first if you want. Rena turned to him, all casual. What's the move? Siren, you going? He tried to play it cool, but then bam, he's jumping up like a kid. I'm there. He bolted down the stairs so fast the servants were yelling, watch the steps. Siren felt weird. Guys, just talk to me like before. This formal stuff is awkward. They freaked out. God, no. We'd be fired. Please. He just smiled. I won't tell. They still refused. No cap, they weren't budging. Finally, they reached the door. Siren didn't wait. He threw the door open to see his favorite people. He screamed, Mom, Dad, and they both yelled his name back. Emotional damage. He just dove into them like a lost bird finding its nest. Pure warmth. The three of them held each other, crying. But Siren noticed. They looked totally drained. They'd been losing sleep worrying about him. Mom sniffled. We're okay. Honey, really. Vincent looked confused. Wait, why'd you call us? Why aren't you coming home? He got frantic. Are they holding you hostage? Is that it? Siren's like, no, I just got a sweet deal. Mom was just lost. Deal? So Siron just let it all out. He told them the whole crazy story. They just froze. Total system failure. Dad's eyes were wide as saucers. Then he forced out this shaky, weird-looking smile. It was painful. Zoe, a rich, noble kid is your bestie and swore an oath to you? Siron's just like, Yoop. Vincent's voice dropped. Siron, tell me the truth. He grabbed Siren's shoulders, shaking him like a Polaroid. Are you hallucinating? Who hurt you? Tell me. Siren's being rattled to death, yelling it's real. He just sobbed, clutching Siron like the world was ending. It was a mess. I heard people disappear in these houses. Vincent, stop. Mom tried to pull him off. Suddenly clack. The door opens. The master is here. 3 VIPs walk in. Nice to meet ya. I'm the head of this house. Bishop. Rian bowed low. What's up? I'm Rian Siren's sword. Rena smiled. I'm Rena, the oldest daughter. The parents looked like they'd seen a ghost. Their faces went totally white. They hit the floor bowing. Hello. We're Siren's parents. Why are you guys so great? Rena looked at them, totally confused. Wait, Siren didn't tell you guys anything? Vincent is straight up losing his mind. His voice is shaking as he tries to process the chaos. Wait, so all that crazy stuff the kid was saying, it was actually legit? Even when he's sitting at a table loaded with 5-star food and luxury dishes, he still can't believe it. No way. No freaking way. Vincent's brain is basically floating in the clouds while Mom's just sitting there, totally overwhelmed. Honey, there are too many plates. Even after the meal, he's still walking around like he just dropped from the sky, totally glitched out. What even is this life? Mom, on the other hand, just got a hot cup of tea and is vibing, acting all grateful. Thanks, dear. But Vincent? He can feel the air getting heavy. His brain is literally screaming. What is actually happening right now? He's holding that teacup like his life depends on it, hands shaking so hard he might drop it. I mean, look, he doesn't know what a sworn knight is, but there's no way nobles treat a peasant family like royalty for nothing. I've got to get to the bottom of this. Now, Vincent finally breaks the silence. Look, I'm hyped that you think so highly of my son, but I'm low-key terrified here. A high-ranking noble heir like Oent swearing loyalty to Siron? It's insane. Bob, the head of the house, even frowns and admits, to be honest, it bugs me too. But he keeps going. See, the Oent family lives by a military code. A knight's oath? That's absolute. Zero exceptions. If we started acting differently just because of social status, we'd be trashing the family honor. Not happening. So from here on out, we're using formal speech with you guys. Don't get weirded out. We're going all in to support your son. Grandpa Gum just starts laughing his head off. Finally, you said something that actually makes sense. Kid. Bob's just annoyed. Dad, you're being too loud. Siron just watches the drama unfold. This is the guy calling all the shots. Decisive and proud are the only ways to describe him. Straight up boss energy. Even though it was a tough call to put a commoner under his protection, he did it. Siren glances over and sees Jenna winking at him. He looks at Ran's huge, bright smile and realizes this guy isn't scared of anyone or anything. Bob gets his serious face back on. Let's get straight to the point. Your son? He's a spirit world user. That's not something you can just grind for. It's a cheat code talent. You're either born with it or you're out of luck. He continues, from what I hear, the kid wants to be a mage. If he wants to get his license as fast as possible, he needs Anpas Academy. It's one of the top 5 schools in the country. The elite of the elite. Bob rubs his chin, thinking it through. I'm not saying he can't be a mage elsewhere, but wasting talent like his would be a crime. I'm not about that life. He needs to go to Anpas to keep up with the Oent family standards. Clum chimes in, think about how much they actually understand, son. He looks at Vincent's frozen, confused face and realizes his dad is right. The poor guy has no idea what's going on. So Bob drops the real bomb. If your son graduates from that magic school, he becomes a full-blown mage. Period. That's when it finally clicks. Vincent stands up so fast he almost knocks his chair over. My son, a mage? The Magic Academy. His voice is trembling. No way. This has to be a dream. Our kid? Bob cuts in. However, there's one massive wall we have to climb. His background. Vincent flinches as Bob explains that the school is super elitist nobles only. Clum adds, so, we only have one play left. He looks them dead in the eye. We're going to adopt Siren into the Oent family. Vincent's brain just stops working. He's standing there like a statue. Say what now? Clum doubles down on the strategy. It's the only choice. The family already agreed. He slides a paper across the table. I've got a cousin who doesn't have any kids. We put Siren's name on that family tree, and boom, problem solved. He's in. Look, we're not trying to steal your kid. This is just for the paperwork. But through this, Siren becomes a noble. Vincent is reeling. Siren? A noble? How did the kid even get a chance this lucky? But then the guilt hits him. It feels like his son is being snatched away. He looks at Siren, practically begging him in his mind. Tell me, Siren, what am I supposed to do? But looking at his son's calm face just makes him panic more. Wait, has he already made up his mind to leave us? Siren glances at his dad. He slowly reaches out and grabs that big, rough hand, the hand that worked itself to the bone for him. He squeezes so hard it actually hurts a little. Siren's eyes are full of fire. No shot, he says, loud enough for the whole room to hear. I'm my father's son. I'm not becoming anyone else's kid for a title. Vincent's heart skips a beat. Siren, what are you saying? Raina tries to talk some sense into him. Siron, look, it's just a name on a page. we'll still treat your parents like your real family. You'll get your dream and nothing else changes. Clum adds, you'd be a noble kid. You don't just get an offer like this every day. Siron doesn't flinch. He's standing his ground, totally locked in. If I have to trade my dad to get in, I'd rather stay a commoner. Clum loses it and yells, are you crazy? Commoners don't get into magic school. Siron didn't even stutter. Then count me out. He snaps. Clam tries to play mind games. Fine, but you'll never be a mage. Bob and Jenna are straight up losing it. But Siron? He doubles down. Bet. No mage life for me then. That line? Total system shock for his mom, and our Clam is absolutely losing his cool, screaming, Siron, why are you being so difficult? Look, kid, this world is brutal. You gotta cut ties and drop the baggage if you actually want to make it big. Is your dream just some playground game? Siron just shrugs. Maybe it is. Clam looks like his brain is literally about to short circuit. Say what? Over in the corner, Vincent's face is a mess. The passion is gone, replaced by pure, awkward heartbreak and tears. Siron speaks up, real quiet. No matter how epic my dream is, it's a gift from my parents. They're the roots, man. My dreams, those are just the fruit getting all their life and energy from them. He's thinking back to the old days, the family memories, learning to read, that shot at the Oden house. None of that happens without his folks. This academy thing, it's just one door. It's nothing compared to the 1,000 doors my parents already opened for me. Siron actually laughs, but he's dead serious. Asking me to dump my roots? You might as well just tell me to stop breathing. Appreciate the offer, guys, but these two, they're my only parents. Period. Total. Radio. Silence. The whole room is paralyzed. Nobody's even daring to breathe after that mic drop. Clam's eyes are popping out of his head. He's thinking, why do I feel so guilty right now? Wait, what is this kid actually saying? Then, out of nowhere, Vincent hits the floor. Please, adopt Siron. He wails. I'm begging you. Siron is standing there like, wait, what? Clam's trying to be reasonable. Look, I get where you're coming from, but Siron clearly cares about. Vincent doesn't care who's talking. He just keeps his head down and chokes out the truth. Siron, he's not my biological son. Siron's mom freezes. Vincent, what are you doing? Shut up. But he's past the point of no return, head still low. We couldn't have kids, he admits. Siron just happened. A total accident of fate. You can probably tell, can't you? He's got noble blood. He's too great for us. Clam and Jenna are standing there, jaws on the floor. Vincent's pouring his heart out. If he joins a noble family, he's just going back to where he belongs. It's not betraying us. So it's not dumping his parents, right? Bob's over there thinking, is this guy for real? He looks at the family and it clicks. Honestly, everyone in the room had already put 2 and 2 together. Siron looks nothing like his folks. Bob rubs his chin. But man, is this guy really trying to just throw his son away like that? Siron's had enough. He grabs his dad's arm, shaking, and screams at the top of his lungs, Dad, what is wrong with you? How could you just say that without even talking to me? Vincent can't even look him in the eye. He's totally checked out. I'm sorry, son, but you're a man now. You had to find out eventually. Suddenly, Siron gets real quiet. Dad, you really think I didn't already know? Vincent is shook. The vibe in the room turns heavy, like a ton of bricks. I never asked because a person only gets one mom and one dad. That's all I ever wanted. And now, you're trying to give me 6 parents? Are you kidding me? Vincent's voice starts shaking, full of panic and regret. I didn't want you to kill your future because of me. The man is full-on sobbing now. Siron just shouts him down. Who said anything about quitting? If I work hard enough, another door will open. It has to. Siron is breaking down now, tears everywhere. Did you even think about me? Who wants to be abandoned by their parents 2 times? Vincent grabs Siron's hand, his whole body trembling. It's my fault. Everything I did was a mistake. Siron, I'm never letting you go. Never. He pulls his boy into a massive hug, squeezing him like he's afraid he'll turn to smoke. The tears are flowing like a river, now real, raw fatherly love. Vincent's just sobbing into his shoulder. Forgive your stupid, old man. You're everything to me. Son, they're just holding on to each other, letting it all out. Everyone else? Silent. You could hear a pin drop. They're all just witnessing this legendary family bond. Bob watches them, and it hits him hard. Man, sometimes the stuff we do for our kids, it just ends up hurting them. Clam nods. Being a parent is the hardest gig on earth. He looks at Bob. Wasn't it rough for you, raising your kids solo? Bob's eyes are welling up, but he tries to play it cool and hide his face. He sneaks a glance at his son. Ran is a total mess too, crying his eyes out over how deep Vincent and Siron's bond goes. Suddenly, Bob pipes up. Hey, I heard Anpas Magic Academy has a special entry path. Maybe I can pull some strings. Clam's confused. What? How are you going to move that old mule Alpheus? He's the most stubborn guy I know. Bob smirks. Really? I heard he owes you big time. Clam actually starts laughing. Oh, right. When you're dealing with a rule follower, being a stubborn pain is the only way to win. Even the big boss over here couldn't help but crack a smile. Listen, he says, I used that exact same dirty trick to force you into taking over the family seat. He dodged the kid's gaze, acting all casual. Hey, don't look at me like that. Everything I do is for your own good. Champ. Fast forward 3 days. Ryan heads off to the Sword Academy, and the family finally gets the green light to stay in Ocean. But the old man? Yeah, he's still drowning in guilt over the way he treated me. Who knows how long he'll keep moping around this time. Anyway, Ren and I finally caught a break, total downtime. Naturally, we spent every second of it just crashing out and sleeping. Ren was beaming, looking at his best friend lying there like he just won the lottery or something. Siren listened to his stories and laughed so hard he actually started wheezing. But reality check 3 days later, they both had to pack up and leave home to chase those big academy dreams. Siron took one last look back, trying to soak it all in. That's when he heard it. Someone was straight up sobbing. It was Ran, and man, he was an absolute mess. Siren's like, bro, quit crying. But Ran just lost it. How am I supposed to not cry right now? Once we get in that carriage, we're headed to different academies. This is a real deal breakup. He started wailing even louder. Why couldn't I just wait a year and go when you go? Siron just sighed. Dude, I don't even know if I'm getting in through special consideration yet. Besides, we can literally just hang out during the holidays. You better write me every single day, you hear me? Then, Ran got dead serious, grabbing Siren's shoulders and shouting his name. Chiron, he screamed it with everything he had. You have to become a mage, and I'm gonna become the strongest knight ever just to protect you. I freaking promise. Before he could even finish his dramatic moment, Jay clocked him right in the head. Asterisk, whack, asterisk. Focus on actually graduating first. Dork, you're the one I'm worried about. Then she turned to Siron, her voice softening up. Don't you sweat it, Siron. Go spend some quality time with your fam first. That old guy is definitely gonna pull some strings to get you in. Siren blinked. Really? Wow. Thank you for everything. He pressed a hand to his chest and gave a deep bow, showing some serious class. Rena watched him, thinking, asterisk. This kid is wild. I thought he was just a cute little squirt at first. Asterisk. Asterisk. But he's actually got a good head on his shoulders. Plus, the way he kept his cool in that terrifying situation, kid's got nerves of steel. Asterisk. She looked at him again, starting to say, Siren, maybe when you graduate. But then she just trailed off into total silence. She shook her head. Asterisk. What am I even thinking? He's just a kid about to get thrown into the lion's den at the Magic Academy. Asterisk. Jay stepped up then, putting a hand on his shoulder. Actually, you know what? Just go hard. Give it everything you've got. You're definitely gonna be a mage. Siren nodded. Please look after Ran for me. Then she hauled Ran into the carriage and gave Siren one last wave goodbye. Siren hopped into his own ride where his parents were already waiting, feeling absolutely hyped and ready for whatever comes next. The horses kicked off, and the two carriages started pulling away in opposite directions. Suddenly, Siron heard someone screaming his name from outside. Siron! He popped his head out to see who was making all that racket. It was Ran Oan, leaning out and yelling at the top of his lungs. When you get to that Magic Academy, make sure you show those snobs who's boss. Siron couldn't help it. He just burst out laughing. It was so classic. Then Siron Arian screamed back with everything he had. You too, man. And just like that, the legend began the meeting of two hot-blooded kids that would eventually break the entire continent's balance. Down by the side of the road, a little nest of birds was chirping away. The mama bird landed for a second before taking off again, soaring high above those fancy, uptight castles. Welcome to the Anpas Magic Academy. Inside, a man was slowly setting down a cup of tea. That was Clump. He looked exhausted, forced a little smile, and said, "You've been thinking for 30 minutes. Man, I'm guessing that's a yes?" But Anpas wasn't having it. "Look, we've been best friends for 50 years, but I straight up cannot do this for you." Clump exploded. "Are you serious right now? Do you have any idea how much I struggled for you when we were younger? You're killing me here." Anpas told him to stop with the drama and the empty words. Special consideration isn't some secret backdoor for rich nobles to cheat the system. We get 1,000,000 requests every year. But this spot, it has actual standards. Clump was getting so annoyed he looked like his head might pop. He sat there cursing the old man for wasting 30 minutes of his life. But then, he just grinned. This time, it's different. That actually caught the headmaster off guard. "Whoa, you're serious? I haven't seen that look on your face in ages." Clump gave a sly little smirk. "I'm not telling you to take some useless scrub. In fact, it's the exact opposite. He's a friend of my youngest nephew, and the kid is a literal monster. You know what I thought when I met him? I thought I was looking at a young version of you." Anpas took a sip of tea and raised an eyebrow. "If he's such a god-tier genius, why can't he just apply normally? There's gotta be a catch." Clump didn't even blink as he dropped the bombshell. "Oh, there's a catch, all right. A big one. The kid isn't a noble." Anpas literally jumped out of his skin. "No way, you're joking." Anpas started piecing it together. "Wait, blonde hair, blue eyes? Is that the kid?" Clump remembered what Siron told him, how he wouldn't regret being friends even if it cost him his life. "That was my first impression of him," Clump noted. "Kid's got a big mouth." He leaned in, getting serious. "But honestly, I think he's a genius who already knows exactly how to wrap adults around his finger. But here's the kicker. When I offered to officially adopt that kid, he actually looked me in the eye and shut me down. He told me that throwing away his roots just to get a title was basically a death sentence for his soul. No joke. Just thinking about it makes Clump lose it. He's over here laughing behind his hands like, seriously? Who says no to being a noble? That's insane." Anpas just stroked his beard, looking all wise and legendary. "He gets it, every action has a reaction." Then Clump adds, "Exactly. No spark, no fire. But most people? They lose their minds and forget who they are the second a shiny opportunity pops up. Look, new chances can come at any time. But the moment you spit on where you came from, you're done. You lose everything, including the right to stand for what you believe in." Does that hit a bit too close to home? Remind you of your own rebellious phase back in the day? Anpas went dead silent. Not a word. After a long beat, he finally admits that being stubborn is dangerous. Sure, people might respect your grit, but they'll also judge every move you make. It's a tightrope walk. Clump heard that and just clicked his tongue. He leaned in and asked the real question. "You still haven't forgiven yourself, have you? You've done enough, man. You've raised a whole generation of legends. Isn't it about time you cut yourself some slack?" The old man just laughed it off. "Forgiving myself? Honestly, that sounds a bit too arrogant for a guy like me." Anpas stared out the window, getting real for a second. The only reason he teaches these kids is to make sure another version of him never happens again. He looked legit depressed as he kept talking, almost like he was arguing with his own shadow. "If that kid is really like me, what's stopping him from walking into the same nightmare I did?" Clump had to jump in right there. "Stop it. You were a straight-up genius, Anpas. A once-in-a-century type of talent. Don't forget that. He kept going. You were the shining star of the Milch family. Yeah, you took one wrong turn and almost lost it all. But you made it back, didn't you? I mean, sure, nobody expected you to end up as a principal in some remote, middle-of-nowhere academy. But still, Anfis took a jab back. Oh, so God's helping you now? A talentless nobody actually became a certified third-class swordsman? Man, I'm seriously worried about the future of the Tomiya kingdom. Then they both just lost it, laughing like a couple of kids. Suddenly, he stands up and walks to the window to look out at his school. No cause, no effect. Everything leads to something. Gum poured some fresh tea and asked, "Is this destiny or what? Who would have guessed you actually knew that kid? The boy who got kicked out 4 years ago is finally back." Anfis just chuckled. I don't believe in fate. But deep down, he's thinking about Siron, a massive talent buried by class walls, wandering for 4 years, and now he's standing right in front of him. Is it destiny? Maybe. He finally made the call. All right, I'm taking Siron in. Fast forward 3 years, spring is in the air. A carriage rolls up to a tiny house deep in the woods. Siron is all decked out, looking sharp, calling out for his parents. Siron Arian is 17 now. He's got that big, excited, I'm gonna conquer the world smile. I'll be home before you know it. His mom basically tackles him with a hug. My sweet boy, I'm gonna miss you so much I might actually die. He promises to write constantly, but then he gets self-conscious. Does my hair look okay? I've never had it like this. It feels super weird. Mom says Lady Jenna told her short hair is what all the cool nobles are rocking now. His dad, Vincent, just clears his throat, acting all awkward and shy. You forgetting something? Siron just waves him off. Dad, come on, I'm 17. The forehead kiss is a bit much now, don't you think? Dad wasn't having it. Look, if you won't do it, I'm coming to you. Siron yelps, and Vincent plants a big, loving kiss right on his head. He pulls him into a massive, proud dad hug, letting him know how much he's going to be missed. Siron is soaking up the warmth, but then he gets serious. Are you guys sure you're going to be okay here? The head of the family even said he'd give you a fancy house in the city and everything. Vincent just shuts that down. Good grief, kid. Your old man is a hunter. A hunter's home is the forest and the open fields, not some stone cage. Siron is impressed. As his dad walks him to the carriage, he's still complaining about how the Oen family keeps trying to shove money at them. But Siron knew what was really going on. The whole village is celebrating because he's heading to the Magic Academy, but his dad didn't tell a soul. He realized his dad refused the city life so he wouldn't become a target. He didn't want to be a weakness that people could use to threaten Siron. Temura is waiting outside. Ready to go? Sir, we're escorting you to the academy. Siron hops in and screams out the window, "See you soon." And just like that, his first day officially begins. The carriage starts to fade into the distance. Behind him, 2 parents are watching their boy head off to chase his dreams. He's finally growing up. Inside the carriage, it's just Siron and Temura, and the vibes are super awkward. But then they arrive. Temura opens the door with a bow. "Young master, we've arrived." Siron steps out, and honestly, his jaw just hits the floor. The place is absolutely magnificent. The old man gestured toward the horizon. "Welcome to Anpas Magic Academy. It's a total zoo right now, people everywhere, pure chaos." The gates were massive, looking like they cost a fortune. Pure noble vibes. Temura spoke up. "Don't sweat the tuition or books. Kid, I've got the receipts covered. Your only job? Don't fail." Siron felt that deep in his soul. "Man, thank you. Seriously, you've been the best mentor a guy could ask for." Temura stayed stone-faced. "I'm just doing my job, don't make it weird." Siron didn't care. He gave a deep, respectful bow. "Real recognizes real. I finally have a chance to say it. I'm only standing here because you saw something in me when nobody else did. I won't forget what you did for me. Ever." Siron flashed that classic main character smile, the kind that says he's ready for anything. But then, Temura dropped a logic bomb that killed the mood. "Listen, A commoner with talent is still just a commoner. You will never, ever be better than a noble. That's just facts. Timur's face went dark, dead serious. But he wasn't finished. That said, not everyone gets this shot. You're the exception. Once you're inside, those high and mighty nobles, they're gonna hate your guts. Keep your head down, grit your teeth, and just survive. Everything else is noise. Siren's eyes flared with determination. Understood. I'm gonna be the greatest mage this school has ever seen. Bet on it. Good, Temura grunted. If you're done yapping, let's get you registered. And just like that, they stepped into the belly of the beast. Siren's heart was pounding. Anpas Academy, the legendary cradle of geniuses. What am I even gonna learn here? Who am I gonna meet? Even the guards were intense, shouting in unison. We live to serve. Talk about a warm welcome. He looked around the campus. It was packed with kids just like him, all chasing that magical clout, all hoping to be the next big thing. Once the paperwork was signed, Temura turned to leave. I'm out. If you get into a mess you can't handle, hit me up. Siren nodded. Yeah, thanks for everything, man. Suddenly, it hit him. He was alone. Wait, who's supposed to pick me up? Should I just wander around like a lost tourist? He started exploring and spotted some massive bulletin boards plastered on the walls. Anpas Academy runs on a 10-rank system with 420 students in total. Only 30 of them even make it to the graduation class. Siren's jaw hit the floor. Only 10 graduates a year? Out of hundreds? That's insane. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. So, you're the famous Siron, huh? He spun around and instantly dropped into a respectful bow. Headmaster. Sir, Anfis just chuckled. Relax, kid. We've met before. Don't tell me you forgot me already? No way, thank you so much for that time. The old man patted his back. Save the thanks. Let's walk and talk. Then Anfis dropped the news. You've got an entrance exam right now. Siren froze. Wait, what? I haven't studied a single thing. I don't know anything yet. The headmaster just waved it off. Chill. It's just a simple placement test to see which class fits you best. Then Temura, who was still lingering, asked, Can you enter the spirit zone yet? Siren nodded. Yeah, I can. The old man's eyes nearly popped out. Whoa, impressive. He thought to himself. He opened his own spirit zone. If I'd scouted this kid earlier, he'd be a god by now. I can't believe I missed a prodigy like this right under my nose. I need to get him the basics fast. But the exam hall was currently packed with 10-year-old kids. Sending Siron in there now would be a total embarrassment. So he made a move. Want to see the rest of the school first? They headed toward a different wing of the academy. They passed a kid who was literally reading 3 books at once while they floated in midair. Siren's head spun. Did I just see that? He was speechless. Headmaster Anfis led him into a room. This is where the magic happens. Literally. The study halls. Siren looked up, eyes wide. Class 18. The absolute beginners. It was a total circus. Kids were flying around, tossing books like frisbees, and flexing their spells like it was a playground. Some were eating snacks with floating forks. Others were just playing magical tag. Siren was hyped. Everyone here is actually using magic. This is wild. Anfis nodded. Yeah, it's cute. But where we're going next, that's a whole different vibe. They stepped into class 74, the advanced class. Instant silence. No games, no flying, just pure, heavy concentration. Siren felt the air change. This is different. They're my age, but the energy, it's intense. What are they even debating? A guy with dark hair was mid-lecture. High-density mana can drop air temp to the freezing point. Wouldn't a liquid nitrogen catalyst be more efficient? Maybe, but the reaction would be too unstable. What if we tweaked the time-space ratio instead of the mana output? Siren's brain basically short-circuited. Wait, what? It was a total reality check. They're speaking English, and I don't understand a single word. Am I actually behind? This is gonna be a long year. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion rocked the room. A girl stumbled out of a cloud of smoke, coughing her lungs out. She saw Anfis and quickly bowed. Oh, headmaster. My bad. I didn't see you there. He just smiled. I take it things didn't go as planned? The red-haired girl adjusted her glasses. Yeah, I was trying to amplify sound waves, but it turns out I just made a really loud bomb instead. Siren could only stare. Welcome to magic school, kid. They seriously don't give a damn? Anpas mutters, looking at the messy input. Check the output. Make sure the current isn't haywire. She throws up an eager thumbs up. Thanks, principal. I'm totally gonna crush the redo. Siren's jaw hits the floor. The big boss isn't even stopping her, and she's actually going for round 2? Siren just stands there, head spinning and eyes wide, like he's stepped into a whole different dimension. While they're walking, this redhead with flowing hair struts past. That's Amy. Absolute smoke show. Every guy nearby is basically in a trance. But something else grabs Siren's attention. Is that a bulletin board? A massive gold slab on the wall, just covered in names and rankings. He scans the list, thinking to himself, top of the intermediate class, some guy named Camus. Wait, isn't that a top-tier noble? Specifically Ami Camus. Siren stands there, face stuck on buffering mode, completely stunned. Everyone on this list is a straight-up genius, just like him. But she's the one sitting at the throne. A fire starts burning in his gut. I want that. I'm gonna restart everything. Right here, right now. Siren's eyes are glowing with hope. Something is pushing him. He's gotta flip these rankings upside down. Suddenly, a shout from behind. Ami, wait for me. Siron turns around, curious as hell. Is this Ami the same Ami Camus? The #1 student in the whole intermediate class? He freezes. One look at that redhead and his blood runs cold. Her face triggers some seriously dark, trauma-tier memories. Back when thugs were grabbing his collar, beating people down. And the leader of that pack? It was Ami. She was like a little demon, pointing right in his face. Where'd a peasant like you learn magic? Ami walks past him now without a word, but then, she suddenly cuts him a sharp look. He ducks his head instantly. An orange-haired girl runs up, yelling, Ami, I told you we should go together. Dummy. Siren is just praying to every god he knows. Please don't see me. Please, please don't see me. The girls keep walking. Serial looks back, totally hyped. Did you see that guy? The one we just passed, he was actually a total hunk. Is he new? Doesn't look like the usual types here. She wonders if he's a transfer. Ami just goes, interesting. I think I've seen him before. Serial practically screams. What? You're actually interested in a guy? No way. You never care about boys. Ami fires back. No, not like that. He looks super familiar. Serial isn't buying it for a second. Don't lie. You totally have a crush on him, don't you? Ami shuts it down. She's Ami Camus, the top-tier legend and the most famous girl in the academy. She's rejected a mountain of confessions, seniors, juniors, classmates, doesn't matter. Everyone wants a piece of her. The ultimate model student. But our boy Siren? He's the only one who knows her dark, dirty secret. Anpas asks, You cold? Siron's shaking like a leaf. No, sir. Time for the 3rd magic exam. They step into this massive, serious-looking building. Anpas speaks up. Oh, looks like it's still going. He leans in towards Siron. Check this out. Watch what this kid does. In the middle of 3 magic circles stands a brown-haired kid. The judges are watching from above like hawks. Anpas starts the breakdown for Siron. Entering the spirit zone changes how you see things. How you feel it tells us your power level. Size, strength, flexibility. It's all there. Just be honest when the professors ask you stuff. Siren's hyped. Got it. Up top, a judge calls out, Cammy, can you use magic? The kid chirps, yes, then shows off his skills. I can make stuff float in the air. The judge goes, aw, how cute. All right, kid, step into the spirit zone. Kami's like, on it. The kid shuts his eyes. I'm in. The judge asks, what's the furthest number you see? 6. A professor smirks. 6. Huh? Alpheus explains. That means his zone is 6 meters wide. Siren's taking notes. A guy asks, Which color feels the strongest? Kami shouts, red. It's like I'm stepping into a whole red world. The guy notes it down: divergent type, light and fire. Basically, this kid's a high-energy powerhouse. Anus whispers, divergent type. That means his spirit zone is way stronger than it should be for his age. Then, a female judge asks, it's on the left. Kami chirps. Then it's Sienna's turn to grill the kid. Talk to me about the heat. What are we feeling? The boy wipes his brow. Kinda hot. Honestly, I'm sweating buckets over here. Once he's done, she gives him a good job, and the kid practically floats away, grinning ear to ear. Sienna watches him go, totally floored. Man, this year's freshmen are actually built different. The male professor, That, just chuckles. No lie, that kid's spirit zone was a solid 12 meters. The quality is just skyrocketing every year. They jot down a quick note. Overall evaluation zone control is top tier, but his stamina? Total trash. Then, the big one. Next up, Siren Arian. Anpas throws an arm over Siren's shoulder, giving him that you got this smirk. Go out there and show him what you're made of. Siren just nods. Yeah, I'll give it everything I've got. Up on the stage, That rubs his chin, thinking, wait, is this the kid? The one the principal said was getting the special treatment test? Sienna is having her own internal freakout. What a weird pick for a student, she thinks. I mean, the guy is basically an old man compared to the others. 17? And he's just a guest of a noble house? That family is legendary. What's the deal? The file says Siren Arian, 17 years old, noble guest status. She figures he's probably just a late bloomer who finally realized he wasn't a total muggle. She takes one look at him and sighs. Sure, he looks unique, but in a Shark Tank like this school, poor guy is gonna get buried alive. That clears his throat. All right, Siren, you know any magic? Siren doesn't blink. Nope, not a lick. Never had a single lesson, he adds. That's eyebrows hit the ceiling. Really? Even if you haven't studied, you should be able to, do something? Anpas is over on the sidelines, scowling. He knows how these high and mighty types think. To them, magic is just stuff you're born knowing. These silver spoon noble kids get force-fed mana theory since they were in diapers. Of course, it's natural for them. But Siron? He's starting from absolute zero. That just sighs. Fine. Just hop in the circle and activate your spirit zone. You think you can even get it to turn on? The professor asks. Siron hesitates for a second. I'll try. That lets out a breath. At least the kid isn't a total disaster. Well, That thinks, at least he doesn't look like he's been through a home life horror movie. Small wins, I guess. Siren steps in. Suddenly, the air shifts. This bright blue light starts swirling around him, and a beam of pure energy drops straight from the ceiling onto his head. These ancient characters start dancing in the air, just hovering like they're waiting for a command. Siren opens his eyes and whoa, the view is absolutely insane. So that's how it works, he thinks. That jumps back into Proctor mode. Okay, Siron, look at the edge. Give me the furthest number you can see. Total silence. Siren just stands there, frozen. That tries again, louder this time. Siren, you still with us, buddy? The brunette professor just giggles. Aw, look, he's shy. Anpas yells from the sidelines. Yo, Siron, just say the number. We aren't gonna kick you out for a low score. We're just trying to figure out if you belong in remedial magic or something. Anpas adds, trying to be helpful but mostly just being loud. Siren finally finds his voice, but he sounds super confused. Look, I see a number, but it's so long, I literally can't read it. That blinks. You can't read it? It's not about eyesight, kid. It's about what you feel in your soul. Siren shakes his head. No, you don't get it. I feel it, but it keeps going. It's actually getting longer while I'm standing here. That rolls his eyes. Great. A joker. He scowls. Fine. Just give me the first few digits you see before you lose your mind. Siren locks in. Deep inside his zone, there's this infinite string of digits. He sees 3, 4, 1, 5, and it just stretches into the horizon. He does some quick mental math and blabs out the result. 3.14. That nearly drops his clipboard. Wait, what? Sienna's jaw hits the floor. Siren, that's impossible. We didn't even put 3.14 into the test parameters. Are you messing with us? Siren just frowns. I mean, that's what's there. You want me to lie? She goes quiet, her brain working a mile a minute. No way. Occasionally, very rarely, the pi ratio shows up. But that only happens if the zone size blows past the entire testing range. Does this kid? Can he seriously see 30 meters out? She wonders. The brunette professor leans in, intrigued. Okay, then what's the strongest color you see? Siren looks around the glowing void. It's blue. Like, completely. 100% blue. The professors all share a look of pure shock. If it's pure blue, that's a convergence-type zone, they realize. This is getting crazy. But his zone is that big? Usually, convergence types are all about quality, not size. They're the opposite of divergence types. Even Anpas is losing his cool. Old man, I knew you were hyped about this kid. But this isn't just talent. This is a monster. The headmaster's eyes are wide as saucers, and sweat is literally pouring down his face. They scribble convergence and dual brain on his file with shaking hands. Then the old professor asks the final question. How many sparks are floating around you? Siren looks up at the sea of glowing lights. Is he serious? He wants me to count those? He realizes he doesn't have to count them one by one. He just feels the weight of them, the sheer density of the light. 857, he says, dead serious. The old man actually stops breathing for a second. 867, he stammers, his hand trembling as he writes, density 80, 6.7%. Anfis goes dead quiet. The playful vibe is gone, replaced by a look of we are all in trouble. This kid is dangerous. Sienna pushes her glasses up, her eyes filled with a mix of awe and actual fear. She takes a shaky breath and tries to keep the test from falling apart. Yo, Siren, exactly how cold are we talking here? The kid shivers, teeth rattling as he manages to gasp out, pretty much, freezing my soul off, sir. No surprise there. Sienna scribbles it down, her pen flying across the evaluation sheet. Exactly what she predicted. She checks the specs. Defensive power is off the charts, and his spirit zone? It's massive, like unnaturally big. The brown-haired lady can't help but smirk. This kid is legit. All right, great work. Now it's time for the boring part, placement exams. Everyone else, clear out and wait in the hallway. Siren doesn't hesitate. He turns on his heel and follows the pack of kids out the door. Ever the gentleman, he leads the way, holding the door open until the last kid clears the room before clicking it shut behind him. The second that door latches, the room explodes. Teachers are losing their minds. A student like that? That's wild. No kidding. I mean, think about it. How does a 17-year-old kid possess a spirit zone with a diameter over 300 meters? Usually, as the size goes up, the density drops. That's just basic magic physics. But this kid? His density is sitting at a crisp 86.7%. The senior professor is baffled. No buffs, no special skills, just raw, pure focus. What? Did he spend his whole life meditating on a mountain peak or something? Then Professor Seven cuts through the hype, throwing major shade. Wait, hold up. You guys don't actually think he's telling the truth, do you? He's got this smug, punchable grin on his face. A 90% density spirit zone from a teenager who doesn't even know what magic is? Come on, it's literally impossible. He probably just inflated the numbers before he walked in here to flex on us. Sienna's not having it. She glares at him. Professor Seven, get real. Why would a new student lie about something so stupid? If they cheat their way into a high-level class, they'll just crash and burn in a week. Nobody is that dumb. She leans in, dropping the mic. And let's not forget the system flagged his results as a literal error code. The boy is a glitch in the matrix. Cut to Siren outside, sitting among a bunch of actual children, looking incredibly awkward and just trying to blend in. He's not just some clout chaser. Sienna snaps. 7 just clicks his tongue, looking salty as hell. Suddenly, Anpas steps in to kill the tension. Okay, so where do we put him? I'm talking about Siron. Sienna stands up immediately. Look, Headmistress Sienna Oliver, a total 6th rank powerhouse, says, Class 6 is all about spirit zone theory. But Class 5 is where the real magic starts, right? His zone is already peak. Honestly, put him in Class 5. He's ready. The guy in the back doesn't even blink. Hard pass. I object. Sienna looks like she's about to throw hands. 7, another 6th rank mage, starts preaching. He's 17 and knows 0 magic. 0. Nada. Throwing him into an elite class is just asking for trouble. It'll go straight to his head. We need to start him from the bottom square one. Sienna claps back instantly. Maybe for a normal kid, but not everyone is as slow as you were. 7. He jumps up, fuming. Excuse me? And just like that, they're going at it, shouting at each other like they're in a middle school cafeteria. 7 screams, you just want him in Class 5 because you run that class, and you want the star pupil for yourself. She fires back. Is it a crime to want to teach actual talent? Another professor tries to play referee. Look, 7 has a point. Talent is one thing, but he's still just a kid. We should probably take it step by step. How about Class 10? Let him learn the ropes. The old professor just sighs. These two are always like this. Then the brown-haired lady chimes in. Sending a 17-year-old to a baby class will just kill his drive. The age gap is too weird. What if we just hold off on a permanent spot and keep a close eye on him for a bit? The senior professor nods. Class 7. It's high tier, but still covers the spirit zone basics. That feels like the sweet spot. If the kid really is a genius, he can just skip grades later. Anpas rubs his chin, thinking it over. Solid plan. Let's do it. No more debating, the decision is final. Siron is officially headed to Class 7. Now, the Anpas Magic Academy is no joke. It's got 10 levels, and where you land depends entirely on how much of a beast you are. You can break it down into 3 tiers. Classes 10 through 8 are the noob zone. It's all about just getting your spirit zone to work. Classes 7 through 4, that's the big leagues. That's where you actually start weaving magic into your combat. And classes 3 through 1, that's the pro tier. It's brutal, high-intensity training meant to churn out world-class mages. Next morning at the massive, high-end Anpas campus, a brand new Class 7 badge is pinned to the chest of our main man. And let me tell you, the girls, they are absolutely thirsting. Every head in the hallway is turning to catch a glimpse of the new guy. Siron just grips his bag, walking into the classroom while 100 pairs of eyes track his every move. The teacher claps his hands for attention. Listen up. We've got a transfer student joining us today. The girls in the back start whispering instantly. Wait, he got into the advanced tier on day 1? He looks a bit older, but oh my god, he is a total snack. Siron stands at the front, flashes a smile that could literally light up the entire city, and keeps it cool. Hey everyone, I'm Arian Siron. Glad to be here. The room goes absolutely wild. It's like a concert in there, clapping, cheering, and the girls are basically throwing a parade. The teacher has to literally scream just to get everyone to shut up. Chiron's literally vibrating with hype right now because his biggest wish is finally coming true. He's finally made it officially a student at the Magic Academy. We're talking about Alpheus Academy here. This place is a total beast, taking up an entire mountain range of 75.425 kilometers. That's counting the dorms, 33 massive buildings, and 40 training centers. You're basically grounded during the week, but who cares? It's not even a big deal since the campus is loaded with everything you'd ever need anyway. Class wraps up at 5, and after that, the clock is yours. Pure freedom. Or so he thought. But let's be real, most of these nerds just live in the school library. It's open 24 hours a day for those obsessed with the grind. Everyone's bonding over their shared obsession with magic, pushing each other to be the best. It's that high-tier, prestigious energy that keeps the place on top. Chiron's head is spinning, though. He knew it'd be tough, but these classes? Total insanity. The subjects are super deep and the knowledge is straight up elite level. This place is designed for high and mighty nobles who've been hitting the books since they were in diapers. They've been training for this their whole lives. Because of that, our boy hit some serious roadblocks early on. But he's a hustler, and he's using every trick he knows to keep up with the pack. Knowledge, man, it's all clicking. He's absorbing history and world secrets like a sponge, hard-coding everything into his brain piece by piece. Then, one beautiful morning, the teacher finally calls it, "All right, class is over. Great job today, everyone." Siron snaps his book shut and starts overthinking. His afternoon session is field practice, but the schedule is missing one tiny detail, the actual address. He looks around the room feeling super awkward. Like, who do I even ask? Luckily, he spots a few students who look about his age. He walks up, trying to be smooth, and asks, "Hey, you happen to know which training hall we're heading to?" Maria jumps like she just saw a ghost. You're asking me?" She stammers. Sharon's thinking, wow, she's definitely the shy type. Honestly, he's just glad he's the one feeling chill for once. She finally finds her voice. "You must be new. Today's practical is at Integrated Training Center, number 2. Sharon's like, "Integrated? Wait, integrated what exactly?" Maria explains that all the intermediate classes are mashing together for the next 2 weeks. Orientation is today. Hearing that, Sharon just freezes. Every intermediate class? All at once? Talk about a reality check. Cut to Integrated Training Center number 2, where a massive wave of students is already swarming inside. The place is a total zoo, shouting, laughing, and everyone trying to be the loudest. "Hey, senior, thanks for the help last time. Welcome, senior. Come sit with us." Then the whole room starts chanting. "Hello, Senior Amy." Turns out, she's the reason for all this freaking chaos. Her sidekick Serial is loving every second of it, waving back like she's the star of the show. Sharon's just watching from the bleachers thinking, wow, being famous looks cool, I guess, but she's the one person he absolutely wants to avoid. And now, he's stuck with her for 2 sessions a week. Life is cruel. Whatever. He tells himself that since she's a top-tier student, she'll probably graduate and get out of his hair soon enough. Hopefully. While everyone else is busy social climbing, the rules here are still dead serious. Sharon's just praying he can go full ninja and stay invisible. But then, the big boss enters the room. Atella Romit, a level 6 mage and the teacher for the intermediate class, shows up and lets out a roar. "Listen up, intermediate class. I'm Atella, and I'm taking charge of your field practice again this year. Hope you're ready to work." She scans the room like a hawk looking for prey. "I bet we've got some fresh meat who just transferred in for the new year, right?" She keeps going, even though this class is already packed with famous faces. We've actually got a brand new face joining our ranks today. And just like that, boom. Every single eye in the room locks onto him. Wait, the rumors were actually true? Wait, who is that guy? Sharon's sweating bullets, thinking, wait, this is bad. This is really bad. Then Atella pours gas on the fire. "Sharon, why don't you stand up and say hi to everyone?" He's completely frozen, but he's got no choice. He swallows hard, trying to find whatever courage he has left in his soul. Over in the VIP section, Amy and Serial are staring him down. Sharon forces a smile and tries to look like he's not dying inside. "Hey, I'm Arian Siron. I just started in class 7. Great to meet you guys." Before he can even finish, the room erupts into massive applause. Sharon's just standing there like a statue, soul leaving his body. He's done. Meanwhile, Serial is losing her mind with excitement. "Amy, isn't that the guy we saw yesterday? Looks like his name is Sharon. He's actually here." Amy plays it cool, acting like she couldn't care less, but her brain is working overtime. Siron? Never heard of him. Who does he think he is? Why is he so famous? Suddenly, a girl with brown hair pipes up. Does the queen actually know him? Word on the street is the teachers are totally obsessed with this guy. Serial's jaw drops. Wait, for real? No way. The girl spills the tea, saying his entrance exam scores were straight up legendary. Serial's like, "Oh man, I think I like him even more now. Wonder what noble family he's from." That one random question makes Amy stop dead in her tracks. Her eyes flare a dangerous, glowing red, and her hair starts moving like it's got a life of its own. A memory she buried deep is finally clawing its way back. She's back in the past, caught in a terrifying magical vortex. She remembers looking straight at a kid on the outside and screaming at him. "Where the hell did you learn magic? You're just a commoner. How is this even possible?" And that kid crying his eyes out? Yeah, it was Sharon. Back in reality, Amy is literally shaking, trying to hide her shock with a fake, twitchy smile. Ugh, give me a break. See, the Camus clan is basically a factory for geniuses. And those signature red eyes? Yeah, they're the ultimate family flex. Those eyes aren't just for show, though they let you record every single thing you see with 100% accuracy, like a living DVR. Look at that. One arrow dead center. Then another one literally splits the first one in half. Total Robin Hood vibes, right? But honestly, when you're this good, everything feels like a total snooze fest. Our girl, Ami, here is hitting bullseyes all day, but she's looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. Meanwhile, her butler's in the corner losing his mind with excitement. Absolutely brilliant. My lady, you're a natural. Ami's the youngest daughter of the family, and yeah, she's basically the goat among her siblings. Pure talent, no filler. Eating her dead's loving it, laughing like a maniac. He drops a chess piece and goes, "That's my girl. A true Camus through and through." Ami just stares at the board, totally checked out. The butler's like, Earth to Lady Ami? Your dad's talking to you." She just stands up, ice cold and bored out of her mind. She ditches the formal life and heads out to hang with her crew, and by crew, I mean a bunch of street thugs. She's fuming inside. Clan this, clan that. I'm sick of it. What does my talent have to do with these snobs anyway? She's determined to prove she's more than just a last name. So she starts brawling in the streets like a total rebel. I do what I want, she thinks, watching her thugs scrap while she kicks her feet up. Boring. Still boring. But then, something actually catches her off guard. Ami looks up and sees her entire squad flattened on the ground by some random kid. This kid is bawling his eyes out, but he just wrecked her whole team. This low-class commoner just flipped her entire world upside down. Fast forward to the academy, and there's Siron, bowing to the class. Ami sees him and her jaw literally hits the floor. No way. No freaking way. Her friends beside her like, "Ami? You okay?" Even the junior student is stuttering. "Senior Ami?" She's panicking internally and tries to play it off. "Oh, my shoes. Yeah, these shoes are just super uncomfortable. My bad." But she knows. With those red eyes of hers, she never forgets a face. Her memory is literally a high-definition trap. Her friend keeps yapping, but Ami's spiraling. "I thought he was a noble back then. How did he even get in here?" She's looking at Siron and legit trembling. If he's a commoner, how did he make it to this elite academy? Then the cringe hits her. Her past was, well, let's just say it was edgy teen peak. She's facepalming so hard. Kill me now. She thought she'd scrubbed every trace of her delinquent phase from history. There's no way he remembers her from 5 years ago, right? Flashback time. 5 years ago, she was acting like a total brat, looming over this poor, teary-eyed blonde kid. She was such a bully. A slave doesn't need nails, right? Maybe I should just clip them for you? Talk about a villain origin story. And then it gets weirder. She remembers ordering the thugs to strip him? Wait, did we really do that? What was I even thinking? Now she's imagining Siron spilling all her tea to the whole school. Oh, Senior Ami? Yeah, she's not who you think she is. In her nightmare, Siron's telling everyone, 5 years ago, she was basically the queen of the back alley thugs. No cap. Why would a top student like me lie? He'd say. But wait, it gets even worse in her head. She imagines him leaning in and whispering, actually, she's a total creep. She's obsessed with guys. She even tried to strip me naked. Ami snaps, accidentally ripping her textbook in half. Her fists are shaking. This cannot happen. I have to kill these rumors before they even start. Meanwhile, Siren's over there getting the chills, wondering who's staring at him. Enter Professor Athela, a total boss, rank 6 mage. She stands at the front of the room ready to drop some knowledge. All right, class, let's talk spirit zones. What are they? One student pipes up. It's like a mage's mental headspace, right? She nods. Exactly. It's how a mage perceives their own mental energy in the physical world. Usually, it starts as a simple sphere, the easiest shape to focus on. You can see the blue energy reflecting in Athela's eyes. But with practice, she explains, you can shape it however you want. She starts expanding her zone, and it looks incredible. Check this out. This is a visual zone. Siren is absolutely floored. He's never seen anything like this. He's tracking every inch of that blue light. He can actually see the professor's 10-meter range with his own 2 eyes. Athela explains that while spheres are the basics, you rarely use them in a real fight. Too predictable. Asterisk, snap, asterisk. She flicks her fingers and a target appears out of thin air. Let's try a little target practice, shall we? She's standing in her 10-meter zone, but the target is 20 meters away. Time for some fireball magic. Siren's geeking out. He's finally going to see real magic in action. This is what he's been waiting for. A tiny spark of flame flickers on Athela's fingertip. First, we manifest the flame, she says calmly. She preps the shot, aiming perfectly at the target. Now, let's see if I can hit the mark from this distance. The fireball streaks forward fast, but as soon as it hits the edge of her 10-meter spirit zone, asterisk poof, asterisk, it just vanishes into thin air. Total fail. Down in the stands, every single student was straight up shook, mouths wide open, eyes like dinner plates. The fire, just poof, vanished into thin air. Athela just smirked and dropped some knowledge. Look, most magic is basically on a short leash. It can't leave the spirit zone, so it only stays real as long as it's inside that bubble. She leaned in, reaching out like she was about to spill a massive secret. But here is the thing. What if we change the rules? Suddenly, her spherical zone didn't just grow, it snapped into a perfectly straight line, fast as lightning. Extend the zone like this, and boom, target locked, she said, as a tiny spark absolutely deleted its target. She told the students they could basically reach out and touch the magic now. The whole lecture hall erupted. Pure hype. Everyone was losing their minds over that absolute flex. The upperclassmen were low-key laughing at the 7th graders. Look at those newbies' faces. Adorable, right? Meanwhile, Siren and his crew were clapping like crazy for Athela's masterclass. Siren was internally screaming, "Wait, I didn't even know that was a thing. Reshaping the entire spirit zone? Is that even legal?" Then Athela hit them with the reality check. But there's a massive catch. The hype in the room died faster than a cheap battery. Some guy shouted, "Wait, is that not the right way to do it?" Athela just tapped the screen behind her, cool as ice. Warping your spirit zone takes a ridiculous amount of focus. Like, a lot. In a real scrap, when your opponent is throwing everything but the kitchen sink at you, trying to reshape your bubble is a suicide mission. She pointed to the glowing data on the screen. Because of that, Wizards broke it down into 4 main formations that you actually use: defense, offense, sniping, and redirection. Let's start with the tank mode, she said. The defense form. Defense is an octagon. It is built to tank almost any hit the world can throw at it. On cue, Athela's zone shifted into a glowing 8-sided shield, locking her inside a fortress. More sides equals more protection, basic math, she explained. Then, with a flick of her wrist, it morphed into a star shape. Next up, the star form, also known as attack mode. Based on the design, it is basically a cheat code for locking onto targets. Whichever point glows brightest is where the pain is headed. Then, Athela's zone shifted one more time. She kept the lecture rolling. Then we have the sniping form, absolute gold, for long-range combat. The downside? If your target has any actual speed, you are going to miss every single time. On paper, It sounds easy, but in real life, the distance from the core makes it a nightmare to aim. Her voice was steady, totally unfazed. It is all about how fast you can rotate the formation. The students started whispering, "Bro, she is doing this without even blinking. No cap. Does the professor really think we can pull this off? We are just kids." While everyone else was tripping, Siren was locked in. He realized that with this tech, he could dominate a 10-meter radius in a real fight. Attila kept going, and finally, the redirection form. It is not exactly popular because even fifth years struggle to not mess it up. But hey, let me give you a little taste. Just then, some loudmouth behind Siren piped up. "If we master this, we skip a grade, right? I got a perfect score in spirit zones back in grade 8. This is light work. Easy money." He did not even finish his sentence before he got humbled. Hard. Everyone's jaw hit the floor, and even Siren jumped. The room went dead silent. That blue sphere? It was literally peeling away from Attila. It is detaching from the professor's body? The crowd screamed. Siren almost leaped out of his seat. How? The zone is supposed to be part of the wizard's soul. How do you just let it go? Attila's zone started flowing like a river. Siren was dying to see what was inside. The very heart of the magic. Attila stood there, surrounded by literal ribbons of power. Redirection is a nightmare, she admitted. It is so hard that even professional mages have a bad time with it. But the buff is insane. Since you are not the center of the zone anymore, you have 0 movement limits. Suddenly, sniping with instant cast spells is not just a theory anymore. Because now, your range is basically infinite. You just set the spell inside the zone and it triggers the second it touches the target. Hearing Attila drop that bomb, the crowd absolutely lost it. Everyone was buzzing. How is she doing that so casually? She looked like she was just taking a stroll, while everyone else was struggling to even breathe. The girl behind Siron whispered, "She is built different. Rank 6 mage for a reason." Siron just stared. That gentle face was hiding a literal monster. Attila pushed up her glasses. "Look, I know you guys would be bummed if we didn't do some hands-on stuff on day 1, right? Especially since we have the #1 student from the high-speed sniping exam here." Before she even finished, the hype in the room was electric. Practical time. "Amy Carmus, 4th year. You are up. Go get them." "Sis," a girl next to her cheered. "#1 in the class, let's go." Amy just gave a gorgeous smile. Classic Amy. The girl was a total icon, and every guy in the room was already falling in love. Sariel's just standing there, mid-sentence, looking at Ami like she's seen a ghost. Like, hello? Earth to Ami? Ami is straight up sweating buckets. She does not want the spotlight right now. See, she's using the first of 4 spirit zone forms, target form. Great range, huge power. But here's the catch. It's trash against fast-moving targets or groups. Total glass cannon vibes. Unless you've got god-tier focus and can flick that zone at lightning speeds. Then, well, boom. Just like that double explosion. Ami snaps her wrist and sends fireballs screaming toward the targets. Weakness? What weakness? She's a walking, talking fortress of destruction. The crowd is losing it. Ami Senpai is literally the GOAT. Most students swap between all 4 forms just to survive. But Ami? She just sticks to target form and still takes first place. Absolute flex. Siren's neighbor is over there moping, like, "Man, will I ever be that cracked at magic?" Siren is just mesmerized. Even a total rookie like him can tell she's on a different level. He literally can't look away from her performance. The fireballs are just shredding targets. She isn't even moving her feet, just rotating her spirit zone and nuking everything it touches. Total dominance. One move, game over. She owns that arena. And Siren's thinking, she's so cold. No expression, just pure, high-class elegance. The cheers are deafening. Some guy behind Siren is down bad, saying, "If I could just date a girl like her, my high school life would be peak." His friend just laughs in his face. "In your dreams, buddy. She doesn't give a damn about anyone. Plus, she's from the Camus family. She's way out of your league. Siren listens to the gossip and it clicks. He gets why the guys are obsessed. She's high-tier nobility and has everything, clout, money, power. But then he looks closer. If she's so perfect, then why the hell was she hanging out with those street thugs? Down on the field, Ami finishes her set with a bow. Level 9 score. Time, 205. Straight beast mode. Everyone's clapping, but Ami freezes. She looks up, her blue eyes scanning the crowd until they lock onto one specific spot. Siren feels that gaze hit him like a physical punch. He flinches, and of course, the students around him notice. Wait, what? No way. Someone yells out. Did the queen just stare down that new kid? Ami snaps out of it and bolts. Crap, crap, crap. Why did I look at that brat? She's fuming inside. She couldn't help it. She's just so annoyed, but at least she confirmed one thing. People are whispering now. Do they know each other? Impossible. He just got here today. Siren's face goes pale. Oh, I get it now. And he's not the only one. Ami is thinking the exact same thing. He knows who she is, and she knows he knows. Ami's spiraling. If he leaks my past, I'm finished. Maybe I should just silence him? She shakes her head. No. Stay calm, Ami. You're the top student here. Who's gonna believe some random rookie over me? If I overreact, I just make myself look guilty. Serial runs up, all worried. Ami, what happened in there? Your face is bright red. Ami just rubs her cheeks. Nothing. It's fine. After that, they split into classes. Everyone heads down to the practice floor. Professor Athela starts the lesson. All right, Class 7. We're starting with defense form. You gotta master the shield before you can swing the sword. She's walking around, giving the classic speech about how focus is the only thing keeping you alive on a real battlefield. Siren is standing off by himself, eyes closed. He's trying a mental trick, imagining his consciousness shrinking into a single, dense point. He's mapping out his own spirit zone in his head. First, compress the energy into a solid mass. Then, build the frame so the whole thing doesn't just collapse. He thinks he's got it, but then whoosh, he blinks. No, I can't be sure until I actually see it. I need to get inside an image zone to visualize this properly. He walks up to Athela. Excuse me, Professor? Can I try the image zone? She blinks. Wait, what? The image zone? She looks around, feeling a bit awkward. Usually, only the upperclassmen use that equipment first. Siren looks around too, but his mind is set. He doesn't care about what's normal when it comes to magic. He knows that real growth only happens when you grab the opportunity. Athela looks back and smiles. Well, looks like no one's using it right now. Go ahead. Give it a shot. She's secretly wondering if letting a freshman do this is a huge mistake. The room starts buzzing. The new guy? For real? He's actually kind of cute. Serial nudges Ami. Ami, look. Whatever Serial says next makes Ami nearly choke on her water. That boy just stepped into the image zone. Ami spins around, yelling loud enough to jump scare her friend. He's doing what? What does a freshman think he's gonna accomplish in there? Serial just whispers, Ami, you're acting really weird today. Yo, is this kid for real today? I'm low-key starting to get creeped out. Everyone's eyes are glued to the center stage, and the vibe is getting heavy. There's Siron, standing solo in the middle of the zone. The scoreboard behind him is flat out 0-0. He's just staring into the void, thinking, finally, we meet. Suddenly, a glowing blue orb wraps around him. He can see it, actually see it. His own spirit field, finally manifesting for real. The crowd goes nuts. Wait, what the hell is that size? The meter on the board is glitching out, numbers jumping like crazy. Siren looks up, wondering, did they even tell me how big my field was during the entrance exam? I can't remember. If the teacher heard that, he'd probably just laugh and say, kid, we couldn't even measure it. It was off the charts. Siron raises his hands. Exactly how much bigger can this thing get? As the field expands like a balloon, he's low-key panicking inside. Stop, stop, stop. The board flashes 20 meters. The fifth years are literally stuttering. No way. Is this guy seriously only a 7th year? Wait, isn't the average for 7th years like 13 meters? The whispering turns into a straight-up roar. Is he making it hollow on purpose just to flex? If he keeps this up, the density's gonna drop until it's as weak as a soap bubble. Siren is breaking a sweat now, trying to rein it in. Okay, shut it down. Too much attention. Time to switch to defense mode. But just as he's about to shift gears, Siren freezes. Wait, what's happening? He looks at his field. Instead of holding its shape, the whole thing looks like it's collapsing in on itself. Everything worked fine in practice. Over in the 4th year section, Ami is smirking. No way a rookie nails it on day 1. Impossible. Siren's brain is racing. Where did he mess up? Is he just scared because he's seeing it with his own eyes for once? No, my focus is better than that. He takes a beat, analyzing everything. He's got to find the glitch in the system. What's the actual difference between inside the field and outside? There's got to be a missing link here. Then, boom, a spark of realization hits him like a lightning bolt. He remembers how effortless Professor Athela looked standing in hers. I got played because she made it look too easy. Changing a field's shape takes insane concentration. By trying too hard to shrink it, he was actually burning through all his focus. Siren takes a massive breath, centering his soul. If the thought of shrinking it is what's messing me up, he snaps his eyes open, his focus becoming sharp as a razor. Then I'll just let it stay at its natural size. The second he lets go, the spirit field starts blowing up. The students are losing their minds. What? Is it seriously getting even bigger? The field expands further and further. Siren's eyes are pure fire now, pure determination. The numbers on the board are skyrocketing. Ami's face is twitching. What the actual? The entire hall is literally drowning in blue energy. Every single student is staring up, jaws on the floor. 41 meters. The board stops there, and the whole room erupts. It's too big. This is insane. Someone even starts shouting in pure shock. What kind of monster has a field this huge? Siren ignores the noise, raises his hands, and locks in his final move. No more one-sided commands. He looks at his palms. I'm bringing the whole thing down at once. In a heartbeat, the massive field collapses inward, hardening into solid, diamond-like planes. The upperclassmen are stunned. That new kid, he's the real deal. They're staring at Siren, encased in his perfect defense. The room goes from dead silent to absolute chaos in seconds. He actually did it. On his first day, Siron reaches out and touches the field. It's cold, hard, and brilliant, like he's standing inside a massive gemstone. Even Professor Athela has to adjust her glasses. She wasn't expecting this level of raw talent. She's thinking, okay, maybe his natural defensive affinity helped, but succeeding on day 1? That's straight up legendary. Word on the street was he shocked the entrance exam judges too. Turns out, the rumors were underselling him. Looks like the hype is real, Ami. Every teacher is talking about him. Ami's face? Absolutely terrifying right now. She's fuming. Even her friends are backed off. Ami's mind is spinning, replaying every moment Siron has gotten the better of her. This kid was supposed to be her ultimate humiliation, yet here he is, climbing the ranks like it's nothing. He's got to have someone powerful backing him. She glares at him through the blue glow, eyes narrowed in pure saltiness. At this rate, he'll close the gap between the classes in no time. He's becoming a superstar. Ami decides right then the plan has to change. I need to get close to him. Secretly, even Athela is thinking about how balanced he is. He's an all-rounder. It's like he spent his whole life training in the mountains or something. Siren breaks the silence. Professor, it shrunk down quite a bit, didn't it? Athela nods. Exactly. It's smaller, but the density? It's through the roof. At this level of hardness, most physical attacks aren't even going to scratch your field. You're basically a walking fortress. Plus, that density gives you a solid shield against mental magic too. She smiles. Good work. You can drop the field now. The blue walls fade away into mist. Thank you, Professor. And then, the whole hall just explodes with cheers. Everyone's shouting his name. Nice one. New kid's a beast. Siren just stands there, totally caught off guard by the love. Why's everyone staring? Our boy Siron dropped a quick thank you and ghosted the spotlight faster than a bad date. Appreciate it, guys. Itella watched him with a smirk, thinking, yeah, I see you. She knew exactly how much brainpower it took to nail that defense formation. The kids got crazy focus and a massive mana field. Pulling off a move like that? Honestly, for him, it was a walk in the park. Atella couldn't help but chuckle seeing Siren's awkward face as he became the school's new main attraction. Time to keep a close eye on this one. But man, the crowd's vibes were all over the place. Some were fans, others, not so much. A group of upperclassmen were already whispering, "Bet he's hitting the elite ranks soon," they said. That talent? Straight fire. You had the rivals looking for smoke, and then the girls? Straight up hard eyes. Day one and he's already living rent-free in their heads. But then you got the haters. Pure salt. And way at the back of the line, a storm was brewing. Amy was burning a hole through Siren with a look that could literally end lives. Terrifying stuff. Next morning at the academy, a new challenger appears. Enter a purple-haired lady with a sharp bun and eyes that scream, "I'm the boss." Door swings open, and the room goes nuts. "Professor Sienna, tell us about your first love." Classic rowdy teens. Siren locked eyes with her. She wasn't playing. That cold, serious stare from the podium, it hit like a ton of bricks. The room was buzzing. Siren realized she was the scary professor from the entrance exams. Talk about bad luck. Siren had no clue, but Sienna Oliver is the big dog in charge of the elite Class 5. The other students were losing it. No way. Class 7 getting a lecture from a legend? We're eating good today. But Jenna wasn't buying it. Why would a top-tier pro waste time on a bunch of rookies? Something was definitely fishy. Sienna adjusted her glasses. With talent like his, he'd smoke the Class 5 kids in no time. She was playing the long game. She didn't just stumble into this classroom. She came here to personally mold Siren into a monster. "I'll get you promoted in record time," she thought. "You're mine." Siren flinched, feeling a chill down his spine. He thought, did she just target me? Nah, I'm probably tripping. Meanwhile, some loudmouth in front started asking for stories. "Yo, professor, it's the first day. Give us the tea. Are you actually dating Professor 7? The class erupted in laughter. Sienna didn't say a word, but that eye twitch? Pure disgust. She was definitely not amused. She raised her hand, and boom, a crystal-clear ice block appeared out of thin air. Real flex move. "Who can explain the theory here?" she asked. Suddenly, the windows near Siren started frosting over. It was getting frosty, fast. Her voice stayed dead calm. "What is coldness?" Ice crystals started forming on the ceiling. The temperature was tanking. "And what is freezing?" The kids were shivering, teeth chattering. "Professor, it's freezing in here." She didn't blink. "You're cold because you lack energy." Stone-cold logic from a stone-cold lady. She played with the ice. In this world, thermal energy doesn't go below a certain point. It can go infinite up, but there's a floor going down. The ice in her hand shattered into dust. She was getting to the good part. She explained that when energy hits rock bottom, we call it absolute zero. No movement, total stillness. She smirked. "Mix a little energy from this room, and making ice like this is light work. But what if we grind it into microscopic dust and stir the air?" The ice fragments hit the floor as she dropped the mic. The answer? You get cold enough to drop a man where he stands. Just like you're feeling right now. Talk about a scary lesson. The kids were speechless. Wait, are we actually about to die? Sienna just turned back to the board. So, how does a mage actually grab that energy? She grabbed the chalk and looked back at the shivering crowd. No tech, no tools. How do they trigger magic like this with just their bare hands? Siren was locked in. She drew a circle on the board. A mage rules everything within their personal field. The range might be limited, but inside that circle, the mage is basically a god. Pure facts. Her voice droned on. If you want to mess with senses, you can create light, smells, or even physical pain. That's a mage's special sense. It gives them the cheat code to dominate reality itself. But even with all that godlike power, she paused, tapping the chalk against the board. What happens if they have no clue what they're capable of? She leveled her voice. To spark magic, a mage needs two things: omniscience and omnipotence, total knowledge and total power. The rookies in Class 7 were jaw-dropped. Mages literally build reality based on how much they know and how much they can do. No matter how much juice you have, without the brain power, you aren't casting a single thing. Class dismissed. Sienna's words hit Siren like a bucket of ice water, finally waking him up. Turns out, those top-tier mages aren't just born lucky, they're straight-up scholars who study the world's secrets with insane precision. That's when the light bulb finally went off for Siron. He realized exactly why his magic had been a total flop until now. He looked back at how he used to protect himself. He'd been grinding all his points into raw power, completely ignoring the fact that you actually need to know what you're doing first. Sienna kept the reality check coming, telling the class they'd be buried in books and countless subjects at this academy. "Look, mana is only half the battle," Sienna said with a smirk that basically meant good luck. "If you don't hit the books, you're never going to be a real-deal mage." Class was officially in session. After that heavy intro, she jumped right into the nitty-gritty. "All right, nerds, time for basic chemistry." "On it, Professor," Siren locked in. His eyes were literally glowing with that "I'm gonna be the main character" energy, determined to master this magic stuff. Fast forward to sunset. The academy grounds were buzzing with students gossiping. "Hey, you hitting the library today?" one girl asked her squad. "Duh. Finals are coming for our souls," her friend replied. These kids were so hardcore they were literally arguing over research papers while eating lunch. Another student chimed in about some secret project they had to build first. The whole campus was just a sea of stressed-out overachievers. Once the bells rang, it was a mad dash. Students either vanished into the library or huddled up in their little research cults. Siron was lugging his bag, just trying to keep his head down. He was living at the library every single day just to make sure he didn't get flexed on by the rich noble kids. He looked up at the sky, feeling the burn. His sleep schedule was basically non-existent at this point. Man, he was cooked. But then he shook it off. Even though he was exhausted, actually learning real magic felt like a massive weight off his shoulders. He started power walking, fueled by his dreams. He even wondered if some genius had invented a no-sleep spell yet because he seriously needed one. Then, suddenly, gravity says later, "Loser." Siren's feet were dangling off the ground. He realized with a mini heart attack that he was literally floating away. "What the hell is happening?" he yelled. He looked back and saw someone had him by the collar like he was a bag of groceries. He was totally losing it. This person was carrying him through the air like a hawk that just snatched up a snack. They hit the deep woods. Oof. Siren got tossed into the dirt like a sack of potatoes. It hurt so bad he almost teared up as he stared at his captor. Siren gasped. That fiery red hair. It was Ami. Ami Camus. Sweat started pouring down his face. He knew he'd have to face her eventually, but he didn't expect her to just spawn out of thin air and kidnap him. He hesitated. Was she still the same bratty kid from 5 years ago? Then Ami spoke up. "That look on your face. So you do remember me." "Wait, what?" Siren stuttered. Suddenly, a tiny spark danced on Ami's fingertip before exploding into a massive wall of fire right in his face. Ami flashed a smile that was honestly kind of terrifying. "Maybe I should just end our little history right here, don't you think?" Siron covered his head, ready for a beatdown. But then someone shouted, "Yo, chill out. Stop." One of the thugs watching Ami play with her food spoke up. "Miss, if you keep going, you're actually gonna delete that kid from existence." Ami thought back to that day. Originally, she just wanted to drag him home, but seeing him cry, she realized she kind of liked watching him suffer. She was flexing her fire control, looking all smug, but then she caught Siren's expression and her mood flipped. "This little brat," she hissed. Siren sat up and looked her straight in the eye. That look made her second-guess everything. Was this really the same kid from 5 years ago? "Yeah," Siren sighed. "I remember." He didn't hold back. I remember you ordering your goons to strip me naked in front of everyone. Amy's brain flashed back to her laughing like a villain while it happened. She panicked and cut him off. Oh yeah? Well, why don't we just fact-check that real quick? Stop right there, she screamed. She started rambling at max volume, trying to rewrite history on the spot. That's not how it went. Okay, you've got it all wrong. Your memory is totally fried. Like, seriously. See what I mean? Siron tried to get a word in, but she wasn't having it. Ami's face turned bright red as she stammered. I'm a lady. I don't just do stuff like that. Siren couldn't even keep up with her logic. Those thugs did that on their own, she yelled. I never gave that order. She was spiraling now. Wait, no. Didn't I hear you say you wanted to show it off? Or something like that? No, that's not it either. She finally just blurted out, look, from the start, I haven't even been interested in guys. Okay? Siron just blinked. No way. You kidnapped me just to tell me that? Ami froze. Her internal monologue was screaming. Of course not. So why am I standing here making pathetic excuses? Siren finally clocked it. She was terrified he was going to leak her mean girl past and ruin her reputation at the academy. The vibe was beyond awkward now. This is such a drag, Siren said, standing up. You could just say sorry, you know. Is that so hard? Amy backed away like he'd slapped her. Excuse me? Siren groaned. Look, I get it. You want to forget the cringe stuff you did. You're top of the class and super popular now. But the past is the past. You can't just Control-Z what happened. Siren kept it 100 with her. So instead of making up weird stories, wouldn't it be easier to just apologize and move on? It's the right thing to do. Ami just stood there, paralyzed. Apologize? The word echoed in her head like a system error. Her eyes went wide with pure panic. Get it together, Ami, she screamed internally. This guy's got a seriously silver tongue. In Amy's head, the chessboard is already set and the game is on. He's acting all high and mighty just to make her look like the villain and snatch the lead. Like, for real? He thinks he can outmaneuver her? He definitely thinks I'm some kind of pushover, Amy thinks. She watches him closely. Is he actually waiting for a sorry? Listen up, commoner. Amy snaps at Siren. What's in it for me if I apologize? Siren literally can't believe his ears. Wait, come again? Amy strokes her chin, full villain mode. Look, even if I say sorry, why should I trust you won't just stab me in the back 5 minutes later? There's zero trust here, right? She nods to herself, totally convinced by her own twisted logic. If I apologize, I'm basically admitting I took an L in the past. Why would I do that and lose my edge? Siron just stares at her, baffled. Do you seriously need a payout just to say you're sorry? An apology is like the bare minimum of being a decent person to someone you hurt. It's not some business deal where you get a bonus. Amy just bursts out laughing, cutting him off mid-sentence. Wow, you really have zero clue how the real world works, do you? She thinks to herself. Oh, another moral attack. I see you. But Amy's already planning to flip the entire script right here, right now. She keeps going. If there's no profit, there's no point in me wasting my precious energy. Don't act all high and mighty just to look like the good guy in front of me. Her words hit Siren like a physical punch. The second I apologize to a commoner, my life in this Magic Academy becomes a total nightmare. No thanks. Siren's eyes are finally open to the truth. This model, student vibe, total cap. She's pure evil under that pretty face. Amy hides a smirk behind her hand, her heart racing with victory. Almost there. I've almost won. Time for one more twist. She leans in close to Siren. You know the absolute scariest thing about this academy? Take a guess. Siren just looks lost. She drops the hammer, the upperclassman. That one sentence feels like a ton of bricks on Siren's shoulders. If a senior decides they hate you, your life is over. Not just the seniors, but every single person in your class will turn on you too. And obviously, if that little secret about you being a commoner gets out, her eyes turn cold as ice. You're getting expelled. Period. Siren snaps. Are you seriously threatening to get me kicked out just to keep me quiet? She just giggles behind her hand. Not right away. Chill. I'm just saying. I'm gonna watch how you behave first. I need to see if you can actually keep that mouth of yours shut. Siren's like, what are you even talking about? She gives the order. From now on, bring me coffee every single day. Think of it as a daily loyalty test for your reliability. Siren's heated now. Why the hell would I ever do that? But Amy closes the distance. I heard you got in on a special scholarship. A commoner making it this far? Must have been a grind. Be ashamed to lose all that progress over one mistake, right? Siren finally caves. Fine. If bringing you some stupid coffee proves I'm not a snitch, then I'll do it. Amy flips her hood up, looking like a total boss. Smart choice. Now be a good boy. Your whole future is riding on this, after all. Then, for 1 second, she turns terrifying. Try snitching to a teacher, and I promise I'm dragging you down to hell with me. She vanishes like a literal hurricane, leaving Siron in the dust. Once she's gone, he just slumps down to pick up his bag. I mean, I guess it's better than being kicked out. He's got to admit, her tactical game is actually insane. Siren just buries his face in his hands. Man, he just got here and things are already going south. The next day, the library entrance is packed. Suddenly, everyone stops and stares. Yo, look at that. There's Siron, walking through the crowd holding a cup of coffee. The gossip mill starts working overtime. Is that the new kid? Oh my god. Siren walks right up to the group and holds out the drink. Here's your coffee, Senior Amy. He doesn't yell it, but it's loud enough for every single person to hear. All eyes are locked on Amy. Her friend Cyril is losing her mind, patting Amy's shoulder. No way. Amy, what is actually going on right now? Amy brushes her hair back, those sharp red eyes glowing. She snatches the cup from his hand. Took you long enough. Try not to spill it next time. Then she just turns and walks away like it's nothing. Cyril's chasing her like, wait, that's it? Amy's just like, hurry up, we're gonna be late for class. Siron is left standing there, his face turning bright red. What did I just walk into? The crowd is absolutely buzzing now. Holy crap, did he just get rejected? He tried to confess and she just walked off. That is brutal. Cyril catches up to her friend. Does that new guy seriously have a crush on you? Amy just shakes her head. Nah, just giving a junior a little lesson in respect. She looks calm, but inside, she's literally dancing. She takes a sip, feeling like the ultimate queen. How's that for a gift from the great Amy? Total public humiliation. In her head, the plan worked perfectly. Now everyone thinks he's just another simp obsessed with her. Game, set, match. Amy was straight up vibing, thinking she had Siren cornered. She figured even if he stood in the middle of campus screaming the truth, nobody would buy it. Everyone would just roll their eyes and say, look at this loser Amiamis. Such a salty creep. He's only acting out because he got rejected. Classic revenge move, right? She was literally humming a tune, convinced that from here on out, Siren's word was worth absolutely zero. Total game over for him. I mean, is there anything tastier than cold, hard revenge? Cyril was trailing behind her, completely lost, just watching Ami celebrate like she'd won the lottery. Ami felt like a literal weight had been lifted after 5 long years of stress. Her ego was booming like a bass drum, while Siren looked like he'd just run out of batteries in the middle of a crowd. Siren was fuming internally. Like, this is straight up bullying. When did I even catch a beef with this girl? He clenched his fists, realizing that if he spiraled into a pity party, he'd be the only one losing. No trust left? Fine. He looked up, and you could see the switch flip in his eyes. The vibe was different now. If I'm stuck doing this, I'm gonna make it an absolute masterpiece. 10 days later, the entire academy was buzzing like a beehive. He's back. The legend is back again today. Someone actually screamed it out loud. Talk about a chaotic magic school romance. 10 days straight of public confessions? The crowd was living for the drama, hooting and hollering. Ami and Sariel were posted up by the library, watching the spectacle. Ami smirked, noticing the audience for her little show had basically doubled. Siron had a literal mob following him. eyes glued to his every move. Ami was low-key grinning. If this many people were watching, her plan was definitely working. She was thinking about finally wrapping this up when Sariel suddenly dropped a truth bomb. Yo, Ami, when are you actually gonna say yes to Siren? Ami froze. Like, total system error. Wait, what? Sariel, what are you even saying? Ami practically shrieked. Why would I ever date that guy? Did you forget who I am? Sariel just shrugged and said, I mean, the rumors are getting wild. Plus, you don't even look at other guys, but you never miss a chance to take Siren's coffee. It's a bit sus, don't you think? That hit Ami like a ton of bricks. Apparently, the whole school was shipping them as the next legendary power couple. Her brain was stuck on loop. Suddenly, another cup of coffee appeared right in front of her face. Siren, cool as a cucumber, just says, Senior, here's your coffee. The second the words left his mouth, the crowd went absolutely ballistic. Say yes, they chanted. Siren looked at her, all smug, and said, See, I didn't even spill a single drop this time. But inside, Siren was begging her to just take the cup and go. He had a library seat to catch and zero time for this. Ami was grinding her teeth so hard it hurt. It wasn't just her magic eyes turning red anymore, her whole face was glowing like a tomato. How did it end up like this? Are you guys freaking kidding me? Ami snapped, her face flaming as she looked at Siron. She suddenly swiped her hand, smashing the cup right out of his grip. You're so annoying. Sariel and the other students were shook. Complete silence. The coffee was just a puddle on the ground now. Ami went off. You really think I'm gonna fall for you just because of some cheap coffee? Get real. She pointed a finger at him, yelling about how he should be studying instead of stalking girls. Then she pulled a total 180 and marched away. Don't you ever bring me this trash again. Sariel scrambled to apologize. Sorry, so sorry, she told Siron before chasing after Ami. The crowd was whispering, Ouch, that was cold. That was brutal, they said. Sariel asked Ami, What's the plan if these rumors don't die down? Ami just barked back, Who cares? Those idiots have way too much free time. Trust me, once I graduate, this whole thing disappears. Back on the stairs, Siren was just quietly picking up the trash. The gossip mill was still spinning at full speed. Man, she's a total ice queen. Someone report her for wasting good coffee. Poor Siron. But Siron? He was just standing there, stunned. Wait, for real? I'm done? I don't have to do this anymore? He grabbed his bag, and the girls nearby were like, Oh no, he looks so heartbroken. I can't even watch. Little did they know, Siren's face was actually glowing with pure joy. Freedom! Finally. That night in the library, Ami was face down on her desk. Damn it, she hissed, looking up with a pen balanced on her lip, looking totally stressed. She had to stop these freshmen from spreading the word outside the academy. She was the one who started the fire, so she figured she could put it out before it got out of hand. But that wasn't even the part that was bugging her. Her eyes flared red, the red eye camus, a literal reflected memory skill. Suddenly, her surroundings shifted, and she was back on campus in her mind. It's a high-tier move that lets the user perfectly replay every single thing they've ever experienced. Ami replayed the moment Siron handed her the coffee. He looked so shy, calling her senior and offering the drink. For 10 days straight, every time she saw him, she'd activated her red eyes. She had every single one of his movements recorded in 4K resolution. She bit her lip. He looked like he was having fun on day one, but as she kept watching, she noticed something wasn't adding up. For the other 9 days, Ami realized his gaze didn't flicker once. His pupils didn't even twitch. She leaned in closer to the memory, analyzing every pixel. What did this actually mean? She got serious. See, no matter how good someone is at faking a smile, you can never, ever hide your true soul from the eyes. And Siren? He was capping the whole time. Listen, the nervous system is the ultimate snitch. If a guy can't even control his own gaze, he's basically an open book. Ami's eyes sharpened. This dude was pulling off robot-level emotional control. She closed her book with a snap, realizing one thing he was being dead serious. Her friend Cyril caught the vibe and whispered, "Hey, Ami, you done already?" Ami didn't say a word, just started packing up her stuff like she was on a mission. "I'm wiped," Ami sighed. Cyril started to stand up too, offering to walk her home, but Ami shut that down fast. "Nah, don't worry about me. I'll head out solo." Cyril looked worried, asking if Ami felt bad about rejecting Saron's coffee earlier. Ami just rolled her eyes. "Seriously, I told you, that's not it at all." "Fine, but if you need to vent, I'm here, okay?" Ami just gave a quick nod. Yeah, thanks." She stepped outside feeling like a literal zombie. Everything was falling apart, the plan was trashed, and her brain felt like scrambled eggs. Ami pushed through the doors, desperate for some peace and quiet. But then, a voice cut through the air. "Calling it an early night, Ami?" "Great." It was Jack Adrius. He hit her with a wink, bragging about how he thought he'd be waiting for her until midnight. Ami looked him up and down. "Why are you even here? Don't you have anything better to do?" Jack just smirked, saying he heard some juicy rumors. "Word on the street is some softy named Siron is trying to move in on you," he sneered. Ami just exhaled. This guy was exhausting. "You really came all this way just to mock me? Seriously?" Jack just shook his head and thrust a cup of coffee toward her. "Relax. This is top-tier Western brew, not that trash they serve at school. A queen like you deserves the best." Ami looked at the cup like it was radioactive. "What the hell is your deal, Jack?" He just grinned. "I'm trying to win you over, obviously. I'm not like that loser Siron. I'm the future Minister of Finance, Ami. I'm actually on your level." The cringe was real. Ami's face went cold as ice. "I'm not interested in whatever disgusting game you're playing." Jack's smile froze. "Disgusting?" Ami didn't stop. "And we aren't nearly close enough for you to be acting like this." She laid it all out. "You think I don't know your little clique tries to trash my reputation every chance you get?" Jack started backpedaling fast. "Wait, that's just a misunderstanding. Don't you think you're being a little harsh right now?" He stepped closer, steam rising from the coffee cup in his hand. "You're not just insulting me, you're insulting my entire family. And nobody touches the Adrius name and gets away with it." He squinted with a fake nice smile. "As a Camus, you should know how this works, right?" Ami just spat back. "You're pathetic." Jack stopped dead. "What?" Ami didn't blink. "You think just because you have a little clout in this school, you can act like a king?" She flashed a sharp, mocking smile. "A guy who starts a weird little club just to bully people in the shadows? Does a guy like that even know what honor means?" Jack's face twisted into a nasty, desperate grin. He clutched his forehead, cursing under his breath. "You little brat. You're only acting tough because you're the it girl right now." He started screaming. "You think the Kami's family is untouchable? You might be rich, but you don't have real power." He cornered her, forcing her to step back. "With my family's influence, I could choke your family's finances until you have nothing." Jack looked down at her, his ego exploding. "You get it now, Ami? You see the situation you're in?" Ami actually laughed. "Oh, I get it perfectly." She looked him dead in the eye. "You really are just a bottom-tier loser." She stared right into his ugly face. "Unlike Siren, your eyes, they look like dead fish, totally lifeless." Jack lost his mind. "What, you're saying I'm not even as good as that scrub Siron?" He was shaking with rage. "Fine. I tried to play nice, but you ruined it. Now I'm going to break you completely." Then he said the one thing he shouldn't have. "I'll make sure Siren never uses a drop of magic again after today." Jack kept barking. "I'm going to show you exactly how great I am compared to." Smash! Ami slapped the coffee right out of his hand. The cup shattered against the floor, splattering everywhere. Jack hissed through his teeth, eyes wild. "You arrogant brat. I don't care how pretty you are. My patience is done." Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. The air changed. Ami just opened her mana domain. "You were saying?" she asked calmly. Ami's eyes glowed a terrifying crimson in the shadows. "What are you gonna do, Jack?" He started trembling. She moved so fast he couldn't even track her magic. "Are you insane?" He stuttered. You know it's against the rules to use high-level magic in the halls. Ami just laughed, the wind howling through the enclosed corridor as she mocked him. You're all talk, Jack. At least Siron doesn't hide behind his daddy's name. He actually takes responsibility for his actions. I bet you couldn't even catch up to his shadow in 6 months. Jack's veins were popping out of his neck. He was fuming, but the room was literally filling with her localized hurricane. He realized he was in way over his head. One wrong move, and is she gonna delete me? For real, I can't throw hands with the boss of this magic academy, it's suicide. But he shoots Ami a look, grips the railing, and gets ready to bounce. Revenge is a dish best served later. Lady, don't think you've seen the last of me. Ami leans against the wall, muttering to herself. Holy hell, it's been a minute since her blood pumped this fast. She's overthinking it now. Why did she even do that? Was it the threat? Or because he knows her deep, dark secrets? Then she remembers Siren's words back in the woods. If doing this makes you trust me, then I'm all in. Ami spins around, seeing the coffee puddle on the floor, and snaps. Damn it, I knew that idiot wouldn't show up. Fast forward to the next night, the moon is high, and she's realizing that thanks to him, her head is finally clear. A few days later at the academy, Siriel is literally vibrating with tears. Total chaos. And yeah, Ami's the one who started it. There's a note that says, I've got Siren. Training Center 14 at 6 p.m. or I'm gonna, well, let's just say he won't be a man anymore. Tell a teacher, and you'll regret it forever. Siren reads the note and looks at Siriel like, are you seeing this? Wait, so Senior Ami went there to save me? At the bottom, it's signed with a real edgy name, the Black Magician. This whole situation is turning into a straight-up tsunami. The academy bells are ringing, and students are dragging themselves to class. Siren's just walking and reading, but everyone's whispering. Yo, that's the guy who's thirsty for Senior Ami, right? It's cool being famous, but this is beyond awkward. 4 days ago, Ami literally dumped her coffee on him and went ice cold. Siren's crying on the inside. Like, how am I supposed to show my face around here after that? He hides behind his book and clears his throat. Just smile and act confident, Siren. They'll stop poking fun if I look like I don't care. Suddenly, he spots someone who actually catches his eye. Oh, hey, that's Senior Siriel. She's standing there all alone, which is weird. Don't she and Ami usually move like a pack? Siren wonders. Everything okay? Siren walks up to say hi, but Siriel lets out a scream that's so loud he starts screaming back. Siriel lunges and grabs his collar like a crazy person. Why are you here? Where is Ami? Siron is getting dizzy from the shaking. Why are you asking me that? Siriel shoves the note into his face. Look at this. You're supposed to be in major trouble right now. Siren's eyes go wide. The note says, I have Siren. If you want him back, get to Training Hall 14 before 6 p.m. Snitch to a teacher and you're done for. Signed, Black Magician. Seriously, what a name. Siren stares at the paper, totally lost. Wait, I'm kidnapped? Since when? He looks at Siriel. And who even is this guy? The Black Magician. Flashback to 30 minutes ago. Ami and Siriel are walking when some blonde dude blocks their path. Siriel's face drops. Not this guy again. Ami just snaps. Didn't I tell you to get lost? Why are you still talking? The blonde guy just gives this greasy smirk. Maybe drop the attitude, princess. He waves a paper. My boss wants a word. Siriel tries to pull Ami away, saying he's a waste of time. Ami just scoffs. No wonder he's stuck at level 5 forever. The blonde guy doesn't quit. Boss said if I showed you this, you'd suddenly be a very good listener. He said if you don't want your boy getting hurt, you'd better play ball. Siriel looks at him like he's a total freak. Excuse me. Ugh, what a creep. Siriel turns to Ami. Come on, let's just go to the library and forget this loser exists. But Ami surprises her. She snatches the note out of the guy's hand. Wait, Ami? Siriel's confused. Ami reads, Siren is kidnapped. She immediately thinks of Jack. That's gotta be it. He did say, I'm gonna make sure that kid never uses magic again. Ami's fuming internally. That absolute trash bag. But out loud, She just scoffs. So, what's that got to do with me? She tosses the note on the ground like it's garbage. His problems aren't my problems. The blonde guy just shrugs and walks off. Siriel picks up the paper and reads it. Wait, the black magicians? Those school bullies who target the top students? She's legit confused. Why would they take Siren? He doesn't have anything to do with. Well, anything. Ami is low-key panicking. She knows she went too far the other day and this is probably payback. Siriel's like, we gotta tell a professor. It's not just Siren, you could be in danger too. Ami mutters. A professor? Yeah, that's the smart move, but it's not that simple. She's already imagining the nightmare of being dragged in front of the board of directors. If the teachers get involved, they're gonna dig into everything. Her connection to Siron, her past, everything she's hiding will blow up. She thinks about Siren's face. If they start investigating, they're gonna find out the one thing she's protecting. That sad, puppy dog look of Siren's pops into her head. The fact that he's just a commoner. She remembers what she told him. A commoner like you making it this far? Must have been a struggle. Be a shame if you had to drop out now. Wouldn't it? And then she hears his voice again. If it makes you trust me, I'll do it. Suddenly, her mind drifts back to last year. Seeing him like that, it was just pathetic. Siren was face down in the dirt, a total wreck, literally begging for his life. Ami's knuckles turned white as she gripped her fists. She handed her bag to Siriel and said, I'm going. If I'm not back in a flash, go tell the professor everything. Siriel's jaw hit the floor. Wait. What? Why would you? She screamed after Ami's retreating back. Going solo? What can one girl even do against a whole squad? Do you even know how many of them there are? Ami didn't even look back. Sorry, but I've got my own reasons. Just don't sweat it. She threw a confident smirk over her shoulder. Even if 10 of those low-life punks showed up, they still couldn't lay a finger on me. Back in the real world, Siren stared at the paper in his hands, his voice shaking. So, you're telling me Senior Ami actually went to save my skin? Siren's head was spinning. No way a devious, calculating girl like her would do that. She went alone? He shouted. We can't just sit here. What's the plan? Siriel looked worried. Ami said it was personal. It's the first time she's ever really leaned on me like this. She told me to wait until 7 o'clock. Siren rubbed his chin, brain working at light speed. There had to be a reason she didn't want the teachers involved. He checked his watch with a grim look. She was definitely trying to keep their little secret buried. They were in the same boat, and she was risking it all to keep his past a mystery. Siren looked at Siriel and said, I'm heading out too. Siron slammed his bag onto the table with a loud thud. Senior, just stay here until the time is up. Siriel tried to stop him. Wait a second. But Siron was already sprinting away. Hall 14, mountainside. Am I even gonna make it in time? Suddenly, Siron's feet left the ground. Siriel was holding him, soaring through the sky. Running? You'll be a grandpa by the time you get there. I'm coming with you, like it or not. She yelled over the wind. Hold on tight. I'm about to teleport us. Siren panicked. Wait, you're gonna what? A blinding golden light erupted right next to him. He saw a pale gold glow wrapping around his arms, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the sky. Siron's terrified scream echoed through the air. Students inside the building looked up as a flash of light streaked across the horizon. Whoa, was that high-level magic? Siren's eyes went wide. The forest was coming up fast. Siriel pulled a hard brake. Teleporting straight into a tree is a death wish, so she decided to fly the rest of the way. Without a second's delay, she dove toward the ground. Moments later, they landed. Siren stumbled, desperately clutching a tree just to stay upright. His brain hadn't even caught up yet. He leaned against the trunk, losing his lunch and puking his guts out. Siriel didn't wait. She sprinted toward Hall 14, calling out Ami's name. Nothing. It's empty. This is weird. We're 10 minutes early. Siron wiped his mouth, his mind finally clearing. They moved. The address in that letter was a decoy to throw off the staff. They're avoiding the teachers, he whispered. Siriel yelled, then where is Ami? Siron realized this whole thing was a massive, elaborate trap. Secrets and past lives were all tangled up now. This wasn't just about his reputation anymore, they were in a mess way bigger than he imagined. Siren looked at her. Senior, go back and tell the professors everything. He stared into the woods. You'll be way faster if you fly back alone. We need backup, now. Sariel hesitated. But Ami told me to wait until 7. Siren shook his head. It's fine. She's in this mess because of me anyway. I'll back her up. So just go. Sariel stood there, totally dazed. What? Then she clutched her head and screamed. Wait, her important reason was you. What's the deal with you two? Are you secret dating or something? What am I missing? Siren didn't have time for the drama. We're burning daylight. Every second we waste makes things more dangerous for her. Sariel finally snapped out of it. Fine, but you better stay put. As soon as she took off, Siron let out a massive sigh of relief. The mountains were his home turf. Siren stood in the heart of the forest and activated his domain. He closed his eyes, focusing every bit of energy. I'm finding her. His spiritual pulse rippled through the woods like a shockwave until he caught a scent. Found it footprints. He tracked them through the dirt. They were fresh, only a few minutes old, but then they just vanished. Did they take flight? Suddenly, a loud snap echoed through the trees. Siren jumped, looking toward a pillar of smoke rising from the deep woods. Please tell me she's okay. Deep in the forest, a voice dripped with fake sympathy. Whoops, my hand slipped. It was that blonde jerk who sent the letter, wearing a total trash-eating grin. My bad. I almost blasted you with my welcome wagon silver cannon, Ami. Ami ignored the fire burning beside her and looked up as more shadows appeared. They dropped from the trees surrounding her. Look at that. The big boss actually showed up. Boss was right. This is a massive catch. Easy now, boys, the leader said, mocking her. Ami is our guest of honor. Let's not be rude. Ami stood right in the center, arms folded, staring them down. Is this it? A bunch of punks with nothing better to do than play pretend in the woods? Zest sneered. Did you really come alone? Is that little brat so important to you that you'd throw your life away like this? Ami's voice was like ice. I'm just here to catch some rats. I don't need to burn the whole house down just to do that. Zest's face twisted into a nasty laugh. Still talking big. Huh? With this many eyes on you, I don't think things are gonna go your way, sweetheart. This absolute creep is giving Ami the nastiest side-eye ever. He's all like, yeah, I've got it all figured out this time, sweetie. Ami? 0. Flips? Given. She's just like, whatever you're plotting is a you problem, bruh. I literally do not care. Total boss energy right there. The goon squad starts losing it, laughing like high school bullies. Where's your boy? Probably licking the dust off some old books in the library right now. Poor guy has no idea his girl is about to get wrecked, the blondie mocks. Then he goes, oh, I love me some books. What a weirdo. Who cares where that nerd is anyway? They're staring at Ami now, and it's getting super sus. We're only here for you, gorgeous. These guys are thirsty for revenge, no cap. The leader, Jiet, tells her, my boy is still salty about last night. He's got a grudge to settle, so you better watch your back. Ami just sighs. Siren's not here? Honestly, that makes this a whole lot easier. She hits them with a smirk. Having all these eyes watching her was getting annoying anyway. Suddenly, her whole body starts glowing with this insane blue light. She's basically like, time to take out the trash, though it's gonna be a bit of a workout. The thugs are shook. Wait, what the? Gid is actually sweating now. No way. Before they can even blink, Ami launches a straight-up nuke at the blonde guy in the back. Absolute fire. His arm is toast, and he's screaming his head off about how hot it is. The rest of the squad? Complete and utter chaos. Yo, she's literally throwing flames. Gid is trying to play it cool, yelling at them to dodge. He thinks her magic can't hit multiple targets at once. Big mistake. That coward Jack and a few others try to fly high to stay out of the blast zone. They're trying to move fast, thinking they're safe. But Ami's domain, her power zone, sweeps right over them. Git just freezes before boom. Right in his face. Ami is just standing there, cool as a cucumber, then flicks her wrist. Her eyes are glowing red now. She's officially done playing nice. Her energy field splits into these sharp rays, locking onto every single one of them. No one is getting away. No one. She charges up, and the flames are roaring. Then, boom, she unleashes a massive wave of fireballs in every direction. It's straight up raining fire. The thugs are ducking for cover, totally panicked. Wait, you said she was a rookie. Why is she hitting like a final boss? How is she casting that fast? One guy gets blasted across the field. Get is internally screaming, what the hell is going on? This isn't the practice range anymore. She's got that real deal combat experience. Too hot, too hot. Jeet flies even higher, trying to escape the heat. He's thinking, okay, every god tier skill has a weakness. I just gotta find it. He's hovering up there, looking down. He figures if she's attacking horizontally, he just needs to drop a vertical nuke on her. He starts summoning a literal tornado in his hand. Gef Agua First puts everything he's got into one move. Wind Blade. The Wind Blade is screaming down from the sky, closing in on Ami. She's trapped. Jack starts grinning like a psychopath. Game over, girly. But at the very last second, Ami dodges it like she's in the freaking Matrix. Smooth as silk. Get is losing his mind. How? Ami just mocks him with a laugh. It's called having a strategy. Honey, you should try it. Then she levels her hand. Fire attack. Her power locks onto him, and Get just lets out a crap before taking a fireball straight to the chest. He gets sent flying, absolutely losing his mind. Ami, that absolute savage, starts walking toward him. She gives him this sweet, fake smile. Maybe if you didn't spend all day being a creep, your grades wouldn't be total trash. Get is grinding his teeth in pure hate, trying to counter. Don't you dare look down on me. Ami just shrugs. Stop resisting. I'm not letting you off easy this time. Suddenly, zap. Something hits Ami right in the eyes. This purple energy slams into her, and her body just freezes, like she's pinned to the air. She's panicked now. What is this? She grabs her face, screaming in pain. This isn't part of the plan. Get and his goons surround her, doubling down on the pressure. They finally caught her. He's got this disgusting grin. Surprise, surprise. Ami's power zone is literally falling apart. Geet is mocking her. If you don't shut down your magic, you're gonna go brain dead, you little firecracker. It's an anti-magic trap. Ami is swearing under her breath, her eyes glowing a fierce, desperate red. You absolute losers. You're using forbidden magic, she thinks. Dang it. Even the red eyes aren't helping me recover. I'm stuck. Suddenly, a gust of wind grabs her hands and feet, tying her up tight. Geet starts laughing like a movie villain. Finally, I got you, you little brat. He slicks back his hair and gets way too close. So, how's it feel? You want to rethink that offer I made you yesterday? He pulls out a freaking dagger. You better think long and hard about your next move, sweetie. I don't mind getting my hands dirty, he says. Ami is fuming. I warned you. If you touch me, you're a dead man. But internally, she's struggling. She can't break free. Her strategy isn't working. Ever since she was 12, she hasn't been able to push past this limit. Dang it, she's just floating there, desperate to find a way out of this mess. Git is loving every second of this. Finally realized how much trouble you're in? He's playing with the knife. I heard you're sick of guys following you around. Huh. He makes this gross, shameless face at her. How about I give you a little scar? That way, everyone will stay far, far away from you. He puts the glowing blade right against her cheek. This dude is straight up psycho. Yo, it was supposed to end like this for you from the jump. A cold blade's literally hovering right in Amimi's face. She hears Jack's trash talk ringing in her ears. Yeah, you should have been this miserable since day one. Then he snaps. Start talking. Ami squeezes her eyes shut. Damn it, she's totally gassed. Suddenly, a flashback from a year ago in that sketchy alleyway hits her. She sees Siron face down on the pavement. So, this is how he felt? Right as things get peak dramatic, someone screams, "Hold it right there." Ami looks up toward the shout. It's Siron, standing there with nothing but a wooden stick in his hand. He starts roasting those low-life losers. The gang is stunned, totally caught off guard. Honestly, Ami's even more shocked than they are. Siron's huffing and puffing, gripping that stick like a lifeline. The leader just laughs. For real? You came here all by your lonesome? He starts twirling his knife. Look guys, the prince finally showed up. The crew starts mocking him instantly. Prince, whatever you think, your Ami just cuts them off with a scream. You total moron. Why would you show up alone? Siren's busy doing the math. Sure, they've got the numbers, but thinking they can take down the top mid-tier student? Please. Besides, by now, Senior Serial definitely already got the teachers on the way. Just gotta stall for a bit. Siren's spirit zone flares up. He's hyping himself up, trying to find that inner confidence. I took down Ren with sword skills. I can do this. Siron drops the hammer. Let Senior Ami go. Right now. The bully just watches Siren charging in and sneers. You lose your mind? Let her go so you two can double team us? Not happening. Siren keeps sprinting forward. Stick ready. The blonde guy turns to Jack. Is this head case seriously just running straight at us? Jack just grins. Let him in, boys. They just stand there, watching Siron. That's when Siren realizes something is very, very wrong. Boom. Siren's spirit zone shatters instantly, just like Ami's did. His eyes go wide and that stick just clatters to the ground. Siren collapses, clutching his head in pure agony as Jack's crew starts howling with laughter. They're losing it. Classic Prince move right there. Didn't disappoint at all. What were you even gonna do to a mage with that piece of wood? Ami screams at him. Siren, kill your spirit zone. It's anti-magic. Siren's on his knees, head throbbing. Anti-magic. What? She's still yelling. You won't be able to use magic ever again if you don't stop. Shut it down or you'll literally go insane. You listening? Siren's vision is a blur. It feels like his senses are drifting away and his mind is just breaking into pieces. Then he remembers Professor Athela's words. A mage has to keep their focus to survive on a chaotic battlefield. Period. He grips his head, thinking. A defensive form is meant to keep the spirit zone from collapsing, no matter what messes with it. Even physical hits shouldn't make it crumble. It should even stand strong against mental attacks. Athela's voice is echoing in his head like a mantra. At the end of the day, anti-magic and spirit power are just waves. He's still in pain, gutting through the mental torture of the attack. Siron realizes if he just cranks up the density of his spirit zone until nothing can pierce it. He stares at his hands, focuses every ounce of his will, and rebuilds the zone. The blonde guy's jaw drops. What? He's actually tanking it? The leader just scoffs. Trying to act like a top-tier student? You're just a rookie. Siren just lets out a roar and pushes his output to the max. Ami panics. Give it up. There's too many of them. There's a limit to what one guy can take. But then, the bullies freeze. Wait, what? They watch as Siren's spirit zone literally reconstructs itself right before their eyes. What the hell is happening? The layers of his zone are becoming rock solid. Siron slowly stands up, focusing even harder. I need more fragments. Suddenly, the magic snaps back. The bullies are screaming. What's he doing? The anti-magic is reflecting off him like a mirror. Jack tries to hold the attack. Don't freak out. Your fear is messing with the wave. Jack screams, you really want to get wrecked by anti-magic that bad? But Siron is fully upright now, walking forward step by step. With every single footprint, his spirit zone gets even tougher. Siren's sphere is getting bigger, harder, more intense. The gang is losing it. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Their own anti-magic is hitting them now. No, my own magic. The whole crew is getting blasted by their own power. They're on the floor, clutching their heads and begging for help. Ami just stands there, totally stunned. What is this madness? Suddenly, the wind binding her snaps. And she was so focused on her own blocked magic she didn't even notice. Her hands are free. I can use my zone again. The anti-magic is gone. She lands on her feet, staring at Siron's spirit zone in total disbelief. No way. How can a spirit zone feel this cold and rock solid? Siron's nose is even bleeding from the strain. He looks down at the ground. He can feel something squirming under his feet. His zone is literally crushing their anti-magic. He stands there, feeling like he's just stepping on some tiny, pathetic worm. Jack's forbidden spell is completely trashed. It makes zero sense. Are you playing with me? He looks at his defeated crew and screams. There's 6 of us. How the hell are we losing to one brat like him? Giat is losing his mind after getting wrecked. He starts running his mouth, framing Siron like a total snake. That's right. That punk, he's definitely an anti-magic cheater. That's the only reason a loser like him got a special recommendation. Giat staggers up, desperately flexing his magic domain. You think you can beat me with basic combat magic? Siron just stands there, frozen. This is turning into a massive disaster. Across from him, Giat is charging up 2 wind blades, ready to slice. Siron's panicking internally because he doesn't know a single spell. Giat starts cackling. Time to cut you down, but before he can finish, he catches a literal barrage of hands from Amy, flying back 10 feet into the dirt. Before he can even process the pain, another punch lands square on his face. Amy's screaming at him, "Game over, you absolute piece of trash." Siron's frantically trying to peel a berserk Amy off of Jack, who's currently being beaten within an inch of his life. "Senior, chill, please." Amy's still swinging, yelling, "What were you gonna do to me? Say it again. Use your words." She's just unloading on him. "Come on, talk more trash." "He's gonna die." Siron's stressed out of his mind. If she keeps using her magic circuits like this, Jack is actually going to be a corpse. He uses every bit of strength he has to pull her back. "I'm begging you." After a chaotic struggle, the forest finally goes dead silent. Siron asks, "Are you okay, Amy?" But she's just dead weight, slumped over him without a word. He tries calling out again. "Senior." Finally, it clicks. Amy has completely blacked out. He starts shouting, "Wake up, Senior. Hey." The forest is a total graveyard of bodies, with Siron and Jack's crew all sprawled out. Siron looks down at the unconscious Amy. I didn't think she'd push herself to the point of fainting. Did she just run out of gas? He stays silent for a second before whispering, "Anyway, thanks, Senior. I heard you actually came here to save me." Right then, Amy flinches and pops up like a literal spring. "Ugh, I feel so refreshed now." She turns around and looks straight at Siron. "Oh, right. Where did you get the nerves to pick a fight when you're this weak?" "Huh." She accidentally bumps his wound, and Siron hits the dirt in pain. "Yep, same old Amy. 0 points for personality." Amy clears her throat. "Whatever, let's just get the hell out of here. Fast. If the teachers catch us now, we're in deep trouble." She reaches out her hand to pull him up. "Actually, Senior Serial is probably reporting this to the staff right now. I told her to." Amy freezes. "You did what?" "I specifically told her not to do that." Siron yells back. "What else could we do? It was an emergency." Amy's clutching her head. "That's because you don't get how things work around here, kid. Everything gets way more complicated the moment the school administration gets their hands on it. These mages won't stop until they've scrutinized every little detail. In other words, they aren't letting this slide." Amy's literally screaming now. "You want all our secrets exposed or something?" Siron's baffled. "You think that's the problem here? We barely survived." Giat is just lying there on the side, listening to them bicker. "Secrets?" Amy groans. "Crap. We'll deal with the fallout later. Let's just run." Siron's confused. "Aren't we already running?" Suddenly, a blinding pink light drops from the sky, pinning them both to the spot. Amy's gritting her teeth, praying, "Please, just let it be an old teacher. Someone chill who'll just look the other way. Like some grandpa professor who'll just say, 'Kids will be kids,' and move on." But nope, it's the 2 most terrifying people possible. 7, the rank 6 Fire Master, and Sienna, the rank 6 Ice Queen. Amy immediately grabs her head. "I'm dead. It had to be the two most hot-headed advisors in the entire academy. Sariel rushes over. Amy, are you okay? She's shaking Amy's face, panicked. Are you hurt? What happened to your head? Amy's seeing stars. I'm fine, but how did you get here so fast? Meanwhile, Seven is already prepping a spell. A massive orb of fire shoots into the sky. Siren watches in total awe. That's the Searing Sun spell. I heard that's insanely hard to pull off. Thanks to the light, Seven sees all 6 of Giat's goons unconscious and scattered across the ground. What the hell happened here? He turns back to Amy and Siren with a look that could kill. Seven starts shaking Amy. Amy, how does a top student like you get mixed up in a mess like this? He's frantically checking her for injuries, while Sienna just stands there with a scowl. Sienna turns to Siron. Siron, we came because we heard you were in danger. Mind explaining this crime scene? Siren nods. Well, the thing is, but before he can get a word out, Giat cuts in. I'll do it. I believe I can explain everything to the professors. Giat, with his face looking like a bruised fruit, says, to be honest, it was just a personal grudge, so I challenged him to a duel. You know how it is at our age, just being impulsive and competitive. Sienna's eyes go ice cold. A duel? Really? Because I heard there was a death threat involved. She glares at his squad on the ground. And I saw you using anti-magic. You're not going to tell me you forgot the school rules, are you? He starts scrambling for excuses immediately. Look, Ami is way too strong. I only use that as a survival tactic. Talk is cheap, but look at us. We're the ones who ended up in the emergency room. He puffs out his chest, acting all high and mighty. And don't forget, Ami broke the rules first when she jumped me in the library. That's why I called for a duel. Isn't it sus that she didn't report this to the teachers right away? Ami's jaw drops at his straight-up lies. What kind of garbage are you spitting right now? You were the one throwing threats in the library. And this time, you literally wrote that you kidnapped Zero. He cuts her off with a smirk. But did we actually kidnap him? Today, you were the ones who swung first. He points a finger right in Siron's face. The fact that Siron didn't tell a soul and ran straight here, it means these two are hiding something big. He screams at the top of his lungs. You teachers see it now, right? He's going all in, trying to pin the blame on them. These two are the real criminals here. Siren just glares, while Ami is literally grinding her teeth. You total piece of. He just grins. Come on, why don't you spill your little secrets right here and now? Well, he's laughing inside. Now do you get it? This is the terror of a real dark mage. He's already calculating his next move. He wants to blow this whole thing out of proportion. He doesn't care how much cash it takes. Once I dig up your secrets, the local news, the government, even the church will hear about it. I'm going to broadcast your failure to the entire world. But then, Professor Sienna shuts down his little power trip. The temperature in the room drops instantly. You can stop with the nonsense now. A freezing wind starts howling through the hall. Sienna's voice is ice. You and your little squad used anti-magic. You didn't just use it, you crossed the line. You used it as a weapon to hunt down other students. She looks at Siron, her eyes cold. Do you realize you could have shattered their minds? They could have lost their sanity completely. Siron winces, thinking about his own life. Professor Sienna's eyes turn a terrifying shade of glacial blue. That alone is more than enough to kick you out of this academy for good. He just laughs. A low-level advisor thinks she can fire me? The other teacher, Thut, leans in and whispers, Sienna, wait. The Adius family is basically keeping this school afloat. If they pull their funding, we're all out of a job. Our paychecks come from them. Sienna doesn't even blink. Isn't our job as advisors to set these students straight? Her voice is pure venom now. If you can't even do that, then maybe you should be the one packing your bags and leaving. The brat roars with laughter. Fine. Let's see who gets the boot first, me or you. He squints his swollen eyes at her. Money runs this world, lady. Cash is king. And when the money talks, everyone including you bows down. Sienna's expression goes dark. He keeps rambling. You should take this chance to learn how the real world works. She just sighs. Before that, She raises her hand high. Looks like I still need to teach you a lesson. A massive pillar of ice erupts, and the wind hits so hard you can't even open your eyes. Siren just mumbles, "What an idiot." Ami squints through the gale. How did it even get this far? Thut is panicking. Sienna, wait. He tries to stop her, but it's too late. Suddenly, the kid is trapped in a mountain of ice, surrounded by jagged spears pointed right at his throat. Siren's jaw hits the floor watching this show of power. It's insane she didn't even touch a single thread of his clothes. Her mana control is literally down to the millimeter. Siron is stunned. So this is why they call her the genius ice mage. Sienna stares him down. Do you really think money solves everything? He's still screaming like a lunatic. Stop talking and melt this ice right now. Sienna just snaps her fingers. Boom. The ice shatters into a million pieces. She walks closer, calm as ever. We know you've been bullying other students for a long time. The academy only hesitated because of your family's influence. He's on his knees now. Yeah, because my family's money pays for everything. Don't get it twisted, Sienna snaps back. This isn't a business. We don't teach for the money, we teach lessons that money can't buy. He stammers, and what the hell is that supposed to be? Sienna looks him dead in the eye. It's about who you dreamed of becoming. She asks him seriously, didn't you want to be a mage? Those words hit him like a physical blow. Suddenly, he remembers his younger self. Professor Sienna, if you let me into class 5, I'll become a legendary mage and pay you back. She continues, that dream you shared with your friends. You all studied together to reach the top. Wasn't that the whole reason you worked this hard to get here? Brain.exe has stopped working. Our guy is just standing there, ghosting reality while flashing back to his childhood squad and the good old days. Sienna drops the heavy question. You seriously gonna trash everything you built with your own hands? She's giving him that look, and he just goes dead silent for a beat. Look, ma'am. He looks at the floor, defeated. A long silence later, he finally mumbles, I'm sorry. Siren stares at the clouds, probably wondering where it all went south. He's deep in his feelings about what actually matters to him. Suddenly, screams from the punishment room. Ow, watch the hands. It's just a scratch. Stop being so extra. Man, you knew this drama was coming. Cut to the interrogation room. Siron and Ami are sweating under the lights. That grills Siron like, why didn't you just call a teacher, kid? If things go south, you report it. Period. His voice is flat, totally unimpressed. But nope, you decided to play hero for an upperclassman instead. She's way out of your league, rank-wise. Being a nice guy isn't exactly a valid excuse in this academy, buddy. Ami and Siron share a look pure, we're cooked energy. Finally, Ami snaps. All right, fine. I'll give it to you straight. Siren's like, wait. What? But he knows they can't hide the truth forever, even if he has no clue who snitched to the principal. Ami takes a breath and drops the bomb. The thing is, Siron is actually Siron. She's totally forgetting she's supposed to be incognito. Then she winks. He's my boyfriend. The words hit the room and boom. Sienna and Sariel's jaws hit the floor. You could hear the screams from across the campus. Say, what? The shockwaves are literal. Somewhere, someone's screaming, help. Is anyone there? In Ami's wild imagination, she's a princess trapped in rosebriars, crying for help while the bad guys look like straight-up villains from a nightmare. Who's gonna save you in these middle-of-nowhere mountains? They jeer. Should have just accepted our vibes and none of this would have happened. Then, nay. A horse whinnies and the thugs jump. They turn around and see it, a literal glowing white stallion. Pure main character energy. Who else but me? Siren appears like a prince from a fairy tale, kicking teeth in left and right. The bad guys are losing it, screaming, watch your back. Ami's hanging from a tree like, Siren? He slices through the vines, looking all deep and soulful. Don't worry, I'm here now. He scoops her up, bridal style. Siren, she whispers. Ami, they say, staring into each other's eyes like a cringe slow-mo romance scene. Ami, Siron, The students are absolutely losing their minds. No way. Is this for real? The girls are swarming Sariel, dying for the tea. That is so romantic. I'm gonna cry. Sariel just nods like, duh, it's all true. I saw the whole thing with my own two eyes. Suddenly, the real Ami spawns behind her like a vengeful ghost. Sariel, her voice echoes through the entire academy. What kind of fanfiction are you spreading now? I know you're obsessed with those cheesy romance novels, but this is straight up disrespectful. Too late. The Academy bulletin board is already covered in the official tea. It's posted everywhere for everyone to see. Official notice. Disciplinary action regarding the research club and their trash behavior. Basically, the club got busted for bullying. But the real headline? Ampia's goddess, Amy Karis, confirms she's dating the new guy, Siron Arian. The rumor says Ami went public just to save her man from the toxic club's clutches. Talk about a legendary save. Young love blooming in the heat of battle. Dark magic didn't stand a chance against the power of their connection. Everyone's asking, who is this new kid really? Ami and Siren, the midnight kiss under the moon in the deep woods. It's peak cinema. On campus, the girls are thriving on the drama. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. Then Ami's voice cuts through. Sariel, you got a death wish or what? You weren't even there. You didn't see a single thing. Sariel just gives her a cheeky grin. I don't need to see it to know what happened. Girl, you literally told everyone you two were dating. So, obviously, there was some kissing involved, right? Logic. She laughs it off. Look, I did you a favor. Now none of those annoying fanboys will ever bother you again. It's the perfect shield. Ami sighs. Okay, fair point. But back to the interrogation a few days ago, That slams the table. You're capping, Ami. Tell me you're lying. He's losing his cool. The Ami I know wouldn't be interested in dating anyone, period. This makes zero sense. Especially not a transfer student who just got here. Ami just stays calm and starts weaving the ultimate lie. Actually, we're childhood friends. Meeting again at this magic academy? It's basically fate, Professor. She turns to Siron, tucking her hair back with a smirk. Right, Siron? Siron whispers back. How are you going to take responsibility for this mess? Before he can finish, Ami kicks him under the table hard. Siron immediately switches up. Yeah, totally. Fate. That and Sienna are speechless. So that's why? That's why he went full John Wick to save her? Ami's internally like, better to fake a relationship than let our real secrets get leaked. Meanwhile, Sariel is still fangirling. I knew it. I felt the vibes from day one. Ami, you're such a dork for trying to hide it. Ami just stays quiet and sips her water like nothing happened. Sariel keeps going. We've got a joint class today, right? You'll see Siren there. She's not even eating, just interrogating. Got a date after school? Dinner? Or maybe a secret study session in the library? Tell me everything. Ami just deadpans. We're just gonna study like normal students. Sariel. Sariel leans back, totally disappointed. Lame. You're no fun. Ami was totally over it, thinking she had way better things to do than waste time on some fake dating nonsense. She was fuming, and honestly, Siren was on her hit list too. Meanwhile, that useless guy was just cruising through school like everything was fine, totally oblivious and acting like he didn't have a care in the world. But then, Ami felt a sudden glitch in her system. Wait, why the hell was this actually bothering her so much? Over at the training grounds, someone shouted Saron's name. It was Sariel, waving him over with a huge grin, and Siron just gave a polite, hey there, senior vibe. Sariel was practically buzzing. Yo, how's it going? Been missing your girl, Ami, much? Siren just scratched his head, giving one of those awkward laughs. You're hilarious, senior, he joked. But Ami? She was watching from the shadows, smirking. Oh, I see how it is. He should be freaking bowing down in gratitude just for the chance to be my fake boyfriend. But looking at him? Infuriating. Ami thought he should be shaking in his boots just standing near someone as legendary as her. Like, how dare he act so casual with her? She cleared her throat, demanding his attention. Look, she said, trying to act cool when it's just us. You can chill with the senior and junior talk. Seriously, just talk to us normally. No need to be so stiff. I mean, we basically know everything about each other anyway, right? Siriel's jaw literally hit the floor. Oh my god, Ami being nice? Is this the power of love or what? Ami tried to double down on their special connection, but Siren just laughed it off. Nah, I'm good. Rules are rules, and you're still my senior. Then he checked his watch. Class is starting, catch ya later. Just like that, he bailed, leaving Ami standing there like a total statue. Siriel just blinked. Okay. Bye. Ami stormed off, leaving her friend calling after her. Back in class, she glanced at Siren again. But the vibe was different. Siren sat down, forced to listen to the toxic whispers surrounding him. Oh, look at Mr. Popular. Feeling yourself, huh? Coming to class just to play house and flex your fake relationship? Dude's got zero skills. Did he literally just riz his way into the academy with that face? The whole room was throwing daggers at him with their eyes. To them, he was just a lazy playboy who cared more about dates than his actual studies. Siren just took it all in silence. Word was, he couldn't even cast a basic spell. His hands were literally shaking on his lap as the rumors from the last 2 days started to boil over. 2 days ago, some gossip hound burst into the 7th grade classroom shouting, "Yo, you guys are not gonna believe this." The whole place erupted. Ami and the new kid, actually dating? It was the only thing anyone could talk about. Apparently, they even confessed to a teacher. Fanboys were literally crying on each other's shoulders, mourning their lost chance with the queen. Get real, dude. You never had a shot. Cry on my shoulder. Meanwhile, the girls were seething. I can't stand it. Both school stars in a relationship? And I totally had my eye on that new guy too. Maria sat there, watching the chaos unfold as everyone chirped away. I mean, it makes sense, someone noted. Elite attracts elite. We should probably just be happy for them, right? Suddenly, a voice popped up right next to Maria, making her jump out of her skin. But doesn't something feel off? The class turned to the short-haired girl who asked, "What do you mean?" Some guy sneered, "I'm talking about the newbie. Check this out." He slammed a piece of paper onto the desk. What's that, midterm results? Everyone crowded around, eyes wide. Wait, what? Is this for real? On the list of grades, Siren was dead last. Every single subject, 30 points. Flat. I thought he was supposed to be a genius? The mood shifted instantly. So the rumors were true, he really is a magic illiterate. Someone gasped, "No way, how's that even possible?" Then the big guy chimed in, "He's a special admission. Basically, a diversity hire for rich kids. Smells like a massive cover-up to me." The hater just kept pouring gasoline on the fire. Probably used his family's clout to get in, faked a genius reputation, and then seduced a high society girl to secure his spot. He sighed dramatically. Man, the world is so rigged. Just a rich brat who's only here to party and find a girlfriend. Huh. That was the breaking point. The whole room was heated now. You're saying he's a total fraud who got in through the back door? Now that I think about it, it's super sus. Suddenly, everyone was a social justice warrior, ready to cancel Siron on the spot. For the sake of our future, we gotta flush this trash out of our school. No mercy for a fake like him. Maria just sat there, keeping her mouth shut. The door swung open, but the shouting didn't stop. How could the academy let this injustice happen? Siren stood at the entrance, staring into the room. It was weird. The room went dead silent. The hype from a second ago vanished. Siren walked in and tried to ask his seatmate about the next lesson. But the guy just packed his bags and bailed without a word. Siren stood there, he didn't even have to ask why they were acting like this. The whispers were intentional now. They wanted him to hear, and the worst part, he knew this drama was going to drag Ami down with him. Later, in the spirit domain training hall, Siren was standing all by himself in the middle of the class. He tried to focus on his own power, but the insults were like buzzing flies. Ugh, why is he even practicing in here with us? Siren ignored them, but the hate was getting loud. His domain just touched mine. I literally feel like I need a shower. They were just being extra at this point, showing zero restraint. Look at his domain. It's freaking huge. Talk about overcompensating. Atella walks up like, "Yo, Syrian, how's the grind going?" Syrian's sweating bullets, greeting her as fast as he can. "Professor Atella, seriously, this divergence form? It's a total nightmare. Every time I try to push my spirit zone out of my body, it feels like my soul is getting yanked right out of my chest along with it." Atella just smiles that, "I told you so, look. Totally normal, Siren. Your spirit zone is a natural type, so yeah, your consciousness is gonna tag along for the ride." She keeps going, "Divergence is basically an artificial hack, so it's a clunky fit for a natural talent like you." Siren just nods. "Makes sense." Anyway, Atella asks, "What about those other 4 forms of yours?" Siren stops to think. "The other forms? I think I've got those down," Siron says. "No biggie. Probably." Atella flashes another grin. "All right, bet. Want to flex those skills in the image zone right now?" Siren's jaw drops. "Wait, what? Like, right this second?" Atella's chill about it. "Look, if you're feeling weird, we can skip it." Siren stays quiet, just processing the pressure. She keeps talking. Siren's the only kid in Class 7 who can swap between all 4 modes. And honestly, she just wants to see the show. Atella's watching him closely. This kid wanted to use the image zone since day 1. Is he really tripping over what these other losers think? Siron's head is spinning. Now is definitely not the time to get all sensitive and emotional. If you believe in yourself, you don't let people get under your skin. Finally, he looks up. "Let's do it. Give me the real talk, Professor." The Class 7 jerks immediately start throwing shade. "Look at this clown. He's actually gonna try it." Some other punk snorts. "He's just trying to show off for his girl." They're not even trying to whisper. Zero respect. Whatever. It's not like he's good at anything else. Atella ignores them. "Try them one by one, Siren. Cycle through all 4 forms." Siron nods. "Got it. On it. To rank up, you gotta master the swap. If he nails this, he's 1 step closer to leaving these Class 7 chumps behind." Even the Class 4 kids are watching, waiting for a fail. Except for Amy and Cyriel, they're just watching him intensely, like, "Don't you dare mess this up." Siren just wants out. Out of the drama, out of Class 7. He closes his eyes, takes a massive breath, and boom, his spirit zone erupts. First up, defense. Amy's eyes go wide. Whoa, is that even stronger than when he fought that dark mage? One guy gasps. 144 faces? That's straight up high-level defense right there. The Class 7 haters suddenly go real quiet. I mean, at that level, the kid is basically a walking armored vault. Then his zone shifts into a star shape. Then, snap, it's a cross. Pure talent. Atella's beaming. This kid's fundamentals are insane. His swap speed is light years ahead of Class 7. Promotion to Class 4? Piece of cake. Siren's standing there, heart pounding. He wants to show off, sure, but he needs the professor's help more. To get the best advice, he has to show his weakness. His spirit zone starts to flicker and shake. The Class 5 kids are like, "Wait, is he trying divergence? That's our level, who does he think he is?" The Class 7 punks are scowling. No way, not divergence. Siren's focused, trying to shift the core of his zone before it blinks out. He's gasping for air, totally drained. Just like in practice, it's brutal. He can move the center point, sure, but the further it goes from his body, the more it feels like his brain is being put through a blender. One more time, Siren whispers to himself. But the peanut gallery, they're already laughing. The trash talk starts flying the second they see him stumble. What is he even doing? Total fail. Thinks he's a genius? Please. So arrogant. Look at him, he's embarrassing himself. Zero shame. Siren just stands there, taking the hits. Those are just the basics. They jeer. He's pathetic. Amy snaps. Hey, he was doing fine. What gives? Cyril's staring at Siren's zone. Why is it shaking like that? Is he just shy because everyone's watching? Amy shakes her head. No way. Siren's not some weak little pushover. Something's wrong, she mutters. Siren keeps his head down. Why do people love watching someone fail so much? Is that all they want? To see him crash and burn? He feels completely alone in that circle. Siren starts spiraling. Every bad memory, every struggle since he was a kid, it's all playing on a loop in his head. Don't belong here, huh? Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise, making him jump. Yo, you're overthinking it, kid. The voice keeps going. Quit hesitating. Just do what you want. Don't you want to be a mage? Siren's confused. Who's there? Who said that? But then click. He snaps out of it. Wait, what am I even tripping for? He squeezes his eyes shut. And then, his spirit zone roars back to life stronger than ever. I came here to be a mage. Period. The Class 4 kids are speechless. The Class 7 bullies? They look like they just swallowed lemons. Siren stands dead center in his zone, fists clenched, focused like a laser. Game on. Before the dust could even settle or the evidence vanished, Siren let out a roar that shook the room. Faculty members scrambled instantly, tearing through the incident reports to see what the hell happened to their students. And man, it was ugly. Turns out, 6 absolute losers tried to fry the victim's brain by blasting him with way too much anti-magic. We're talking about a spell that's strictly banned on campus grounds. But Siron, this 7th grade beast, didn't just take it, he completely shut down that anti-magic using nothing but a defensive stance. The teacher flipping through the report had to double-check their eyes. Like, for real? He countered forbidden magic using a basic defense form? One of the 4 fundamentals? That's literally insane. Sienna was deep in thought. See, anti-magic is so dangerous and unstable that even the top-tier pros won't touch it without using powerful artifacts. It's sketchy, difficult, and lethal. These artifacts are basically cheat codes, objects packed with magical juice so even regular people can flex like high-level mages. There was zero chance those bratty kids were actually using anti-magic correctly, it's just too complex. But 1 kid against 6? Jen was just sitting there, processing. For Siron to hold his own, his mental willpower had to be bigger than all 6 of those bullies combined. She couldn't help but whisper, "He's a straight-up genius." Suddenly, a voice broke her trance. "Miss Sienna?" It was coming from inside Siron's office. Sienna turned to Etla, asking if the kid had actually mastered the redirection form already. Etla just gave a slow, meaningful nod. "Yeah," she said. "Believe it or not, it's only been a month since he started learning the 4 methods." Etla confirmed that his spirit zone actually split and vanished for about 4 whole seconds. Sienna lit up. Incredible. She took a slow sip of her tea, a smug little smirk playing on her lips. She knew she had a sharp eye for talent, and Siren was proving her right. Etla kept going. "Since we need to keep the other students hungry and motivated, I've got a few suggestions for the faculty." Sienna just pushed up her glasses with a grin. "I have a feeling we're thinking the exact same thing." A few days later, in 7th grade chemistry class, Sienna finished covering the entire board in complex formulas. "All right," she announced. "That's enough for today." Class dismissed early. The students were basically praising Jesus for the early break, but Sienna wasn't done. She told them the only reason they were leaving early was because she had some massive news to drop. "Siren," she called out, "our new student, please stand up." He hopped up immediately, sounding all polite. "Yes, ma'am?" Then she dropped the bomb. Siren was being fast-tracked to the 5th grade class. Starting tomorrow, his whole schedule was changing. "Try to keep up, okay?" she added. The room went from 0 to 100 real quick. "Wait, what?" the kids hissed. 2 whole grades. No way. Usually, it takes 2 painful years just to move up 1 level. Their heads were spinning with only one thought. What kind of crazy powerful family is backing this guy for him to skip 2 grades like it's nothing? Sienna grabbed her books, getting ready to head. But before she could make it to the door, this short-haired girl who'd been hating on Siren since day 1 stood up, looking absolutely pressed. "Hold up. I object," she yelled. "There's zero precedent for skipping 2 grades at once. Something smells fishy here, and it's not the chemistry lab." She wasn't done yet. How does a kid who can't even cast a single basic spell get a double promotion? Sienna paused. Wait, he can't use any magic at all? She looked over at Siren, realizing Atella hadn't mentioned that little detail. Is that true, Siren? She asked, her voice getting serious. Siren went dead silent. Every single eye in that room was drilling holes into him, and the vibe was pure. Yeah, we caught you, fraud. They were practically begging him to admit he was a loser. But Siron just stayed calm. Yes, he replied. I haven't been able to cast any spells yet. Even Sienna was a bit shocked. Usually, kids are so curious they'll pick up at least one tiny, useless spell just for fun. But she stood her ground. Look, she told the class, there's literally no rule stating you have to cast spells to move up a grade. So, as far as I'm concerned, we're good. But as soon as the words left her mouth, some guy slammed his hands on his desk. It was the big guy who'd been leading the hate train against Siron. I'm not buying it, he roared. This is straight up favoritism, plain and simple. Didn't the teachers always say the spirit zone isn't everything in magic? He challenged. Siren just stood there, taking the heat without flinching. The bully kept yapping. Does Siron have anything going for him besides the spirit zone? If he could do even one basic spell, I'd shut up. But he can't. Suddenly, the rest of the class found their courage and started dogpiling on. Exactly. If we're talking actual magic, we'd smoke him. There's no way he can handle the theory in 5th grade. They glared at Sienna. If you force this through, we're going straight to the student council and demanding a full-blown hearing. Sienna stayed quiet. This was a mess she didn't see coming. Fine, she said. I hear you. Maybe I was a bit too fast with this announcement. We'll hold off and make a final decision after the next faculty meeting, she conceded. The big bully started smirking, thinking he'd won. Meanwhile, Jen was staring out the window, wondering why the hell these kids were acting so triggered. She knew it wasn't just about fairness. There was some deep, nasty, emotional stuff bubbling under the surface here. Right then, a girl named Maria walked into the office looking for Sienna. What is it, Maria? Sienna asked. Maria hesitated, then whispered, I have to tell you about what's been happening. Maria started spilling everything, going back to a week ago. At first, she said, we all just acted like Siren didn't exist. Sienna remembered how lonely Siron always looked. But Maria continued, a few days ago, it turned into straight-up public bullying and trash-talking. She looked down at her hands, her voice trembling. They started dumping trash all over his desk and wouldn't even let him study in peace. Then the tears started falling. I saw it all, ma'am. I saw how he just sat there and took the fake rumors and the constant attacks from everyone. It was horrible. The way those punks are ganging up on him is just straight-up trash. Maria's sobbing so hard her whole body is shaking, and Sienna finally sees the ugly truth of it all. She's got that I'm about to end someone's career look on her face. After a beat, she tells her, thanks, Maria. You've done enough. Leave the rest to me. So, check this. In that famous book about genius students, this big-brain physiologist named Oent drops some serious wisdom. Oent says humans should ideally get at least 6 hours of shut-eye a day. Then he sighs, even though I only pulled 4 hours a night during my entire time as a student. The interviewer's like, wait, isn't that a total contradiction to what you just said? Like, how do you sleep only 4 hours and still become a legend? Oent just points and goes, listen, teenagers aren't just humans, they're straight-up superhumans. Sleep? No sleep? Doesn't matter what they do. Nothing can touch them. The clock hits 12. Siren leans back, letting out a heavy sigh. He looks around, but the place is a total ghost town. Is it seriously that late already? As he passes a classmate leaving the library, Siren gives a polite little nod. And lucky for him, she actually has some manners and nods back. Siren walks alone across the dark campus under a sharp crescent moon. He remembers what Temura told him. Kirchu, once you're in that Magic Academy, 1,000,000 nobles are gonna look down on you, but you gotta eat that dirt. If you can just endure until the very end, you'll be the one reaping all the rewards. Siren looks up at the sky, thinking, I got this. I'm definitely gonna make it. He's doing it for everyone who actually put their money on him. Professor Lote can bring whatever he wants. Siren stares at the moon. He doesn't care who tries to block his path. He's becoming a mage. Period. Back at the dorm, third floor. Our boy just finished a shower and is feeling fresh. Suddenly, knock, knock. He freezes. Who the hell is knocking at more than 1 in the morning? He's half expecting those class 7 bullies again. Is it them? But then a voice calls through the door. Siren, you got a second? He opens it and boom, it's her. She asks if she can come in, and Siron's frantically nodding. Yeah, of course. He's all awkward and nervous as he pours her some tea. Tea, Professor? Sienna's like, nah, I'm good. I tried to catch you earlier, but you were MIA. Sorry for crashing so late. She looks at his desk and oh, now she gets it. Sienna realized something was weird the first time she saw his grades. His scores were low, sure, but they were all exactly the same across every single subject. She finally sees the game he's playing. He's not failing, he's building a massive foundation in every field at once instead of just chasing quick wins. He's studying for the future. It's not that he can't do magic, it's that he's choosing to wait. But why go this hard right now? She looks at him, wondering if it's because he never got to be a normal student as a kid. Siren's sitting there all stiff and proper, thinking, man, this is so incredibly awkward. Since it's not class time, the vibes are different. Siren's dying of embarrassment while Sienna is scanning him like a hawk. In class, he's always locked in, but here, he's clearly a shy bean. She finally asks, school's been pretty rough, hasn't it? Siren nods. Yeah, but it's fun. Honestly, learning is a total blast. Sienna gets real. I heard the other kids are straight up bullying you. Siren just looks down. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me, Professor. She's not having it. Be real with me. Don't hide it. Siren nods. Seriously, I'm okay, even if it sucks that I haven't made any friends yet. After a second, he looks up. I just don't know how to make them stop hating me. Sienna asks, you're not even a little pissed at them? Siren nods. Duh. Of course I am. I'm human, after all. And yeah, I really wanted to get along with everyone. He stays calm. But I'm not gonna obsess over fitting in just to end up hating myself. Even if all 40 kids in class 7 say I'm wrong, well, that's just 40 people. He lays it all out for her, smooth and steady. I believe that somewhere out there, someone will actually get me. Sienna's like, wow, I see you. She gives him a warm smile. I hear you, Siron. I'll make sure the other teachers hear it too. She's already making moves in her head. Siren needs to move up, fast. Sienna's voice is sharp and steady as she speaks up at the faculty meeting. So, I'm wrapping this up with a final call. I'm officially recommending Siren for an early promotion. The other professors are sweating. Isn't that a bit of a hot take? The council room is buzzing with noise. An entire class ganging up on one student just because he isn't casting spells yet? That's straight up pathetic. The veteran teachers know this is a classic lower rank mess. Too many kids, plus a few older students who have zero talent and all the salt. Plus, the skill gap in those classes is a literal canyon. One teacher speaks up. If that's the case, move him up as soon as possible. For the kid's sake, he needs to be out of here in 4 years. Sienna sits back down. From the school's perspective, the sooner he graduates, the better it is for everyone. But then, out of nowhere, That opens his big mouth. I object, he barks. Headmaster Anpas just blinks. Seriously, bro? You're objecting now? Give me one good reason. That scoffs. Look, we all know Siren is supposed to be some kind of genius, but the kid can't even cast a basic spell. Plus, his theory grades, absolute trash. We can't just let that slide, period. Sienna is officially losing her mind. Are you kidding me right now? She snaps. Like I literally just said, Siren's grades are only like that because he's grinding through every single subject at the same time. He's not failing, he's just putting magic on the back burner for a minute. As teachers, we're supposed to let students study their own way. I'm not about to micromanage his hustle, and neither should you. That just narrows his eyes, leaning in. The real problem here, Sienna, is that you're acting way too obsessed with this kid. It's getting weird. Sienna's lip starts twitching. You want to say that again? That doesn't back down. Look, other students might not be geniuses, but they actually know their stuff. They've got the wisdom Siron lacks. If we just hand him a promotion on a silver platter, every other kid in this school is going to feel like a total loser. It'll kill their drive. He smirks, playing the moral card. A real teacher shouldn't just chase after one shiny genius and leave everyone else in the dust, right? Sienna blows a gasket. You're not just trying to trash a talented kid's future, you're too blind to see you're literally rewarding these brats for being petty and jealous. Boom! Both of them start slamming the table like they're in a heavy metal mosh pit. The other teachers are just holding their heads, praying for peace. God, not again. How can two people be such total opposites? It's exhausting. They're looking at Sienna and That, two level 6 mages going at it like cats and dogs, and they can't help but wonder, how did these two even become master wizards? Anpas finally waves his hands. All right, shut it. Both of you, sit down. He sighs, acknowledging that they both have points. Sienna, your logic is solid. But That? He's not entirely wrong either. He's worried about the school's vibe and keeping things balanced. I guess you could say he's just looking out for the whole student body in his own annoying way. Anfis continues, his heart's in the right place. I get it. We have to keep the students' feelings in mind so they don't revolt. That's over there nodding like, exactly, thank you. While Sienna just fumes, waiting to see what the headmaster's play is. Instead of picking a side, Anfis just grins. Why don't we try this? Next morning, the school is absolute chaos. Students are sprinting through the halls like there's a fire. A massive crowd gathers at the Class 7 bulletin board, shouting and pushing. Yo, what's the word? What's going on? There it is in big bold letters. Official promotion exam notice. Apparently, due to all the whining about early promotions, the school decided to give everyone in Class 7 a shot. You want to move up? Here's your chance. But read the fine print. Kids, attention all students. Promotion will now be decided by a special test. Only one person gets the win, and that lucky person skips straight past Class 6 and lands right in Class 5. The subject? Pure magic. And the spell they chose for the evaluation? Teleportation. So the school basically solved the siren problem by making the test all about the one thing the kids complained about. They officially flipped the script. Now you've got to master a Class 5 teleportation spell just to prove you're worthy. Wait, everyone can enter? Someone yells. The hype is real. If we pass, we jump 2 whole grades straight to Class 5. That's insane. But then reality hits. Teleportation? Bro, do you even know how to do that? Another kid just deadpans. Obviously not. That's a Class 5 spell, man. The Class 7 kids are starting to freak out. I mean, the theory sounds easy, so maybe the practice isn't that bad? Easy? Are you tripping? A guy screams. I know a senior who literally ended up in the hospital because he botched a teleportation spell. Another student starts panicking. What? Then how are we supposed to do it? It's like they don't even want any of us to pass. Suddenly, the crowd goes quiet and parts ways. Siren walks up, cool as a cucumber. Everyone's staring as he eyes the board. He just tilts his head. Teleportation? Huh? This should be fun. Later that day, over at the senior bulletin board, the gossip is spicy. Yo, did you hear the drama? It's getting nasty. Yeah, the bullying thing? Totally. So sad. Honestly. He's just a Class 7 kid. They're really jumping him just 'cause he can't cast magic yet? That's low. Someone else whispers the real tea. Nah, it's 'cause he's dating Amy. People are just salty. Amy is standing right there, staring at the board in a daze. Wait, he's been getting bullied this whole time? It all clicks. That's why he was avoiding her. He was trying to keep me out of it, to protect me. Sariel, standing next to her, tries to play it cool. Look, Class 7 kids are mentally weak. It's standard. I've dealt with stuff like that too. And honestly, skipping a grade isn't even that big of a deal, right? Suddenly, Ami just turns and bolts. Hey, where are you going? Serial yells. Ami doesn't even look back. To find Siron, Serial is scrambling. What? Wait up. What are you gonna do? Amy is absolutely fuming now. I'm gonna give that idiot a piece of my mind for hiding this from me. And then, I'm gonna round up every single one of those Class 7 punks and show 'em what real hell looks like. Serial is losing it. Are you crazy? You can't do that. Ami just keeps stomping forward. Why not? I'm already involved in this mess. Serial is literally being dragged behind her but keeps trying to talk sense. Think about it. If you were him, would you want the girl you like getting mixed up in a bullying scandal? If you go there now, you're just gonna make everything 1,000 times worse. Ami's internally screaming, stupid, stupid, stupid. Like, does she really think I like him? As if, totally not my type. Mostly. Then why the heck is he keeping this a secret from you? Serial asks, basically dropping a logic bomb. Look, teleportation is straight up suicide for a level 7 student. Ami's thinking, if it's really that hard, our boy is in serious trouble. Teaching teleportation to a magic newbie is a disaster waiting to happen. Serial's like, Ami, why don't you just teach him yourself? Wouldn't that make way more sense? Ami just snaps. Why should I help that brat? I've got my own life, okay? Plus, I've got exams. Zero time for his drama. Serial just nods. Right, right. My bad. Forgot you're so busy. If he can't handle this on his own, he's not boyfriend material. Ami yells. Cut to the academy at night, something's lurking in the trees. Someone is moving fast. Like, insanely fast. A literal blur through the branches. A shadow drops down. Don't get the wrong idea, she mutters. It's Ami in a cloak, telling herself she's only here because of responsibility. Classic. Blink and she's gone. Ami's leaping across the rooftops, heading straight for Siron's dorm room. Plan, make him beg for help. She crashes onto his window, scaring the life out of him. Who's there? Siren yells. Before he can finish, she shuts him up. Time for a lesson. Ami's grinning. How dare you do this to me? Then, awkward silence. Sienna is sitting right there. Sienna just adjusts her glasses. Ami, is that you? She asks. A bit late for a social call, isn't it? Especially sneaking into the guys' dorms at midnight? Ami's hands are flying. It's a misunderstanding. A huge, terrible mistake. Sienna hushes them. Get in before the whole floor hears you. Sienna smirks, covering her mouth. Wow, Ami, I leave you alone for 5 minutes and you've already turned into a ninja assassin? Ami's tripping over her words. It's my first time. I just thought Siren would be in trouble, so I came in secret. Then Ami realizes something. Wait, why are you here so late, Professor? Sienna's got her story ready. She's giving him tips for the rank-up exam because the class is a total mess. Ami just nods. Oh, I see. Siren hands her some tea. Senior, drink up. Ami takes a sip. Smells great. Where'd you learn to brew this? Then she remembers she's supposed to be mad. Ami snaps. You little brat. Do you have any idea how much embarrassment I'm dealing with because of you? Siren's apologizing for his life. His screams are echoing through the whole building. And why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? Sienna's like, guys, chill. Sit down for a second. Let's finish talking about this insane rank-up exam first. Siron takes a sip of tea, completely lost. He's just staring at the absolute chaos happening between these two. Sienna sighs. This teleportation test? It's beyond dangerous. Ami chimes in. Right? Siron hasn't even learned the basics yet. Sienna says the principal himself ordered it. She's worried, but the old man must have some crazy plan behind it. Ami's thinking, typical. Just another one of the principal's sick games. Unbelievable. Siren looks at Ami. Is it really that dangerous? Ami nods. Yeah, obviously. It's legendary level dangerous. Teleportation is light magic, right? Siren asks. I've heard about the whole photochemical theory thing. Ami explains it. Light has absolute speed. Nothing in the universe can outrun it. Period. End of story. She starts geeking out on exactly how the magic mechanics work. It's about warping through space-time by turning your body into light. Sienna adds, sounds complicated, right? But honestly, it's not as scary as it sounds. Even a total newbie can pull it off if they have the guts. You just need to hit near light speed. If you can even grasp 1,000th of that speed, you're good to go. Sienna's voice is totally flat, but since it's so fast, your body's mass practically disappears. It's light work, literally. However, that's exactly why it's a nightmare. If something goes wrong at the speed of sound, you're toast. Siren thinks. Okay, so it's easy to learn but very easy to die. Great trade-off. Fantastic. He looks at Sienna. Now I get why this stuff is banned on campus. Sienna smiles. Bingo. You catch on fast. Ami's in the corner fuming. Since when did these two become besties? Hello, I'm right here. Stop ignoring me. Sienna never acts this friendly with anyone. Siren asks, so how do I pass this death trap of a test? Sienna's about to speak, but Ami cuts in. You need a place with zero obstacles. No trees, no walls, nothing. Siren's clueless. Does a place like that even exist? Ami just points a finger straight up. Siron looks up. Wait, you mean the sky? Yep, 1,000 meters up, 700 meters across. The ultimate training ground. Sienna admits it's not exactly certified, but it's the only place they've got left for this kind of madness. The test is a straight-up race from one mountain peak to another. Siren's jaw drops. Okay, that actually sounds kind of epic. No obstacles at all? He just smirked, thinking about the risk. If I fall, I'm basically history, right? Ami asked Sienna, her voice laced with worry. But this is a race where the first one to the finish line takes the crown. Isn't that a bit overkill for a 7th grade level? Sienna's expression darkened. If nobody makes it to the end, the student who warped the furthest wins. Simple as that. Look, the difficulty is capped at level 1, and we've got safety gear to keep the danger to a bare minimum, she explained. But then she paused, her voice dropping. What really keeps me up is the students. If they get too aggressive, things are gonna get messy. Ami shot a look at Siren. If it comes to that, then obviously Siren. Sienna cut in. He's gonna be the prime target for every kid in that class. Siren stayed quiet, wondering if he actually had what it takes. If it was just a tough test, he could handle the grind. But then he remembered those toxic glares from everyone else. He absolutely hated the idea of being the lone wolf against the entire pack. Getting torn apart by that cutthroat competition? No thanks. Siren seriously questioned if he should even show up for this exam. That's when Sienna spoke up. Siren, I'm so sorry. She looked right at him. I pushed way too hard to get you into Class 5 during your entrance exam. My own greed ended up making your life a total nightmare. Siren jumped in immediately. No way, Professor. Please don't say that. Sienna bowed her head. Starting today, I'm taking full responsibility for your training. Ami just sat there, dead silent. After what felt like forever, Ami looked up, her eyes casting a dark shadow over Sienna. Why are you going this far? Seriously. Sienna met her gaze. I just feel like it's on me that this advancement exam is suddenly legendary tier difficulty. I've got to do my best. Ami practically slammed her hand on her chest. No, stop right there. That's actually going to make things 100 times worse. Rumors will spread that a judge is playing favorites with Siren. Even if he wins, his entire result will be straight up cancelled. She stared Sienna down with total confidence. Leave Siron to me. If it's just level 1 difficulty, it's a walk in the park, right? I'll teach him. Siren just blinked, totally lost. Senior Ami? Wait, I thought she was still pissed at me? Sienna adjusted her glasses, looking thoughtful. You've got a point. But, Ami, she trailed off, questioning her. I know you just applied for the graduation track. Do you really have the bandwidth to babysit Siren? Siren nearly fell out of his chair. The graduation track? He couldn't believe it. That's the holy grail, the one thing every magic student dreams of to become a pro mage. In that world, Their power is basically recognized as being on the verge of pro-level status. Becoming a graduating senior at a top-tier school is enough to get you a front-page feature in the kingdom's magic magazines. But once you take that step, your chill school life is over. It's nothing but hellish training and nightmare scenarios from there on out. The application was right there. Number 1, Amy Camus. She was actually going to be the first one to step into that lion's den. Siren leaned in, totally shocked. How is that even possible? Isn't that way too fast for someone our age? Ami avoided his eyes, looking everywhere else. Well, about that. Internally, she was crying. It's all your fault, you little monster. She saw Siron jumping 2 grades at once and panicked. His progress was too insane. The only place she could run to was the graduation class. Tiny Ami was basically sprinting toward that hellish graduation. Stay away. Don't you dare follow me there. Siren looked at her with literal puppy dog eyes. That's so cool. I didn't even dream of hitting number 1 in the advanced class yet. And here she is, aiming for a level that's totally out of reach. He just watched Ami and Sienna go back and forth. He was genuinely touched. Even with her own huge exam coming up, she was still standing here trying to help him. Ami just smirked at Sienna. No matter how busy I am, there's nothing I can't handle. So, just back off. Sienna smiled right back. I get that you've got feelings for your boyfriend, but at a time like this, you should really leave it to the professionals. Since this is Siron's first time with magic, having a real teacher will be way more effective, Sienna added, throwing shade. That totally triggered Ami's competitive streak. She whipped around to face Siren, eyes blazing. All right, Siron, pick one. Me or Professor Sienna? Come on, Ami demanded. Wouldn't you rather have your girlfriend teach you? Siren just gave a nervous laugh. Actually, I think I'll just handle it myself. Both women froze in absolute shock. Excuse me, what? A scream echoed through the entire dorm. What? Ami shrieked in his face. You idiot, do you have any idea how rare this chance is? Siren fidgeted, looking down. I don't want to bother a judge, and besides, senior, you've got your own massive exam to worry about. Ami was losing it. People literally pay a fortune for this kind of tutoring. And don't you get it? The whole class is hunting you. This isn't something you can just solo, Siron. You're gonna get crushed, she yelled, her frustration peaking. Siren looked up, his voice steady. Isn't that exactly why you're pushing for the graduation class so early? If I just sit here and take handouts, I'll never be able to reach the heights where you're going. Ami was left totally speechless. Siren kept it 100, Class 5? Honestly, it's just a pit stop on my way to becoming a real mage. Just like you, senior. Amy straight up started choking. Siren looked her dead in the eye and said, Trust me, senior. I can't promise I'll crush the exam, but I'm going all out. No regrets, period. Sienna just stood there, soaking in the vibe while the two of them went back and forth. Once Siren finished his little speech, she stood up. She got the message: if a student is this fired up, a teacher's gotta respect the hustle. Sienna called it a day, not wanting to overstay her welcome. But hey, if you get stuck on anything, don't be a stranger. Just ask. She threw that out for everyone else, too. Siren stood up and gave her a deep bow. Major thanks for looking out for me. Teach. You guys stay here and hash things out, Sienna said, heading for the exit. She paused at the door, glancing back at Amy like the whole mess was water under the bridge. But for real, if I catch you climbing into the boys' dorm windows one more time, you get me? Amy dropped her head fast. Yes, ma'am. Crystal clear. Her soul was literally screaming with joy. She survived. Once Sienna vanished, Amy just collapsed into a heap, finally catching her breath. But the chill vibes didn't last. She jumped up, blabbing, I'm out of here too. Siren bowed to her too. Yeah, thanks for coming all this way. Siren was being super sincere. Seriously, thank you, senior. But Amy stopped him cold. Wait. Spill it. Why are you ghosting me? Siren froze like a statue. Amy kept going. You could have just told me you were getting bullied from the start. You didn't have to tank all that drama by yourself. She turned away, feeling a bit soft. Serial's words were playing on loop in her head. If the person you like sees you at your lowest, it's total ego death. Amy started stuttering. Is it your pride? Did I hurt your feelings? Siren shook his head. It's not that I'm trying to stay away from you. Amy covered her mouth, panicking. So it is true? Oh my God. Siren dropped a bombshell. The reason is simple. You're my goal. Amy just stood there, stunned. Oh, so that's it. I totally knew that. Obviously. Siren scratched his cheek, looking a bit awkward. Actually, from my very first day at this school, I saw your name sitting right at the top. He flashed back to that moment the first time he saw Amy's name dominating the leaderboard. Right then, I decided I was going to grind until I was just like you. On the Class 4 board, Rank 1 was staring back. Camus Amy. Siren let out a little laugh. But I didn't think things would get this messy. It's super awkward. Telling you I was being bullied? That would have made it 10 times worse. Amy gave a little smirk. I'm the goal, huh? Inside, she was low-key fuming. Damn, am I really about to get passed by some rookie? She remembered her dad telling her to find the best talent at the academy and bring them home. She gave Siron a cold look. Talk about a twisted fate. She whispered, Are you for real right now? Siren looked totally lost. Huh? Then Amy just lost it. The goal? Don't make me laugh. That's ridiculous. She got right in his personal space. Calling me senior to my face while you're plotting to hunt me down behind my back? Siren threw his hands up, completely confused. How did it even turn into that? He sighed, thinking, Man, how does my life always end up being a circus? Amy shoved the window open and threw on her cloak. If you're actually serious about surpassing me, then stop calling me senior. Siren just stood there, blinking. Amy yelled back at him, Come at me for real. Let's see if you can actually compete. She hopped onto the ledge. Better catch up fast, or I'm gonna make you call me senior for the rest of your life. Suddenly, Siren spoke up. Amy's heart skipped a beat. He actually said her name. Siren stood there in the middle of the room, looking dead serious. I'm definitely catching up to you. Amy wanted to laugh. Look at him covered in shadows with that killer aura. All just to catch her? She spun around, facing him one last time before taking flight. Better do it before I graduate. Kid, Siren leaned out the window, watching her. 1 second she was there, the next poof, gone into the night. He let out a long breath. He turned down the help, which meant his enemies were definitely going to be tracking his every move now. Siren's eyes locked in with pure determination. He had to do this on his own 2 feet. 1 month left until the early promotion exam. The countdown is on. The next day after class, the whole school was buzzing. Yo, you really hitting the books for that exam? Students were gossiping everywhere. I just hired a tutor. Apparently, we have to master teleportation in only 30 days. That's straight up dangerous. But 20 people actually signed up. The theory part? Easy. The formulas? Not that bad. But the Class 7 guys knew the truth. The real nightmare is actually making the magic work in the real world. A guy with blue hair pointed at Siron, who was lugging a massive stack of books down the street. Is that kid actually trying to? One book slipped theory of photonization. Siren was thinking to himself, I said I'd do this solo, but he looked at the mountain of theory in front of him and groaned. Application is everything. In the real world, a mage's environment is always changing, especially with teleportation. Getting the terrain data right is a matter of life or death. Depending on the spot, you gotta tweak everything from light levels to total energy. Siren was scribbling notes like a madman. The numbers were reaching 10 to the power of 20. How is a human brain supposed to crunch that? He started banging his head against the desk. No, stay focused. Don't you dare quit now. Look, there's no way they'd just throw an impossible test at us. Right? Siren was spiraling. Sienna said teleporting was a piece of cake, but for a total magic noob like him, that's a whole different story. He kept hearing Sienna's voice in his head. Those Class 7 kids, they've had expensive tutors and elite training since they were in diapers. Siren felt like a total outsider just watching them. Sienna's big question haunted him. Can you actually close that gap? Suddenly, Siren snapped out of it. Alpheus was standing there, just smiling at him. Over on the other side, someone started clapping. Impressive. Truly perfect teleportation, they said, looking at the tall kid through the fading smoke. I mean, what did you expect? That's the son of Satyr, the top tech advisor for the Magic Association. He called out to the young master Satyr, March 15 years old, class 7, and standing tall like he owned the place. Well, I do have a level 9 certified teacher, so obviously, Mar scoffed, grabbing a towel. I was worried for a sec, but that was way too easy. His coach just kept it real. The test is basic, so you can focus on making it look flashy. His voice was totally flat. Learning perfect teleportation in just 1 month is straight up impossible for a normal person. But if you skip the fluff and only grind the exam material, yeah, you might actually pull it off. Mar let out a nasty little laugh. Honestly, he should probably thank that scholarship brat for the motivation. Wiping off his sweat, he bragged, "Thanks to that loser, I jumped 2 class ranks in record time." He took a swig of water and asked, "So, what's that bum even up to?" The man answered exactly like he was told. "I'm tracking him, sir, but it looks like he's just sitting there reading books by himself." Mar was confused. Self-study? With books? No way. With that kind of backing, I thought he'd hire some legendary tutor or something. Is he hiding something? Mar ordered his guy to keep watching. He knew Siron wasn't just some reckless idiot. You can't just read a few books and suddenly use magic, Mar muttered. Meanwhile, Siren was literally drowning in a mountain of books. He finally dropped his pen to take a breather. All right, I've done everything I possibly could. First step, he spent ages obsessing over the nature of light. He memorized every single theory until he could recite them in his sleep. I hope this is enough, because time is officially up. It was dead of night at the Class 7 training grounds, lit by only a few flickering lamps. Sirens started warming up. Time to make the magic happen. Nothing is impossible. Just gotta pray this works like the math says it should. Siren's eyes suddenly glowed with a deep, haunting blue. Step 1. Crack open the spirit zone between his brows. The second he whispered the words for photonization theory, he started to glow. He was white-knuckling his focus, trying not to lose it. He felt like he was hovering right on the edge of becoming a god. The light got blinding, a crazy blue aura completely swallowed him up. Suddenly, his body flashed a brilliant gold. He looked down at his hands, totally hyped. Yes, it's actually working. Now, teleport, Siren shouted, his eyes wide. Humans aren't supposed to be able to calculate light particles like this. He channeled everything Sienna taught him. When a mage really locks in, their mind gets sharp enough to feel every single atom in the room. They say the elite mages can literally count the leaves on a tree from a mile away. Someone dropped a handful of tiny coins into his palm to explain it. This is extreme mental sensitivity. We call it the spirit zone. Alpheus reached out. In this state, a mage perceives the world on a superhuman level. That's how they control reality itself. For Siren, it was like a whole new dimension was opening up right in front of his eyes. It wasn't about math anymore, it was about feeling everything. But the clock was ticking. Only 13 days left until the big teleportation exam. Countdown. 9 days. Inside the academy, people were already whispering, "What the hell happened to him?" Everyone was staring at the back of the class. Even the girls who usually acted too cool to care were looking at Siren's face. A voice hissed from the crowd. Did he seriously try to train without any protection? That's insane. Siren ignored them all, even with his face covered in bandages. He was just focused on his notes. His first teleport attempt? A total disaster. He felt a bit helpless trying to fix his mistakes. I don't have a choice. I just have to keep crashing until I get it right. Siren kept hitting the dirt hard. He stayed on the ground, clutching his bruised knee. Damn it. My knee was off that time. Countdown. 8 days. His notebook was a mess of scribbles. He was obsessed with the details. The error was 0.02 microseconds off. Countdown. 7 days. It was a stupid, brutal way to learn. But with only 6 days left, the training grounds were filled with the sound of him hitting the floor over and over. 5 days left, and Siron was still eating dirt. 4 days left, and he stayed determined. My body has to remember this, like an instinct. 3 days, 2 days, and then just 1 day left. 1. Siron stood under the lights, huffing and puffing with his hands on his knees. Sweat was literally pouring off him. What am I gonna do? The test is tomorrow, but every time he fixed one mistake, a brand new one popped up. Siron wiped his face. There's no more time to fix anything. This is it. I gotta do this. I have to. Siron slowed his breathing, everything in front of him going totally blurry. He slapped his own face hard just to snap out of it. Stay focused. Connect the dots. He lunged forward again, boots slamming into the dirt. He poured every ounce of brainpower into one single blink. A spark ignited, and then zip, he was gone. Siron opened his eyes and realized he was floating just inches off the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. He hit the dirt, but it was a soft landing. Safe, he gasped. No broken bones this time. He just laid there in the mud, grinning like a total maniac. I actually did it. I wonder how far I can push this thing. His brain was fried, and he drifted off before he even knew it. But look, there's no time for a nap, man. Gotta practice, gotta pray, gotta get this right. Next morning, sunrise. Our main man was looking out over the campus from the balcony. Some guy called out to him, "Young master, how you feelin'?" Mark turned around, oozing pure ego. "Feelin' like a legend. Today's history, man. I'm moving up to class 5. Watch me flex." He squinted at the distance. 700 meters? Child's play, he muttered. "I'm gonna crush this easily." Over at the academy, class 7 was looking pretty empty. Maria was heading to the door when a voice stopped her cold. "Yo, Maria, you quitting already?" Maria jumped. In her head, she knew it was him. "Aren't you supposed to be at the training grounds? Why are you even here?" Mark just laughed in her face. "Do I look like some loser who needs to cram for an exam? Please." He got right in her personal space. "What are you even doing here? No wonder your grades are absolute garbage." He scoffed. "Honestly, Maria, you should go watch the pros work. You might actually learn something if you stop being a bottom-tier student for 5 minutes and watch people who actually know what they're doing." Maria tried to walk away, trembling. "Yeah, whatever. Good luck. Hope you pass." Mark chuckled. "Wait, for real? You actually want me to win?" Maria's hands were shaking like crazy. Mark leaned in close, whispering like a snake. "You're quite the actress, huh? Sneaking around with a teacher?" "Wait, how did you know?" she stuttered. Her reaction made Mark lose it. He started howling with laughter. "You idiot. I was just baiting you. Thanks for confirming it, though." Maria's bag hit the floor, straight up paralyzed. "I got eyes everywhere. A shy girl like you hitting the teacher's office? Suspect as hell." He pinned her against the wall. "I'm being nice since we're classmates, but once I'm your senior," he glared, voice turning dark. "Think about what's gonna happen then." Maria was shaking like a leaf. Mark just stood up straight and scoffed. "Total coward. Why does she even want to be a mage? Absolute waste of space. 4 years older than me and still stuck in class 7. Pathetic." He walked off, leaving Maria crying on the floor. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Mark kicked a door open. "Yo, the plan's all set, right?" 4 other class 7 losers looked up. One of them answered, "2 of us are gonna stick to Siron like glue from the start. The other 2? We're your personal guard. He's gonna fail twice over." Mark nodded. "First round is 10 meters. Push him out at least 10 times. Make it hurt," a gray-haired kid asked. "You're gonna keep your word, right? If we pull this off?" Mark's eyes gleamed. "Duh. Obviously. Once I rank up, I'll hook you up with a tutoring gig. Easy money. You won't even need to graduate to find work. My old man is a heavy hitter at the Magic Association. Help me out, and I'll make sure you're taken care of. I always pay my debts." He smirked to himself. 0 mistakes. A genius doesn't get caught off guard, especially not by some nobody like Siron. Cut to the foggy mountains. This is the unpassable bridge everyone's talking about? The The Class 7 crowd was gathering, looking stressed out. That short-haired girl who hated Siren was there. Is this really the final round? I'm already exhausted, man. The pink-haired girl agreed. Way more people here than I thought. It's a total zoo. The Class 5 seniors were looking down their noses at everyone. If a newbie makes it into our class, I hope they're actually cute, one of them joked. Everyone was buzzing. Classes 4 and 6 even showed up just to watch the drama unfold. The judges arrived right on time, including the headmaster. A flare shot into the sky. Boom. Etla saw the signal. It's time. She looked at the nervous kids lined up at the starting line. Exam starts in 10 minutes. Someone yelled, "Are you kidding me? This is a straight-up cliff. Where's the bridge? Open your eyes, dummy. It's right there." Another kid looked down and started screaming. "What? You call 3 skinny ropes a bridge? We're gonna die." Nearby, someone was watching through binoculars. "Got him. This is the best seat in the house." Serial was hyped, focusing her lenses. "I can see everything so clearly." Amy just stood there, arms crossed. "Seriously? We're busy. Why are you wasting time on these Class 7 losers?" Serial ignored her. "Gotta cheer for your boyfriend. Give him some of that good luck." Amy just sighed. If they're good, they pass. If they're trash, they fall. Cheer for who? Are you kidding me? She's practically gnawing on her finger in stress. Anyway, can you actually teleport? Or are we just vibing here? This black-haired dude struts over to M, warming up like he's the main event. "Yo, you find Siren yet?" The guy shakes his head. "Nah, some students said he's a no-show." M's eyes shift. What's he plotting now? Meanwhile, Siron is face down in the dirt, completely out of it. An ant is literally trekking across his face until his eyes snap open and scare the life out of the poor bug. He bounces up like a literal spring, screaming about what time it is. Somewhere else, someone's yelling just as loud. "Wait, he's not here?" Ami's glued to her binoculars. "Say, what now?" "Siren's missing. Cyril is losing it. I don't know. I've looked everywhere. And the dude is just gone." Ami's voice trails off, her brain going 1,000 miles an hour. Is he failing? Did the magic backfire and blow him to pieces? See? I told you. Trying to self-teach teleportation is basically a one-way ticket to a bad time. It's hard as hell. The students are standing on the edge of this massive, terrifying cliff. Someone mutters, "This is a cliff, bro. Where's the actual bridge?" Etela breaks it down. "Rules are simple. When I give the signal, move to the other side. Whoever teleports the furthest wins the round." The Class 7 kids are looking at each other like, "For real?" One brave soul peeks over the edge. "You want us to just run across that? If we mess up the spell, we're just falling into the abyss, right? That's the vibe." They're all suspicious. Is there even a safety net down there? That stands there looking smug. "If you're scared, just quit. Nobody's forcing you." Everyone stares at him. That just shrugs. "Look, dead is dead. At magic school, the chance of kicking the bucket is literally part of the curriculum." He gets dead serious. "Plus, this is the early promotion exam. It's not a playground. This is for the elites moving to Class 5. If you can't even protect your own skin, take your weak-ass resolve and go home." He gives them one last cold look. "Leave now while you still have all your limbs. It's your last chance." He looks like a hard-ass on the outside. But inside, he's dying laughing. "Yeah, that's right. Stay shook." He figures a little psychological pressure keeps them from doing something stupid. Then his eyes drift over to the main character's crew, the real danger. These guys are only here to crush the competition. M just stands there with a nasty smirk. Why do these mid-tier losers even bother? At the end of the day, they're just stepping stones for my climb to the top of society. He's feeling himself way too much. And that brat? Word is he's self-taught. That's a guaranteed fail right there. What a joke. M looks ahead, confident as hell. Even I had to prep like crazy for this. Right then, Etela raises her hand. "Line up. The exam is starting." She stops mid-sentence, eyes widening. Someone is sprinting toward them like a madman. It's Siron, and honestly, he looks like he's been through a literal meat grinder. Everyone's jaw just drops, Siren's doubling over, gasping for air. My bad. I'm late. He looks up at Atella. I can still take the test, right? Atella rushes over to him. Through the binoculars, Sorel finally spots him. Ami, there he is. He made it. Ami snatches the binoculars away, screaming, "Where the hell have you been? You absolute idiot." She's biting her lip, totally stressed out. Wait, why is his face covered in cuts? Did he blow himself up practicing? Over at the judge's table, the tension is real. Kana turns to Anpas. Headmaster, Atella is asking if we should let the late kid play. What's the call? Anfas just nods. Handling the unexpected is part of being a mage. Start the exam on schedule. No special treatment. Cien stays quiet for a beat. Copy that. Then, boom, an orange flare streaks into the sky. Atella yells out, "Prepare yourselves. We're starting exactly as planned." She looks at Siren, who can barely stand. Siren, if you're gonna pass out, just tell me. Siren just drags his feet forward. Thanks, but I'm good. Let's do this. Some random student waves him over. Hey, stand here. Siren blinks, exhausted. Oh, thanks, man. That guy shares a look with his buddy. Phase 1 complete. They're planning to kick Siren out within 10 rounds. Siren's head is down, sweat dripping everywhere. He glares at the finish line. Focus. Everything I've got. Right now. Atella's hand goes up again. The Class 7 promotion exam officially starts now. Get ready. She checks her watch. Everyone is lined up, crouched low, hearts pounding like crazy. Marley looks at the guy next to him and nods. Stick to the plan. Siren is locked in, tuning out the world. Atella fires the signal flare, and it's pure chaos. Everyone bolts forward, Siren right in the thick of the pack. The two saboteurs are right on Siren's tail, sharing a sinister look. The clock is ticking 1 second down. These kids have trained for months, over and over, just for this specific moment. But it's their first time actually facing the cliff. That feeling of the sky opening up under your boots? It hits different. Feet burning, adrenaline spiking, or maybe just pure terror. This is a world they've never touched. And they've only got one shot to make it across. These kids are booking it like there's a limited edition drop at the finish line, everyone desperate to snag that #1 spot. Every single student is high on hope, thinking they've actually got a shot at glory. The clock hits 2 seconds, and they're only 20 meters from a literal death drop. Our boy Max is redlining his engine, pushing full throttle, but even he knows that just being fast isn't going to cut it. It's all about the timing. You got to hit that teleportation trigger at the perfect millisecond, or it's game over. Look, the math is simple. Success is all about the leap. Where you jump determines if you're a legend or just another face in the crowd. Doesn't matter if you're first or last in line, assuming you've actually got the stones to go through with it. One red-haired kid fumbles his footing way too early, miles from the edge. He panics, screams, "Screw it," at the top of his lungs, and poof, he vanishes in a flash of golden light. That sets off a chain reaction. The guy next to him starts tripping. "Wait for me. I'm out too." Suddenly, it's a mass exodus as everyone starts spamming their teleport skills. 3 seconds in, 5 meters to the edge, the lead pack is going for it. Someone yells, "Hell yeah, I'm actually doing this." 3 meters left. Another kid lunges forward, and then one of Mar's own lackeys decides he's done playing bodyguard. "Sorry, Mar. Every man for himself," he bellows. I mean, if the escort squad bails, what choice does the guy have? Mar is absolutely fuming, gritting his teeth at these total cowards. He keeps charging ahead, but you can see the sweat. He's terrified of a faceplant. Max leader pulls the trigger 2 meters out. Clock hits 3.5 seconds. And Siren? He's still just running. One of Mar's goons, the guy tasked with tripping Siren up, is still there too, thinking, is this kid insane? Why is he still glued to me? Another student hesitates, looking around. Guess it's just us. Then he loses his nerve, screams, "I'm out," and disappears into thin air. The two guys trying to hold Siron back finally cave and pop their magic. Siron is still sprinting, 1 meter to the edge, Total madness. 3.7 seconds on the clock. Siren's like, nah, not yet. He plants his foot literally on the ragged edge of the cliff. He's locked in, determined to close the gap. Over in the Ami camp, the students' jaws are hitting the floor. Even the high and mighty judges with Lady Sienna are caught off guard. Etla is watching with her heart in her throat. The crowd starts whispering. Is he even gonna jump? Siron Arian clears 2 meters of empty air, 4 seconds in. It's just like that legendary sword match back at the Augustate. That was the first time anyone ever saw a kid stand his ground against my old man without shaking like a leaf. Aren't you even a little freaked out? Ran asked him, totally stunned because even he couldn't look his own father in the eye. Flashback to a year ago, room R at the mansion. Siren's actually blushing a bit as Ran showers him with hype. Oh, that? Siren says, acting like it's no big deal. It's nothing special. I just read somewhere that fear is basically just your imagination running wild. But what really floored Siren wasn't the philosophy, it was Ran's knight's oath. He never expected Ran to swear a whole knight's oath to him. Talk about a massive respect move. Remembering that book Only Humans Fear Swords, Siren just coolly explains that people just imagine their own deaths too vividly. Think about it, even if you jump off a cliff, you aren't actually dead until you hit the ground, right? So, he just stopped worrying about the what-ifs and focused on the right now. Basically, find a solution instead of a coffin. To dodge the panic, he killed his imagination of the future and stayed 100% in the present. Do your best, find the answer, that's his secret sauce. Ran hears this and honestly thinks Siron has a screw loose. Siron, are you actually a moron? A moron? Me? Siren's legitimately confused. He's sitting there talking about life and death stakes like he's discussing the weather. Ran is dripping sweat, grabbing Siren by the shoulders like, listen, you idiot, if you fall off a cliff, you die. Like, for real, dead. What part of this don't you get? Siren sees Ran is genuinely worried for his life, so he tries to talk him down. No, chill. Think about the logic, man. I don't die the second I jump. I've still got time to figure it out. Back in the present, every single student and teacher is holding their breath, looking like they're about to have a collective heart attack. The watch in Lady Athela's hand is ticking away, every second feeling like a goddamn hour. At the cliff, everyone else has already turned into streaks of light and bailed. That's when Siron finally takes the plunge. His whole body starts glowing gold as he forces his spirit zone open. The wind resistance is brutal. Using teleportation, magic midair puts an insane amount of pressure on his body. Stay focused, he tells himself. If the spirit zone cracks, it's game over. The moment he drops, a layer of pure light wraps around him like a cocoon. The world around Siren starts warping. His body lifts, ignites, and he blasts off at light speed, straight up hunting down the students who left him in the dust. Siren starts blowing past the lead group like they're standing still. One of the students spots him and loses his mind. Everyone is bugging out, they can't believe he caught up, let alone started lapping them. Wait, what? How late did this guy jump to get this much momentum? The dude is staring at Siren's taillights in total disbelief. On the other side of the mountain, the crowd is going absolutely nuclear. Seeing Siren enter the race like a boss has everyone screaming their heads off. It's game time. Eyes on the prize, people. It happened in a literal blink. But did you catch that? Yeah, our new guy just sent it. The fifth years are losing their minds watching Siron absolutely flex on everyone. They can't believe a rookie is pulling this off. Ami's like, wait, isn't this his first time even touching magic? Sorel's voice is literally shaking, and Ami, she's so stunned she can't even find the words to explain it. She finally chills out and realizes why he started late. Now, the shock is wearing off and turning into pure respect. Better late than never, right? He worked his tail off to catch up, and if he keeps this pace, he's taking the crown. Back to the race. Mars still in front, but he knows Siron is breathing down his neck. The clock's ticking. He's losing it. Like, what the hell is my tactical team even doing right now? Total panic mode. Distance doesn't even matter anymore. Mar tries to floor it, but it's too late. Siren just zooms past him like he's standing still. Man's really watching the back of the new kid's head. Talk about a reality check. Deep in the woods, far from the mountain chaos, Maria's just wandering. And look, it's not that she's untalented. Nah, it's the bullying and that crushing self-doubt. It's like her own mind is keeping her trapped in a cage. Throwback to the staff room, Maria's too scared to even look up. She's trembling, like, "Sir, they were picking on me again." But the teacher doesn't give a damn. Cold as ice, he just cuts her off. Competition is brutal, kid. Get over it. Cruel world, right? Everyone else moved on, leveled up, and left her in the dust without looking back. Round 3 is a wrap, and we've got 3 groups. Group 1, Siren and Mars Squad. Group 2 is trailing by 3 meters. Then there's the struggle bus group in the back. These guys used their mana too early because they were scared. Bad move. Crap. I can't even fly. One kid's thinking. The senior said if we fall, we'll be fine. Right? Famous last words. Then it happens. One clumsy kid sneezes. Just one sneeze. And he loses his balance. Down he goes. It's a domino effect. Group 3 is literally raining from the sky. Help, teacher, I quit. Absolute chaos. The spectators and teachers, they're just laughing. Not a single drop of sympathy for the losers from them. Exactly as planned. If you can't handle the fear, you're the first to drop. Teachers already crossing names off. They're still falling, screaming their lungs out. Yo, where's the safety gear? Is this ever gonna end? Just when they think it's curtains, this massive fan at the bottom kicks in. Talk about a dramatic save. The wind catches them like a giant cushion, and they all thump onto the ground. Safe, but definitely traumatized. The ones who didn't pass out are just groaning. This is messed up. You guys should have warned us first. The whole rejected squad is throwing a tantrum. They're pissed the seniors kept the falling part a secret. Little did they know, this was a special gift from the upperclassmen. Yeah, real funny guys. And just like that, Group 3 is wiped. 200 meters in and everyone's gassed. I'm done. Can't move. Kids are collapsing left and right because they burned through their teleportation mana. Teacher, save me. Again with the screaming. Mid-group is basically a ghost town now. Meanwhile, back at the front, Mar is still sweating bullets, trying to speed up. I mean, he's got decent talent, but his ego is even bigger. Idiots, he thinks. Stay down where you belong. He's smirking, listening to the failures behind him. The weak always fold. Man, this guy is such a clown. But even though he's pushing his limits, Siron is still pulling away, and it's eating him alive. He's gritting his teeth, thinking, is it just me? Or is this brat actually getting faster? Pure frustration. He hits the gas, desperate to catch up. The very thought of Siren being better is making him sick. The worst part? Siren isn't even sweating. How? He was supposed to be a goner before the race even started. Then, something shifts. A massive wave of energy surges into Siron. Mar's in the back like, oh, come on. What the hell is this? Mar yells, and then boom, Siren just kicks it into overdrive. Professor Atella is watching the whole thing through her magic eyes. Even she's like, okay, this kid is actually cracked. She's impressed. I'm out here using multiple steps just to keep up, but Siron, his rhythm is perfectly steady. He's like a machine. She's using focus techniques to stay steady, but Siron is just naturally in the zone. It's not just her, all the proctors are nodding along. They know they're looking at something special today. Some teachers throw a bone to Mar, too. I mean, his magic isn't half bad, but he's got issues. They notice Mar's rhythm is jumping all over the place. He's got skill, but he's too impulsive. Total rookie mistake. Yo, check it out. The crowd is straight up simping for Ethenella's talent. I mean, spotting targets from that far using synesthesia? Girl is a literal cheat code. Meanwhile, some other dude is standing there looking salty as hell, keeping his mouth shut because he's got nothing. The principal is low-key vibing with Siron's performance, absolutely loving the show. But Serial, he's losing it, staring through his binoculars and asking Ami what the deal is. Wait, is that dark compression? No way. Where did this Siren kid even learn high-tier moves like that? He's cracked. Ami just stands there, watching Siron like a hawk. She knows exactly what's up, but she's not spilling the tea to Siriel yet. Learn it? Nah, bro. Normal mages have to train for years to tap into their subconscious. But this kid? He's just built different. He's literally piloting his own subconscious mind. That's not a skill you just learn at school, that's straight-up monster territory. M sees Siren pulling ahead and realizes he can't win this fair and square. Time to get dirty. He shouts the signal. Let's go. Do it now. The signal's out. M's two goons immediately start their Operation Sabotage according to the plan they cooked up. Both of them are gassed, running on fumes. Damn it, there's the signal. But why now? I'm freaking exhausted. No choice. The goon squeezes every last drop of mana he's got left. It's a kamikaze mission to take Siron down, pushing his speed way past his limit. Siren feels the shift in the air. Wait, 2 bursts? What are they trying to pull? Someone just messed with the rhythm. For a split second, Siren loses focus and suddenly, a shadow pops up right in his grill. This student literally teleports right in front of him. Siren's shook. He doesn't even have time to react. He has to slam on the brakes to avoid a collision. What the hell? Before he can even process that, another student comes charging in from the side. Siren's eyes go wide. He's staring straight at the guy, aiming for him like a heat-seeking missile. The goon knows this is a trash move, but he's gotta follow orders. He's thinking, sorry bro, but your race ends here. We're both going down. He shuts his eyes tight and rams Siren at full throttle, planning to knock him straight out of the sky. Siron is absolutely stunned. Is this guy for real? Is he actually trying to crash into me in midair? The goon is floating there, eyes shut, teeth grit, shaking like a leaf. Then he opens one eye, and he's totally confused. The goon starts falling, looking back at Siren who's just hanging there in space. Did he seriously dodge that? Gravity takes over, and the goons start plummeting. It's game over for those losers. But Siren isn't doing great either. He's fighting like hell just to stay conscious and not pass out. His hands are clawing at the empty air. The sky is huge, his rhythm is trashed, and the fatigue is hitting him like a freight train. But then boom, Siren's blue eyes glow with pure determination. No way I'm blacking out here. Focus, man. Focus. Like a freaking solar flare, he shoots right back up into the blue. The falling goon sees it and whispers, that guy, he's a literal demon. And just like that, the saboteurs fall into the abyss along with their failed plans. Down on the ground, the 5th years are gossiping like crazy. Yo, did Siron just glitch? Did he miss a turn or something? One smart aleck pipes up, nah, you idiots. They were trying to ram him. That was a straight-up targeted hit. The other students are shook. Wait, what? A hit? Who would be crazy enough to stage an accident in the middle of a race? Iruki, the resident genius, is just chilling with his legs crossed, looking completely unbothered by the chaos. He starts gesturing with his hands, one fist, one flat palm explaining the trap like a pro. One guy blocks the lane, the other strikes from the flank, a pincer move designed to wipe him out. Iruki analyzes it with a smirk. Actually, it's a brilliant strategy to counter Siron's specific style. He's using teleportation and space leaps. If that kid hadn't veered off course at the last second, it would have been a total disaster. After dropping that knowledge bomb, Iruki just waves it off with a cocky grin. Well, if it were me, I'd have just used movement equations to dodge it easy peasy. The other students are looking at him like he's a total weirdo. Ugh, look at this guy acting all high and mighty again. So annoying. They exchange looks. If Iruki saw it, there's no way the teachers missed it. Wonder what the staff is actually plotting. While the principal and Sienna keep watching, M is zooming ahead, laughing like a freaking cartoon villain. First place is finally mine. I'm the king. M is straight up gloating. Everyone's gonna be so jealous. Those 6th-year losers and my dumb classmates, they're all beneath me now. Watch me. This is what real talent looks like. His eyes are glowing with pure ego. Siren is still in the back, trailing M's flashy mana. He notices M is in top form and will definitely finish the course. If I want to win, I gotta go faster. But if I push my teleport range too far, my whole rhythm might just shatter. Siron's eyes? Pure fire. He's shifting gears and doing things his way now. Boom! Magic flared. Siron shot forward like a rocket, leaving the competition in the dust. The crowd went absolutely ballistic. He's catching up, they screamed. At this speed, it's just a two-man drag race to the finish. Ami's jaw hit the floor. How is he still pulling off high-level magic while his body is basically a wreck? Meanwhile, Suriel is literally clinging to Ami's arm, whining like a lost puppy because she can't see a thing. "Let me see," she cries. But Ami's eyes are glued to the binoculars, watching Mac scramble. What is that thing? A massive coil of magic looking like a literal death rope is homing in on the main character. Mac had to dive out of the way or get wrecked. While he was busy fumbling, Siron was already right on his tail. Suddenly, a red alert flashed. The impossible bridge difficulty just activated. Everyone? Completely shook. Level 10. Siron froze for a split second. This was getting way too real. Both of them stared at the nightmare of magic threads blocking their path. Like, seriously? Level 10? Are they trying to kill these kids? Coach Sienna panicked. "I'm heading to the equipment room," Mr. Say shouted, already sprinting away. With a burst of light, Mr. Say took to the skies. Dude was moving like a golden comet across the sky. Sienna begged the principal to stop the exam, but another teacher chimed in about the prestige and clan drama. "If we cancel, the noble families will have our heads. Think about the backlash. Talk about having bad priorities." Principal Anpas didn't even blink, eyes locked on the chaotic mess unfolding on the field. He finally snapped. "You think I care about politics right now? Stop the damn test before someone dies." A flare shot into the sky. Siron and Mac saw it and pulled up. Everything just stopped. The exam was officially dead. Right then, Mr. C finally made it to the control room. "Yellow signal? Great. My desk is going to be buried in complaints by tomorrow morning," he muttered, sounding totally done with life. He pounded on the door. "Brett, did you get wasted again? You knew how big today was. I'm coming in." He grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Locked from the inside. Not a glitch then. Mr. Say stopped and started charging up his magic. Someone was definitely messing around. A flash of fire ignited in his hand, but then he hesitated. Wait, what was that? Through a flicker of blue light, he saw the truth of what was happening inside. Two bodies. One passed out, and the other sitting on the floor by the controls. Mr. C aimed his magic at the door. "Who's in there? Open up now or I'm blowing this door to kingdom come." "Go ahead," a voice whispered. "Do it. It's not like anyone would miss me anyway." Mr. Say froze. That voice. A memory hit him like a truck. A little girl following him around. He knew her. "Maria? Is that you?" Maria was curled in a ball, shaking like a leaf. Mr. Say started banging on the door again. "Kid, do you have any idea how much trouble you're in? Open the door and I'll make sure the punishment is light." Maria screamed back, "No, everything is already over. It's all trash. If Mac gets promoted, my life becomes a living hell again. I'd rather just end it all here." Mr. C went silent. "I'd rather die," she sobbed, clutching her knees. Mr. C closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. "I get it now. Do what you have to do." Maria's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face. "If you don't want to open it, don't. It's fine. The test is already canceled anyway. You won." Outside, the yellow signal was blinding. Mac was absolutely fuming, gritting his teeth in pure rage. Cancel the test? Are you kidding me? The promotion was right there. He shot a look back at Siron. If they called it now, he'd never get another shot at crushing Siron. He wasn't about to let that happen. Siron was gasping for air, exhausted, but his eyes, still sharp as glass. Mac was losing his mind. Suddenly, crack, the maze went haywire, firing deadly magic beams everywhere. "Principal, they're diving into the maze." Sienna's voice cracked. It was a literal suicide run. No, the principal's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles were white. He was beyond pissed. These idiots. Sienna watched them charge into the fire like moths to a flame, her heart racing. We have to stop them. It's too dangerous. Where the hell is Mr. C when you need him? The principal finally gave the word, and every teacher scrambled toward him like their lives depended on his next move. Man, the headmaster was absolutely fuming, fists clenched, face red, and that kind old man vibe? Totally gone. His eyes were literally glowing gold as he watched the two boys dive into the maze. But inside, he was just straight up disappointed. He thought Siren would be built different, but if the kid lets greed cloud his vision and makes trash decisions, he is never seeing daylight again. Meanwhile, inside that death trap, Siren is dodging and weaving like a pro to find an exit. The audience is losing their minds. Students are pacing, sweating, and asking, "Man, what do we even do?" Cereal is literally shaking, hands over her mouth, calling out to her bestie in total shock. Ami is just done. She is watching this disaster unfold like, are these idiots for real? Level 10 is for literal professionals, not kids. Suddenly, a million black ropes burst out of the canyon walls. These things are shape-shifting and lunging at our boy Siren. He is barely holding on. The traps are coming in way too fast. One miss and he is toast. Zero time to even think. If I keep this up, my mental energy is gonna hit zero, Siren thinks. While Mar, the other main character wannabe, is still charging ahead like a fool. Mar is thinking, hey, we are both gonna fail, so whoever goes the furthest wins. This is my chance to finally be the GOAT. With zero brain cells and 100% ego, Mar zooms through the maze gaps at breakneck speed. He is actually smirking while he sees Siren struggling. How is my technique look now? Loser, you are gonna stay stuck there forever. Meanwhile, these massive black maze blocks are completely surrounding Siren. Siren is trying to stay alive and find a way out, but when he sees Mar flying into a trap, he tries to yell, wait, but it is way too late. Abort. No way. In the control room, the screens are flashing red and Maria's voice is shaking over the alarm. Maria is slumped against the door, hugging her knees and crying. Sir, what is even the point of this competition anyway? It feels like it is just about stepping on others and lying your way to the top. Is this really what the Academy wants? That is on the other side of the door, trying to calm her down, but she is not having it. Do not you dare act like we are the same, she screams. You are a genius's teacher. You have no idea what it is like to be me. She is sobbing now, tears just streaming down her face. It is heavy. I did everything right. I worked hard. But in this school, if you do not have talent, you are literally invisible. She feels like a nobody. Seeing her break down, That keeps his voice low and gentle. Look, you might not know this, but I graduated from here too. Back when I was a senior, you were just a fresh-faced rookie. Maria actually stops crying for a second. She cannot believe he remembers her from that long ago. Wait, really? But have not you heard the rumors about the legendary genius's student named Sacy? That gets this nostalgic look in his eyes, but Maria's voice is still shaky from the crying. No, I have not. I was always at the bottom. I stayed in the 5th grade for 5 whole years. Watching my friends level up and leave me behind? Yeah, it made me bitter and angry as hell. That opens up about his days at the academy. You can hear the regret and the memories in his voice. Maria is like, no way, not you. That just laughs it off and keeps dropping the truth bombs. One day, the principal caught me and chewed me out. I tried to blame some other kid for starting a fight. Flashback to a dark corner of the school. Thad is being a little brat, complaining that it is just a minor thing and the principal should back off. His face is covered in scratches, definitely just got into a scrap, and he is acting all tough. The principal does not care. He just asks, do you know the one thing a mage should never, ever do? It is comparing yourself to others. That flinches because that hit way too close to home, but he still tries to talk back. Shh, what are you even talking about? Is this another boring lecture? But the old man just keeps going. Mages call it erasing the ego. If you can just focus on yourself, that is real growth. If you spend your whole life looking at everyone else's path, you are gonna end up lost. Back to the present. Mar is still ego-tripping through the maze until oops, something feels very wrong. He looks front and back. Trapped. The gates are locked. He is cornered. And the panic finally sets in. Pure terror washes over him. And his brain just stops working. Now, all he has got left is regret. I should not have come this way. I messed up big time. Trapped in a shifting death trap with no way out, our boy was literally staring at the game over screen in his head, wondering if this was really how it all ends. Pure regret hit him like a truck as he lost his cool, screaming for help like his life depended on it because, well, it actually did, while everyone watching outside was losing their minds. But hold up, just when it looked like he was about to become a human pancake, a hand reached out from the chaos, grabbed him by the collar, and snatched him back from the brink. Siron gripped that collar tight, gritting his teeth and pushing his speed to the absolute limit to outrun the maze's crushing walls. Seeing Siron pull off that clutch save, the entire 7th class crew went wild. Our boy was actually safe. All thanks to Siron's quick moves. Then one student piped up, totally killing the vibe by asking, "Wait, isn't this still a competitive exam though? Like, why would he save the guy he's supposed to be beating?" Before she could even finish, another student shut her down immediately. "Are you serious right now? Who cares about a trophy when someone's about to get deleted right in front of your face?" Honestly, the leaderboard was the last thing on anyone's mind once they realized how Siron actually pulled off that save. How in the world did he pull off a teleportation stunt like that? Meanwhile, Mar was still up there flailing around, begging for his life. Siron, officially done with the noise, finally snapped at him to shut up so he could actually focus on not getting them both killed. He realized these traps were basically a massive hallucination, meaning he had to see through the BS to find a way out. Step 1. Get some height. Trying to solve a genius-level puzzle while carrying human dead weight was exhausting, but Siron went full light speed and blasted toward the ceiling. But the traps weren't letting go, they were literally hunting them down, making the climb up feel like a total dead end. The students watching from below realized that just flying higher was a losing game. They screamed out warnings as the maze closed in, and while Siron knew just running away was useless, his brain was scrambling for a better plan. He needed a miracle, and fast. Then, boom, a crazy idea flashed through his mind. He knew exactly what he had to do. Forget running away. It was time to dive straight back into the fire. Without a second thought, Siron pulled a full U-turn with Mar in tow, making Eriki pump his fist and shout, "Yes, always charging forward is for losers. Sometimes, the only way to win is to go back to where it all started." Watching Siron pull off these high-tier moves, his classmates were standing there with their jaws on the floor, totally confused. I mean, it had only been a single month. Did this guy really level up this much just by training solo? Everyone thought he was just a nepo baby who couldn't even cast a basic spark. But man, were they wrong. Go on, show him what you've got. All the hate was gone, replaced by the whole school screaming for him to dodge the incoming disaster. Serial watched in awe, finally realizing that Siron wasn't just grinding for some midterm grade. This was about something way bigger. Amy nodded along, knowing that all those sleepless nights of training weren't just for a stupid certificate. See, this exam was just one tiny step on his path to becoming a legend. He didn't want the clout. He wanted the power of a true mage. Over in the control room, Master Seal kept it cool, trying to talk some sense into a spiraling Maria. Look, competition is just a tool to keep you moving, but speed doesn't matter as long as you cross that finish line and earn your staff. As the master's words echoed, the teachers, the students, and even the big-shot principal were left completely speechless by Siron's display. Watching Siron dance through the maze, Maria finally felt the weight of her choices, whispering, "Is it too late to fix things?" Seeing that his pep talk actually worked, Master Seal just gave a small, encouraging smile. "I've got your back, but you've got to find that spark of courage yourself." His words were exactly the boost she needed to stop running. Maria just broke down right there, partly from the guilt of what she'd done, but mostly from the massive relief of finally letting go. Back in the arena, the principal shocked everyone by ordering the exam to keep going, making Sienna and the other teachers do a double take. He didn't blink, boldly stating he'd take the fall for whatever happened next, as the crowd's roar reached a fever pitch. Don't stop now. Watch out. With eyes locked on the goal, Siron charged straight into the danger zone. He was dragging the MC toward a literal magical minefield that was shifting and twisting without any rhyme or reason, making it impossible to track. Our boy Mar was back to his usual self, screaming at the top of his lungs about not wanting to die today. Siron, on the other hand, cold as ice. He was busy calculating every single variable in his head. To see the whole picture, he had to focus everything on a single point, using his unique vision to turn the entire glowing maze into a blueprint. He'd felt this before, that pure, instinctual rush of being hunted, and suddenly, the path to victory opened up right before his eyes. Siron hit the nitro, accelerating past his limits and diving into the maze, leaving nothing but a golden blur in his wake. He threaded the needle through gaps that were closing in milliseconds, moving so fast he was practically a ghost. Inside that chaos, he was like a shark in the water, making the impossible look easy while everyone watching could only stare in total disbelief. Mark's out cold, foaming at the mouth like a rabid dog after being dragged along. Ami and Sariel, totally shook by Siron's wild move. Every teacher there is jaw-dropped. Siron is out here flexing on another level, and they're all wondering how. High stakes equal high gains. Anpas realizes that the pure danger of this maze is exactly what's unlocking Siron's hidden beast mode. But here's the kicker: even that old man can't find the ceiling for this kid's potential. He's got no clue where the limit is. No greed, no thirst for glory, just pure flow. Is it possible our boy just straight up has no limits at all? The maze keeps shapeshifting, lunging at him like a predator, but Siron, he's dodging everything like he's living in the Matrix. Anpas is losing his mind watching this play out, because Siron's mind is a total blank slate. No distractions, no clutter, just pure, terrifying focus that shouldn't be possible. Atella's watching like a hawk. She looks cool on the outside, but trust me, she's freaking out internally. Soul field density is at 99.9%. Calculating everything perfectly mid-panic? That's genius, but this test is straight up lethal. Siron clears maze after maze, and with every win, the system just gets nastier and more complicated. He breaks through one impossible challenge, only to see the gaps tighten to just 1 meter. His 10-meter blinks won't work here. He needs a new plan fast. The solution? Slice that instant movement into tenths. Left, right, like a rhythm game played on God mode. His body moves before his brain even finishes the thought. Light speed through tiny cracks. Level up, baby. Next up, the trap level. This time it's a honeycomb mess. Hexagons everywhere. Wanna block my straight path? Siron thinks. Bet. Zero room to breathe. Siron doesn't even flinch, he just slices his movement intervals even smaller. Pure, elite improvisation. Rainbow drop. He actually did it. Eriki screams, nearly scaring the soul out of everyone standing nearby. Wait, did he just bend light? Someone shouts, eyes glued to the screen as Siron ghosts through the maze. Aruki, how's light bending? Light only goes straight. Aruki, being the resident nerd, decides it's time to school them. Basic math, homie. If you divide a circle into tiny enough pieces, it becomes an infinite straight line. He's blinking at 1/1000th of a second. The whole class just starts screaming in disbelief. How does he calculate that in his head? People yell. Calculation? Nah, it's deeper than that. It's instinct. Man, the guy's a total freak of nature, Eriki says, basically calling him a genius beyond logic. Aruki keeps bragging like he's the one doing it, but nobody cares, they're all too busy watching Siron's legendary performance. A genius? More like a monster. Suddenly, the maze starts sprouting living black wires that merge into one giant, pulsing mass. The wires get thicker and thicker, weaving together to build something massive and absolutely terrifying. That's huge. Even Siron is sweating now, looking at this maze-made monstrosity towering over him. The teachers realize what it is and bolt upright in pure horror. Stop! That's the dragon's maze. A pitch-black dragon head, forged from the maze itself, looms over Siron. This is literal nightmare fuel. The maze is still attacking, and Professor, that is nowhere to be found. Sienna is losing her cool. What is he doing? Sienna teleports in a flash of light. Meanwhile, Mark finally wakes up and talk about the worst timing ever. Buddy, where am I? Mark looks up, and yep, there's a giant dragon mouth about to swallow him whole. Cue the high-pitched screaming. Mark is thrashing around in a total panic, but Siren, he's still locked in. Cool, calm, and collected. Gotta memorize the pattern, he mutters, ignoring the chaos. First was the left-hand rotation. While Siron is playing chess with death, Mark is absolutely losing his marbles, crying and begging for his life. I'll be a good person, I swear. Just save me. On the other side, Sienna finally reaches Professor That. She hits the ground running and blasts into the control room, yelling at the top of her lungs. Professor, what's the deal? That looks at her, totally confused. Sienna, what's with the shouting? What's going on? No time. Kill the power. Shut it down now. Wait, he says. Did the exam get canceled or something? That is completely clueless. He legit thought this whole thing was over ages ago. Siren and Mark are still inside the maze. Sienna screams. That's face goes pale instantly. What? Oh, hell no. He dives for the control panel. Suddenly, a frantic voice calls out to both of them from the entrance. It's Atella. She sprints toward them, looking like she's seen a ghost, trying to find the words to explain the chaos. Total chaos. The dragon lunges, swallowing them both whole. Everyone is losing their minds screaming, terrified, too scared to even look. Teachers and students are just standing there, frozen in shock. It all happened in a literal heartbeat. Time just stops. The clock hits 12, and for a split second, the world holds its breath. Then rewind. We're back 1 minute before Atella shows up. Siren's right there, grabbing M's shirt, facing down those massive, terrifying teeth. M is shaking, everyone else is panicking. Ami and Siriel are clutching each other, screaming because they think it's game over. But Siron, he's locked in. He taps into his power, and his eyes start glowing this insane, electric blue. Sweat's pouring down his face, but everything around him is in slow motion. 1 minute before the crash, he's calm. He's seeing the world through a different lens. He's still in the game. Think, think, think. His neurons are firing at 100% capacity, overclocking his brain. 1/10 of a second. A flash of light breaks the barrier. 1% of a second. He sees the path, a literal maze of squares. 9 moves to reach the exit. But then, a fraction of a second later, he hits a wall. A red barrier blocks the light. He's worried he messed up. Siron realizes there's no way out this path for him in March. He has to find a plan B, and he has to find it now. Back to the present. The clock strikes 12, the monster lunges for the kill, and the crowd is absolutely losing it. Ami screams Siren's name. Anpas is about to jump in and use his own power to save them, but then he sees something and stops. A streak of light flashes out of the darkness, like it's clawing its way out of a black hole. Massive explosions rip through the sky. Everyone on the ground starts running toward the light, shouting, "No way, no freaking way. It's impossible, right?" But out of that light, Siren slams into the ground, dragging M with him while everyone just stares. Jaws drop. The rumors start immediately. Did he actually survive? Are we seeing ghosts? People can't believe their eyes. Atella is completely stunned. She just stands there, frozen for a second, before she turns and bolts into the distance. Siren's gasping for air, his brain probably fried. Did I really make it? He can't even remember how he escaped. The bridge's defense system? Completely fried. Level 0. This kid with the spiky hair just blinks and says, "Whoa, that was human-level difficulty? No way." He just crushed a pro-level expert test from the advanced class. Siren's totally wiped out, breathing hard. He finally yells, "Man, I really thought I was dead meat." Everyone's stunned by how casual he is. Siriel actually starts crying happy tears. He did it. He actually did it. Ami just gives a little smile. Pretty cool, she thinks. A guy who's actually that strong doesn't need to brag. Suddenly, the crowd swarms Siron, cheering him on. You're a beast, man. That was insane. You're heading straight to 5th year. The seniors are gonna be so salty. Then, the professors teleport in, looking confused as hell. Did Siren really pass? Sienna groans, sounding like she's regretting every life choice. I missed the best part because Professor That was rambling, she complains. That's just like, hey, I did my best. Sienna snaps at him for being useless, leaving That's feelings totally crushed. Anyway, she says, since you both finished at the same time, we need to double check. Principal, who actually won, she asks, but he's just staring off into space. Anpas is totally zoned out. Sienna calls him again. Principal Anpas? Meanwhile, he's thinking, was I just worrying about nothing? He looks at Siren and thinks, I'm just glad you showed them the light. The Milch family light. That catches Anfas's expression. He's thinking about the title given to the man who defined photons, the guy the king gave the Golden Circle Award to. Sienna's getting worried. Is he okay? What's with that look? For a second, even the principal feels a tiny bit of jealousy at Siren's raw talent. That steps up, hand over his heart, bowing deep. Principal, give us the verdict. I think the future of this academy just walked through the door. Anfas finally laughs. Right. Sorry, got a bit distracted there. He's looking at his student and feeling a bit bitter about how pure Siren's love for magic is. I'm almost jealous of that innocence, he thinks. Looking at the scene, he still can't believe in fate. Anfas clutches his pendant, lost in thought. It's been a long time since my heart beat this fast. Standing in front of everyone, Anfas makes the announcement. Only one person gets in, but you all showed some serious guts today. The courage you showed will light the way for a brighter future for this world. The one who passed today is Arian Siron. The crowd goes wild, but Siron, he's just standing there, looking like a total zombie. Suddenly, a figure starts walking out of the crowd. It's March. He's limping, covered in scratches and bruises. People start whispering, oh man, is he gonna protest because he was with Siren? Listen up. It turns out the rookie was the one who pulled off the rescue, and honestly, this whole accident smells totally fishy. Mark is straight up losing it. He's shaking, thinking, how is this even possible? I saw it myself, this kid is a literal genius. Siron drops a terrifying glare on Mark, and the guy just folds. He hangs his head, finally admitting he was dead wrong. Mark keeps going, totally desperate. I'm sorry, senior. As a mage, I'll take the heat for everything. All of it. Now all the upperclassmen are freaking out, heads down in sync. They shout together, we messed up. Senior, give us the punishment. We deserve it. Siron is still running on empty, but he manages a smirk. Fine. I just hope you guys actually mean it. They scramble, shouting, yes, sir. Absolutely. While low-key thinking Siren is terrifying. Thank God they apologized when they did. Siren's brain is fried. All he wants is a nap. He mumbles, sweet, before calling out to Serial to head out. Serial pauses, confused. Wait, shouldn't we stay with Siren for a bit? This is a big deal. Ami just cuts her off. No time. Ami's thinking, he proved himself. Now it's my turn. But suddenly, Siren turns and shouts her name. Ami. Ami freezes, heart racing. Siron points right at her and says, I kept my promise, didn't I? He's barely standing, totally out of it. But he adds, just you wait. I'm gonna catch up to you real soon. Ami is stunned. The crowd, absolutely losing their minds. Shouting a girl's name like that? They're all thinking, damn, Siren is too cool. Ami is literally moved to tears right there. Too bad Siron won't remember a single second of this legendary flex when he wakes up. Siron finally got promoted to Class 5. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ethella is hunting for something, looking totally stressed. Something's wrong, she mutters. I know Synesthesia was chasing Siron. Did she seriously lose him in that dragon maze? Cut to a fancy-looking room, the disciplinary committee. Things are getting serious. They've called a major meeting. That is holding the violation report while Maria stands behind him, head down, confessing to everything. She's ready to take the hit. But then, plot twist. Siren, Mar, and even the gatekeeper Brad, the ones who actually got hit by the sleep spell, step up. They tell the committee straight up, "We don't want Maria punished." They're not looking for revenge at all. Other students start feeling the vibe too. They begin admitting their own screw-ups, even coming clean about what happened during Siron's test. Behind Mar, student after student stands up to confess. The whole room is heating up with this crazy, honest energy. Siren looks at Mar, thinking, is he actually trying to keep his word about taking responsibility? Anpas finally speaks up. Maria's situation was unlucky. She didn't use that device to actually hurt anyone, he notes, his voice echoing through the hall. He puts on his serious face and says that rules are rules, punishment is coming. Siren steps forward, hand on his chest. Then punish me too. I ignored the signal to stop the exam and went into the maze anyway. Plus, I'm the one who dragged Mar into danger. Anpas rubs his eyes. He never expected to see this much backbone and honor in this school. Thatnir realizes this has gone way beyond what the principal planned. Every single student is bowing their head, asking for punishment. These kids used to be blinded by ego and petty jealousy, but not anymore. To become true mages with actual dignity, they're finally owning their mistakes. That sighs, remembering when he first met the principal. Who knew teaching like this would actually work? Anpas slams his gavel down. Boom. Judgment is set. The students burst into tears, crowding around Maria and apologizing for everything. Sienna starts writing down the violation slips for everyone. This is a first in the school's history. Literally everyone in the room is getting penalized at the same time. The records show Mo Lang Maria, 19 years old, Class 7. Result, 2-month suspension. Satyr Mark, 15 years old, Class 7, also suspended for 2 months. Most others get 1 month, but for Siren, he just has to write a reflection essay. Sienna looks back at the moment Siren took the blame. She asked him, Siron, why go into the maze when you saw the signal? Siron just said, I didn't want to lose. All I could think about was solving it. Honestly, the rest is a blur. Sienna smiles. You've got a wild side I didn't see coming, especially since you look like such a good kid. On Siron's official record, he's officially moving up to Class 5. Is it just 'cause he's the guy? Back at Siren's place, he's snoring like a chainsaw, totally wiped out. But in his dreams, someone's calling him. Siren, Siren. Suddenly, a voice screams about the dragon maze. A flash of light erupts, and he's flying a literal beam of pure energy. Focus. More focus. His eyes snap open. Remembering all those judging glares, he thinks, I'll erase myself. I'll disappear. He recalls everything, visualizing his soul shattering into tiny fragments, dissolving into the world until he becomes the world itself. Siren charges forward. I am becoming. The space around him starts to crack and splinter. He keeps pushing, faster and faster, as reality itself shatters into infinite pieces all around him. 1 second, he's free-falling into a literal void of nothingness. Pure nightmare fuel. Siren's heart absolutely hammering as he plunges into the dark. Then bam, a piano melody hits, and Siren snaps awake. Talk about a wake-up call. He's just sitting there like, wait, is it morning already? He throws on his uniform and fumbles with his tie, feeling totally out of it. His brain is a blank slate, and honestly, everything just feels weirdly difficult today. He grabs a notebook, the one Ami lent him. It's basically his holy grail for memorizing all those complex magic laws. He's flipping through the pages, planning to return it in their joint class. He really wants to pay her back for having his back, but then, wait. He sees something in the notes that leaves him completely clueless. Cut to training hall number 2. Siren spots Ami and calls her over. Ami looks like a ball of nerves, while Sariel just gives a casual wave. Yo, Siren. You holding up okay? Siren just grins and holds out a massive basket of apples for them. Gotta thank you guys for everything, he says, being a total gentleman. Ami's just staring at the fruit like, wait, apples? Siren hands the notebook back, Mission accomplished. He drops a line about her liking apples, no creeping intended, but Ami's internally screaming. Apples? I'm a cherry girl. Since when did I like apples? She starts frantically flipping through her notebook. She finds a little note. How do I say this? It's a timing thing. Should I just say sorry? Then it clicks. In Korean, the word for apple and apology is the same. It's a pun. Ami turns beet red, screams at the top of her lungs, and just bolts. Whatever, she yells while running. Serial's shouting after her like, hey, class is starting, leaving the guys standing there like, what just happened? Syrian's just blinking, totally lost. Serial chases after her, and eventually, Ami crushes her exams and levels up to the graduation class. But hey, even for a certified genius, there are some problems that a high IQ just can't fix. 1 month later, the Class 7 kids are back from their suspension. They start cheering, yo, big bro, we saved a seat for you right here. Siren's caught totally off guard. He's all flustered, telling them, guys, seriously, you don't have to do all that. It's the weirdest thing. Every single time they have a joint class, these Class 7 kids are treating him like some kind of legend. Everyone remembers that terrifying look he gave once, and now they're acting like model students. He's accidentally become the scary senior. Suddenly, a voice drops in, got room for one more? Junior? He looks up and recognizes the voice instantly. Oh, definitely. Sister Seriel, please, take a seat. Seriel teases him immediately. Your cute girlfriend isn't here, so you've lost your spark. Huh? Siren just gives a nervous laugh. Pretty sure you're the lonely one, sis. You two were basically joined at the hip, he adds. Seriel just nods. True, that's actually why I'm pushing to get into the graduation class myself. Siron's jaw drops. For real? Seriel explains that she was going to play it safe and live a normal life, but watching him and Ami fired her up. She feels like she's been wasting her youth and it's time to actually do something big. Then she drops a bomb. Ami wants to be a soldier. Siren's stunned. A soldier? Like, she's going to war? Serial just sighs. Are you two even actually dating? Siren's spiraling, worried sick. But isn't that incredibly dangerous? Things are chill in Tomia right now, but if a war actually kicks off, Serial cuts him off. Look, if the world goes to hell, every mage has to step up. That's the trade-off for all the perks and freebies we get as students. Plus, Ami's a sniper mage. She'll be doing the sneaky, long-range stuff behind the scenes. Doesn't that sound badass? Serial asks. The beautiful and deadly secret agent Ami. Siron pictures it and relaxes a bit. True. Why am I even worried about the top student anyway? He waves goodbye to Serial. Once you hit Class 5, everyone starts stressing about their future careers as mages. Having a specialty is everything. But is that the only reason everyone's so tense? It's a touchy subject, especially for the kids struggling with their grades. Suddenly, a guy calls out to him, Yo, Siren, training again? If you hit a wall, just hit me up, okay? It's Nay, an absolute social butterfly. Siren's actually super grateful for him, since Siren isn't exactly the life of the party type. Nay's grades are just average, but the guy is a beast with lightning magic. He's all around capable, and his vibe? Anything but friendly when he's serious. Nay catches Siren sighing and calls him out on it. Siren's just thinking about how everyone has their own thing they're good at. Class 5 is a whole different world compared to Class 7. Everyone feels so much more grown up. Suddenly, he hears two voices whispering behind him. Yo, Siren, listen to this. What do you think? Siren's confused when he hears his and Nee's names being tossed around. Nee just goes, say what now? Some guy with neat hair pipes up. I'm telling you, it's a hard pass for me. Siren's wondering what kind of high-level debate they're having. Is it magic, chemistry, literature? He's worried he won't be able to keep up and they'll think he's a loser. So, Professor Etla or Professor S.A., who's the better waifu? Siren's eyes nearly pop out of his head. His jaw is literally on the floor. He's standing there completely traumatized. Are we seriously talking about girls right now? Ne lets out a massive sigh and drops his voice low. Why would you even ask that? Siron looks at him thinking, finally, someone with some sense. But Ne isn't finished. Ne scowls, totally offended. I am ride or die for Team Professor CNA. Siron is screaming internally, holding his head like he just got hit with a ton of bricks. Ne's standing there, arms crossed, yelling, don't you guys realize Professor Sienna is the ultimate elegant genius? Just as the drama starts heating up, the guy across from him snaps back with some major attitude. Nah, you're trippin'. Professor Etla is the only one who gives off that ultimate must-protect vibe. Poor Siron is standing there caught in the middle of this absolute train wreck of a debate, thinking to himself, man, teenage boys are literally the worst. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise right at him. Yo, Siren, what's your take? He freezes, jaw hitting the floor as his brain short-circuits. My take? Put on the spot like that. Siren starts spiraling. Okay, think fast. If I want a normal school life, I gotta learn how to vibe with the homies, right? But then he feels it. 3 pairs of eyes cold, sharp, and straight up murderous, staring him down like he's prey. The pressure is unreal. Having to pick a side in this petty war is basically a death sentence, and he knows it. But both professors are legends. How am I supposed to choose? He clenches his fists, takes a breath, and tries to sound confident. Look, for me, he stops mid-sentence, totally confused. The guys who were just ready to scrap over their favorite teacher are suddenly acting like they saw a ghost, backing away slowly and looking awkward as hell. Sorry man. We'll catch you later. They bolt. Siren is left standing there like a statue. Wait, was my answer really that bad? Did I kill the vibe that hard? Ne, who was standing right behind him, just rolls his eyes and points the other way. Nah, it's not you. It's because of that guy. Then Ne shouts out, Yo, Iruki. His eyes go ice cold as he looks toward the newcomer. Enter Iruki, one hand on his chin, the other casually shoved in his pocket, walking like he owns the place. He acts totally oblivious, wearing this smug look. What's everyone so hyped about? Sounded like a party. Ne just sighs, looking completely done with life. Same old story. Man, just another debate over which professor is the GOAT or whatever. Realizing these guys are basically overgrown kids, Ne decides to shut it down and introduces them. Siren, meet Iruki. Iruki, Siren. Siren's head is spinning. This guy's mood shifts faster than a mood ring, he thinks, before giving a super awkward, hey there. Ne keeps the intro going. First time meeting, right? Iruki here is basically the class 5 resident weirdo. Iruki reaches out a hand, his eyes sharp enough to cut glass as he locks onto Siron. Nice to finally meet the legendary Arian Siron. I've heard the rumors. I mean, who in this school doesn't know you at this point? Siren is dazed, reaching out to shake his hand while staring at Iruki like he's trying to solve a puzzle. That voice, it hits him like a lightning bolt. Suddenly, he remembers a shadowy figure telling him, don't overthink it. If you want to do something, just do it. The memory of that voice is ringing in his ears, clear as day. You came here to be a mage, didn't you? Back then, Siren was just standing there like an idiot wondering, wait, who was that guy? Now, the light bulb finally goes off. He grabs Iruki's hand with both of his, looking hyped as hell. It was you. Seriously, thank you. I only figured out that redirection form because of what you said. Iruki actually looks stunned for a second, staring down at his captured hand, totally speechless. Siren doesn't care, he's just grateful. Really, thanks for helping me out back there. After a long, awkward silence, Iruki finally looks him in the eye and smirks. Wow, you're actually kind of a boring guy, aren't you? Asterisk emotional damage. Asterisk Siren freezes, his brain lagging. Wait, what? Ne jumps in immediately to pull them apart before things get weirder. Ne gives Siron a don't mind him look. Ignore him, he's always got a smart mouth. Then he turns to Iruki, hands up. Bro, watch your tone. What kind of greeting was that? Iruki just scratches his head, acting like he didn't just insult the guy. What? That was a compliment. Obviously. He starts walking away but looks back over his shoulder with a teasing glint in his eyes. Anyway, good luck, kid. Class 5 is packed with nothing but freaks and weirdos. Watch your back. Nay shouts after him. Yo, where you going? We still have class. Aruki doesn't even slow down, just tossing back 3 words. Can't be bothered. Siren's jaw drops. He's actually floored by this guy's confidence. He really just ditched magic class because he can't be bothered. Is he for real? With Aruki gone, Nay just sighs and rubs the back of his head. Sorry about that. He's always a loose cannon. But trust me, he's a decent guy once you get used to the crazy. Siren just blinks, still processing. He's definitely unique. Nay nods. Yeah, trying to understand that guy is a full-time job. But honestly, the guy is a straight-up genius. Nee stops, hesitating for a second. The only problem is, he's a genius in the weirdest way possible. Siren's eyes go wide. Wait, Aruki is a genius? Suddenly, the hallway erupts in whispers and shouts. Yo, look, it's Aruki again. Why is he heading toward the field? What's he doing on the platform? A massive crowd starts forming, everyone staring at him. One guy shouts out, no way, he's not gonna strip and lie down there again, is he? Siron is losing it. Wait, strip? Beside him, Na facepalms so hard it probably left a mark. Oh God, not again. What is he up to now? Come on, we gotta see this. Up on the high platform, wind starts whipping around Aruki's legs as a massive magic circle begins to glow. This is about to get insane. Then, right from where he stood, raw power started blasting outward in every single direction. Glowing magic circles began spinning like crazy right beneath Aruki's feet. Our boy just stood there, one hand in his pocket, cool as ice, watching a beam of blue energy skyrocket into the clouds. Siren and the others could only stare, jaws hitting the floor. Siren was losing it, wondering if Aruki was really rerouting mana that fast. It was basically a cheat code. That massive blue energy beam started swirling into this giant, terrifying vortex right over the heads of the other students. Half the class looked like they were about to pass out from fear, but then a voice cut through the silence. Man, this is a masterpiece every time I see it. Another voice chimed in, saying nobody else in the whole kingdom could pull this off. Aruki just smirked snap and made his move. Suddenly, 8 blue target circles popped up all over the ceiling. Everyone looked up, whispering and wondering what the hell was happening. Wait, are those targets? A teacher from the 4th grade class next door heard the noise and poked her head out, completely gasping in shock. She didn't waste a second and screamed at the top of her lungs for Aruki to stop right now. Up on the ceiling, those blue circles started sprouting tiny wings and moving around. They had these inner rings that looked exactly like creepy, unblinking eyes. Aruki pressed his thumb and pointer finger together, his eyes glowing with a cold, blue light. Ignite! A voice suddenly screamed out a warning for everyone to get down. The room turned into pure chaos as people scrambled to save their own skins. Everyone was shouting, "This kid is a total psycho." They were too busy running for their lives to notice a sword piercing right through one of those blue eye drones. The drones started glowing like crazy on the ceiling, making everyone even more terrified than they already were. Then, boom, a massive, earth-shaking explosion went off right over their heads, filling the room with thick purple smoke and screams that could break glass. Sharon was the only one who didn't run, standing there like a statue while the purple smoke blew his hair back. Aruki's laugh echoed through the room. He raised a hand, looking Sharon right in the eye. "Catch you later," he said, before vanishing into the smoke. Suddenly, the teacher appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Aruki by the ear, and started dragging him away while fuming with rage. "You little delinquent? Your last suspension barely ended and you're already causing a riot?" Aruki just winced, following her hand because it hurt like hell. "I didn't break the machine though. You know I didn't do it. Teach." Aruki tried to defend himself, but she wasn't having any of it. "Zip it. You're suspended for 3 days, got it." Aruki didn't even look surprised. He just asked if that was really all, like he'd done this a million times. Then the narrator's voice kicked in, talking about how Eriki was the biggest weirdo in 5th grade. Right now, he looked like some untouchable high society boss, sitting on his desk with his legs crossed and hands behind his head. The voice continued, saying his social skills were absolute zero and his personality was, well, average at best. But the reason everyone calls Eriki a genius is because he's a total specialist. On his midterms, he pulled a big fat 0 in every social studies class. But for the science and math stuff, a perfect 100 every single time. It's what people call savant syndrome. Savant syndrome is this wild thing where, sometimes after a brain injury heals up, the patient starts showing abilities that are light years beyond a normal person. Basically, Eriki is the undisputed king of all things science. You can practically see his nervous system lighting up with firing neurons whenever he's thinking. Think about it, he can calculate exactly what happens in extreme environments, from way below 0 to over 100 degrees. He could even tell you what day it is 40,000 years from now. If he really wanted to, I bet he could count the digits of pi until his dying breath. However, when it comes to everything else, the voice trailed off as the literature professor turned beet red, shaking a test paper in total fury. Eriki, do you think my authority as a professor is some kind of joke? It's absolutely ridiculous that you turned a literature essay into a freaking math problem. Question 2 asked for the meaning of a poem about shivering leaves falling, and Eriki basically wrote a physics paper on air resistance and vector forces. He actually sat there and wrote out a whole model equation for the surface of a leaf and solved a mountain of math problems on a literature test. The professor slammed his hand on the desk, screaming that this was a literature exam, not a math competition. Eriki just sat there, staring at his own test paper, which the professor had blown up on the giant screen for the whole class to see. The professor kept ranting, "You think you're some big-shot genius, don't you? But there are plenty of things you can't explain with numbers, like deep imagery or actual human emotions." Eriki didn't even look bothered. He just cleaned his ear with his pinky, looking bored out of his mind. "But Professor, there's nothing I can't explain with numbers." He shot a sharp look back at the professor and kept going. "If we can't explain the world using actual logic, then how are we supposed to survive in a place this terrifying?" Then he literally pokes his own nose just to mess with the professor, and man, her face looks like it's about to blow sky high. He just chills, crosses his arms, and shrugs. "See that rage on your face? That's just a chemical reaction happening inside your body. Teach." The professor just glares at him, absolutely livid. Eriki keeps going, calling it an emotional imbalance. He explains how her nerves are fried from stress and her blood pressure is bouncing around like crazy. Then he drops the science. Her blood vessels are dilating, turning her face bright red. If they constricted, she'd turn blue and the veins would pop. The professor has officially lost it. She looks like a straight-up demon, gritting her teeth and screaming at the top of her lungs. "Get out." Her voice literally rattles the entire building. "Get out. You're getting a 0. 0. 0. You hear me?" Siron is just standing there, completely shook. Wow, this guy actually has the brass to say whatever he believes with that much confidence. He's thinking, no way we're the same age. Some people are just built different. He just sits there, chin in hand, feeling awkward for his friend. Turns out, the professors used to try and encourage Eriki, but eventually, everyone just gave up on him. Eriki just kicks his legs up, totally unbothered. "But who would have thought he'd be curious about you? That's a plot twist. I was actually pretty hyped when you talked to me." Siron just gives a weak laugh. "Yeah, I get it," he thinks, but he's still stressing. He taps his chin, getting serious. "Man, I really need to level up my knowledge base." While he's lost in thought, a girl walks up and clears her throat. "Excuse me?" Both guys spin around to see what's up. It's this girl with long hair, looking all shy and nervous while staring at Siron. "Siron, would you maybe want to join our research group?" She sounds totally hopeful. "Siron?" She explains they're digging into teleportation magic. Since Siron is a beast at photon magic, having him on the team would basically finish their project overnight. Then she adds a little sweetener to the deal. "If you join, you won't have to waste your break on those annoying performance reviews. Plus, we could, you know, study together. Siren looks super awkward. Sorry, but my grades are kind of trashed right now. I really need to focus on catching up first. So yeah, I'm gonna have to pass. Sorry. The girl sighs. Well, nothing we can do about that, I guess. If you change your mind, let me know. She heads back to her squad, giving him one last look. The door's always open if you want in. Siren just turns back to his table with a polite, squinty-eyed smile. Right. Thanks anyway. He waves them off with that same awkward grin. Once they're gone, Aruki starts laughing his head off. Man, that was embarrassing. That research group is actually kind of a big deal. But hey, you've got Senior Ami, so those guys probably look like small fry to you. Huh? Siren is just confused. Wait, what does that have to do with anything? He shifts gears back to his own problems. The real issue is that I'm still a total noob when it comes to the basics. He's still stinging from those low midterm scores. Just bumping his GPA up feels like a boss fight at this point. Research groups are a pipe dream for me right now. Aruki starts teasing him, acting all jealous. Must be nice being popular. Hey, don't you have a group? With your skills, I bet you're in a top-tier squad. Aruki just grins. Me? Oh, I've got a group all right. Siren blinks in surprise, and Aruki drops the bomb. Actually, I'm the leader. Siron lets out a massive, depressed sigh and hangs his head. Aruki panics, waving his hands around. Hey, it's not a big group. Don't make it weird. There are literally only two of us. Our funding even got slashed. He tries to explain it to Siron. All the seniors graduated, so I basically just inherited the title by default. Siren's eyes go wide. Wait, graduated members? Actual graduates were part of your group? Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Siren's head. If a group had graduates in it, that means it's got some serious legacy and potential. Hey, if you don't mind, could I check out your lab? They head out to the edge of the woods, and Aruki sounds surprised. Siren, I thought you weren't into the whole research thing? Siren shrugs. I am. I just didn't want to be dead weight for anyone else. Aruki laughs. What? Our group isn't that intense, man. We mostly just vibe and learn as we go. Welcome to the headquarters, Aruki says, leading Siren toward their workspace. It's pitch black and looks super creepy. Siren's like, what exactly am I looking at here? Aruki introduces it as the Istar Magic Storage, a high-tech facility used for student training. Standing in front of this massive, hollowed-out black cube in the middle of the forest, the two of them look like tiny ants. This place is state-of-the-art, Aruki says. You just pop your gear into one of these blocks, and it automatically zips it to whatever room you need. Siren let out a heavy sigh, looking like his soul just left his body. Seriously? This is it? A storage closet? Seeing the disappointment on Siren's face, En started panicking. Wait. I know it looks rough, but trust me, the inside is built different. You're gonna flip. They stepped into the lab, and En didn't waste a second starting the grand tour. This place is sacred, man. My seniors went through hell and back to protect it. Siren raised an eyebrow. For real? This dump? Can I actually expect anything good here? En? Duh. Obviously. En grinned. Prepare to have your mind blown by what's waiting inside. Suddenly, the camera cuts to a hand moving like lightning, scratching chalk across a blackboard while weird noises echo through the room. As they walked, En tossed his bag over his shoulder and shot Siron a smirk. Every other club was thirsty for this spot, you know. The upperclassmen had to straight up scrap to keep the keys to this place. Siren paused at a fork in the path, looking skeptical. En looked back, flashing a wide, toothy grin. The best part? We basically have a free pass to use everything in here however we want. Siren blinked. Isn't that against the rules? We're gonna get busted. En just looked at him and explained that the room's layout literally shifts every time you find something you're looking for. Before he could finish, he vanished deeper into the shadows. Siren hesitated but finally stepped over the yellow caution line marked with a big number 7. En kept walking, one hand in his pocket and the other gripping his bag, wearing a smirk that said he knew exactly what he was doing. Nobody's finding us here. We're off the grid. Siren followed behind, his jaw slowly dropping. A hideout where nobody can track you? Siren's head was spinning. N threw his arms out wide. Welcome to our very own research sanctuary. Siron was speechless, his mouth hanging open like a total amateur. He let out a confused, high-pitched noise. Right there on the door sat a crusty, ancient-looking sign that read, "The Supernatural and Paranormal Science Research Lab." Siren's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Supernatural and paranormal science? He stood there like a statue. Paranormal stuff? In a literal magic academy? But N was still hyped as hell. So, what do you think? Straight fire, right? N's voice was dripping with pure excitement. We're talking ghosts, spirits, the whole deal. Past lives, aliens, hell, God, you name it. If it's weird, we're researching the hell out of it. Siren stood behind him, pale as a sheet and shaking like a leaf. Yeah, I definitely joined the wrong club, he thought. I mean, I like weird stuff, but this is on a whole other level of crazy. Suddenly, bam, a door creaked open and a massive explosion rocked the room, though luckily nobody got vaporized. The shockwave sent Siron's hair and clothes flying. What the hell was that? N just laughed, eyes crinkling. Relax. Just a little dust, man. You'll get used to the explosions in no time. It's part of the charm. Siren was hacking up a lung, glaring at N through the smoke. Why do I need to get used to it instead of us just cleaning it up? Then, he saw something in the shadows. There, hunched over a blackboard, was a figure scribbling frantically. It was a rookie, and he looked like he was in the middle of a fever dream. Siren blinked. Wait, Eriki, you're here too? N tilted his head back, acting all mysterious. Our group is kind of a big deal, notorious, even. We have to keep the roster on the low. That's why I couldn't tell you before. Siren was lost. Since when does Eriki care about ghosts and UFOs? Eriki heard them and chimed in without even looking up. It's the opposite, actually. I joined to prove all this supernatural junk is fake. N whispered. He's the perfect bait to lure in the logical geniuses who think they know everything about the world. Aruki's eyes were glowing with manic energy as he turned around. Wait, is that Siren? He lunged forward and grabbed Siren's hands. What brings a certified genius like you to this humble basement? This is perfect. You have to hear this. I've stumbled onto something huge. Siren could only stammer, completely overwhelmed by the guy's energy. Aruki kept going, his face inches from Siren's. When you break down matter, you're left with atoms, right? Basic stuff, yeah? But get this, I think even atoms can be smashed into even smaller particles. If we did that, what do you think would be inside? Siren fumbled for an answer, totally caught off guard. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but maybe there's some kind of hidden, massive energy tucked away in there. Aruki started shaking Siren's hands like he just won the lottery. Exactly. I knew you were the goat. I can't believe you actually saw that far ahead. Siron was sweating bullets. Wait, did I actually get that right? He wondered. Aruki was basically vibrating with joy. Yes, there's so much raw energy in there, it could probably level an entire city in one shot. Just imagine what happens next. Siren's brain was short-circuiting. He looked at Aruki, horrified. What? His expression went dead serious as he realized the implications. People would get seriously hurt. Aruki just stands there, casually digging for gold in his nose with his pinky before dropping a cold. Bro, what are you even yapping about? Then he points that same finger right at Siron's face, looking like a total straight-up psycho, talking about some massive hidden energy. You really think I give a damn about any of that? Siron's eyebrows practically hit the ceiling. He's floored. What? Do you even hear yourself right now? Then, he loses it and starts shouting. The headmaster literally drilled it into our heads. If you're gonna be a mage, you have to actually care about the chaos your magic leaves behind in this world. Poor Nor is just standing in the back, watching these two ready to rip each other's throats out, and he has zero clue how to stop the bleeding. Siren's voice is getting louder by the second. So what? You think it's totally fine to sacrifice everyone else just to satisfy your own twisted ego? Aruki just casually fishes a cherry stem out of his drink, looking bored out of his mind. Seriously, man, you are such a buzzkill. Siren, my guy? He holds the cherry up to his eye level, looking right through it with a nasty little smirk. You think other mages know about this and just choose not to do it? Wrong. They don't do it because they can't. They simply don't have the juice. He pops the cherry into his mouth and mumbles, "That massive brain of yours was a gift from the universe to actually get something done." Siren is vibrating with pure rage now. I don't care if we're freaking geniuses or not. That doesn't give us a free pass. If being a genius means hurting people, then I'd much rather be a harmless idiot. Seriously. Araki is leaning back, chewing that cherry like he hasn't a care in the world. Then he cuts his eyes down at Siron with a mocking grin. The elite few lead the masses of idiots. History proved it, and that's exactly the world we're living in right now, buddy. God, I absolutely loathe your idealism crap. Siren's face goes stone cold as he growls right back at him. Nah, your whole logic just reeks of a loser who's already given up. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a blade. So Nor finally snaps, he jumps right between them, waving his arms like a madman to stop the explosion. Okay, great talk, super interesting, very deep. Nor is sweating bullets, glancing at Aruki who's acting like he doesn't even see Siren anymore. But hey, getting all emotional and fighting like this isn't helping anyone, right? Let's just chill. Come on, sit down, have some cake, drink some water. Let's just take a breather. Siren realizes he can't stand being in the same room as this guy for another second. He grabs his bag and heads for the door. I'm done. Nothing left to say. Later, Nor, I'm out. Nor panics, reaching out as Siren storms off. Wait, Siren, hold up. You don't even know the way out of here. Araki just rubs his nose, sounding totally heartless. He can just leave the way he came in. If he can't even handle that, he really is a certified moron. Nor wheels around, absolutely fed up. Dude, seriously? Why do you have to be such a jerk? You're smart enough to explain things in a way he'd actually understand. So why push him away? Aruki just plops down on the sofa like he owns it. Fine. I'll admit it, I went a little overboard. He crosses his arms, kicks his legs up, and lets out a sharp, arrogant little laugh. But it's because that guy, he's my rival. Nor just stares at him, totally lost. Wait, you did all that on purpose? And since when do you even use the word rival? I thought the only things you cared about in this world were math and numbers. Aruki pushes his hair back, leaning his head against the wall with this look of pure, unadulterated pride. It's exactly because I only care about numbers. You saw what Siren did during the promotion exam, didn't you? Nor's eyes go wide. The teleportation test? Of course I remember. That's why he's ranked right up there with us. Araki looks up at the ceiling, getting all philosophical. Think about it. For someone who just learned how to blink, do you have any idea how fast your brain has to fire to clear level 10? Especially in the Dragon's Labyrinth? Nor goes dead silent, the stress visible on his face as he hangs on every word. Aruki continues, doing that without splitting time? It's basically impossible. Aruki's voice drops to a whisper, dead serious. In that split second, his brain was cranking out over 10,000 calculations per second. A mental image of Siren's brain lighting up like a supercomputer, connecting to every magical field at once, flashes through Aruki's mind. Nor is shaking now. 10,000 calculations in a single second? You've got to be kidding me. Suddenly, Araki just drops his head and starts laughing like a complete maniac. That's the mystery of pure insight right there. It's faster than effort and more precise than knowledge. No conscious logic can ever beat the sheer speed of the subconscious mind. Then, just as fast as he went crazy, he turns ice cold and stares Nor down. So, Nor, what about you? Nor frowns for a second, then flashes a sharp, confident grin. I get it. A total war between raw calculation and pure insight, huh? And you want to settle this during the exam, right? nor thinks back to the determined look on Siren's face as he walked out. The speedcasting exam is going to be wild. The next morning, the academy is buzzing. You can hear the students gossiping from a mile away. The speedcasting test is only 2 weeks away, right? If I fail one more time, I'm never moving up a grade. Inside the classroom where all the noise is coming from, class just ended. Siren is silently packing his bag, listening to everyone freak out. The storm is coming. Yo, you hyped for this or what? Wait, what? Suddenly, the gossip mill starts churning about our boy Siren. He hears his name and freezes mid-pack, ears perked up. That guy's a total beast at the practicals. Right? Man, I bet his score is going to be straight up legendary. Hearing them hype him up just makes Siron's anxiety skyrocket. He's obsessing over the speed raid test. Basically, you spam active magic, snipe targets, and rack up points. Simple, right? Active magic is just the fancy term for spells that actually mess with the world instead of just the caster. Doesn't matter if you're a healer, a tank, or support, everyone's got to take this hit. No excuses. You got to wipe out every target to advance. 3 stages total, 1, 2, and 3, with 10, 11, and 12 targets respectively. Speed and precision? Yeah, those are non-negotiable. If you're slow, you're done. Cut to Siren, sitting stiff as a board and clutching a teacup. He's panicking. Professor, I literally can't control active magic yet. If I'm a dud at basic spells, how am I supposed to pass a high-speed shooting exam? The professor just chills. She tells him he needs at least a 60 to use full-tier magic. His current scores? 41, 40, 41, 42. Major yikes. Meet Orif, she's the class 5 homeroom teacher and the one currently mentoring our stressed-out hero. She's sipping tea, eyes smiling. But hey, look at the bright side. Your chemistry scores in my class are actually skyrocketing. That's pretty impressive, don't you think? Siren's basically begging for mercy now. We see her office glowing from the outside. Sitting face to face, Sienna is doing her absolute best to hype him up and keep his head in the game. I'm not messing with you. You totally get this stuff. You can optimize every bit of that brain of yours. Siren just sits there, awkward and slouching. And there's one more thing, right? That high-level knowledge that only a total pro would truly grasp. Siren's eyes go wide. He's stunned. Wait, are we talking about the photon decomposition theory? No way. He starts connecting the dots. Teleportation magic is basically just a crazy variation of that photon theory, right? It's a passive spell that literally breaks your body down into tiny particles of light to move around. He thinks back to his last jump. It happened so fast he didn't even feel like it was passive magic. Wait, so this isn't some impossible tech? Passive magic is the good stuff, no time limits, just pure skill for the mage. Siren looks at Sienna, completely floored. I had no idea we could actually use photon theory for active combat magic. She's digging through her desk, searching for something. Actually, the Magic Association just started registering spells like that recently. Siron's brain is buzzing. Photon magic? I hope it looks fire. He remembers how insanely cool Amy looked using her spirit zone. She slaps a folder down in front of him. Take a look. Siren grabs it, his heart starting to race. This is it. My first real active magic spell. He starts flipping through the magic journal like his life depends on it. He hits a page with a big headline, New Discovery, Photon Output. Below the diagrams, it's packed with technical details. The researcher describes photon output exactly like the name suggests. It's magic that uses light as its primary skin. You can basically use it to detect everyone around you. But it's glitchy, not as efficient as regular light magic yet. Then, he looks up, totally skeptical. Siren holds the book up, eyes wide. Professor, are you sure about this? I'll try it for the exam, but I doubt I can pull it off. She sips her tea, looking all calm and wise. Sure, on the surface, it looks pretty much useless. But the idea of using photon output is straight up brilliant. She takes another sip. Light is the fastest thing in the universe. Siron. A golden bolt of light flashes in her mind. Straight lines have one huge advantage: they're incredibly easy to control. Over at the Ivory Tower, the place where the real magic geniuses hang out, they're making some big predictions. They think photon output is going to be a massive breakthrough for communication and data in the future. A massive tower looms in the clouds. Sienna says it's being researched in ways we can't even imagine yet. If they keep grinding and studying this thing properly, it's going to evolve into a massive field by the time you graduate. The potential is just insane. Siron stares at the book, chin in hand, lost in thought. Then he looks up at Sienna. Got it. I'll master this before the rest of the world catches on. A new field of magic? Let's do this, Professor. He figures it'll be a pretty interesting challenge to tackle. Cut 2. Siron deep in the woods, ready to grind. He thrusts his hand out into the air. Nothing. Total silence. Wait. What? He starts waving both hands around like a crazy person. Why isn't this working? Come on. Do something. Siron's staring at his own palm like he's seeing a ghost, clutching his documents in the other hand. He blinks, totally stunned. Are you kidding me right now? I still can't pull this off at my current level? Rough. Turns out he's tucked away in a corner, trying to squeeze in some practice while the rest of the class gets ready. They're at Training Area 32, a massive, open field sitting right at the foot of a mountain, hemmed in by thick forests and jagged hills. Right near the edge, there's a huge spectator stand packed with students. It's the Level 5 Practical Magic class, and the energy is through the roof. Someone thrusts their hand into the air, whispering a single word. Schema. That's the trigger, the classic move to kick off a spell. Siron watches, thinking to himself, obviously, magic doesn't actually shoot out of your hand. It all starts deep within the spirit zone. But still, picturing light particles, photons blasting from your fingertips, it definitely makes the whole casting process feel a lot more natural. He stares at his hands, low-key stressing out. Creating photons is a nightmare. Is it because his spirit zone is a convergence type? Basically like trying to cast magic on hard mode. Suddenly, a woman's voice rings out. Hey everyone, great to see you. It's Etella. And she is looking different. She walks onto the stage with a huge grin. Ready to jump into today's lesson? The students below just freeze, jaws literally hitting the floor. Wait, who is that? Is that really Professor Etella? And the biggest shocker, where the heck did her glasses go? She's ditched the glasses, clapping her hands together with a gentle, saint-like smile. Siron is just standing there, completely floored. Oh my god, her outfit is absolutely fire. One of the guys is practically vibrating, trying to play detective. She must have just gotten back from some elite training session. Siron turns to him, totally confused. Training? Since when? Where? The guy doesn't miss a beat. Don't you get it? Professor Etella is a high-ranking bishop of the Casus Order. Siron's skeptical. A bishop? You're telling me she's actually a priestess? Another student behind him jumps in to feed the hype. Dead serious. A bishop is a top-tier protector of the 12 holy temples. There are only 12 of them on the entire continent. Period. Etella is practically glowing in her bishop gear, sporting an aura that screams main character. The student's voice keeps rising with excitement. And she's one of them. Because of her insane mental fortitude, the kingdom even gave her the legendary title of Jonet. For those who don't know, Jonet is the ultimate honor given to mages who possess the absolute strongest spiritual power. The student turns back to the field, looking way too proud of himself. See? She looks sweet, but Professor Etella is a literal powerhouse. Nate is already a goner. He's looking at her with total hard eyes, hands clasped together like he's found his new religion. That's it. From today on, I'm officially on Team Etella. He's practically squirming with joy, blushing like a total fanboy. I'm gonna be the best student ever. Perfect scores. All for her. The two guys next to him, just staring, completely speechless. Siron stays quiet, looking away as it all sinks in. Incredible. He never imagined he'd be learning magic from someone this legendary. Etella's on the stage, full of energy. She claps her hands and shouts, "All right, class, are we pumped for the rapid-fire test?" The crowd roars back, "Yes." She tells them that before the big test, They're going to have a special practical session today. Yes, Professor, they shout in unison. Attila stands tall, getting straight to the point. In today's lesson, we're tackling an advanced technique to boost your overall versatility. And I've even brought in a heavy hitter, a senior from the graduating class to help us out. The students start buzzing. Wait, a senior? For real? Where is he? Atila's voice booms with excitement. Please welcome the master of word magic, San Yune. Just so you know, Koto means word and Dhamma means soul. San Yun walks out, cool and relaxed. What's up, level 5? He gives a polite bow. Professor Attila asked me to stop by, so I'm here. Hope I can show you guys something useful. I know this isn't exactly my usual playground, but I'm happy to help. Let's make it count. The female students are absolutely losing it. Screams and cheers everywhere, classic heartthrob entrance. While Sanyun bows, Attila gives them the lowdown. His word magic is directly linked to today's lesson, so they better stay focused. But not everyone is happy. The two guys standing in front of Siron and Nate look like they've just swallowed lemons. Oh, big deal. A senior. One mutters. The other is literally grinding his teeth. He's not even on our level. Man, Siren just gives them a really? Look, Nate doesn't hold back. Bro, since when was he ever on your level? San Yun stands on the podium, scanning the crowd. He raises his voice, commanding the entire field. Word, magic, or Kododama uses the power of language to amplify your mana. It's way easier to just show you than to explain it. He holds his hands out, his blue eyes shifting upward. Here we go. First, check out a standard Dragon Fist Gale. He focuses his spirit zone into his palms, and boom, a swirl of blue energy starts spinning like a sphere. Siren's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Wait, no way. That's the exact same magic the principal showed me when I was just a kid. Talk about a massive nostalgia hit. Boom, out of nowhere, San Yun drops the hammer. This massive cyclone just erupts, hair flying everywhere, and guess who's standing right in the eye of the storm? This guy. Once the dust settles and the wind chills out, everyone is straight up vibrating with fear. They're whispering like, "Holy hell, that was terrifying. This dude is not playing around." San Yun just stands there, cool as a cucumber, eyes shut while flipping through his notebook. Listen up, he says. That spell, remember that feeling. Now, I'm gonna crank the volume to 11 using Kododama. Then, he starts chanting some ancient, gritty earth magic. San Yun snaps his bright blue eyes open, looks at his little book, and starts preaching to the heavens. I'm calling on your power. Take my hand, let's get it. He's going off about sacred temples, ancient lands, and stuff stretching across eternity, basically the ultimate power trip. He's talking about the soul of a mage soaking into the earth, singing songs of praise while sparks turn into a full-blown inferno. At this point, the whole class is shook by his voice. One girl is staring at him with total heart eyes, muttering, "Is he a god?" His voice is literally giving me life right now. Fast forward 3 minutes, and the man is still yapping. He's in the zone, trying to sync his soul with his body or whatever. He's shouting out the names of legendary mages, talking about the savage power of lions and the weight of the entire ocean. He's rambling about the passion of the sun and the earth holding on to 100 million years of wind. Dude is committed to the bit. But here's the thing, 3 minutes of chanting is a long time. The class is literally catching Z's on the floor, while others are just groaning. Is he ever gonna finish? I'm exhausted. Don't you dare sleep on me. San Yun snaps, his eyes narrowing. He shouts, "Dragon Cyclone," and a vortex of wind explodes from his feet, piercing the freaking clouds. The sheer pressure of it is insane. It's like the wind itself is trying to erase everyone standing there. The spectators, including our boy Siron, start panicking. People are screaming for help as the cyclone's gravity starts tossing them around like ragdolls. Everyone's hanging on by a thread, praying they don't get launched into orbit. They're all thinking the same thing. Welp, this is it. I'm about to meet my maker. Professor Attila just stands there with a sly grin. I noticed you didn't say the words out loud, but you were chanting in your head, weren't you? San Yun's voice cuts through the chaos. Duh. It's not just about the words, he says. I'm pouring my entire will into every single syllable. I treat them like treasure. That little notebook of his is basically a cheat sheet for epicness. He adds, that's the secret sauce that boosts the mana. Welcome to the basics of Kodadama magic, kids. Pay attention. San Yun closes his eyes again, looking all zen. But honestly, that chant was way too long for a real fight. So, let me show you the sonic speed version. The class is like, wait, again? But he doesn't wait. He just pinches his notebook and whispers, Wild Mother Earth. He looks up at the sky, opens his mouth wide, and just lets out a guttural roar. Grant it to me. Suddenly, he starts rapping the incantations so fast it's just a blur of sound. You can't even tell what he's saying anymore, it's just pure speed. Terror levels hit the roof as the wind turns into a hurricane. Everyone's hair is being pulled so hard they think their scalps are gonna pop off. San Yun is spitfiring these spells like a professional rapper on double time. His tongue is moving so fast it's honestly kind of a flex. He's got the book in one hand, the other reaching for the sky, looking like a total main character while his hair flies wild in the gale. His blue eyes are practically popping out of his head, bloodshot from the strain. He bellows at the top of his lungs, Dragon Cyclone. 3 words, that's all it took. A massive blast of wind erupts from the ground, soaring so high you could probably see it from miles away. It forms this giant pillar of pure destruction. The surrounding winds are so violent they're literally uprooting trees and shredding the forest. Suddenly, Etella's voice breaks the silence. All right, class. Hope you were taking notes. That's how the big leagues do it. Crickets. Nobody answers because they're all sprawled out on the ground, absolutely wrecked by the shockwaves. Siron pushes himself up, dusting off his hair while trying to see straight. He's thinking, okay, that power? That's actually insane. Is this really the level of a graduating student? He can't stop dwelling on it. A high school graduate mage is officially a level 10 mage. Etella turns around, hands folded, looking way too happy for someone who just caused a natural disaster. Thanks, San Yun. San Yun just bows like it's no big deal. Anytime, Professor. Just call if you need more demos. Siren is just watching them, deep in thought. He's starting to realize that if this guy is level 10, then Professor Etella, a level 6 official mage, must be a walking nuke. So this is what the real world looks like, he mutters. Some students are starting to crawl away, while others are still just laying there, defeated. One kid, shaking like a leaf, slowly raises a hand. Professor? Do we have to actually perform that Kodadama stuff? She looks down from the podium and laughs. Chill. Kodadama is advanced stuff. You guys won't have to touch it yet. You can practically hear the collective sigh of relief from the class. Then she gets serious. Instead, you guys will be practicing measuring order. Measuring order is the technique that builds your versatility by focusing your spiritual energy through counting. Siron raises his hand, dead serious. So, the higher we count, the stronger we get? Is that how it works? The other students are just staring at him like he's crazy. One guy asks, wait, why are we using numbers, Professor? Etella explains, numbers have rules and logic, which makes them perfect for syncing with our spiritual realm. As she says it, her eyes glow a chilling blue. A glowing blue screen flickers to life behind her, covered in floating text. Boom, domain activated, 10-meter radius. Professor Etla's like, look, you're not just here for show. Like Kodadama magic, you're giving these numbers a specific meaning. Check this out, she says. It's all about the rules of logic and math, the real boring stuff, right? Wrong. Suddenly, the whole space around Etla is swallowed by this massive 10-meter aura. She's standing in there with a smug grin. I'm opening the spirit realm with a counting technique. Watch, I'll count by tens. Then she closes her eyes and starts. 100. The domain suddenly rips outward, way bigger than before. The students? Total chaos. Wait, did the prof just hit 100? Did she seriously count 1 to 100 that fast? Someone's losing their mind over there. Look, her spirit domain is blowing up. That 10-meter zone just stretched to 12. And then Etela keeps going. 400, 1100. The field keeps growing with every single number. 1700, 2400. She's not stopping. Siron is absolutely floored. He covers his face, thinking, no way, how can a normal human be that fast? The domain just keeps expanding. He's thinking, and she's doing it like it's nothing. No effort at all. He's just standing there, dazed. After she hits 10,000, she finally opens her eyes and takes a breath. Finally, the domain's massive, now covering half the training grounds. Everyone's jaw dropped. Just by counting, her power quadrupled. Etela looks down at her students, who look like they've seen a ghost. You guys catching on yet? Kodadama reflects the scene, but this technique uses pure thought. She drops a hint. The faster you count, the more cracked your domain becomes. It's not just about size. The power levels up too. Precision, accuracy, everything gets a buff. This wild spiral of numbers starts raining down. Every single one of your skills? Enhanced. To the max. Our boy Siron's staring blankly. If I master this, I can finally create photons. Etela's voice is just background noise now. But there's a catch. This isn't a cheat code. If your mental focus slips, the effect dies instantly. She's all smiles now. So don't forget, strict discipline and a rock-solid will are the basics for opening your domain. Got it? Everyone shouts, yes, ma'am. A few minutes later, it's chaos as everyone splits up to practice. Siron stands there, frozen for a second. Then he clenches his fist and gives a determined little nod. All right, I hit 1,000 in 60 seconds, he tells himself. But man, muttering these numbers is harder than it looks. Seriously, everyone around him is failing hard. They just can't keep their focus for that long. He thinks, if I hadn't been grinding my mental strength in class, I'd be toast. Then, it clicks. Wait a minute. When I teleport, I use a trick to process complex math instantly. Was that this counting technique all along? Numbers start floating in his head. He realizes he can group them by hundreds and count them all in one go. Big brain moves. A flash of light hits the ground, glowing bright. Siron estimates it took him, what, 10 seconds. He gets serious, holds his palm out. Should I aim for that tree? Let's see what happens. He whispers light in his head, and suddenly his hand explodes. Gold rings of energy spiral straight for the tree before anyone can blink. The light beam streaks across the field, heading straight for that far-off tree. Everyone's like, WHOA. What was that? Where did that light come from? His classmates are literally catching flies with their mouths open. Even Siron's shook. He's frozen in his pose, thinking, whoa, that was actually pretty sparkly. After the move fades, he's just standing there. Okay, maybe that was a bit too extra. From way up high, you see him standing like a statue while everyone else is huddling together, whispering and staring. The gossip starts. Was that a photon blast? Did he seriously learn that just for the rapid-fire test? I mean, it's literally light. So yeah, it's fast as hell. No denying that. One kid sounds skeptical, learning that just for one test is a bit much. Another one replies, yeah, it does 0 damage anyway. Etela's nearby and catches the whole thing. She's stunned. Wait, what? Siron? The guy who only does defense. Just learned active magic? She walks over and calls out, hey, Siron. Looks like you nailed the counting technique. Huh? Siron jumps. Professor. He looks away, acting all awkward. Yeah, I guess so. Etela's grinning. Well then, you want to try it out inside the domain for real? Now everyone's swarming the domain. They see him standing right in the middle. The hype is real. Oh man, is he doing the rapid-fire test right now? I gotta see this. Etela stands by the desk. Once you finish counting, summon your target. Siron looks back. Got it. He takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. It's go time. All right. Focus up. Siron's locking in, using raw mental math to juice up his mana field to the max. Watch this tiny numbers swirl and fuse into one massive core of light before shattering into a million glowing sparks that sink right into his skin. Siron stands tall, snaps his fingers, total main character energy, and his shadow field erupts around him. He closes his eyes, summoning the prey. Boom, ghostly blue targets start popping up everywhere. The scoreboard flickers to life. Speed gun level 0 to 1, score 0 to 0. 1 minute on the clock. Siren's eyes are glowing now, reflecting a literal storm of neon blue targets. He locks on, squinting like these targets owe him money. He pools all that raw mana into his palm, focusing it into one deadly point. Hand out, palm flat toward the floating targets, he's internally chanting the command for light particles. Suddenly, the particles ignite and scream toward the target like a heat-seeking missile. Siron's just standing there with a blank face like, wait, did I just do that? Oh yeah, this is the sweet spot. He realizes that since his shots move at near light speed, it's basically a cheat code. One move and the magic automatically finds its own targets and deletes them from existence. Siren's realizing he's basically aiming and firing at the exact same time. It's insane. Score check. Level 0 to 2, 11 points, and 55 seconds left. The other students are losing their minds. Holy hell, he's fast. Jaws are hitting the floor. Someone's shouting in the back. The second he looks at him, they blow up. It's like some kind of instant trigger magic. Professor Atella's just watching him in silence, nodding to herself. She gets it. Siren's trick is grouping numbers into massive logic combos and just letting them rip. She figures it out. This is a high-level calculation technique once used in ancient wisdom magic. Pure genius stuff. Now the sky above Siren looks like a 4th of July finale with targets exploding everywhere, while a massive magic circle covers the entire arena floor. Atella's thinking this has to be the knowledge he brought back from that unreachable bridge. She's low-key terrified of how fast he's growing. Meanwhile, Siren is in the zone, just spamming attacks like a pro gamer. He's got 0 miss rate. Every single target, absolutely toasted. A few moments later, the session finally wraps up. Siren's just wiping the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve, not even looking at the scoreboard on the wall. Time's up, level 19, 342 points, 0 seconds left. The crowd is going absolutely feral. Is that even real? A perfect score? Someone yells, 342 kills in 1 minute? That's God tier. Man, should I switch to light particles too? Another kid asks. Better not. That only works if you've got a brain like Siren's. Siren takes a breather, finally relaxing. All right, he thinks. Speed test? Consider it crushed. No more stressing about this exam. Nine's been watching the whole thing from the side with his arms crossed. Finally, he speaks up. The guy couldn't even use magic properly until now. But the second he clicks, 342 points. That's actually impressive. Iruki's just sitting there, totally unimpressed. That score is sloppy. Neen's like, what? It's his first time, man. That's legendary. Eriki stands up, flashing a shark-like grin. I mean, the points are sloppy, but the kid's definitely interesting. Suddenly, Iruki waves his hand at the professor. Yo, teach. I want to have a go. Atella and Neen both jump like they've seen a ghost. She's looking at him with pure concern. Iruki? You? Her eyebrows are practically touching from the stress. Look, just don't break anything. Okay? Promise? Siren's still wiping his face when he hears the buzz in the crowd. Wait, Iruki's going? He actually wants to practice? Siren's face puffs up in annoyance. Ugh, I really don't vibe with that guy's attitude. But then he pauses. Actually, I'm kind of dying to see what he does. Iruki strolls out to the center, like he owns the place. Total swagger. Everyone's eyes are glued to him as he takes his hands out of his pockets. He stands tall with a smug little smirk, and his shadow field starts swirling around him like a dark tornado. His mana field doesn't just spread, it rockets straight into the sky. He looks so full of himself, and the students are already whispering. Is he using a redirection-type speed shot? No way. That's a completely different league. Siren's eyes are wide as saucers. Wait, someone whispers. Is he going to take them out just by looking at them? No synesthesia? The targets appear, surrounding Eriki in a massive circle. He just tilts his head down, then snap. His mana field strikes out. Siren's brain is melting. Wait, did he just shrink the targets? Is that even allowed? How's he gonna? Siren stops mid-sentence, eyes popping out. Iruki's mana field bends into a massive Z-shape, slicing through the heart of every target in the sky. It's absolute madness. All at once, every single target detonates. It's like a synchronized fireworks show. The entire crowd is just standing there, with their mouths wide open. Total silence. The board updates. Speed gun level 0 to 2. Score 13. 57 seconds left. This kid is a straight-up monster. Hierarchies' domain is literally snaking through the air, piercing targets left and right before turning them into fireworks. Siron is just standing there, totally frozen, watching the chaos unfold. It hits him right then. He doesn't even need to see the final tally to know Iruki is about to smoke his high score. His face goes stone cold. Up on the platform, Iruki looks down with a trash-talking smirk. If you're already catching flies with your mouth open, we're in trouble, he thinks. Yo, Siren. Then Iruki points a finger, shifting his domain into overdrive, zigzagging through the targets so fast they're exploding in patterns. The crowd is losing their minds. Holy hell, did he just hit the turbo button? That speed is illegal. Has Iruki always been this cracked? One student stammers. Siren just stares up, hand over his mouth, trying to process the madness. His brain is moving at 100 miles per hour. I get it now. He's not even tracking them with his eyes. This absolute monster is predicting the target's flight paths using pure motion equations. Siron watches the domain dance, realizing Iruki has turned the entire field into one giant math problem. But here's the kicker: even after calculating their moves, he's still catching every single target with those insane curved shots. Siren rubs his chin, whispering to himself, how is his field even moving that fast? It's impossible. Nen walks up, wearing a shark-like grin. Yeah, it's wild. But Iruki isn't just crunching a few hundred numbers up there. Siren looks over, totally confused. Wait, you mean he's doing thousands of calculations? Nen just laughs. Try millions. Siren's jaw hits the floor. No way. The screen flashes. Time's up. Level 24 cleared. Score, 548. The room erupts. No freaking way. Iruki is a straight-up beast. Our boy is just standing there in the most arrogant, goofy pose imaginable. Everyone's screaming, yo, why were you hiding these cheat codes from us? I mean, hitting tiny targets with curved shots while moving that fast? Is he even human? Atella watches him walk by, low-key impressed by that level of finesse. Iruki strolls right up to Siren, who's looking at him like he's a ticking time bomb. Iruki's like, so, was I worth the ticket price? Siren nods slowly. Yeah, that was incredible. I honestly didn't think anyone could curve a domain like that. Mad respect. Iruki just sticks his hands in his pockets, looking bored. That's it? Kind of a letdown. Siren blinks. Excuse me? I'm actually impressed you noticed the modularity. Iruki says, making Siron's face go pale. Then his eyes go sharp. You curious how I crunch millions of numbers without my brain melting? Siren's on guard. I am. But why tell me? Aren't we supposed to be rivals or something? Iruki just flexes. Doesn't matter. Even if I told you the secret, it's not like you could actually pull it off. Siren goes quiet. The crowd is whispering. What is the vibe with these two right now? Iruki scratches his head, looking away. It's nothing special. I just use logs and truncate the units. Basic stuff. Siren is vibrating with shock. Logarithms? You're telling me you use that as a main method? That's mental. The rest of the class is like, wait, what? Is he speaking English? That sounds insane. Siren's mind is racing. If he's using logs, the scale of those numbers would be absolutely massive. Even with shorthand math, the complexity would be a nightmare. It doesn't make sense. Then it clicks. This isn't just skill, it's savant syndrome. Iruki's a literal human calculator. Iruki raises an eyebrow. So, what's the move? Think you can take me? Siren snaps back. I'm not trying to beat anyone. This is just a test. Iruki covers his face, looking disgusted. Ugh. Typical weakling talk. He gets dead serious. Listen, If you don't have the skills, give up on the dream and just keep pretending you're the best. He scoffs, because right now, you're not convincing anyone. Siren's blood is boiling, and if I beat you, that proves I'm right, doesn't it? Eriki snaps his fingers with a dark laugh. Sure, but you should know one thing. Compared to me, you're just a bug. Siren just repeats it, stunned. Even Nen is like, damn, the disrespect is real. Nen starts digging through his bag, thinking, man, this is getting juicy. All right, let's get it. Anyway, here's the breakdown for the speed fire test. Your score is based on how many targets you blast before the clock runs out. Level 0-1. Score 0. You've got exactly 1 minute. Every level, the heat turns up. Stage 1 is 10 targets, then 11, 12, 13, 14, you get the drill. But remember, miss just one target, and you're done. No next stage for you. Keep it clean or go home. Get this, the higher the level, the faster those targets move. If you can't keep your spirit field locked on, you're basically timed out and done for. It's a total pressure cooker. You don't clear them fast? No new targets for you, and your score takes a massive nosedive. Everyone's crowded around the board, eyes glued to the speed shooting results. Siren's there too, just taking it all in. He's doing the math, class 5 average is 400, and nobody's even smelled a score over 700 yet. Our boy's deep in thought, chin in hand. To hit 700, he can't miss a single shot. Not one. He's got to hit level 30 in 60 seconds flat. That means clearing a whole level every 5 seconds. Talk about intense. Now, all eyes are on Siron as he steps onto the platform. He gets serious. Eyes up, hand raised to the sky like a boss. Boom! Targets start exploding one after another, lightning fast. The other students are losing it, necks craned toward the ceiling. One guy's just floored, shouting, top of the class, absolute legend. Siren spins, unleashing his power with eyes that could cut through steel. He's locked in. He swings his arm, guiding his spirit field, and the ceiling just erupts with the sound of targets being shredded. Those two guys who were chatting with him earlier? Yeah, they're standing there with their jaws on the floor. The guy in front gets all solemn. Siren isn't playing around anymore, he mutters. He doesn't even have to move his head to nail those shots. The guy behind him is scratching his head, like, how is that even possible? Then the scoreboard flashes. Time's up. Level 25, score 567. 0 minutes left. Someone gasps, and the sound echoes through the hall. In just 1 week, this guy boosted his score by 200 points. The clock hits 0, and the spirit field flickers out. Siren stands there, rubbing his left wrist and letting out a massive sigh of relief while the crowd goes wild. Then, he just turns and walks off. Way in the back, two dudes are whispering. Man, his firing speed is actual insanity, one says. If he locks on, that target is history. Period. His buddy nods. And his rapid fire? It's on a whole different level now. Swear he's popping off 4 shots a second. Siren wipes his sweat, glances back, and breathes out. He's exhausted but stoked. He's thinking to himself, how's that for a flex? I finally caught up to your score. He's low-key staring at Aruki in the back. Aruki just smirks, that I'm better than you grin, and casually stands up. He walks right past Siren toward the stage. Hands in his pockets, totally chill. My turn, he asks. Siren's heart starts racing as he watches him. Everyone's eyes are glued to the stage again. Siren's practically vibrating with tension, watching Aruki's every move. And yep, same story. Aruki's spirit field control is smooth as butter, just gliding around and obliterating everything in sight. Someone shouts out, look, his field is even smaller than before. It zips right over their heads, and everyone is just staring in pure awe. And he's even faster, the guy adds. Aruki's field curves through the air, weaving through targets and turning them into scrap metal. After a flashy display, Aruki wraps it up. He throws a finger gun at the sky, looking cool as hell. Done. The board flickers. Time's up. Level 25, score 568. 0 minutes left. Aruki doesn't even blink at the score, just walks away like it's nothing. The crowd, though, they're losing their minds. Araki's score went up too. But wait, he's only 1 point ahead of Siren's new record? The whispering starts getting louder. Siren was so close, but a loss is a loss. Yeah, but did you see Siren's growth? It's exponential. He's gonna catch him soon. But Siren? He's spiraling. He watches Araki's back, realizing that 1 point gap wasn't some lucky accident. Next day, same deal. They're still just 1 point apart. Siren hits 571, and Aruki hits 572. Day after that, 585 for Siren, 586 for Aruki. Still that cursed 1 point lead, and it keeps happening. 593 and 594. Aruki stands there with his back to everyone, looking over his shoulder with a smug-ass smirk. The other students are chanting his name. Aruki, Aruki, but Siron knows. The message behind that 1 point is loud and clear. He stands there in the middle of the crowd, eyes wide, staring at the stage in total shock. To beat me by exactly 1 point, you had to calculate everything perfectly from level 1. Siren's brow furrows as the realization hits him like a truck. Even without saying a word, the message was sent. Siron imagines Aruki standing on a massive, towering wall, looking down at him like he's an ant. He can crush someone like me whenever he wants. Siren just stands there, drowning in his own thoughts. Later on, at this fancy high-rise building, someone's voice pipes up. So, Araki's taking the win this time, right? Turns out, it's a group of 3 students lounging around. One guy's sitting on the table, legs crossed, tilting his head. Hitting over 600 is impressive for Siron, though, says the guy on the left. It's just that Aruki is a literal beast. Another voice chimes in, sounding totally unimpressed. Honestly, Siren's just punching way above his weight class. Cut to Aruki. He's got his head on his hand, looking bored out of his mind, completely ignoring the 2 people sucking up to him. Hey, Aruki, you want to join our research group? Show us how you do it. What's your actual max score anyway? Siron is just sitting there, looking salty as hell while watching Aruki. He's majorly annoyed because it's obvious Aruki isn't even breaking a sweat. The guy is sandbagging. No cap. Siron realizes if he doesn't step it up, all his hard work is about to go up in smoke. Suddenly, Naso drops a hand on his shoulder, grinning like a total goofball. Chill, bro. We're rooting for ya. Then he adds, actually, you're both my homies, so honestly, I don't care who wins. Siren just turns away, totally fed up. Dead serious, I'm so stressed I can't even tell if I'm chewing food or just pure anxiety. Nay leans in, resting his elbows on the table and acting all casual. Man, I feel for you, really. But as a spectator, this is straight fire. We're all dying to see which one of you lunatics actually breaks the record. Siren's like, wait, there's a record? Then he asks, how high we talking? Some legendary graduate or something? Nay just stares at him like he's lost his mind. Bro, please tell me you aren't clueless about your own girlfriend's score? Siron does a massive double take. Wait, what? Nay shouts, Amy, man, the queen herself, 987 points. Meanwhile, somewhere else on campus, probably right in front of that fancy 2-story building, people are everywhere, and there's Amy Pink Hair, looking totally drained when Sorrel spots her and starts yelling her name. Cyril rushes up, looking worried. Long time no see. You've lost weight, girl. Senior year must be a straight-up nightmare. Amy hands over a file with a tired smile, eyes looking like she hasn't slept in a week. You'll be here soon enough. Here's that info you wanted. The 2 of them grab a seat, popping open some drinks to finally catch up. Sorrel's like, is the rank-up test truly that brutal? Amy takes a sip. It's not just hard. The standards are insane. Even a high score doesn't guarantee anything. Then she hits her with a cold look that would literally freeze lava. They'll rip apart every single thing you've ever done. Sorrel's soul basically leaves her body. Oh man, that's terrifying. Amy just chuckles to calm her down. Relax. Even if it's the graduation class, it's basically just high-level grade 4 stuff. With your skills, you'll be fine. Sorel looks at her, eyes practically glowing with pure admiration. Asterisk. Dang, Amy's changed. Asterisk. She thinks. Asterisk. Her mental game is on a whole different level now. Asterisk. Then Amy speaks up. So, how's Siren doing lately? Sorel reacts like she just got hit by lightning. Oh, it's bad. Like, really, really bad. Wait, haven't you guys even met up? Are you even really dating? She keeps going. Anyway, things are getting spicy lately. Her voice echoes over the sounds of the fountain nearby. Amy looks bored, like she couldn't care less about the drama. So Eriki challenged him, huh? She tells Cyril, who's stressing out, he did the same thing to me back in grade 5. Guy's a weirdo. He acts all whatever until he beats you. Then he uses that win to get inside your head and mock you. Sorel's confused. So he's like a genius hunter or some crazy combo like that. But what about our boy Siren? You're not gonna jump in and help him? Sorel's basically panicking for the guy. Amy just leans back on her hand, sipping her drink like a total boss. Why would I? He doesn't need me. Trust. Cyril screams, what do you mean our Siren? You're so heartless. How can you be so cold to your own man? Amy rolls her eyes, chewing on her straw. No, that's not it at all. Siren knows exactly what he's doing, she says confidently. Cut to Siren gasping, drenched in sweat. He just finished the rapid-fire test. The crowd goes wild when the board flashes. Level 30 reached. Score, 700. Time's up. Siren's absolutely spent. He's hunched over, hands on his knees, ripping his tie loose just to get some air. Man really gave it his all. Two guys in the crowd are just standing there, jaws hitting the floor. No way a grade 5 student just dropped a 700. The guy's a total beast. A straight-up monster. Everyone's losing their minds. To hit that score, you gotta clear 10 levels in 10 seconds. Absolutely insane. Siren's limping, completely drained. Eruki strolls up, hands in his pockets, acting all smug. Congrats. 700? Not bad, I guess. Siren just stares back, lungs still burning from the effort. I just had to prove something to you. Eruki just smirks as he walks past him. Yeah, I know. Sorel's voice cuts back in. So, can Siren actually win? Amy looks at the sky, totally nonchalant. Who cares about winning or losing? It's just a test. Sorel looks at her like she's lost it. Wait, what? You're just flexing that undefeated Amy status, aren't you? Everyone knows you're the one who crushed Eriki's 987 record. Amy just gives her a blank stare. Nah, I never actually competed against that guy. I just ignored all his petty baiting. Then she looks away, completely unfazed. If we actually faced off, I'd probably take the L, she says, dead serious. Serial's brain basically short-circuited. Like, wait, what? Her scream echoed through the whole hall. Back to the digital realm, and the scoreboard is literally screaming game over. A massive 701 points in 0 minutes flat. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds. Unreal. That's Aruki's final score. He's just standing there, cool as ice, staring at the results like it's just another Tuesday. Someone yells at the top of their lungs he did it again by just a single point. How does he hit 700 and stay so chill? Everyone's wondering, does Eriki even have a limit? Siren is standing in the middle of the mob, totally shook. He thought he was ready, but now he's drowning in doubt. He looks up at Aruki, eyes burning with frustration. Deep down, he knows he's not winning this one. He tosses his bag on the desk like it's total trash. Now he's just sitting there in silence, trapped in his own head on a tiny bed inside that massive, empty room. Sunlight is hitting his face, but he's not feeling the vibe. He stares out the window, brooding. Only 3 days of break left before the big exam hits. He buries his face in his hands with a heavy sigh. There's no way he can figure out how to take down a monster like Eriki in that little time. Should I just quit? It's just one test, right? But then, those words hit him like a truck. Only weak losers talk like that. He goes quiet, scowling as those words eat at him. He remembers Eriki's cold, arrogant face. If you don't have the skills, stop dreaming big and acting like you're the main character. Asterisk, ouch. Asterisk. His expression flips, something raw and desperate flashes in his eyes. Every single L he's taken lately starts playing like a movie in his head. Just a straight-up cycle of pain and unfairness. And the worst part, he knows nobody would ever believe his side of the story. Then, the ultimate trauma hits, the memory of being a kid and seeing bodies scattered across a dark, filthy alleyway. He strikes a match and lights a single candle. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he stares at the flame like he's trying to see the future. Did I get soft playing noble at this fancy school for too long? Because honestly, every word Eriki said was straight facts. He realizes the truth: the world doesn't give a damn about what you have to say if you don't have the power to make them listen. Suddenly, Siron's eyes glow a sharp blue. He's not quitting. Not today. He straightens his back and locks in, ready to blow past Eriki's level. There's no other choice but to master the numbers. Tiny droplets of energy start merging, forming massive digits that hang in the air. A question sparks deep in his soul. What even times is times a number? In his mind, he's floating in a void made of pure math. What's the sequence? He gathers the numbers together, weaving them into a blinding sphere of light right in his palm. He holds it up, mesmerized. What's at the core of all this? Then he shakes it off. Don't think, just move. He thrusts his hand toward the sky and lets the energy go. If he gets lost in his own head, he'll miss the big picture. He thinks, letting his arms go limp as he drifts. Soft blue sparks rain down around him. As he reaches out to feel them, they shatter into a million tiny diamonds of light. It's a literal blizzard of glowing particles now, completely swallowing Siron up in the void. He's suspended in a glowing blue abyss, eyes wide. How far can I actually count? He wonders. I can do this. He shoots upward, chasing the source of the radiance. How far does this rabbit hole really go? He hits a barrier that looks like rippling water with a massive vortex in the middle. He dives right in, heart racing. Is this it? The end of numbers? No way. Math is infinite. He presses his hands against the rippling wall, totally baffled. Then what the hell is this place? Suddenly times crack. Asterisk. The entire dimension starts to splinter, like glass. His jaw hits the floor. Even the ground beneath him starts to shatter. He looks down, eyes popping. Wait, what? The floor gives way completely, leaving a massive, gaping hole. He's just frozen there, completely lost in the sauce. Asterisk. Snap back to reality. Asterisk. He jolts awake, gasping for air. I was there. I know I was. But what was that? Just a hallucination? The candle is gone, just a puddle of wax left. He stares at it, mind blown. Lavette? Was it really just a dream? That pull felt way too real. Siron sits there, checking his own hands before glancing out the window in total shock. It's hard to explain, but numbers, they aren't just for counting. He looks at the moon shining over the castle, feeling like a different person. Then it hits him he wasn't just napping. 40 hours had vanished since he first closed his eyes. The next day is go time. The #1 training grounds are packed for the Class 5 rapid-fire gun exam. 2 fighters stand in the arena while the crowd fills every single seat. The scoreboard on the wall is primed and ready. Man, I'm shaking, someone mutters, exhaling hard. Those same 2 nervous dudes are at it again. The guy on the left looks confused. Why are the underclassmen even here? The other guy scowls. To watch the pros, obviously. We used to do the same thing. Suddenly, everyone turns toward the entrance. Whoa, look at that. Someone gasps. Why are the Class 4 seniors showing up to a junior exam? Sariel is right there in the mix. One student literally grabs his head, crying. The pressure is too much. His buddy tries to calm him down. Yo, chill. They're all just here for the main event, Siron versus Eriki. Obviously, the scrubs in the back don't even breathe when Sariel and her squad hijack their seats. She just gives a cheeky grin and waves at the poor guy she just booted. Much appreciated. Babe, the dude she kicked out is literally crying. Yeah, sure thing. He checks the schedule for today. It's packed. Then, a voice cuts through the noise. The main event is on the board. Group 20, Arian versus Siron. This pink-haired bro is already asking, place your bets. Who's taking the W? The guy in the middle strokes his chin like a philosopher. Arian's leading for now. But Siriel? She just points a finger up, all confident. Way too early for that talk. She flashes them a mischievous smirk. Remember, this is a team test. One wrong move and that scoreboard flips instantly. In a real-world scrap, Siren wins. Period. She's dead serious. And just like that 1 minute is up, round 1 is over. The guy on the left takes it with 427 points. He's flashing peace signs like he's a god. Easy money. I won. The loser is salty as hell. I passed the test, so why do I feel like such a loser right now? Up in the stands, Siriel is biting her nails. Wait, what should I even do? I'm actually catching feelings of anxiety here. Another minute, another round done. This time, it's group 19. The guy is wiping off sweat, low-key celebrating. I actually crushed that. Atella stands behind the desk. Solid work. Group 19. She flips the page with a mysterious smile. Now, for the grand finale. Group 20. Step up. The second she says it, the crowd goes absolutely nuclear. The roof is practically shaking. Arian and Siron walk out and take their positions. Siron, Arian, the names are echoing off the walls like a chant. Atella's heart is actually racing. Arian's just standing there, soaking in the hype. Siron? He looks a bit too locked in. One of the guys tries to crack a joke, but his friends immediately shush him. Zip it, then dead silence. The two of them are standing right in the eye of the storm. Atella's voice cuts the tension. You've got exactly 1 minute. She's standing right behind them, keeping it professional. Everyone's watching, so give him a show. Siren gives a sharp nod, totally focused. Arian? He looks bored. Like this is just another Tuesday. All right then, Atella says. Let's get it started. The wall monitors light up yellow for Arian, red for Siron. Beep! The yellow light hits, and the stadium goes silent. All eyes on the field. Siren starts counting in his head, eyes glowing like a fever dream. Then beep! His red light hits. It's go time. Both of them activate their spirit zones. This isn't a test. It's a war. Two fighters, two completely different styles. Arian's moves are wild and flowing, but Siren, he's surgical, precise, solid. The crowd is getting a front-row seat to greatness. Holy hell, look at them. Everyone's losing it. They're both sitting at level 12. Total parity. Only 58 seconds in, and someone screams. The second they started, every single target just evaporated. Siren's eyes are throwing off blue sparks. He's channeling every ounce of his zone into his palms. The audience is roaring with pure respect. They're both cracked. Arian sneaks a glance at Siren while firing off attacks. Someone notices Arian's spirit zone is shrinking. He's concentrating his power. And yeah, Arian is getting scary. His strikes are getting sharper, faster, absolutely shredding everything in his path. Siriel's friend crosses his arms. So that's the legendary Arian power. Man's a beast. Siriel's face goes stone cold. Now I get why Ami called him a monster. She looks at Siron. Then her eyes nearly pop out of her head. Wait, what? Siren's score is higher? She's staring at the board like it's lying. Siren's at 121, Arian's at 119. She starts screaming at the field. Arian, you absolute clown. Are you trolling again? You think you can just flip the script at the last second? You're actually insane. But inside, Arian is low-key laughing. Everyone's got it wrong. He's grinning like a maniac while he attacks. Trust me, he thinks. I've been going all out from the jump. He glances at Siren. This guy, in just 3 days. What the hell did he do to himself? Arian watches Siren's terrifying focus. Up on the stage, Atella hasn't blinked once. She's thinking, I see it now. The first time you walk a path, it feels miles long. But the second time, you know every shortcut. She watches Siren, her mind racing. Counting is the same way. But you've already gone way beyond that. Siren. Eriki looks at him with a wild, crooked grin. This dude is straight up mental. Siren snaps his arm forward. He's focusing his spirit zone into his palms, sniping targets like a pro. One after another. Boom. He stares at his hand, his internal voice cold as ice. Module. Released. Atella is shook. She realizes what's happening. He's grouping numbers and calculating everything simultaneously. That's a high-tier strat. You can only pull that off if you've reached the absolute limit of conscious calculation. She remembers him walking in. To pull this off, he didn't just start now. He had to be in a state of super focus before he even stepped onto the field. And because of that, he's a machine right now. Fast, accurate, and completely unstoppable. One slip. That's all it takes. Siren knew if he lost focus for even a millisecond, this entire complex mana matrix would go up in smoke. Lock in. No matter what. He grit his teeth, forcing his brain to overclock. Inside his mind, a streak of golden lightning was racing toward a distant light. On the wall, the scoreboard was flickering like crazy as their totals climbed. Siren was holding on with 469, but Iruki was breathing down his neck at 432. The gray-haired guy next to Seriel literally jumped. The gap is widening. Seriel and the girl beside her slammed their hands down and stood up, screaming at the top of their lungs. Siren pushed forward. The entire stadium was on its feet. Pure chaos. This blonde girl with twin tails was shrieking toward the arena. Go faster. Push it. The atmosphere in the stadium? Absolute electricity. Both of them were firing off high-tier spells with insane speed. The crowd was losing their minds, cheering for every explosion. Eriki blasted another target into dust, thinking, hey, I guess a little crowd hype doesn't hurt. His opponent finally ditched his calculated style to go all in on one move. Iruki glanced at Siren and smirked. All right, kid, I'll give you that. Siren, your spirit is just as cracked as mine. Then, Iruki clenched his fist, whispering, but my gamble? It's on a whole different level. His eyes went cold as he focused his spirit zone. Suddenly, blue sparks erupted around him. The crowd went dead silent, eyes wide with total confusion. People were literally rubbing their eyes to make sure they weren't hallucinating. Then, someone screamed, look at Eriki's score. His points weren't just climbing, they were teleporting. He shot past Siren like he was standing still, his level jumping an entire tier. The guys standing with Nen were catching flies with their open mouths. Wait, Siren hasn't even slowed down though? The other guy pointed out that the rhythm of Iruki's explosions had turned into something unnatural. No way, someone muttered. Seriel's trio stood up, eyes glued to the field. The pink-haired girl looked baffled. Is it just me? Or does Eriki's spirit zone look weird? Seriel frowned. I see it. That's not a ghosting effect. Seriel pointed and shrieked. He's using 2 spirit zones at once. 2 massive layers of mana were swirling around Iruki like a hurricane. The stadium exploded in shock. Is that even legal? Atella's mind started racing as she watched the madness unfold. Dual zones. The ultimate sign of a split-mind partitioning. She couldn't believe a student was actually pulling this off. He was running 2 separate spell chains simultaneously while recording the whole process. Her eyes were fixed on him. Even with Savant Syndrome, the odds of having this kind of talent are 1 in a billion. To think a kid had been hiding this kind of god-tier power all along. Atella whispered to herself. Another monster just joined the academy. Seriel and her friends couldn't look away from the carnage below. Ami was right, she muttered. Iruki's dual zones were shredding through targets, filling the entire arena with light. Seriel's voice trembled. Iruki is a literal freak. The boy thrust his hands forward, steering both zones to obliterate everything in sight. Then the number stopped. Iruki hit 845. Siren was stuck at 692. Someone choked out, "It's over." Nen's group watched in silence. The guy on the left side. I guess we all saw that coming. Siron just got hit with the worst luck possible. Meanwhile, Siron stood there, struggling just to breathe. I still couldn't do it, he thought, feeling the weight of the loss. Despite betting everything, he felt like he was drifting toward a cliff in a nightmare. You could see it in his eyes. He'd given everything he had, and now he was just empty. I'm not even half as good as a rookie, he told himself, the bitterness stinging more than the exhaustion. He'd tried so hard. His hands went limp for a second before he slammed them into fists. Gave it my all? Really? Sweat dripped from his face as his head hung low. Then, his eyes snapped open. No, I was scared. Scared to see if he truly belonged on this path. He reached out into the void of his mind and punched the barrier in front of him. That fear? It's done. Siron's fist left a literal crack in his mental landscape. He pulled back and swung again with everything he had. He grit his teeth, staring at the fracture with absolute conviction. I'm breaking through this myself. A massive impact shattered the barrier, and suddenly, the void was flooded with a blinding light. Siron stared, mesmerized. The brilliant white glow reflected off his face, turning the darkness of his mind into high noon. Back in the arena, Atella jumped, her head whipping toward Siron. What is that? Siron couldn't believe his own eyes. Streaks of golden light were piercing through every target with surgical precision. The beams were incredibly thin, but the power behind them? Unreal. The crowd was paralyzed, jaws literally hitting the floor. Someone pointed and screamed, "Yo, look at Siron. That light is getting blinding." Seriel's crew is losing their minds, looking like they're about to dive headfirst into the arena. But Siron? Total silence. He's just standing there, head hanging low like he's completely drained. Suddenly, the light exploding from him gets so insanely intense that the green targets literally scorched into black voids. And just like that, bam, they're pulverized. Not a single scrap of armor left. Siron didn't even have to move. His raw energy did all the dirty work for him. Both their scores are absolutely skyrocketing now, but it looks like Siron is pulling ahead of Iruki with some serious main character energy. Iruki glances over, hacking up a dry cough before grit teeth grinning to himself. Doesn't matter how fast you are, my brain is still gonna outcalculate yours. Only 5 seconds left on the clock. Araki is locked in, pure confidence. He's convinced he can crunch every single number on this planet before the buzzer hits. His spirit zone is accelerating like crazy. 4 seconds left. Iruki slams into a target just as the timer ticks down to 3. He's feeling himself now, thinking the win is in the bag. 2 seconds left. Just one more beat to go. 1 second. That's it. Araki's face contorts, teeth gnashing as he screams internally, "Damn it, why is time moving like molasses?" The second the match ends, the whole crowd leaps to their feet, roaring at the top of their lungs. Iruki just thumps onto the floor, totally spent. Game over. He checks his score with a smug little smirk. Not bad at all. Wait, did I actually just pull this off? 1,247 points. Strong. He looks over at Siron, wondering if the guy even survived, but his smug face quickly turns into pure confusion. Siron is still a statue. Suddenly, someone rushes in, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him like a rag doll while yelling his name. Siron finally snaps out of it, gasping for air like he's been underwater. Seriel slowly lets go, eyes wide with worry. "Han Siron, are you okay? Talk to me." Everyone starts crowding around them, and Siron finally mumbles, "Seriel, wait, the test results. What happened?" She spins around, looking at the scoreboard on the wall with a massive, joyful grin. "You won, you crazy genius. The victory is yours." Siron stares up, mouth hanging open in shock. She keeps going, "You didn't just win, you shattered the record. Your final score is 1,273. The other students pile on, cheering in unison. "Congrats, Siron. You're a beast." He's just standing there, dazed. "Did I actually win?" Out of nowhere, Araki walks up. "Yo, Siron." Siron looks at him, his eyes filled with total disbelief. The whole room goes quiet. Then Iruki drops this. "You know AoE magic is technically banned in speed shooting tests, right? Just saying." Siron freezes, mouth shut. Asterisk. Oh crap. He's right. The entire arena was basically swallowed by my light show back there. Asterisk. Eriki lets out a laugh. Ha, you really are a piece of work. He jams one hand in his pocket and holds the other out for a handshake. He smirks. Just because there's a light flash doesn't mean it's light magic. I know how the system works. I'm just messing with you. Congrats on the win. The guys in the back lose their minds, screaming in total shock. No way. Eriki actually admitted he got beat? Is the sun rising in the west today? Siron takes the hand, pulling himself up as he speaks. So, you ready to admit I was right? That life is way more important than some research project? Iruki gets serious. Yeah, you were right. Siren blinks, not believing his ears. Wait, for real? Iruki just stays calm. But don't get it twisted. An explosion doesn't automatically mean violence. Everyone else is just standing there, totally lost. Iruki continues his lecture. An explosion is just a massive buildup of energy, pure and simple. It only becomes violence if the person using it actually intends to hurt someone. Serial and the others are just blinking, completely confused. She tries to chime in with a but wait, but Siren isn't even paying attention to her anymore. He frowns, pushing back. But humans are the ones controlling that energy. If it's that powerful, it's always going to be dangerous, isn't it? Eriki counters, saying it's the user's job to keep that monster energy on a leash. Speaking of which, I've got a favor to ask you. Siron gives him a confused look. Eriki's face goes dead serious. From here on out, you have to take responsibility for me. Iruki's voice is low and heavy. An explosion is just raw power, uncontrolled energy, chaos in its purest form. But if we can actually master it, that same energy could save 100,000 lives. He's dead serious about this. Suddenly, a strange light pierces the pitch-black sky, shining down on the city below. Iruki stares Siren down. A new era is starting. We aren't just fighting nature anymore. Though, obviously, I'm not usually the guy with high and mighty ideals. Siren stays quiet for a beat. Why didn't you just say that from the start? If you had, I wouldn't have spent all this time misunderstanding you. The crowd is still huddled up, whispering about the two of them. Eriki answers, I needed you to realize where you belong. Are you the one who holds the power? He stands tall, challenging him. Or are you just another person who only knows how to be afraid? Siren watches him, his brain finally clicking. Asterisk, I get it now. Asterisk, Iruki isn't arrogant, he's terrified. Terrified that his own strength will spiral out of control. Siren sees the pain in his eyes. By beating me, you proved your will is stronger. That makes you the only one who can stop me if I ever go off the rails. Eriki looks at Siren's shocked face, speaking straight from the heart. If you can't handle me, then I'm not taking another single step forward. The guys standing behind him were losing their minds. They honestly couldn't tell if this kid was being serious or just straight up tripping. Good grief. Is this guy deadass? He's really gonna sit there and not move because he's scared of his own power? Meanwhile, Siren was just standing there like a deer in headlights. He had zero clue what was going through the other guy's head. He looked at Iruki, wondering if he was just living in some main character fantasy or if he was actually being real for once. But looking into Iruki's eyes, yeah, that fear? It was the real deal. So Siron stepped up, grabbed Eriki's hand, and dropped the heavy line. Look, I promise. His eyes were ice cold and determined. If you actually lose it, I'll be the one to stop you. Suddenly, the whole crowd let out a collective, wait, what? Then there's Nate. This absolute legend comes charging in with tears streaming down his face, yelling their names like it's the end of a drama. He wraps his arms around both of them in a massive bear hug, grinning like a proud dad. You guys are so freaking cool. I'm so hyped to have you guys as my bros. In the back, Etella finally breaks the vibe. Siren, over here. We need to talk. Siren just looks back, all polite, and goes, on my way, Professor. Eriki is basically turning blue because Nate is hugging him way too tight. Siron follows Etella out, but then she suddenly grabs his shoulders and her voice gets real low. It totally caught him off guard. Siren. She's looking at him like he just did something incredibly stupid. Do you even have a single clue what you just signed up for? You're really trying to leave this place? Siren starts stammering, completely caught in his feels. Wait, Professor Attila. She cuts him off, frowning hard. The place you're trying to enter, if you go there, you won't be Siren anymore. You'll lose yourself. Siren just stares at the floor, feeling like a total failure. I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't think it was that dangerous. Attila softens her voice a bit. Siren, listen to me. She looks down, her voice getting all mysterious. The place you're stepping into, it's beyond any math or logic. It's the infinite zone. Most mages call it the immortal function. She locks eyes with him again. But our priests? They have a different name for it. They call it nirvana. Siren's heart nearly stopped. Nirvana? Humans can reach for the infinite, sure, but the people who actually touch it, they usually turn into nothing. He started thinking back to that place, beyond the numbers, that weird mask he punched, that massive, endless void. It felt like something was grabbing him, pulling him forward into the dark. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was sucking him in. Fast forward to Siron, suddenly bolting upright in bed, gasping for air and clutching his head. He stumbles out of bed, leaning on his desk, thinking, not that nightmare again. Ever since he touched that place, he's been having the same terrifying dream every single night. He felt wrong, like his skin didn't fit. He reached for a glass of water, but his hand was shaking so bad he knocked the whole thing over. Suddenly, his entire body started vibrating. He slammed one hand on the table just to stay standing, while the other one gripped his chest like his heart was trying to escape. He was straight up terrified. He'd asked Professor Attila about it, but neither of them could find anything physically wrong with him. He stared at the spilled water on the desk, his mind racing. What the hell is actually happening to me? Later that afternoon, while the birds were heading home, Siren's voice echoed through the room. No cap, guys. I think I'm literally haunted. He slumped in a chair, looking like a total zombie from zero sleep. Eruki and Nate just stare at him, wondering what kind of crazy talk this is. The three of them were just chilling in their regular hangout spot. Nate's sitting there, scratching his head and laughing. Man, you looked so serious I was actually worried for a second. Siron just sighs, looking exhausted. I am being serious, man. Besides, didn't you say this was the spiritual science research group? Eruki says, sitting there with his arms crossed and a smug little smirk. I guess the level of stress for the guy who beat me is just on a different planet. But seriously, did you actually think he was being for real? Siren just gives a weak laugh and looks at Eruki. Did I just ask a dumb question? Eruki leans on his hand, getting thoughtful. Well, not exactly. That dream you mentioned. You said you were standing in a massive, pitch-black empty space, right? Siren just nods as Eruki keeps going. And all the stars in the sky were being sucked into one spot? Siren just mumbles a yeah. Then Eruki's voice drops. And then, that barrier finally shattered. A massive burst of light exploded everywhere. Didn't it? Siren's eyes go wide. Wait. Yeah. Exactly like that. It moved like a heartbeat. Eruki leans back, looking all smart. Considering the scale and speed of that space, the numbers involved are way beyond what anyone on this continent could even imagine. So now Eruki's got a new title, the Spiritual Society's resident hater and critic. If we're being for real and pretending that place actually exists, Eruki gets dead serious. Then it would have to be somewhere out in deep space. Nate and Siron both jump out of their seats, shouting, outer space? Siren looks at him, totally skeptical. You mean the space they talk about in those old science books? How could I dream about something I've never even seen? Nate just stares at him with those sharp eyes. Actually, maybe not. He holds up his hand, looking way too serious for a guy like him. I've heard some stories about this. Siren's just confused. Nate? And yep, Nate got a new title too. Nate, the Spiritual Society's resident guy who asks way too many questions. He starts telling this creepy story about a death row prisoner from 200 years ago who was part of a soul-swapping experiment. If a human soul could actually be turned into physical matter, There's a theory that electricity could actually rip it apart. They called it a closed circuit, basically. They'd lock a person in an iron box and blast them with massive amounts of current. So, check this out, those twisted experiments were so messed up they got banned years ago, but one death row inmate actually survived the madness. A month later, his consciousness just snapped back. But hold up, let's pause right there because it gets even weirder. Our boy starts spilling tea about countries he's never even seen or heard of, knowing stuff no regular human should. Siron is straight up tripping. He asks, "Is that for real?" while leaning in, totally lost in thought. Turns out, every crazy thing that inmate said was 100% facts. Siron just gives him this look, totally spooked. His soul got ripped apart by electricity, turning him into some kind of quantum battery. Is that why he's picking up signals from across the globe? It's a wild theory, but that creepy, tingly feeling the inmate had, that's what we call a spiritual sixth sense, homie. Hearing that makes Siron's skin crawl. He grabs his arms, shaking, and blurts out, "Wait, that tingly feeling? I've got that too." Suddenly, Eriki jumps up, nearly giving Siron a heart attack, and shouts, "That's it. That's why you're seeing the freaking universe, Siron. If electricity is messing with your soul and causing some quantum glitch, then you might actually be breaking the laws of space and time." Siron is just standing there, brain melting. Wait, space and time? Eriki pinches his fingers together, like he's holding a tiny grain of salt. We're talking microscopic. Dude, smaller than an electron. Could something totally beyond human logic be happening right under our noses? It's a world of pure luck and vibes where you can't see or measure anything at once. If your soul weighs less than a tiny atom, Eriki starts imagining these glowing electrons spinning around, and he just keeps going. The whole connection between space and time? Totally meaningless. Then he points at the ceiling, looking like a total boss. He tells Siron that sensing the outside world is actually possible, then grins and asks, "So, what's the verdict? Genius. I think we're talking about you, man." Siron screams, totally hyped. "You actually figured it out? That's insane. You guys are legit." Siron cheers, impressed by their big brain energy. N just flashes a toothy grin like it's no big deal. "What, you surprised?" Eriki laughs, acting all cool with his arms crossed, saying it's all just part of the job. "But if we're gonna do this right, I need the real tea. Why haven't you told us the truth yet?" Siron is totally lost, but Eriki's face goes stone cold. "During that speed test, your spiritual light went haywire. And you said the nightmares have been hitting you every night. Come on, spill it. What's going on?" Eriki really wants to help, so Siron sighs and looks down. "Fine. Professor Atella told me some pretty heavy stuff. Once the secret is out, N literally screams, 'The immortal function? What kind of final boss name is that?' She asks Eriki if he knows the deal, but he just lets out this low, creepy chuckle before losing it and laughing at the sky. "I get it now. Of course, it's the immortal function," Eriki says. "My old man used to talk about this. It's the ultimate dream for math geeks. A single formula that's basically the cheat code to the entire universe." Siren and N are looking pretty worried now. Siren stammers. "But the professor said that thing is dangerous as hell." Eriki just throws his arms wide. "Duh. Having everything means you've basically got nothing. It's total chaos." He hides a smirk behind his hand. "I see it now. To take me down, you're gonna need that immortal function." Siron just beams at him. Siren thinks to himself, watching them joke around. It's weird, but seeing them like this actually makes him feel safe. "I'm in," Siren says firmly. "Sign me up for the spiritual science research group." Eriki and N both bolt upright, hyped as can be. N is like, "For real?" And Siren nods. "Yeah, I'm tired of being scared of the shadows. I want to study this thing and fight it head on." He stands up, smiling big. "With you guys, I know we'll find the answers." N throws her hands in the air, yelling, "Let's go. Immortal function or whatever. We're gonna crush it. We finally got a full squad. We're an official group again. Baby." She's almost crying because they're finally getting that research money. But Iruki wonders, Will the professor even let Siren join? Their reputation is kind of trash, but N just waves a piece of paper with a smirk. Trust me, I'll sneak him in. He won't suspect a thing. Siron and Eriki just stare at her, totally in sync. Wait, is this even legal? N just grabs them both by the neck, grinning. Don't sweat it. Let's hit the cafe and throw a party for our new recruit. My treat, she yells. Eriki just looks at her sideways. Aren't you like, completely broke, though? Siren doesn't say anything, just glances back with a small smile. This is his squad now. His home. He looks around the messy lab and tells himself he'll start cleaning it up one of these afternoons. But things aren't looking good. Someone has N's application form in their hand, and they look absolutely furious. Oh boy. Meet the scariest professor on campus, Sienna. She's got this terrifying look on her face, staring at a piece of paper like she's about to incinerate it with her mind. Suddenly, someone pipes up. It's Professor Seven, stumbling along with a stack of papers piled all the way to his nose. He glances back, totally oblivious to the danger zone he's entering. Oh, that? Just another club application, he mutters. Every time the holidays hit, these things just start flooding in. He's yapping so much he doesn't even notice a paper slipping out and hitting the floor. Most of these kids just join to farm some extra credits and then bail anyway, he says, just wanting to get it over with. Sienna spots the stray paper and calls him out. Professor, you dropped something. He jumps out of his skin, shouting, oh no, as she reaches down to check the form. Wait, what is this? Seven leans in to get a better look, his brow furrowing. Wait, is this the group I think it is? He stammers, looking back and forth between the paper and the professor. They both stare down at the application for what has to be the most notorious club in school history. It's the Supernatural Soul Research Group, the N Group. The professor sounds like he just saw a ghost himself. The Supernatural Souls? Seriously? Those guys? Then his eyes scan down to the name, Arian Siron. He does a double take and looks at her. Wait a sec. Isn't this Siron? Our star student? Sienna's face goes completely dark. She doesn't say a word, she just crushes that paper into a wrinkled mess and lets out a smile that is legitimately nightmare fuel. Cut to the countryside, tucked away in the low rolling hills. Deep in the woods sits a quiet little house, but there's a voice echoing out from inside. I'm so sorry, Professor Atella. You were right in the middle of training. Sienna is sitting there cross-legged at a tea table, smiling with her eyes closed as she takes a sip. Atella looks at her, knowing her friend didn't travel all this way just for the view. If you're out here, it's gotta be serious. Turns out, this cozy spot is Atella's secret hideout. The air goes quiet for a second. The two of them just sit there, facing each other, slowly sipping their tea and letting the tension simmer. The vibes outside are totally peaceful, but inside, Sienna sets her cup down and drops the bomb. So, Siron joined a research group. Atella lights up, totally missing the red flags. Oh, he finally joined a club? That's great. Which one? Sienna leans in, her face getting dead serious. The Supernatural Soul Research Group. Atella takes a sip of tea and literally freezes mid-gulp. She almost chokes, tea nearly splashing out of the cup. Then Sienna starts shaking, her voice trembling with pure dread. You know the history. Even before we were professors, that group was famous for being a complete disaster zone. I get bombarded with complaints from parents every single day. She's spiraling now. Why that group? Out of all the clubs, why that one? Siron is the future of this academy. He should be grinding, not hanging out with those weirdos. Atella just sits there, holding her cup and giving a goofy little smile. But hasn't that group changed lately? She holds up a finger, trying to stick up for the N squad. The current president is Neen, right? He's a good kid, super social, gets along with everyone. I'm sure it'll be totally fine. Besides, all the real troublemakers graduated ages ago. I mean, the current head of the Tomia Magic Association used to run that group back in the day. She keeps going, all cheerful and optimistic. I'm sure they're just sharing ideas and studying hard together. You're overthinking it. Meanwhile, back at the club, Neen is literally face down on a couch, looking like he hasn't moved in days. He spots Siren and gives a lazy wave. Oh, hey Siren, you're here. Siren is standing in the doorway, cringing and using his sleeve to block the clouds of dust swirling around. He is not feeling the vibe at all. He looks up at the ceiling, watching dust bunnies fall like snow. Don't you guys have, classes to go to? He asks, waving the dust out of his face. I'm feeling kind of under the weather today, Neen says, crossing his legs and staying glued to the couch. Yeah, definitely not feeling great. Then there's Aruki, who's totally locked into a chess game on the table. He doesn't even look up. I'm always skipping class, man. You know this. He's getting hyped over his own moves. All right, checkmate in one. His hands are moving like a blur, controlling two pieces at the same time like a pro. Siren just stands there, completely speechless. Like, what did he just walk into? He looks at the mountain of trash on the right and sighs. He literally just cleaned this place, and it's already a dump again. Guys, you're not studying. You're not researching. You're literally just hiding from school. Huh? Neen looks up, totally unfazed. Look, you can regret joining, but you're not allowed to quit. No backsies. Siren. Siren just sighs, peels off his school jacket, and mumbles. Whatever, I'm studying. He grabs his books, finds a spot at the round table, and tries to tune them out. Araki and Neen go silent, just watching him. Neen watches from the couch, thinking, man, this kid really is the ultimate teacher's pet. Suddenly, Araki leans in, resting his elbows on the table with a sneaky grin. Yo, Neen, did you finish that new invention yet? Neen perks his head up. Oh, yeah, duh. Of course I did. Araki's voice carries right over to Siron. So, is this the actual invisibility cloak? Siron is trying to take notes, but his ears are practically twitching now. The two of them start geeking out loud. Whoa, that's actually sick, right? It's genius. Totally. Siren's focus is gone. Dead. He's low-key eavesdropping on every word. It holds for about an hour if you pump this much energy into it. Wow, that's incredible. Siren can't play it cool anymore. He snaps, jumping out of his seat with pure curiosity written all over his face. I want to see it too. And we're back to the secret meeting between Sienna and Itella. Sienna takes a calm sip of her tea, trying to get her heart rate down. We were talking about Neen, but let's talk about the other kids in that room. That Aruki kid, he's a fifth year, but he's out here playing dumb. In her head, she's picturing the two biggest headaches in the school, Aruki and Siren. Then she goes quiet, dead serious, and asks, have you actually seen what that kid is capable of? Siren even took down that monster, Araki. Once the current seniors head out, these kids are going to be the absolute stars of this academy. Suddenly, she slams her tea down on her lap in a total rush and starts venting at the top of her lungs. But what if Siren starts hanging with punks like Aruki and goes totally rogue? He'd become the biggest failure in the history of this magic academy. Itella just stands there, completely stunned and looking worried as the failure talk hits her. Itella finally relaxes and laughs. Girl, you are way too stressed. Cut to the lab. Siren lets out a huge whoa as he finds a box of weird, grenade-looking gadgets. No way, did you actually build all this gear yourself? So these are basically magic grenades. That is actually insane. The three of them huddle around the crate. N just giggles, saying he's saving them to pull off one massive, legendary prank later on. Siren, currently half hidden under an invisibility cloak, picks up a round pink grenade with a skeptical look. Isn't this, super dangerous though? Araki just sighs, grabs a black book, and gives a half smile. Drop it. N's dream is to become a top-tier magic engineer. That's literally the only reason he's even suffering through school. Since Siron's wearing the cloak, he's just a floating head and hands gripping the fabric. He looks at Araki with pure, unadulterated respect. A magic engineer? That's so cold. So you're using actual electronics to cook up this magic tech? Then he spots something else. Wait, what's this red book? Siren reaches for it while Aruki and N both lock eyes on the thing. N panics. Wait, but Eriki cuts him off lightning fast. Oh, isn't that from the body research group? Why is it even here? Siren flips it open, his eyes darting back and forth between the pages and Haruki. The body research group. Huh. He looks at the first page and nearly jumps out of his skin. The page is covered in sketches of two gorgeous girls from school. What is this? Embarrassed as hell, he drops the book and covers his face, peeking out with only one eye. Wait, aren't those students from our academy? Eriki leans in, frowning as he checks the drawings. So this is where it was. N just shrugs and explains it like it's no big deal. It's basically a dossier from some shady underground club. Eriki sounds totally bored now. The drawings are trash, but the inside info? It's surprisingly detailed. Just some bored kids looking for entertainment. But Siron isn't feeling it. He frowns, annoyed. Doesn't the school shut this stuff down? Suddenly, his eyes go wide and his face turns beet red. Why? Because he just spotted a drawing of Ami right there in the book. Haruki notices the dead silence. Yo, Siron, why'd you stop talking all of a sudden? Are you two actually dating? Siron doesn't even let him finish, throwing his hands up in a total panic. You guys, you definitely shouldn't be looking at this stuff. N tries to jump in, but he just lets out a confused little squeak. Siron quickly drops his hands and looks at Haruki, trying his best to change the subject. Anyway, who's even running a group this creepy? It's an underground thing, he replies calmly. But since it's mostly about the graduates, the seniors are probably the ones behind it. Siren mumbles to himself, the graduating class is doing this? Man, that's messed up. Back at Atella's place, the soft sunlight hits the roof as Sienna's voice rings out. Exactly. The Supernatural Soul Research Group is just as shady. Trust me, those black magic guys are just amateurs compared to them. The real problem? This joke was built by the smartest, most talented students in the entire academy. We're talking artists, people with actual psychic powers. Sienna pauses, her tone getting even more serious. They're geniuses at communication and research. They've managed to dodge every single school investigation so far. Sienna sits up straight, fingers interlaced, looking Atella dead in the eye with a stone-cold expression. The only reason we haven't busted them yet is because they aren't even an official club anymore. But these brilliant kids are trying to bring it back. And look at my face, I'm ending this right now. Atella stays quiet for a second, then slowly pours some tea into her cup before finally speaking up. I get why you're worried about your students, she says, steam rising from the tea. But there's a reason the school doesn't just barge in and stop everything. To help them grow, we treat these groups as independent. They have to take responsibility for their own choices, good or bad. Up on a high branch, a mother bird watches over a nest of colorful chicks that look nothing like her. She stays close, guarding them. Atella continues, if we adults just snatch that right away, they'll grow up terrified of making any decisions on their own. She looks at Sienna. Why not just give them a chance? Sienna goes quiet, eyes closed, clearly wrestling with the idea. Look, she's not wrong. But Sienna's eyes are literally twitching with stress as she tries to clap back at Atella. I get it. But we're the adults here. We gotta sharpen their skills and keep them from going off the deep end. Atella just goes quiet, deep in thought. It is honestly so obvious how much Professor Sienna actually cares about our boy Siron. I wanted to give Siren some space to figure his own life out, but I can't just ignore what the professor is saying. Finally, she speaks up. Look, my bad for keeping you in the dark, but this is about Siren. It's big. During the latest speedgun drill, Siron actually tapped into Nirvana. Sienna's eyes just about pop out of her head. She's like, no way, this can't be real. And then, absolute chaos. Say what? Sienna's scream is so loud it literally shakes the forest, scaring every bird for miles. Those poor birds just straight up bail, flying off in a total panic. Back in the lab, the chandelier starts vibrating like crazy and the ground begins to shake. Siren's on the floor, losing his mind. Yo, is this an earthquake? Neen starts frantically stuffing cloaks into a wooden crate. Hurry up. Wipe the evidence. Hide the stash. Aruki jumps in, grabbing stacks of paper to hide him away. Siren is the only one standing there like a lost puppy, wondering what the heck is going on. Aruki's out here rearranging the furniture while the lab professor, N, is sweating bullets over a desk. Siren just watches, totally stressed out. So, what's the plan now? Siren asks. Aruki just snaps back. Just sit down and act natural. Suddenly, a hand hits the scanner. A voice booms through the door. It's an emergency inspection. The Academy Council is waiting for that door to slide. She's standing there looking all serious. It takes 3 whole minutes for the room to summon, which is just enough time to bury the evidence. Inside, Neen and Aruki basically tackle Siren into a chair. He's panicking. Like, shouldn't we go out and say hi? Neen grabs his arm, dead-eyed. Chill out, dude. Just sit there and look like we're doing absolutely nothing. Aruki adds a warning if they get caught. Being suspended is going to be the least of their problems. Siron finally listens, and Neen leans in, eyes locked on him. This lab is our turf. If you look scared, we're toast. Got it? Siren's like, okay, I get it. Then the door flies open. Sienna struts in looking cold, powerful, and ready to ruin someone's day. She sees the 3 of them just chilling in their chairs. The room looks totally clean. Too clean. Nothing suspicious at all. Aruki's got his arms crossed, acting all high and mighty, just giving her a side-eye. Neen's leaning forward, trying to look cool but keeping his head down. And Siren? He's just staring straight ahead like his life depends on it. Sienna's eyes narrow. She's glaring at them, thinking to herself, I've got to shut this little squad down before it's too late. The council rep is confused for a second. Why did she expect this? But then Neen crosses his legs, acting totally unbothered. Our bad, Professor. We were just in the middle of a super intense debate. Sienna is not feeling the attitude at all. The sass is a bit much, don't you think? Neen just smirks, leaning back with his fingers interlaced like he's the boss. Hey, if you'd sent a formal heads up before dropping by, we would have given you a way warmer welcome. Sienna looks away, fuming. What really grinds her gears is seeing Siren getting dragged into this mess by these 2. On the outside, Siren looks like he's keeping it together, just staring at the table like a monk. But inside, he's screaming, It's Professor Sienna. Can I really just sit here like a statue? Sienna finally forces a fake smile. Is this how you treat guests? No tea? No drinks? Where's the hospitality? Neen just grins at her. Oh man, you actually trust us enough to drink something we made? That's brave. Siron feels like he's about to evaporate into thin air. Sienna just adjusts her glasses and lets out a soft, dangerous little laugh. Fine, let's get down to business so I can get out of here. She sits down, her voice turning cold and sharp. I'm here to take this lab back. Pack your bags. Aruki and Neen go stone-faced, while Siren just looks completely lost. The 3 of them lean in together, eyes wide, and shout in perfect unison. Neen slams his hands on the table and jumps up, practically howling. Give the lab back? Are you for real right now? Sienna pulls out a folder and starts flipping through pages. I've checked the files, and honestly, I can't find a single reason to keep this place open. Bottom line, you guys haven't done a single thing in 4 years. Nothing. Siren starts sweating bullets, looking over at Aruki, who's looking just as stressed. Sienna keeps twisting the knife. You've been short on students all semester. That's more than enough to shut you down. Plus, your budget got slashed, right? Sienna just keeps scrolling through the documents, checking off all the reasons why they're finished. According to the rules, if you can actually produce something of value within a month, you might stay. If not, suddenly, Neen drops to his knees on the table, begging for his life while Siren watches in shock. Anything but research results. Please, I'm begging you. Our boy is literally on his knees, head down, begging like his life depends on it. Look, Prof, we all know supernatural research is basically just guessing in the dark, right? You're really gonna kill the only club brave enough to flip the bird to a magic society that's obsessed with boring science and logic? We'll do anything. Seriously, anything. Just don't ask us for actual research results yet. please, I'm begging you. Sienna just sighs, slamming a folder against her face before looking down at them. Fine. If you're gonna be like that, I've got a different deal for you. N stops breathing for a second. Yes, anything. Sienna cuts him off with a look that could kill. First order of business? Kick Siren out of the group. Now. The room goes ice cold. N's head snaps up, eyes wide with pure shock. Siren and Iruki look like they just got slapped. All three of them are completely floored by her condition. Wait, why? They scream in perfect, chaotic sync. After a minute of madness, Sienna leans in. Do you guys even realize what you're playing with? N and Iruki are sweating bullets, sitting stiffly while their brains scramble to find a way out of this mess. Meanwhile, Siron is stuck in the hot seat right across from her, looking totally lost and more than a little freaked out. Sienna stands behind her chair, arms crossed like a final boss. Immortality isn't some cool power-up. Even master mages can't touch it. It's way too dangerous for a rookie to handle. One slip-up and Siren just vanishes. Poof. Siren looks up, half scared and half pissed. I know it's sketchy, okay? I won't do it again. She doesn't budge. That's not the point, Siron. The real monster here is the massive overload that follows. Siren looks at his buddies. Overload? What is that? Some kind of new lag. N looks away, looking like he's seen a ghost. Iruki just scowls and breaks it down. Think of it like a disease that only hits the absolute geniuses. A mental crash. I've been dealing with it since I was 8. But mine's pretty mild, he says, repeating exactly what his old man told him. My dad basically said, you're already crazy, so just shut up and live with it. N's actually curious now. I had zero clue about any of this. Sienna rubs her temples, looking totally exhausted. It's only a problem because you kids treat it like some kind of trophy. An overload happens when your puny human mind can't handle the massive data dump of a sudden awakening. You just break. The energy literally starts leaking out of your skull because your brain is overflowing. It's a dam that's about to burst. It's a nightmare that'll shatter your consciousness. But people make the mistake of calling it a genius disease, which is total garbage. Imagine a mom with a dying kid who's actually happy about it because she thinks it means her kid is a genius. So she never gets him help. Jenna jumps in then, her voice heavy. Tons of kids miss their chance to get treated. They spend their whole lives in pure agony, thinking this immortality curse is just normal. It's tragic. As your teacher, I won't even let myself imagine how bad this could get for you. Siren's heart drops as the weight of her words finally hits him. So that's what it was. His mind literally collapsing on itself. Every night, he's lived through that same glowing nightmare, his body feeling like it's being shredded by a million wires. He honestly thought he was just going insane. Sienna isn't letting up, doubling down on her lecture to make them see reason. I'm putting Siron in psych treatment. I'll make sure it doesn't mess with his grades too much. But this is happening. Siron just slumps. Defeated. I'll handle the recovery myself so there's no permanent damage. If you guys actually give a damn about him, you'll kick him out for his own good. Hard pass. N's scream echoes through the room, cutting her off. Sienna's eyes go wide as she glares at him. He's got that rebellious spark back in his eyes, even if he looks a bit ridiculous. Listen, Prez, you're the boss, but you don't know everything about us. Excuse me? She snaps, leaning in. Is this really the time for a tantrum? But Iruki is the one who steps up next. Shouldn't this be Siren's call? It's his life. Shouldn't he choose how to live it? Siren just blinks, totally caught off guard by the backup. Siren finally finds his voice. I know you're worried, Prof, but isn't this a bit of an overkill? N jumps up, looking like he's about to explode. Yeah, I know exactly what's going on here. Professor, you're only going this far because you've got a massive crush on Siron, don't you? Sienna doesn't even flinch. She just looks him dead in the eye. Yeah, I do. You got a problem with that? The silence is deafening. Then N looks like he just got struck by lightning. He clutches his head and screams at the ceiling. Of course it's a problem. A teacher getting played by her own student? That's insane. His face is steaming, eyes going totally glassy. Wait, if that's the case, is there a chance, a tiny chance, that you actually like ME too? Sienna's answer is faster than a bullet. Nope, not a chance. N literally collapses, face planting into a puddle of his own tears on the desk. Absolutely wrecked. Welp, the president's dead, Siron mutters, looking at the body. Sienna just sighs. I'm not playing these games. Stop being stubborn and face reality. Eriki looks at her, his expression turning stone-cold serious. Professor, if Siren can't handle the overload, does that mean he's reached his limit? He isn't gonna die, right? Siron just stands there, frozen. Sienna doesn't sugarcoat it. Eruki, you've been through this. You know this isn't some little headache. This is immortality we're talking about. It's a completely different level of hell. Eruki's brow furrows as the realization sinks in. Immortality, a dark void where nobody knows the rules. Siren just took the first step into it. Shouldn't we just trust him? You're worried he's crossing the line, right, Professor? But check it, that fire in his eyes? That's what people call a total obsession. Sina just stood there, silent, biting her lip as her mind started racing a mile a minute. Obsession? Huh? Suddenly, a memory hit her. A voice from her childhood screaming, Sian, you've got to get out of here. She remembered being a terrified little girl alone in a frozen forest. Then, Siren's voice snapped her back. This is my choice to make. Sienna flinched, looking at him with pure worry. But Siren? He just admitted honestly, I'm terrified too. I thought I was losing my mind, Professor. She tried to jump in, panicked, but Siren cut her right off. But no, it actually felt amazing. Sienna's jaw dropped. Wait, what? Hand on his heart, Siren spoke with total sincerity. This isn't something everyone gets to feel, but it's happening to me for a reason. The truth? I'm actually scared of my nightmares disappearing. If they vanish, I'll never unlock the secrets buried inside me. He looked up, eyes blazing with straight-up confidence. If this is my cross to bear, I'm finding the answers. No more running, I'm facing this head-on. Watching him, Sienna saw a shadow of a blonde boy who once reached out to save her. Don't run, look straight ahead, that's what he'd said. She whispered to herself, he's just like him. Finally, Sienna nodded. I get it. I'll respect Siren's path and stop trying to make him quit. The three idiots hiding under the table were shook and hyped. They popped up like, aye, let's go. She agreed. Finally, then Sienna turned back, waving with a smile that was way too bright. But we're back to the original deal. I expect actual results by next month. Got it? Siren's smile died instantly. His face went gray, yeah. The realization hit him like a freight train. Cut to the waterfall. Three dudes on a bench, staring into space like zombies. Siren's soul had basically left his body. We are so cooked. A month? For research? Siren panicked. Do you guys even have any old notes? N was a total ghost, zero response. Man was mentally checked out. Aruki frowned, deep in thought. Bro, SPSG has literally zero research. If soul science was real, it'd be in the textbooks. There's zero proof spirits even exist. Aruki sighed, sounding completely defeated. N finally spoke up, but he looked like he'd seen a ghost himself. Pale as a sheet. Sorry, Prez. The club ends with us. He kept rambling, but honestly, it was just incoherent mumbles at that point. Siren was crying inside, but tried to hype him up anyway. Then, Aruki snapped out of it, eyes sparkling. Yo, look. A total baddie. Siren snapped back, not now. Man, focus. N was still a vegetable. But mention a girl? N bolted upright, eyes scanning like a radar. Where? Where is she? They spotted a girl in a long dress, purple hair flowing in the wind. N couldn't look away. Who is that? Is there someone like that in the high class? Aruki scratched his chin. Definitely not from around here. An alumni? Siren looked at them, confused. Aruki, do you seriously know every girl in the advanced class? Then Siren looked closer. Wait, that purple hair? Looks like Sienna? He started blushing like crazy. Siron and N screamed at the same time. That's Professor Sienna. N lost it. No way. A glow-up like that? Impossible. Eriki smirked at Siren. Damn, Siren, you've got a thing for older women? Sus. Siren started panicking. It's not like that. But where is she going on a weekend? All dressed up and wearing makeup? They watched her walk away, gossiping like crazy. Iruki's bet? She's definitely going on a date. N wasn't buying the boyfriend talk. Suddenly, he stood up, looking determined. This is an opportunity. Siren was lost, but N was hyped. We tail her, find her weakness, and use it to stop her from killing our club. Eriki got serious. Tailing a rank 6 mage? Hard mode. But we've got the invisibility cloak. And just like that, those two bolted, leaving Siron in the dust with some last-second orders. I'll track her with the wind first. Iruki shouted as he skedaddled. N pointed right at Siren's face. I'm grabbing the cloak from the lab. You know how to stay low, right? This is the only way to save our research group. Siron stood there, absolutely baffled. Then he just screamed, use those brains for studying instead. Sienna's on high alert, scanning the area like she's smuggling top-secret intel and looking over her shoulder every 2 seconds. Siren and his crew are playing ninja under an invisibility cloak behind a fruit stand, and Iruki is low-key loving every second of this danger. With a devious little smirk, he whispers that something's definitely going down. I mean, who is she meeting in secret? Siron's complaining about being a literal stalker, but even he's starting to feel a weird, heavy vibe in the air. Talk about a high-stakes date. They're navigating a massive, crowded market where anyone could be watching their every move. Siren's confused why a noble isn't avoiding these commoner zones, while Sienna keeps pivoting like a paranoid secret agent. She even does a full 180-degree turn to check her 6 before vanishing into the maze of shop stalls. Iruki's calling it this is shady as hell, and he's worried she's about to ditch their research papers for some quick cash. Seriously, is the professor out here selling high-tier gear on the black market just for the money? Siron gives him the ultimate side-eye. Not everyone's a hustler like you. Just as Sienna stops at a random house in the residential district. The door swings open, she beams, and some random guy straight up wraps her in a massive, joyful hug. The boy's jaws hit the floor. A man? Nin's losing his mind. Is this a secret commoner boyfriend she's been hiding? This is front-page news. Is this the forbidden, star-crossed romance, the family band? Eriki and Siron just stare at Nin as he spirals. She's inside, so they should probably bounce, but Nin's curiosity is already at an 11 out of 10. He's like, are you kidding? We need the receipts. We've got to find the proof and follow her. For the sake of the team's survival, Eriki and Siron just follow his lead, and Nin gives the signal it's go time. Iruki clears his throat and preps his magic, sending a pulse of blue light straight into the iron lock. The pressure builds until pop. The door flies open, and Nin's cheering like they just won a trophy. We did it. It's open. He's flexing his detective skills, bragging about how he knew the basement lock would be a total joke. Let's move. Nin and Eriki start clearing the house like a SWAT team, but the first floor is a total ghost town. Time to hit the second floor. Use your diversion field to scout the hallway, while Siren just stands there, dying inside. He's thinking, if these two put this much effort into their grades, they'd be top of the class. Cloaked up and hugging the wall, they creep through the house until Nin suddenly freezes and gives the signal. Wait, guys. I hear a woman's voice coming from that room right there. The door is shut tight, but the sound is clear. Siren's practically begging them to turn back before things get weird. But Nin's convinced Sienna started this war first. No turning back now. They press their ears to the wood and catch some seriously spicy dialogue coming from the other side. Inside, Amin asks if she needs to change clothes, and Sienna's like, nah, I'm feeling this outfit today. She wonders if she should take it off, but Amin's like, keep it on. You look absolutely stunning. Outside, Eriki and Siren are turning beet red. This is definitely way more than they ever signed up for. Then, Sienna asks when his wife gets home, and Amin says in about 2 hours, and the boys officially lose their collective minds. The professor is having an affair with a married man. Eamon starts getting things ready for the work. Hierarchies hype this is the ultimate weakness, but Nin is absolutely horrified by the scandal he's hearing. He's not letting this happen on his watch, so he grabs the handle, determined to stop this wrongdoing. We have to save her. They burst through the door, tears streaming down their faces like a dramatic finale. They're all screaming, "Professor, don't do it," until their voices just trail off into awkward, pathetic silence. This is wrong. All three of them are stunned. The door literally fell off its hinges from the force of their heroic entrance. And there's Eamon, just sitting there, painting a portrait. Sienna's just staring at them, shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. The mood shifts from heroic rescue to extreme danger as she screams, "What are you idiots doing here?" Then, hands up, cut to, all three of them holding their hands up in the air, trembling like leaves in a storm. Nin, being the leader, tries to apologize. "We're sorry. We just thought." He mumbles, "You were doing adult things." "Excuse me? You actually thought I'd do that?" She's fuming, telling them they're dead meat once they get back to campus. Aruki realizes they're cooked and decides it's every man for himself. He points a finger straight at Nin. He's the leader. Siren jumps on the betrayal train, mentioning the invisibility cloak was Nin's idea, leaving their friend completely stranded. Nin's jaw drops. "You absolute traitors. You guys didn't say anything against it back there." Amin finally steps in to save them, telling Sienna to cool off since he's fine and the door is already fixed anyway. Amin stepped in to smooth things over, telling Sienna, "Relax. Your students only followed us because they were worried sick about you. Right, guys?" Amin just laughed it off with a wave of his hand. "Look, it's fine. My bad for being careless enough to be followed. But yeah, breaking and entering is definitely a move." It was pretty obvious these kids didn't think twice. They just saw their teacher in danger and went full hero mode. He slowly started heading out, calling back over his shoulder, "I'll go brew some tea. You guys stay here and catch up." The Siren squad didn't miss a beat. "Thanks a ton." All three of them watched Amin walk away with literal stars in their eyes. The man was a straight-up saint. But watching Amin's slow, deliberate movements made Siren's gears turn. He whispered to himself, "Wait, is he actually blind?" Suddenly, Siren's brain did a massive flip, and he clutched his head. Why did it feel like a 10-ton weight just dropped on his skull? Could this heavy feeling be linked to that overwhelming sense of pity he felt? Sienna just facepalmed, sighing in pure relief. Seriously, we're lucky Amin is such a chill, big-hearted guy. Siron immediately started digging for the tea. "Professor," he asked, trying to sound polite while failing to hide his dying curiosity, "who exactly is that guy?" "Yeah, for real. What's the history there? You were acting like we were infiltrating a top-secret bunker just to see him." Sienna looked at her students, already feeling a headache coming on. She explained that Eamon was her senior back at the Magic Academy. Aruki's eyes widened. "So he's a mage too? But wait, if he's a mage, how did he lose his sight?" Sienna's face fell. She took a shaky breath, her voice dropping to a whisper that drained the room of all its energy. "Amin, he can't see anymore. Because of me." Her mind flashed back to that day. A total nightmare. Sienna, much younger, running through a wall of torrential rain. Back in the day, she'd suffered a massive mana overload. The memory of her sobbing in the downpour played out like a tragic movie scene. During those hellish days, all she knew was running. Amin, just a boy back then, was sprinting after her, screaming, "Sien, stop, it's dangerous." The water's rising too fast, but young Sienna was stubborn and terrified. She just kept pushing him away. "No, stay back. Don't come near me." A split second later, her foot slipped. Sienna vanished into the raging rapids with one final, blood-curdling scream as Amin watched from above. Sienna, without a single thought for his own life, Amin dove straight into the deadly currents after her. They managed to snag a massive floating log, Sienna shaking and crying her eyes out. Amin pulled her close, trying to be the rock she needed. "Hold on tight. If we can just make it to the lower banks, we're home free." But then Amin saw it. Up ahead, The river was a graveyard of massive fallen trees, their jagged branches sticking out like deadly spears. He knew what had to be done. Cien, listen to me. We have to dive under. Now, you can do this, okay? But Sienna was hyperventilating, the tears not stopping for a second. I can't. I just can't do it. Time was up. Amin didn't argue. He grabbed her and forced her head underwater, whispering final words of comfort. Hold your breath. I'm going to hold you down so you don't float up and get hit. Stay low, stay tight, and we live. Sienna, terrified but trusting him, finally went still. Okay, Amin stayed above the surface, facing those massive logs head-on, a fierce fire burning in his soul. We are getting out of this. Period. The current accelerated. He watched the timber flying toward him and had only one thought. At least she has to live. Tears mixed with the river water as he braced for the impact that would change everything. Back in the present, Sienna's voice was laced with bitterness as she finished the story. And that's how Eamon, the legendary genius of the Magic Academy, lost his eyes. He gave up the path of a mage forever, even though they both technically survived. The room went dead silent, everyone wearing a look of pure heartbreak. Sienna continued, mentioning how she heard he'd eventually become a painter. I can't even tell you how shocked I was, she murmured. Neen whispered back, so that's the real story, huh? Eruki finally got it, the reason their teacher was so paranoid about mana overloads. Right then, Amin walked back in, his voice cutting through the heavy gloom like a ray of light. Sienna's a bit of a nagger, isn't she? Sienna jumped, startled. Amin. Siren was the first to speak up, giving him a quick thank you. Thanks for the tea, sir. Eamon smiled. Hey, she might nag, but trust me, Sienna cares about you kids more than anyone. Seriously, she never shuts up about her students. Neen turned bright red, scratching his head awkwardly. Well, we actually respect her a lot too. Iruki took a big gulp of her drink and chirped. Oh, it's iced tea. Nice. Meanwhile, Siron drifted toward the half-finished painting on Amin's easel. If you don't mind, could we watch you paint for a bit? Amin looked genuinely surprised. Watch me? Watch a blind man paint? Neen jumped on the bandwagon immediately. I want to see too, but Eriki couldn't help her curiosity. Wait, how do you even do it if you can't see anything? Sienna winced, trying to check her student's lack of chill. Hey, don't be so rude, you guys. Eamon just chuckled to calm her down. It's fine, Sien. Besides, I'm running out of time. I need to get back to work anyway. You okay with that, Sienna? Sienna didn't have the heart to say no. Of course, she replied, though she looked a little shy about the whole thing. So, Sienna started posing, looking all bashful while Amin got to work. As he began sketching with unbelievable precision, Neen was basically losing his mind in the corner. This is insane. How is he even doing this? Eriki squinted, her brain working overtime. He's definitely using a mana domain, which means Uncle is at least a SSS-Rank mage. Siron, however, didn't say a word. He just watched every single twitch of Amin's hands. Finally, he stood up, his voice low and dead serious. Uncle Eamon. Siren dropped a question that made Amin's brush stop dead in its tracks. You can actually see everything, can't you? Amin slowly turned his head, a mysterious smile spreading across his face as he looked right at him. Amin slowly peels off that blindfold and drops the coolest line ever. Yo, kid. I've been dying to meet you. Siron is absolutely shook. Amin's eyes are literally glowing like neon lights as he stares the kid down. I mean, did he really think he could hide that? Siren starts frantically tapping on N's head, but it's ghost mode. Zero response. Nothing. Yo, Iruki, look at Uncle Amin's. Siren turns around and realizes his two besties are frozen like statues. Total freak-out moment. Even Sienna is stuck mid-sit. Siren's checking everyone like, wait, hold up. What is even happening? Amin just stands there in the back, looking like a total boss. It's magic, kid. That golden aura around him? Pure main character energy. He calls it time stasis. Siren's brain is melting right now. He's just stuttering. No way. This is actually impossible. Then it hits him. He's standing in front of a legendary mage who can literally bend time at the speed of light. Talk about a flex. Amin's chill as a cucumber, though. He's like, take a seat, kid. Relax. We've got all the time in the world, literally. Suddenly, the room starts glitching out, splitting into 1,000 different hallways. It's a straight-up, endless maze now. Siren's still wearing that what just happened face. Amin just sits across from him, looking calm. Gonna be real with you. I was low-key worried. I knew you'd figure it out eventually. Siren's like, wait, you knew? You knew I'd see through it? Amin points to the white cloth over his eyes. See, normal people use eyes to catch light, but Amin, his eyes are the light. Power move. He leans in and tells him, the second I saw you, I knew we were built different. We share one big thing. Siron tries to use his big brain logic. Is it? He doesn't even finish before Amin cuts him off with a solid yes. The power of immortality. Boom. Siren's mind is officially blown. He did not see that coming. He's being all shy now, asking Amin. So, can you tell me more about this immortality thing? Amin's totally down to spill the tea. Immortality is basically the door to reincarnation, and the people who can swing that door open, they're called the unlockers. Check out that light behind the blindfold. Suddenly, Siron sees it, a giant lock clicking open, surrounded by this insane golden power. It's getting wild in here. Siren, you already opened that door. Amin explains it while this beautiful teal light and magic circles start swirling around. Once you're an unlocker, your mind just flows into the infinite. You feel this massive surge of power and, like, total freedom. Siren is hanging on every single word. Amin notices he's looking a bit stressed, so he tries to cool him down. Chill out. As long as you don't go overboard, your brain won't turn to mush. Siron finally lets it all out. Okay, good, because honestly, I've been dreaming about the literal universe every single night. Even Amin's like, the whole universe? For real? Siron's been hiding this from his squad because, honestly, it sounds like he's losing his marbles. Supernatural vibes are scary, man. He's hesitating, thinking he might be in actual danger. But Amin just gives him this warm smile. I get it, kid. The magic. It actually likes you, Siren. Wait, what? Siren is looking at him like he's speaking a foreign language. Amin keeps going. Look, these symptoms? You can't avoid them. It's part of the package deal. Imagine Siron just floating in the middle of space, surrounded by billions of stars. That's what Amin is describing right now. You've touched the infinite, kid. The literal universe. Anyone would be terrified facing that kind of scale for the first time. But here's the secret. That fear you're feeling? That's the spark that leads to enlightenment. Most unlockers get powers over space, but Siren's fear is different. It's not about distance or size. It's something else entirely. You're facing something unique, kid. Amin gives him another one of those it's gonna be okay looks. The second you figure out what that thing is, all your stress, poof, gone. Siron is instantly hyped again. So, how do I find out? Amin just laughs. You'll find a way. Trust me. Could be tomorrow. Could take your whole life. Who knows? And just like that, Siren's mood does a total 180. My whole life? Are you serious? Amin just tells him to breathe. Don't sweat it. Whatever it is, it's already inside you. You just haven't given it a name yet. Deep stuff, right? Siren's overthinking now. Is it some hidden power? The universe is inside me? I'm so lost right now, uncle. But then he drops a detail that actually makes Amin do a double take. What if it's about the light? And those weird strings I saw in my dreams? Amin's face lights up. Wait, that sounds like G-symmetry theory. Siren's like, G-symmetry, what now? New knowledge unlocked. Amin goes into teacher mode. See, some scholars believe the world is basically a masterpiece. Everything is perfectly balanced. Amin explains how humans are basically influenced by these cosmic energy currents. It's like the laws of physics are just perfect. A world that can be solved like a math equation. It's all calculated, from the speed of light to this symmetry. It's like someone designed it on purpose. But look, As the world keeps spinning and everything goes to hell, things never stay on track for long. The more we dig into it, the more we realize the truth. That perfect balance? Total myth. It's straight up broken. Siren glanced over at Aruki, his brain racing. It reminded him of that world of probability Aruki was always geeking out about. Amin kept going. The universe we live in? It's far from perfect. Honestly, no one knows what shattered that symmetry in the first place. He figured it was some nameless entity, but then he looked at Siren and smiled. If it's you, kid, I bet you'll find the answer. Siron felt that praise hit him right in the feels. Thanks, uncle, he stammered, finally starting to see the bigger picture. Seriously, thank you. Uncle Amen. I think I can actually do this. He started apologizing for tagging along with the professor, but man, he was just hyped to meet the guy. Amen just turned to Sienna and whispered, "Take care of her, okay?" He gave Siren this gentle look. She's way more of a softie than she lets on. Then Siren remembered something. Wait, why are you hiding your powers? You could have told her. Amin just bowed his head slightly, finally letting the truth spill. Sienna's been drowning in guilt over me, but my eyes, they're gone, kid. No coming back. Why let her waste her life worrying about a lost cause? A quick thought flashed through his mind. He had a life now. Besides, I'm a married man. Amin went back to his canvas while Siren just watched, stunned. Amin kept thinking to himself, I just want Sienna to finally live for herself. Sienna sat there, still as a statue for the painting. Her cheeks were bright red Loki, looking like some high society lady from the old days. Siren sat back, processing everything while Aruki kept the chatter going next to him. Remembering Amin's warning, Siren gave a tiny nod. Promise me, Amin had said. Keep this secret between us. Finally, the portrait was done, Sienna looking stunning in an autumn gold dress. Thank you, Sienna, Amin said warmly. She just brushed it off. It's nothing. We're practically family, right? Then her voice trailed off. So, today's the last day. Once you're settled in your new spot, I'll write to you. Eamon didn't skip a beat. Yeah, I'll write back. Promise. He turned to the kids, telling Siren and Aruki to hit the books hard. The three of them chimed in together. Thanks for everything, Uncle. Eamon smiled one last time. Sienna, I'll see you around. She looked like she didn't want to leave. Yeah, see ya. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice pierced the air from a distance. Honey, I'm back from shopping. Is that painting done yet? The whole crew froze. Amin's wife appeared, and boy, was she a character. Oh my, Lady Sienna, you're leaving already? Stay for dinner. Siren's jaw hit the floor. Yo, Uncle Amin has some unique taste in women. She leaned in, checking out Sienna's face. Why's your face so red, sweetie? Honey, I think Lady Sienna's coming down with something. Sienna was totally speechless. She and the kids scrambled to get out of that awkward-as-hell atmosphere. Sorry, we're super busy. Gotta run. Amin barely had time to wave. Goodbye, Sienna. The red-haired woman watched them go, her eyes sharp. She turned to Amin with a smirk. Wonder if the big bosses would believe this? The legendary Spirit Eye making faces like that? Amin's voice went ice cold. Quit nagging and just give me the report. She snapped into gear. We need to move from Chris to Kelbera. There's a lot of heat on the road. But hey, that's nothing for the great Spirit Eye Amin, right? She leaned in with a mocking grin. Or should I call you the soul seeker of the eternal realm? Amin just walked inside. I'll do my job. Stop talking trash. She followed him, a smug look on her face. You still haven't told Sienna the truth, have you? Amin stayed quiet, so she twisted the knife. Don't forget the lives of everyone you love are on the line here. Don't worry, Amin snapped back. Sienna doesn't know a thing. Meanwhile, Sienna was walking ahead in total silence, making the boys sweat. We are so dead, Eriki whispered. Siren blinked. Why? Look at her. She's in a terrible mood. Once we get back to the academy, we're getting cooked for stalking and breaking in. Our research group is toast. Aruki suddenly called out to her, making her stop in her tracks. Professor Sienna turned around, and the boys immediately switched to begging for their lives mode. Can we please eat before we go back? Yeah, we're straight up starving. Siren added a sweet smile. We finally got out for once. We gotta grab a bite, Professor. Sienna looked at her three pathetic students and her heart melted. I guess you guys have been through a lot today. You're probably exhausted. She turned back around, hiding a smile. Fine. Let's go. Eat until you literally explode. The three of them shared a victory look. Mission accomplished. The plan was simple. Get her hyped on food so she forgets about the punishment. Aruki was already planning to order the most expensive thing on the menu. Only Siron noticed the sadness in her eyes. He knew she wasn't just hungry, she was hurting because she had to say goodbye to Uncle Amin. I was supposed to be the one cheering her up, but look at us now. 2 hours later, the sun's down at a city tavern and Professor Sienna is absolutely losing it. Keep 'em coming, she screams. Cue the pure chaos. Her students are basically in full-on panic mode, begging her to stop. Professor, we messed up. Please, just put the bottle down. Sienna's face is glowing red. She is totally hammered. She hoists another bottle like a trophy while her students literally cry for mercy on the floor. It is a total disaster. Don't do it, Professor. Seriously, what the heck happened to Sienna? Let's rewind 2 hours before these three poor souls started praying for their lives. The table was stacked with a massive spread. We are talking 5-star dishes, smelling amazing and looking like a literal piece of art. Siron watches Sienna pour a glass and asks, "Wait, Professor, you are actually gonna drink?" Sienna just gives them this smug, teasing look. And, "You punks break into a stranger's house and that is fine, but I can't have a little drink? Give me a break." They immediately fold with a nervous laugh. Haha, totally. It is your day off. Go wild. Meanwhile, Siren's hands are moving like a blur, inhaling every dish on the table. So good. Siron is basically in food heaven. Aruki just shakes his head at how pure and innocent his friend is. Dude, you act like you have never seen food before. Neen, being a total brown-noser, tries to pour Sienna another round to stay on her good side. Allow me, Professor. She yanks the bottle back fast, shooing him away. Beat it, kid. You are way too young to be touching the good stuff. Neen keeps smiling, but inside, he is plotting. Rule number 1. You have got to keep the professor happy if you want to get anything out of her. He has got a secret plan to ask for a favor, but he needs her in a good mood first. Behind them, Siron is happily sharing his loot with Aruki. You gotta try this one. Aruki is not having it. Pass. I am stuffed. Neen just keeps smirking like a cartoon villain. Time for phase 2 of the master plan. I am gonna find her weakness for sure. Cut to an hour later, and Neen is literally in tears because a very drunk Sienna is death-gripping his chubby cheek. You little troublemaker. She is having the time of her life squishing his face like dough. Why are your cheeks so freaking soft, anyway? It is like a marshmallow. Siron and Aruki are watching from across the table, and they are starting to sweat. This is getting real weird, real fast. She is wasted. Suddenly, Sienna snaps her head toward them, making them jump. You too. The rapid-fire exam? You guys were total beasts. One hand is still crushing Neen's face while she points at the others, yelling at the top of her lungs. You guys have got serious talent, so why are your grades so trash at school? Then, her voice drops, and she actually starts crying. Like, real, messy tears. So much talent, while so many others never even get to chase their dreams. She is choking up now. You probably think I am a joke of a teacher, but you guys... Siren tries to jump in and save the vibe. No way. We don't think that at all. Professor, you're the best. Sienna's face is a mix of drunk red and pure sadness. Then bam, gravity wins, and she faceplants straight into the dinner table. She is out cold. The kids are losing their minds. Professor, Aruki just sits there, casually picking his teeth. Well, I am done eating. The three of them stare at her, all thinking the same thing. They are still chewing their food, but the fear is settling in. Seriously, what now? She hasn't even paid the bill yet. Siron starts shaking her, trying to bring her back from the dead. Wake up, Professor, please. Just then, some sketchy guy with a sleazy laugh walks up to their table. Oh man, looks like this lady had a few too many. Maybe I should take her home in my carriage? The kids try to shut it down fast. No thanks, we're good. These creeps do not listen. They start moving in on Sienna's seat like vultures circling their prey. Beat it, runts. Let the adults handle this. Come on, let's help her up. He reaches out to touch her, thinking he hit the jackpot because she is actually gorgeous up close. The look in his eyes? Absolutely disgusting. He thinks he is getting lucky with a defenseless woman, but before his hand can land, Siren grabs his wrist. His voice is ice cold. Hands off. Now, Siron stares them down, not even blinking. Don't touch our professor. The two guys are stunned, then they start barking orders like they own the place. Who does this brat think he is? If you are students, what are you even doing out this late at a bar? Go home to your mommies. One word from me, and you are all expelled. Siren doesn't even flinch. He just stands his ground, face totally blank. Suddenly zap, a ball of magic sparks out of nowhere. The guy screams so loud his eyes nearly pop out of his head. Neen is standing there, magic ready to blow. I'd vanish if I were you. Unless you want to be publicly humiliated in front of everyone? The guys freeze, realizing they messed up. Wait, that is actual magic. They're mages. The other one starts shaking. Don't tell me they are from Anpas Magic Academy. He realizes this is way above his pay grade. Then, a new voice cuts through the air, sharp as a blade. Administrative Officer, Chris Silver Douglas. The guy spins around to find Eriki holding his wallet. My wallet? When the hell did you grab that from my pocket? Aruki is just chilling, checking the guy's ID. So, you are a big shot? He tosses the wallet back and smirks. If you want to expel us, come find Mekadin Aruki. I'll be waiting. The wallet smacks the guy right in his stupid, confused face. Talk about a total shutdown. He stammers, totally broken and terrified. Mekadin. Did he say Mekadin? The realization hits them like a truck. First-class nobility. 3 generations of royal advisors. They just tried to bully a Mekadin. Total game over. Those 2 punks? Ghosted. Scrammed. Total lightweights. Honestly, why even try to flex when you can't back it up? Nee watches them run and looks at Eriki, totally confused. Yo, since when do you pull the big family name card? I thought you hated that elite clout stuff. Aruki just shrugs. Only for trash who care about status. Anyway, let's bounce. This vibe is dead, and we've got good food to protect. Behind them, Professor Sienna is still out cold, snoring with a weirdly peaceful smile. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper prints that one photo and is basically doing a victory lap. He's looking at it like he just found a gold mine, a perfect, legendary shot of the uptight professor drunk and passed out. Straight up scandalous. Eruki grabs the camera and honestly, he's gotta respect the hustle. Nee, you're a freaking artist. Wait, you actually took a pic? Nee is beaming. This is it. Bro, this is our leverage. Our research club is officially saved from getting the axe. Cut to Siron, who's currently drenched in sweat and breathing heavy. Why? Because Sienna is currently slumped on his back like a literal sack of bricks. Why am I the designated pack mule for Professor Sienna? Siren grunts. Nay just teases him. What, you jealous? 'Cause I low-key am. Eriki pipes up with the logic. Simple math, Siren. You're the powerhouse of the group. Siren's just dying inside. Every step feels like his legs are about to snap. Aruki is so weak he'd probably collapse before even taking a step. He walks up to Siren and offers a little pro tip. Try using a schematic. Siren's like, are you serious? You think I can just turn that on like a light switch? Eriki explains that once you tap into your soul's domain, the schematic follows. Nee turns around, eyes wide like he just remembered something huge. Oh yeah, the kingdom's got those legendary arcane blade masters too. Eriki hypes Siren up. Trust me, you've got the talent for this. Siren's eyes literally light up. For real? Bet. Teach me. Aruki starts the masterclass. Alright, step 1. Eyes shut. Focus on you and only you. He starts guiding Siron in that smooth narrator voice. I'm gonna ask some deep questions. Just follow my voice. Siron is locked in, ready. He starts diving deep into his own subconscious. Deep breaths, feeling the inner self. Total Zen mode. In that quiet mental space, he hears Eriki's voice echoing. You hear me, Siren? Stay calm. Breathe. Eriki leans in, looking all mysterious, and then drops the bomb. Okay, tell me, where exactly was your first kiss with Senior Ami? Siren's eyes snap open. Deadass? He's just standing there, totally done with these two as they burst out laughing. Got him. Siren got played. The sky above is stunning, though deep purple, a crescent moon, and stars everywhere. Total movie vibes. As they cross the bridge, Siren sighs. Look, guys, stop using her weakness to blackmail her into favors. Nay is not having it. Why? We worked hard for this blackmail material. Siren softens his voice. Come on. Nay, you know the deal. Professor Sienna. She's had a rough day. She's tired, and she's hurting. Sienna is still fast asleep, totally oblivious on Siren's back. Eriki adds, she just doesn't want us to end up broken like she was. Nay goes quiet, looking away from his friends. He ruffles his hair, looking stressed, and finally makes a call. Fine, but the former president left this group to me. If we disband, I'm the one who… Nee looks at the photo, hesitates for a second, then yeets it straight into the river. He watches it vanish into the dark water. Screw it, it'll work out somehow. The three of them lock eyes, and you can feel the hype building. Yeah, we'll just do it our way. Then, out of nowhere, Sienna bolts upright. Do what, exactly? The boys almost jump out of their skins. Siren is stammering. Professor, you're awake? Sienna just rolls her eyes. You kids are a handful. Seriously. She fixes her coat, looking all dignified again. Look, I'll keep your little secrets. The boys are blinking in shock. Huh? Sienna sees their confused faces and sighs. It means I'm not gonna punish you. Get it? They all gasp in unison. For real? Then Sienna points a finger at them, dropping the hammer. But I'm giving you exactly 1 month. She goes full professor mode. Prove it to me. Ghosts, magic, whatever. If you actually care about this research group, use that confidence to convince the whole academy. She's talking with pure passion now. Go out there and take what you want. Siren feels a chill, the good kind. He whispers, Professor, while Nay is basically vibrating with excitement. Yes, ma'am. Nay stands tall in front of her, full of resolve. Presentation or not, we're gonna show them what we're worth. We'll prove it with pride. Eriki chimes in, grinning. Guess it's time to actually use our brains for once. Huh? Sienna smiles. Good luck. Don't let me down. Nee shouts back. Just don't act too shocked when we crush it. Siren watches them all, smiling to himself. Everything's chaotic, but everything's right. He feels a massive weight lifted off his shoulders. The four of them walk across the bridge together. But then, the boys start getting suspicious. Wait, Professor, when exactly did you wake up? Since when does a master mage pass out from a few sips of wine? Sienna starts stuttering. Look, it's complicated. Fast forward a few days. The sun is shining, the clouds are fluffy, but the academy is absolutely buzzing with gossip. Wait, what's this? A research presentation? A massive poster is plastered on the board, and everyone's crowding around it. Hold up, since when did Siron join this weirdo club? Even Aruki the genius senior is scratching his head. Spiritual Science Research Group? What kind of sketchy, low-budget club name is that? The poster looks like a total fever dream, all gray tones and creepy vibes, designed specifically to mess with your head. Spiritual Science. The terrifying truth of Anpas Magic Academy. Outside the castle walls, people are already whispering. Is this a joke, or are things about to get real? Siren and Aruki are actually in on this? I mean, come on, is this supposed to be an academic presentation or a ghost hunters convention? Rewind the clock. 10 days ago, back at Istis, Nen was literally about to pull his hair out. I've got nothing. My brain is officially fried. He flops onto the sofa with a massive sigh, looking like a total zombie after pulling way too many all-nighters. The table is a disaster zone of research cards. Aruki's passed out across from him, and Siron is basically sliding off his chair in pure defeat. Aruki rubs his face, trying to stay awake. Look, we've been at this for days, but look at this pile of trash we're working with. Goblins, zombies, exorcisms, spirits, psychics, spooks, gods, haunted houses, telepathy, aliens. It's all the same junk. Souls, Ouija boards, the afterlife, out-of-body stuff, ghost stories, doppelgangers. It's a total circus. He keeps going, looking at the cards in his hands. One side is all monsters and spirits. The other is supernatural senses. Honestly, none of it is cool. Nen looks completely lost. Man, even if this stuff was actually real, how are we supposed to show it during a presentation? It's not like we can just summon a spirit on stage and ask it for a high five, right? The cards just fly everywhere. 3 geniuses, 1 project, and absolutely 0 clues. Total fail. It's been 3 days since they made that bold promise to Professor CNA. We're gonna win this, they said. Yeah, right. Good luck with that. They're supposed to be studying spiritual science, but the professor just pointed at them and barked, "Just show me a ghost or something." Siren just sighs. How the heck are you supposed to show someone something that's literally invisible to the human eye? That's why Nen's going off the deep end. He's throwing photos around like a madman. Aruki's just watching him like, "Bro, why are you tossing the research?" Nen's response? "I was already crazy. Don't worry about it." Meanwhile, Siren just lets out a massive yawn. "I'm done. I'm so done." He starts to walk away, done with the nonsense, when he glimmers something out of the corner of his eye and freezes. Ah! He lets out a straight-up scream. Right there, behind him, is a see-through version of Nen, grinning like a creep. Siron hits the floor hard. Nen just peeks over the chair, laughing his head off. "Gotcha. Hey, why don't we just trick them like this and say it's a real ghost?" Aruki doesn't even move. He's still lounging with his legs up. "That's just a lightning shadow trick. Man, calm down." Siron scrambles to his feet, heart still pounding. "I don't care what it is. He was looking right at me. It was terrifying." Aruki rolls his eyes. No real mage is gonna fall for a cheap trick like that. Nen just shrugs. I mean, it worked on Siren, didn't it? Tricking someone for 2 seconds doesn't count as a win. Nen. Siron just stands there, feeling like a total clown. Suddenly, he snaps. He stands up, fists clenched, looking totally fired up. "We don't need to prove anything. We don't need to verify a thing." Nen's like, "Wait, what? Let's just go find Professor Siena's weakness instead. That's a much better plan, right?" Aruki rubs his chin, getting a weird vibe. "Wait, I think Siren's actually onto something. He's got that look in his eyes." Siron explains himself. "It wasn't the trick that scared me. It was something deeper. A fear I didn't even know I had." Nen leans in. "Keep talking, bro. I'm listening." Siron gets dead serious. "Forget trying to make them believe in evidence. We're going to drag their hidden fears right out into the light." Araki's eyes widen. Now he's interested. "Oh, I see where you're going. Instead of proving it so they believe, we make them believe first. And times then times we hit them with the proof." Bingo, Siren smirks. It's a total mind game. Nen grabs Siren's face and shakes him. "You genius. You're gonna save us all. Get off me. You haven't showered in 3 days." Siren yells. Aruki just smiles. An inverted concept. That's actually brilliant. Aruki points at Nen's shadow, his brain already working a mile a minute. "The problem is, if we show them some gross-looking magic trick, even the most superstitious people won't buy it. Can you make that thing move? You know, creepier." Nen, who was getting shoved away by Siron for being stinky, snaps back to attention immediately. "Bro, obviously. Check this out." He starts weaving his hands together, sparks flying. "If I keep casting lightning shadows back to back. Look at this." Suddenly, a whole squad of Nen shadows appears, all making the same face, jumping and singing like a glitchy cartoon. If I do this 24 times a second, I can make it look like a smooth animation. Siron and Aruki just stare at their sleep-deprived friend dancing with ghosts. Siren turns away, face-palming. No, absolutely not. We are not using that. Aruki pipes up. Could we build a machine for it? Nen stops his dance and scratches his head, looking a bit awkward. I thought about that, but there's a catch. I can program the machine and move the projection. Sure, that's the easy part. Like, if someone walks into a forest and a ghost pops out, they're gonna scream, "Ah, ghost." But if someone doesn't react, the trick fails. They'll just stand there, totally calm, and be like, "What's this? Is this just a hologram?" And then we're toast. Siren leaned back, lost in thought. You're right, man. It totally threw me off when he looked straight at me. Right then, a hand shot up. Yo, that was all Aruki, he announced with pure confidence. I'm pretty sure I can handle that problem myself. The other two nearly jumped out of their skins. Wait, for real? You can actually pull that off? Aruki didn't even flinch. He just pointed up and shrugged. Predicting how they'll react is basic, honestly. We're just gonna use some high-level complex systems theory. Predicting reactions. Huh? Siren muttered, trying to keep up. All right, keep cooking. As they talked, a mental image of Siren's boring daily routine played out like a highlight reel. Aruki kept the technical jargon flowing. Once we've crunched the data on their basic reaction habits, we basically just program the whole vibe. Check it if the math says Siren's gonna look left. We make sure a ghost is right there, staring back at him the second he turns. Now, once Siren freaks out and bolts, the system has two moves. Either chase him down or just keep up the creepy death stare. Siren's jaw hit the floor. Wait, you can seriously do all that? Like, for real, for real? Look, everyone at this academy is a creature of habit. It's doable, Aruki said. But there's a catch. We need a massive mountain of data to make it stick. He kept breaking it down. We're gonna need some serious memory storage too. But the real kicker? We need a way to blast this entire program to every single machine at once. Nay rubbed his chin, looking stressed. My lightning mana isn't gonna cut it. It'll fizzle out way too fast. Suddenly, his eyes lit up like he just had a massive brain blast. Nay blurted out, Wait, Siren, you can do that photoluminescence thing, right? Siren blinked, startled by the sudden shift. I mean, yeah, I can use light script. Then it clicked. He remembered what the professor said back in the ivory tower, the place with all that cutting-edge, top-tier magic. Everyone was saying photoluminescence was going to be the next big revolution for high-speed data exchange. A total game changer. Siren's heart started racing. Right. Professor Senna called it. Using light as the medium. It's genius. He was getting hyped now. We can actually do this. But Aruki slowed them down. We can build the perfect ghost, sure. But just scaring them with some spirits? I don't think that's enough of a punch. He turned his gaze towards Siron. You've got a backup plan, don't you, Siron? Siron nodded slowly. Yeah, but honestly, I thought you'd hate it. I was thinking of throwing in some psychological mind games, Siren said, scribbling on a notepad. Aruki and En leaned in, curious. Siren started sweating. What? Is it too much? Is it too convenient? We can swap out the keywords if it's too weird. Nay stared at the paper, his face unreadable. No, this is it, Nay whispered. Siron blinked. Seriously? Nay just nodded, dead serious. I'm for real. This is gold. I never even dreamed we could weaponize a presentation like this, Nay admitted. Aruki smirked. If this works, the entire academy is going to be turned upside down. Guaranteed. A total 180. Siren was buzzing with energy now. Really? That's sick. Nay was grinning ear to ear. All right. It's settled then. Game on. Time to split up. I'm heading out to build the hardware right now. Aruki, you're on coding duty. Siren, start prepping that light script. Siren and En were basically vibrating with excitement. Heck yeah. We're actually gonna save this group. Aruki, however, went quiet. Guys, there's one more thing. N froze. Ugh, not again. What's the damage this time? Aruki looked at his notes with a grim face. I just crunched the numbers for the data transfer. Siren gulped. How much juice do we need? Aruki held up his hands. 3 times the amount we have now, and you've got to hold that output for 10 straight minutes. He looked Siren dead in the eye. What do you think? Can your body even handle that? Siren and N turned ghost white. Siren's voice cracked. 10. He looked completely wrecked. 10 minutes. 10 days later at the ISAS hall, Nay slammed the door open, looking frantic. Yo, guys, I just finished hanging the posters and holy crap. Inside, Eriki was buried in code, literally writing the behavior equations for the entire day. Meanwhile, Siren looked like he'd been through a blender, still grinding his light script training. He turned his head slowly. What's the word? Nay was breathless. The hype is unreal. Everyone is talking about it. They're all saying they wouldn't miss this for the world. Siren wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. He couldn't believe people were actually coming after seeing those wild posters. Aruki looked worried. Man, putting our names on it might have been a mistake. If the crowd is this big, the workload is gonna skyrocket. We're gonna be swamped. What's the head count? Any guesses? Nay let out a hysterical laugh. I don't even know, man, but it looks like more than half the academy is showing up. Outside in the halls, you could hear people shouting. Aruki, Siren, you guys better not be capping. 17 days left until the Supernatural Soul Research Group's big moment. Footsteps echoed down the hall. Lumina was walking through the corridor, her ears catching every bit of the juicy gossip flying around. You think it's going to be a disaster or a masterpiece? Who knows? But seeing Siron and Aruki teaming up for a presentation? That's legendary. I'm betting my lunch money it's going to be wild. No way those two do something basic. I gotta see what they're cooking. Every whisper, every rumor, Lumina soaked it all in. As she walked, she spotted a shadowy figure lurking between the school buildings. Suddenly, a voice drifted from the shadows. Is it true? Is that supernatural ghost club actually trying to make a comeback? She stopped, her voice cold. It's not decided yet. Whether that group survives or rots is still up in the air. She stepped closer to the darkness. Word is, if this presentation flops, the academy is pulling the plug and seizing their lab for good. The voice in the corner scoffed. Please, that group is cooked. Their glory days are ancient history. They're dead weight now. Another figure with short hair moved in the dark. Don't count them out just yet. They've got Aruki, the Savant Syndrome genius, and then there's Siron, the guy who literally took down a dark mage. And honestly, we'd be idiots to underestimate what Nay can bring to the table. The guy just sneered, looking totally unimpressed. Whatever, they're just low-tier students. What we actually need to worry about is the fallout times after times their little show. Meanwhile, one girl keeps walking straight ahead, and just like that, the shadow war for control of the research has officially kicked off. Let's get into it. Inside a pitch-black room, the only sound is the frantic, desperate grinding of teeth. Then suddenly, bam, the bricks in the wall slide apart, letting in a sliver of light that cuts through the gloom. In that dim glow, you can see Siron's face, and man, he looks stressed out of his mind. Teeth clenched, brows furrowed. Pure, raw focus. He's deep in the zone, pushing a high-stakes recovery technique to the limit. He shoves his hands forward, and boom, spiritual energy explodes from his palms in a blinding flash of power. A few moments later, Siren's hands are shaking and drenched in sweat. You can tell he's hitting his breaking point. He collapses onto the floor, looking completely drained. He calls this mental recovery, but honestly, it's more like self-torture. It's a hardcore, edge-of-your-seat method to force magic output through the roof right after your mental energy hits zero. You get about 20 minutes of recovery time, and then you just keep burning through it until you've got absolutely nothing left. Usually, one spell takes 40 minutes of non-stop, soul-crushing concentration, which makes this method totally suicidal. Siren checks his pocket watch, thinking, man, if the professor caught me doing this, I'd be dead meat. The timer reads 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Siren's face drops. He's frustrated. TSK, that's terrible. The whole point of pushing himself this hard was to maintain his light magic for at least 5 minutes straight. 7 days until the big presentation. He grits his teeth and makes a choice. He's aiming for 10 minutes now, no matter what. I've got no choice but to keep going until my brain literally breaks, he mutters. But deep down, he's wondering if he can actually pull this off. Right then, Nate pokes his head in. He looks at Siren and winces. Yo, Siren, you still alive in here? You okay, man? Siren jumps like he's seen a ghost. Yeah. Obviously. I'll have it ready before the deadline. Nate just looks at him, eyes actually starting to tear up. Be real, man, he whispers. This goal is way too far out there. It's beyond what any fifth year should even try. And if we fail, our whole group is. He trails off. They both know it'll be a total disaster for everyone involved. Siren shakes it off, trying to play it cool for his friend. I told you, don't sweat it. He quickly pivots the conversation. Anyway, how's your side? You done? Nate blinks, suddenly remembering. Oh, right. I was actually just about to run another test. Come check this out. Siren follows him into the next room and freezes. There's Aruki, rocking massive dark circles under his eyes, writing his thesis like a man possessed. Aruki, holy hell, dude. Siren rushes over and shakes his shoulder. Are you even conscious right now? You okay? Aruki doesn't even stop writing. His hands are a blur, and his eyes are wide and totally glassy. Don't worry, I'll make the deadline. Siren is speechless. Okay, we're all officially crazy, he thinks. There's no stopping this train now. Siren, look. Nate interrupts his thoughts. Siren looks over and his jaw literally hits the floor. Wait, is this it? The prototype, he asks, eyes wide with excitement. Nate laughs. This is the final test for your light magic. I need to see if this light cable Aruki's dad sent us can actually handle the power. Nate hands him a glass orb. All right, Siren, grip this and use your magic. Let's see what happens. Siren does exactly that. He grabs the orb with both hands. Once he's steady, he gives the signal. Ready, let's go. He shuts his eyes and pours every ounce of energy into that sphere. Suddenly, whoosh, the thing lights up like a miniature sun. The light flows perfectly through the cable attached to it. Siren's eyes go wide. Whoa, it's working. This is amazing. Nate's grinning ear to ear. Pretty sick, right? His voice is full of pride. And yeah, it's definitely sick. Seeing that glow, Siren finally feels it. They've actually got a chance. They're halfway to a win. A few nights later, through a miserable, pouring rain, someone's rushing through the mud. It's Nate. He gets inside, shivering and soaked to the bone. He doesn't even dry off, he heads straight for Siren's room. He peeks inside, heart racing. Siren, the presentation is almost here. You ready, man? Silence. It's eerily quiet. Nate calls out again, a pit forming in his stomach. Then, suddenly, Siren's pocket watch slides across the floor, stopping right at Nate's feet. He leans down and picks it up. Nate's eyes go wide. No way. He's practically beaming. Siren, you actually did it, didn't you? Siren steps out of the room. He's covered in sweat, looking like he's been through a war, but he's wearing a massive, triumphant grin. He gives Nate a huge thumbs up. Time to go to work, brother. Let's do this. Finally, the big day arrives. The academy is packed. The Spirit Science Research Group is all there, and the hype in the air is absolutely electric. People are laughing and shouting everywhere. This is going to be great. The booths are slammed, and the energy is off the charts. Let's get it. Snacks, get your snacks. Back of the line, people. A server weaves through the crowd, tray held high. Anpas Academy's legendary peach juice right here. Up front, a pink-haired girl is working the crowd, waving flyers like her life depends on it. Grab a flyer. Don't be shy. Suddenly, heavy footsteps drown out the chatter, followed by a voice that sounds like a bag of gravel. Huh? What's with the carnival vibe today? Oh, it's just Sliderm. Back from your 2-month suspension. I see. The guy grumbles, looking totally annoyed. Why is it so crowded? The pink-haired girl slides right up and shoves a flyer in his face. Take a flyer and get in line, please. Mar blinks, totally lost. Wait, what? Thanks a bunch. Mar stares at the paper in his hand. Bro, for real? This flyer looks like a kindergartner drew it. Then, something catches his eye. Hold up. Past the janky ghost drawings. The title is literally screaming for attention in bold letters. The Spooky Science Squad. The terrifying truth behind Anpas Magic Academy. Secrets the school is hiding. Exposed soon. The hook is clickbait gold. But what actually stops Mar cold is one specific name. Arian Siron. That name. He scowls, his blood starting to boil. Wait, this childish presentation? That's his? I thought he was supposed to be a genius. Who would even watch this? Suddenly, Maria, who also just finished a 2-month suspension, peeks over his shoulder at the flyer. She practically squeals with excitement. Ooh, Senior Siren. Let's go check it out. Maria starts yanking on Mar's sleeve like a hyperactive puppy. You're coming, right? Come on, let's go. Mar sighs, giving in. Fine, whatever. Maybe I'll actually learn something. Before he can even finish his sentence, Maria is already dragging him toward the crowd. Line up over here, she yells. Turns out, while they were suspended, the school gave them some special education. Basically, Mar was trapped in a tower and got hit with way more education than anyone ever should. While Maria is dragging Mar to the show, a group of girls nearby starts whispering, and the hype is building fast. One girl with chestnut hair points toward the front, eyes wide. Whoa, guys, isn't that the graduating class over there? Her friend with black hair can't believe it. No way. The elite seniors? Here? Another girl jumps in, desperate for a look. Where are they? Soon, every eye in the place is on Ami and Serial. The crowd erupts. It's Senior Ami and Senior Serial. They're actually here. Everyone's confused. Why would the top-tier graduates show up for an advanced class presentation? Then, someone drops a truth bomb. Duh, Senior Siron is her boyfriend. The crowd loses their minds. No way. Amidst the chaos, Serial is casually feeding Ami a piece of cake. Open wide, sweetie. She coos, totally teasing her. Ami is dying of embarrassment. She can't take it anymore and snaps at Serial. Why did we have to come to this low-level presentation anyway? Serial just giggles, not letting her off the hook. Oh, come on. How long are you gonna play hard to get? We're here because it's your boyfriend's time's big moment, she adds, making sure to emphasize that last part. Ami hides her face in her hands, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. Talk about a massive backfire. Suddenly, the vibe shifts again. The crowd turns toward the entrance. Wait, a Class 1 senior is here too? People are stunned. Why would someone that rare show up for this? Even Ami is confused. Who is big enough to make a top student like her look like a background character? Serial points to a guy in a sharp black suit wearing the school's highest badge of honor. Look, over there. The crowd is whispering like crazy now. Is that Senior Formy? No way he's here for a presentation. Jaws are literally hitting the floor. Wait, that's Hay from the Wave Tech department. And Ken, the guy they call the electronic monster, plus Richard the alchemist and Senior Sen too. The students can't believe their eyes. What the hell is going on today? Is this a reunion or something? It's not just the juniors, even Serial is shaking. Why is the entire Class 1 elite squad here? Ami, though, she's starting to see the pattern. She asks Serial, what do you think they all have in common? Serial blinks. Common? Ami looks at the lineup. Exactly. Rumor has it, every single one of them belongs to that shady group, the Golden Ancient Scroll. Inside the hall, every seat is filled. The tension is thick enough to cut with a wand. Sienna is serving tea when she spots a silver-haired teacher and nearly drops the tray. She's stuttering, totally starstruck. Principal, what on earth brings you here today? She manages to choke out. Principal Alpheus just gives a warm, easy smile and waves. The students worked so hard on this. Of course I had to see it for myself. Sienna quickly snaps into gear, bowing low. Of course, sir. Please, take the seat of honor. Right this way. Anpas sat down with a smirk, looking like a harmless old man. But don't let that fool you behind those squinty eyes. He was busy crunching numbers and plotting his next move. All right, let's see what these runts have for me today, he thought. The lecture hall was absolutely packed, not a single empty seat in sight. People were actually groaning. Seriously? No more room? Quit pushing. Man. Amy just stood there, judging the whole vibe with a massive side-eye. She spotted Mar and Maria sitting together, and way off in the distance, the FMY crew was holding it down. The front row was strictly VIP only reserved for Anpheus, Sienna, and all the high and mighty teachers. Seeing all the school's heavy hitters in one place made Ami wonder, was there some secret memo she didn't get? Suddenly, bam, lights out. The whole hall went pitch black until a single spotlight hit center stage. Then, the announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, a guy in a sharp suit said, trying to look all professional. He was there to introduce the big presentation on spiritual science. Talk about a weird flex. He raised his hand, showtime. The ambitious spiritual science research team was finally stepping up to the plate. Fast forward 30 minutes. And yeah, it was the exact opposite of what everyone expected. Zero applause. Instead, a literal rain of paper and people throwing serious shade. It was a total dumpster fire. Students were crumpling up their notes and chucking them at the stage. What did I expect from class 5? They yelled. Total joke. Go back to class. You're wasting our time. Another kid screamed. I feel scammed right now. Ami was frozen, just totally stunned. Sariel leaned over, whispering her name. You okay? Up on stage, the tech crew was frantically adjusting the lights for N. Thanks for coming out today, guys. A voice cut through the noise. He gave a quick intro. I'll be your MC for this little session. I'm Win, the leader of the spiritual science research team. His voice was pure confidence, not a hint of nerves. Today's topic? Spirits. Down in the crowd, Mar scowled. Spirits? You mean like ghosts? Lame. But Maria? She was totally mesmerized. She couldn't take her eyes off the stage. N kept going with his pitch. Just a warning, some of this might get a bit creepy, so watch your backs. As soon as he said that, boom. Every light on stage hit at once. Yellow, blue, red, it was a literal explosion of color. The production value was insane. The whole room went ooh. At the same time, now that's a crowd pleaser. Headmaster Anphis was all smiles. The kids really nailed the tech, didn't they? Sienna just sighed. I guess. In her head, she was impressed. Nice idea. Wait, is that 3D? What are they actually trying to do? Suddenly, a massive, ancient castle-like school appeared on the screen. N grabbed the mic, his voice dropping an octave. Ever wonder about the stories? The ones from before this school was even built? Let's go back. 250 years. He snapped his fingers. The screen flickered to an old, dusty village. This place used to be a tiny farming village, he explained, painting the picture. But the peaceful vibe didn't last. Suddenly, the screen showed war and chaos. N's voice got slow, heavy. The Great Conquest War changed everything. People had to flee deep into the mountains just to stay alive. Regular folks, and even soldiers who were done with the fighting, everyone went into hiding. Right then, pitch black. Every light in the hall died. The darkness was thick, super unsettling. The students gasped, eyes darting around. What the hell? The lights. N's voice came back, but it wasn't calm anymore. It was creepy, chilling. That's when the things that weren't human, appeared. And then, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air. The jumpy kids were losing it, faces pale, hair standing on end. Total panic mode. It's just a show, right? Nothing's gonna jump out, they whispered. Then, a bloody, armored knight stumbled onto the stage. Nam's voice went deep. The knight started growling, flailing its arms around like a maniac. He was covered in blood, looking exactly like a zombie. N explained that an evil spirit had completely hijacked the guy's body. The The kids who were just terrified, they suddenly burst out laughing. One guy even pointed and mocked him. Is that Aruki? What's he doing? He looks ridiculous. Aruki was stumbling around like he'd had way too much to drink. He was groaning and moaning. It was supposed to be scary, but it was just hilarious. The audience was dying. Cariel was laughing so hard she couldn't breathe. This is too much. It's so funny. Amy just sat there, confused. Wait, is this supposed to be a scientific presentation or just a bad high school play? Yo, check the stage. The story's moving fast. And suddenly, the lights flip to this icy, death-cold blue. That cozy village vibe? Totally gone. Now it's just straight-up eerie silence. Then Nate's voice cuts through the air, and man, it sounds absolutely gut-wrenching. He's screaming for his girl, Olia. Olia, where are you? Damn it. To avoid the war, he ran all the way here, but he ended up losing the one person who actually mattered. Talk about a brutal trade. He's clutching his chest like his heart is literally being ripped out, looking completely wrecked. Down in the crowd, Maria's gripping her hands together, totally locked into the drama. Seems like our boy lost his soulmate while they were trying to make their big escape. But the MC? He's not feeling it like Maria is. His face is all twisted up like he's judging the whole thing. What is this crap? Isn't this supposed to be a school presentation? He's like, when is the guest of honor actually going to show up? And right then, the person he was waiting for finally makes an entrance. Siren's voice rings out, making the MC almost choke on his own spit. Noah, I'm here. At Siron's call, every single person in the audience whips their heads around to stare. Under those dim, hazy spotlights, there he is, Siren, standing there in a straight-up gorgeous white dress. He puts a hand to his heart, sounding all soft and devoted. My love. The whole room basically hits the ceiling. The girls are screaming their heads off. Wait, Siron Sunbay. The girls are turning bright red, not believing their own eyes. Is that really the Siron they know? Meanwhile, the guys are absolutely losing it, laughing until their stomachs hurt. In the VIP seats, Sienna's jaw is literally on the floor. Total shock. Down by the stage, Sorel's frowning. He nudges Ami. Did Siren seriously go full girl mode? Ami? She's a statue. Completely paralyzed by the spicy scene unfolding on stage. Serial starts shaking her. Ami, get it together. Snap out of it. Back in the spotlight, Siren lunges into Nate's arms. Nate's playing the part perfectly, grabbing Siren's shoulders all tenderly. Olia, I missed you so much. Siren doesn't miss a beat. Let's never be apart again. Okay? And then, Nate and Siren lock eyes like they're the only two people in the world. Siren leans up. Nate slowly leans down. Oh man, it looks like they're about to go in for a full-on, heated kiss. Maria's face is basically a tomato. She's stammering. No way. Please tell me they aren't actually. The guys are leaning forward, eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single second. I mean, you can't look away now. They've got the whole room under a spell. They're inches apart, lips almost touching. Cyriel's like, for real? And Ami's shaking. In these plays, they usually do it for real. But right at the climax, boom, Aruki teleports in wearing blood-soaked armor right behind Nate. He opens his mouth like he's about to eat him alive and, chomp, bites Nate right on the shoulder. Nate lets out a scream that sounds like he's actually being murdered. Save me. Help. Seeing the blood spray, the audience is collectively losing their minds. Then dead silence. The whole room just goes cold. Suddenly, every light in the building cuts out. Pitch black. Maria is so freaked out she literally buries herself in the MC's side. Okay, that was actually kinda terrifying. Being Maria's human shield has the MC feeling super awkward. Then, a single spotlight hits center stage. Nate's holding an ancient book, looking dead serious. This whole story, he says, it's from a cursed diary we found while digging through the Academy's hidden history. He's all hyped up now. Our team started researching it immediately, and let me tell you, the truth we found? Absolutely mind-blowing. Apparently, spirits turn into monsters because they get infected by pure, concentrated evil from other dark entities. And now, They're just wandering the human world, looking for a body to hijack. The students are starting to get the chills. Nate's eyes get sharp, almost predatory. Suddenly, a massive bell appears behind him. Dong! The sound echoes through the hall. The kids jump. Wait, what? That's the midnight bell. But it's not even 7 o'clock yet. How is it ringing now? Nate's voice goes all low and ghostly. When the sun goes down and the light is completely gone, that's when the spirits come out to play. At midnight, Maria is shaking like a leaf. RMC? Still got that, are you kidding me? Look on his face. He's not buying the act. Nate grins on stage, looking totally wicked. You guys have never seen a real spirit at midnight, have you? Maybe that's because they only show themselves to the people they've already chosen to haunt. But hey, after our little show, I bet you're a little curious, right? You're finally starting to tune into their frequency. Tonight, when that bell tolls 12, do me a favor, look around you. You might just see one of those nasty spirits lurking nearby. The audience is low-key panicking now. Wait, what? That's messed up. Some guys try to act tough. Total cap, I'm staying in the library until midnight just to prove he's lying. Amidst all the whispering, Nate just shuts it down. Good luck with that. Anyway, that's our presentation. Peace out. The room goes quiet for 3 seconds. Then, every light in the building flickers back on. The hall is bright again. Everyone's blinking like, wait, is it over? People are looking at each other, totally confused. That's it? Just a jump scare and a story? Then, the floodgates open. Paper and trash start flying toward the stage along with a wave of insults. You call this a presentation? This is garbage. The students are rioting. No data, no evidence, just a bunch of weird theater kids acting out. Seriously? You guys showed us literally nothing. We're such clowns for actually trusting Siren and Aruki. I knew it was going to be a total bust. Forget those spirit things. Ami just huffed, flipped her hair, and stormed out, screaming her head off. Straight up cringe. I knew hanging with those weirdos would end like this. Saral scrambled after Ami, calling out her name. Ami. Even the rumored alchemy club kids bailed without a word. Only Phi stayed behind, glued to the seat like a statue. Up in the VIP section, Sienna was sweating bullets. She turned to Anpas, stuttering, I am so sorry, headmaster. She practically doubled over, promising to punish those brats. Then she pulled a fake-as-hell smile. I mean, they're the occult club, so it's kinda expected, right? But Anpas? Chill as a cucumber. He just waved it off like it was no big deal at all. Don't sweat it. But why would they do this? Sienna sighed behind her hand, wondering if she was an idiot for trusting them. Anfis stepped toward the stage, looking deep in thought. If they were gonna flake out now, they wouldn't have started this mess in the first place. Right, Siren? Anpheus let out a low chuckle, his eyes gleaming with total trust as he laughed from the sidelines. He turned to Aruki with a smirk. Did you see their faces? Totally priceless, right? Araki nodded. Oh, for sure. One look at their eyes told the whole story. The confused students, Maria's anxiety, Mars' trash-tier attitude. According to Araki, the seeds of doubt were officially planted. That mystery pot on stage was going to play a huge part in this master plan. Then, Siren stepped up from the back. He looked at Nede and Araki. Phase 1? Complete. Siron was hyped. Now, let's show these people what a real spirit looks like. Midnight was creeping up. The elite academy was dead quiet, swallowed by darkness under a creepy purple sky. It made the whole place feel super eerie and just wrong. The clock was ticking. It was already 11:30. Nettie stood outside Saron's door. Time's up, Saron. You done with that meditation thing yet? Siren gave a quick nod and stepped out with Nady. Turns out, Needy had been grinding out in the rain a few days ago. He'd been running all over campus on a top-secret mission, setting up hundreds of hologram projectors everywhere. All the wiring was buried deep underground, ready to beam out Araki's predicted moves to the world. Deep in a hidden basement, Needy crept along, whispering to Siren, "Watch your step, man. Don't trip now." Araki checked his watch, counting down. 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Wait, make that 9 seconds. Can't be early, can't be late. Midnight is prime ghost time. Iruki raised his hand. Wait for my signal, then we go live. Nide was sweating over the control panel. You're up, Siren. Everything depends on you now, buddy. Don't miss. Siren stepped up, placing both hands on a glowing white crystal ball. Iruki signaled, and Nito was shaking as he watched Siren. He raised his voice now or never. Siren started dumping massive amounts of spirit energy into that crystal. Boom! The crystal exploded with blinding light. Needy shielded his eyes, shouting, "Whoa, that's some serious power." Even Iruki was low-key stunned. Siren's magic had hit a whole new level after just 1 month of training. Insane. Needy cheered, "That's our boy." But Siren? He wasn't celebrating. Not even a little bit. He frowned, muttering under his breath, "Something's wrong. It feels like I'm pouring water into a bottomless bucket." Hearing that, Nady jumped. "Wait. What? Don't tell me." He scrambled to the controls, screaming, "What the hell is going on?" Iruki was freaking out. "Talk to me. What's the situation?" Nady was practically crying. "The output won't budge. The needle is stuck at 18%. Iruki turned pale. "How? Can you fix it?" Nide was in full panic mode. "I don't know. My math was perfect. This shouldn't be happening." The culprit? Dirty rats. They'd chewed through the conduits, so Siren's energy couldn't even reach the projectors. After a desperate struggle, Iruki's shoulders slumped. "It's over. We failed. Big time." The clock in Iruki's hand showed only seconds until midnight. Need looked at the floor. "This is all on me." He started spiraling. "I was so stupid, so careless. I couldn't even build a simple device for the ghost show." Iruki tried to speak, but Nide was already sobbing. "I'm so sorry for dragging you guys into this. Sorry for making you look like total jokes." He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "I'll take the fall for this. Whatever it takes." He looked at Siren. "Just stop. It's over." "Siren, I'll take the heat for this." But Siren wasn't having it. "No way." He snapped back. His voice was steady. "We worked way too hard for this. Sacrificed too much sleep. Nede, Iruki, give me everything you've got left." Siren's eyes were blazing with pure determination. "There is no way I'm letting it end like this. Not today." Iruki sensed something dangerous coming. "Nede, stop Siren. Now." But Nede was just standing there, totally confused. "Huh?" After a sec, Anin totally loses it and starts stuttering. "No. No way. Man. No way." N-In screams his head off. Is he really going for the immortality cheat code? And boom, Siren's internal energy starts exploding. Eyes glowing like LED lights. Siren slips into a trippy, infinite spiral dimension. Iruki and N are absolutely not having it. "Stop it, Siren, stop right now." Iruki's shaking him like crazy. "Damn it, why won't this thing just shut down?" N grabs Siren's hand, trying to rip that glowing orb away. He's straight up sobbing. "Please stop. You're gonna literally vanish." "Dude." Enin's crying now, saying, "We can just quit this research group. I can't lose you again, bro." Siren just whispers his name. His face is weirdly calm. "I'm not scared anymore." Then, blue lightning flashes deep inside Siren's head like a circuit shorting. This insane, raw power starts taking over his entire body. It's terrifying. We're talking world-ending levels of scary here. Siren can barely handle the pressure. He's gritting his teeth so hard, making these painful, muffled groans through the gaps. He remembers Lord Amin saying he wouldn't disappear. Then Siren lets out a gut-wrenching scream as his body starts turning into dust. He tells himself to focus. Every beautiful memory starts flashing before his eyes like a high-speed movie reel on fast forward. Hugging his parents, the bright smiles from Gina and Ran. That first time meeting Ami and Serial, it all comes back. All those days just chilling with N and Iruki, the look of total trust from Principal Alpheus. Seeing Amin again, every life or death moment, every drop of sweat for this very second, it all reminds Siren of the truth. Who is he? Once he remembers his identity, that immortality energy wakes up for real, and he stops fading away. It's actually working. Siron's body starts knitting itself back together, piece by piece, returning to its original state. Eamon was right, Siron didn't vanish. He snaps his eyes open and swears he's done running away for good. Siron lets out a massive roar. Enon panics, asking if he's okay. Siron just keeps screaming his lungs out. Eroki reacts fast, yelling at En. En dives for the controls and suddenly freezes. Wait, what the? Enon can't believe his eyes. No way. The needle is jumping. The numbers are hitting 157%. En signals Eruki through his tears. Eruki, right now, Eruki is holding the kill switch. Following En's lead, he slams that lever down hard. Meanwhile, at the girls' dorm, Maria's acting all chill. Wait, is it midnight already? Man, time flies. Maria's a grade 7 student. She closes her book. Bummer, but I gotta sleep. Got class tomorrow morning anyway. Suddenly, Maria starts shivering. A memory hits her that sends a literal chill straight down her spine. I totally forgot that spirit story. Is it true you see ghosts at midnight? She's low-key spooked now. She lets out a long sigh. Siren, come on. Spirits aren't even real. Then Maria happens to glance at the window. A ghost is literally hovering right there. It looks gnarly, skeletal face, sunken eyes, drooling right against the glass. Maria is paralyzed with fear. Then Ami's voice rings out in a piercing scream. Get lost! Get away from me! Glass shatters everywhere as a flower vase hits the floor. Pure chaos is breaking loose in the girl's wing. This tall, dark shadow is looming over. Ami, what are you? How'd you get in? It's a ghost in knight armor, mocking her. Ami's eyes are wide. Did that thing just laugh? Without thinking, she turns tail and starts sprinting for her life. She's screaming her head off. Sariel bursts out of the next room into Ami's. Ami, a ghost just appeared in mine too. Ami's shocked. You saw it too? Sariel's terrified. That means they both slowly turn around together. It's a total mess. Every girl in the dorm is pouring out of their rooms like a kicked beehive. Screams are echoing everywhere. Ghosts. Just run. Behind them is a full-on ghost army, looking absolutely hideous. The whole campus lights up as every room turns on. The academy is literally shaking from the sheer panic. I see them. Actual ghosts. Just like N warned during the presentation, midnight hits, and the evil spirits show up looking nasty. Those moans and wails are freaking everyone out. It sounds like a literal horror movie soundtrack playing on loop. These spirits are everywhere: the yard, the classrooms, the halls. There's nowhere left to hide. Kids are sleeping, then boom, screaming. Help! They're even coming from the sky. Total nightmare fuel. The entire school is rocked by this ghost-pocalypse in a single night. Everyone's losing it. Why won't they stop chasing us? Back off. Stay away. This old academy tower hasn't seen this much action in forever. Students are swarming the courtyard, huddling together. The girls are crying, begging someone to do something. The guys are desperately trying to use their magic to fight back against the spirit horde. A light brown-haired kid stammers, "They're everywhere. Just blast them." The heavy footsteps of the spirits are closing in. It was a total mob scene, and honestly, they looked straight up terrifying. The students completely lost their nerve, were talking, full-on sobbing, huddled together, and running for their lives like it was the end of the world. But then, poof, the spirits just vanished into thin air. Everyone just stood there, totally dazed, asking, wait, did they just disappear? One dude, still wiping tears from his eyes, whispered in disbelief, "The light." His buddy looked up and gasped, "Yo, who the heck is that on the roof?" Up on the roof, Siron and Aruki were standing tall like absolute bosses, looking down at the crowd and just slow clapping. Talk about a power move. Siron acted all casual, like he didn't just scare the life out of everyone. "Sorry our presentation started so late, but thanks for showing up," he said, putting a hand over his heart with a dramatic bow. "Seriously, thanks." Suddenly, a scream of pure rage cut through the air. "You kids!" Sienna. She was sprinting toward them, looking absolutely livid and ready to explode. "Get down here right now. It's the middle of the night, why are you causing such a mess? Sienna was fuming, clutching the projector that N had set up earlier. She was shouting her head off, complaining about how she was just trying to take a shower when the chaos started. Up on the roof, N just gave her a cheeky salute and a wink to mess with her even more. Beautiful night for it, isn't it, Professor Sienna? Seeing the projector in her hands, the students finally put two and two together and realized they'd been played. A 3D projector? So, those ghosts were all fake? Then, someone started chuckling. Sienna turned around and realized it was Principal Alpheus. Principal, what are you doing here? She asked, totally caught off guard. Alpheus just gave her a calm smile. I don't think the show's over yet. Let's hear what they have to say. Up on that roof, Siron was hyped. He leaned over and shouted to the crowd below. Listen up, everyone. According to our research group, souls are the real deal. So tell me, do you guys actually believe in the supernatural or what? The crowd erupted instantly. Leading the charge was this brown-haired guy who looked ready to start a riot. He started screaming at Siron's group, calling them total frauds. What do you mean they exist? You guys are full of it. They're fake. It's just a cheap trick even a toddler could pull off. But as soon as he said cheap, his face went pale as he realized something wasn't adding up. Two girls behind him started whispering and comparing notes. Wait, if it's just a trick, how did they actually pull that off? The guy spun around, snapping at them. What are you talking about? It's obviously just 3D magic. But the girls weren't buying it. That's the thing, though. How did all those different projections move so independently? It doesn't make sense. Boom. The whole campus turned into a hive of activity. Everyone was debating, theorizing, and losing their minds over the technical details. I've been thinking about it since we found out they were fake, one student muttered. But I'm still stumped. Maybe they used a projector hidden in the machine, but across the entire school, that would take a massive amount of data and insane levels of energy. No way they could pull that off. Alpheus used his own magic to pop a cute little ghost into existence. He chuckled and looked at Sienna. Well, what do you think? Can you actually explain the logic behind the trick these kids used, Professor Sienna? Alpheus asked with a playful grin. She gave a frustrated laugh and adjusted her glasses, searching for the right words. Their little prank is surprisingly high level. On the roof, Siron just smirked. A mage's real weapon? Their brain? They couldn't help it. Curiosity is a hell of a drug, and these students were officially hooked on the mystery. It's the oldest trick in the book. The guys who were mocking Siron's group earlier, now they were just straight up salty and embarrassed. I got played by a fifth year? This is a joke. The brown-haired guy was shaking, veins practically popping out of his forehead from pure frustration. I just can't figure out how they did it. Even though the show was legendary, Sienna still wasn't ready to give them the official win just yet. She knit her brows together and turned back to Alpheus. It's a tough trick, sure, but it's not enough for us to officially approve their research group. Alpheus just gave her a quiet, knowing smile. He spoke softly. Sienna, the trick itself, that's not the important part here. That left her totally confused. Nearby, the students were still talking trash to cover up their fear. Whatever, it's still fake. Souls don't exist. Period. That brown-haired guy was the loudest. He pointed right at Siron and yelled, "What does a fake ghost have to do with actual supernatural research anyway?" Siron just let out a laugh. Wow, you guys really don't believe in the supernatural at all, do you? The crowd shouted back in unison. Obviously, it was just a fancy magic show. Siron's voice went calm and serious. Then let me ask you this. Why are you all still standing here? The whole crowd went dead silent, paralyzed by the question. He kept pressing them. What were you so terrified of? Why were you running for your lives? If ghosts aren't real, then why? They couldn't even find the words to answer. Even Ami and Cyril just stood there, totally speechless and staring at the ground. Siron's eyes narrowed. Those emotions you're feeling right now, that's the core of everything our supernatural research group is about. He spoke slowly, letting every word sink in. All of you, you claim you don't believe in spirits, but the second you see one, you're paralyzed with fear. That's because deep down, there's a seed of doubt that maybe, just maybe, they're real. Siren's logic was starting to win them over. We didn't just show you ghosts. We showed you the fear and the doubt that's already living inside you. We don't actually know if souls exist yet, but that's exactly what we're studying, the source of that doubt. And that's what real research is all about. Up on the roof, Siren and Aruki shared a subtle, knowing nod. Mission accomplished. Down in the crowd, one girl with chestnut hair clapped her hands over her mouth, totally losing it. No cap. Everything we think is facts today was probably called a lie back in the day. Up on that roof, Noon's voice was booming like a straight-up legend. It's all because everyone looked at us with nothing but straight-up doubt. But we just proved this squad is legit. And that, ladies and gents, wraps up the Supernatural Research Club's wild presentation. The second he finished, Siron, Noon, and Aruki all synced up and took a deep, formal bow. They shouted a massive thank you to the whole school. Students started glancing at each other, smirking, and one brown-haired dude just couldn't hide his grin. Then boom, the entire campus just erupted. Total chaos, everyone cheering their heads off. Yo, that was fire. We're down for it. If the pranks are this epic, you guys can trick us as many times as you want. Standing behind the kids were the faculty. Anpas had his hands behind his back, his voice steady but carrying that heavy boss energy. Where do we come from, and where are we heading? While most stay stuck, some are out here exploring the doubt and showing us the invisible. He asked the teachers what they thought. CNA stayed dead silent, but Anpas, he was all smiles. I'd say that presentation actually meant something. Thut, standing right there, just nodded respectfully. No arguments from me, headmaster. Sienna let out a long sigh. Fine, I get it. She stood up straight, looking all official. She solemnly announced that the professors had reached a verdict. The Supernatural Research Club is officially recognized by the school. The trio couldn't even hide their hype, they were buzzing. But then, a vein started popping on Sienna's forehead. She went full rage mode and screamed, "But, you're all suspended for 3 days. You idiots." Even with the ban, Siren, Aruki, and Noon just hugged it out, absolutely losing their minds with joy. We did it. It actually worked. We freaking did it, boys. The students were right there with them, shouting stuff like, "Congrats," and "Keep it up," while Sienna just fumed, feeling totally ignored. Are you even listening to your professor? I literally just told you that you're suspended. Maria leaned over to Mar, all wide-eyed. Whoa, Siren Senpai is actually. Mar just nodded. Our main character's eyes were practically sparkling with pure respect. Senior Siron is a straight-up genius, Serial added, looking at them like they were rock stars. Man, they look so cool right now. Everyone wants that one moment, right? That one time they make the whole world stop and stare. Ami just stood there, keeping her mouth shut. She was thinking, unbelievable. While I'm out here burying myself in books just to graduate, you're spending your time on this useless stuff. Seeing Siren's huge, radiant smile just made Ami pout. She gave a cold heemph and turned away. She looked up at the glittering stars and whispered to herself, okay, maybe I'm like, a tiny bit jealous. Just a little. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a bunch of salty haters in black robes were seething, watching Siren's big win. One of them clicked his tongue. Pathetic. Even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. The grads really left the club to these bratty kids? Another dude crossed his arms, looking annoyed. Forget taking over their spot. My ant language research group is officially quitting. Someone else cut him off. They're only fifth years. Don't tell me you're really gonna tuck tail and run already? The ant guy lost his mind. What? They're basically gonna be in the graduation class soon anyway. One guy, acting all feminine, giggled behind his hand to mess with him. If you're that scared to face them next year, maybe you should just graduate now and hide. The ant guy was shaking with rage. You better shut your mouth, you doll collector weirdo. Talk about being triggered. He started picking fights with everyone. And you too, hide-and-seek research club, get lost. Phi, who had been quiet this whole time, finally stepped in. His voice was ice cold. The kind of tone a real leader uses. That's enough. Cut it out before we draw a crowd. Phi smirked, but his words felt dark and calculating. Standing around here like this only hurts us. Just chill and wait for the right opening. Far off, Sienna was keeping an eye on Phi's group. She sighed, thinking about all those shady little clubs lurking around. Sienna looked like she wanted to cry. Can you guys please just grow up for once? Meanwhile, Anpas was playing around with the magic Siron used to make those ghosts. He started laughing, totally impressed. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Anpas stroked his beard, smiling like a proud grandpa. Even as a light magic expert, this is stunning. The way he used it, I definitely didn't see that coming. Looking up at the magic in the sky, Anpas whispered to himself, "You actually finished a pretty impossible task, kid." Siren, honestly, I thought you'd hit your limit. I thought that was all you had in you, but I was wrong. He looked down at the memento in his hand and whispered, "The future, maybe you really do have what it takes to finish my dream." With that, Anfis gripped the keepsake tight, and Siron, he was just vibing, lying flat out on the grass. He's laughing like a total maniac, purely stoked to be alive, as he collapses right next to Siron. Our boy gives him a couple of frantic taps, eyes wide with worry. "Yo, for real though, you actually good? You're not glitching out on me, right?" Siren just flashes a bright grin, basically saying he's chilling. Iruki sits up, realizing something. Did he seriously forget to troll Siren today? Absolute madness. Who in their right mind gambles their entire life for a stunt like this? When Araki starts his usual teasing, Siren just lets out a goofy laugh. Iruki gives him that "bro, you're insane" look. "But for real, you're the GOAT," Neen adds, jumping up and completely backing Araki's play. Facts. If Siren hadn't pulled that god-tier talent out of his pocket, we would have been cooked. But still, imagine risking your neck just for the plot. That's wild. Araki drops back down onto the grass, a smirk playing on his lips. Man, we just got lucky. Like, straight-up plot armor levels of luck. Thinking about how Siron almost faded into nothingness back there, Iruki shakes his head. No cap, Siron. You're a straight-up legend, but you're also a total freak. Hearing his two best bros hyping him up like he's some kind of hero? Yeah, Siren's face is turning a deep shade of embarrassed. He stammers out, "Wait, why are y'all only glazing me? You guys are literal geniuses too." Iruki, being able to predict how every single student in this academy would react? That's some big brain energy right there. Now it's Iruki's turn to feel the heat as he awkwardly shifts his gaze and tries to play it cool. Siren doesn't stop, turning to Neen next. "And Neen, the way you mass-produce those machines, that's just the warm-up, right?" Now Neen's blushing too, his face looking like a literal tomato. Now all three of them are just sitting there, faces glowing red and feeling cringy as hell from all the wholesome vibes. Araki tries to break the tension. "Wow, okay, since when did you get so humble?" Neen chips in, totally flustered. "Bro, stop. You're making us look soft out here." Siron just ignores them, reaching his hand up toward the sky as if he's trying to snatch one of those shimmering stars. He gets all deep for a second. "I want to climb higher, right up there with the stars." His eyes are literally sparkling with that main character hope and fire. Iruki looks up at the vast void too. "The stars, huh? I guess I've been playing around long enough. Maybe it's time I start looking into those high-tier job classes?" Hearing that, Neen bolts upright, looking hyped. "Yo, now that's what I'm talking about. The three of us. We gotta graduate this place together. Once we hit the real world, trust me, there's gonna be way crazier stuff waiting for us than just school exams." Siren repeats the words under his breath, looking over at Neen. The real world. Iruki's all in now, sitting up properly. He lets out a sharp, confident laugh. "Sounds like a plan. Isn't it about time we started living like we actually own the place?" Neen throws his hand out, full of hype. "Promise me right now," he declares, sounding like a boss. "We're going to the very top. Together." Siren slaps his hand on top of Neen's. "Locked in. Bet. We're gonna be the strongest." Haruki is the last one to join the stack. He mumbles. So, what's the official squad motto for this little pact? Neen shrugs, totally casual. Whatever works, man. Just wing it. Suddenly, Neen gets a eureka moment. All right, check this out. He points to the brightest star in the sky and screams, "Long live supernatural science." Haruki immediately vibes with it. Don't you dare quit on us. Then, they go full goofball mode. Siren throws his hand up, determined. We graduate together. No matter what. Neen suddenly points at Haruki, laughing his head off. Wait, what did you just say? Haruki gives him a devious little smirk. I just said we'll try to be as legendary as, well, three little sheep. Siren, stuck in the middle, is laughing so hard he's literally crying, thinking to himself, asterisk, together, we're gonna be the greatest mages ever. Asterisk. Tonight, the sky is absolutely breathtaking. The starlight is washing over the academy campus, promising a future that looks bright as hell. But the next morning, back at the dorms, Neen is screaming in Siren's ear. Siren, get up, man. He's shaking him like a Polaroid picture. You seriously gonna waste your precious time off sleeping? Get up, we're going out. Haruki is just standing there, judging Siron's sleeping face. He's definitely out cold, probably exhausted from yesterday, but Neen isn't taking no for an answer. He gives Siron a few more shakes. Siron, yo, but Siron's a statue. Eyes shut tight, totally unresponsive. It's not that Siren doesn't want to wake up. It's like he's got a massive case of sleep paralysis. He can't move a single muscle. Asterisk. Great asterisk, he thinks. Asterisk. I'm trapped in the nightmare again. Asterisk. Just like before, he's drifting into an endless black void, surrounded by the slow, trippy dance of the stars. And at the end of the road, a massive, swirling galaxy with distorted light is waiting to swallow him whole. But wait, something is different this time. Usually, he wakes up right about now. This time, there's something new. A chain of glowing, golden particles that look straight up magical. They start merging together, making a sound like a mirror shattering into a million pieces. Siren has no idea what he's looking at. His eyes snap open, but the view in front of him, it's completely surreal. Words can't even describe this. Siren's whole body starts to pixelate, fading away. He wakes up for real this time, drenched in cold sweat. Heart racing, he realizes. The dream changed. What? What was that? Did everything I did yesterday actually glitch my subconscious? He looks at the clock on the wall. It's almost 1 in the afternoon. Siren is still shook, just lying there with his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open. But right above his head, that same chain of glowing golden beads is there, swirling in beautiful, perfect circles around him like some kind of ancient power-up. He grips his blanket tight, panicking. What the hell are these things? He scrambles out of bed and finds a note left by Neen and Haruki. It says, "We're hitting the casino. As long as we use Araki's freakish prediction skills, we're basically printing money. Stay mad." And of course, the bottom of the note is covered in 2 obnoxious, smirking faces drawn by his so-called best friends. Typical. All right, let's get into it. Our boy Siren is basically losing it. Seriously? A secret casino run? They're gonna come back broke for sure. But wait, 3 days of suspension? Are you kidding me right now? What am I even supposed to do? His mind immediately went to his parents back home. Should he just bail and go visit them? He knew for a fact his mom would flip, like total meltdown status. Suspended? My son is a delinquent now? The questions would be endless. Yeah, no. Scratch that. Bad move. Forget it, he muttered. I've got to keep this whole situation on the down low. Total secret. A little while later, Siren was looking sharp. He stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his cuffs with a confident little smirk. He was actually feeling pretty hyped. He finally had time for something he'd been dying to do, and honestly, his heart was pounding like crazy. With that, Siron turned and dipped. He didn't even notice those weird, glowing golden particles trailing behind his shadow. They literally shifted into a silhouette of Siren, standing tall right there in front of the mirror, like some kind of ghostly double. Before long, Siren pulled up to this massive, fancy bookstore. He reached for the handle, his heart doing backflips in his chest. I've been grinding and studying for years, he thought. It's finally time to buy a novel just for me. Man, talk about a major throwback. But then a wave of straight-up trauma hit him out of nowhere. He could still hear the owner's nasty, arrogant voice echoing in his head like it was yesterday. Hey, where do you think you're putting those filthy fingers, kid? Back in the day, Siren was just a dirt-poor kid wearing literal rags. Even though he's a totally different person now, that feeling of being treated like trash? Yeah, it was still buried deep in his soul. He was low-key panicking. What if they tell me not to touch anything again? But after a second, he sucked it up and marched inside. It was the same lady, same orange curls, same green dress. Only this time, the "I'm better than you" attitude was replaced by a massive, fake smile. She was being extra as hell. Oh my goodness, welcome, handsome. It is such an honor to have a gentleman like you in my humble shop. Are you here to place a big order, sir? Her fake sweet energy had Siren feeling totally awkward and confused. No, just here to buy a book. The lady didn't miss a beat. Oh, I see. Well, please, feel free to browse everything we have. Goodness, you're quite the looker, aren't you? Siren was not used to this kind of VIP treatment. He just gave a stiff, thanks. He couldn't believe it. She had zero clue it was him. I mean, it had only been 5 years, right? Watching her walk away, he realized just how much he'd changed. After finding the perfect book, he headed to the counter to pay. When she saw the gold coins Siren pulled out, she practically started drooling. Oh wow, you're so generous, sir. Thank you so much. He finally had at times raising dragons to defeat the demon lord. Asterisk. The book he'd wanted since he was a literal toddler. Siron was internally screaming. Yes, finally, my very own novel. I actually bought it. This was his first ever real purchase. He was so hyped he actually started spinning around in the street, making people do a double take. Check out that young master, someone whispered. He's totally lost his mind. He hugged the book to his chest, grinning like an idiot, so glad he saved up his allowance. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind. Siren? A girl suddenly grabbed his arm out of nowhere. She was beaming at him. It is you, right, Siren? Caught in a surprise hug, Siren turned bright red. Who even are you? The girl didn't answer, and she definitely wasn't letting go. She turned around and waved to her crew. Hey, I told you guys, it really is Siron. After a second of staring, the gears finally started turning. Siren realized he actually knew this girl. That sweet voice was exactly the same. She was that little girl who used to stare at him whenever he was busy studying. Sir, are you reading again? Back then, whenever he'd sit under a tree with a book, a bunch of neighborhood kids would always tease him. Looking at them now, he recognized the whole squad. And they definitely knew him, too. The buff dude in the front shouted, Siren, is that really you, man? Siren's eyes went wide. Antho? Then he looked at the girl. Wait, so you're Lumina? Lumina was clearly stoked that he actually remembered her name. Duh, did you seriously forget what I looked like? Siren stammered. I honestly didn't recognize you. You're, really beautiful now. He remembered her old nickname was Janinos. Hearing that, Lumina wasn't exactly thrilled. She pulled a face and said, Excuse me? Are you saying I wasn't pretty back then? Siren laughed nervously, waving his hands. No, not like that. His old friends immediately swarmed him, eyes wide with pure admiration, hitting him with a million questions at once. Bruh, what happened? You're dressed like a literal royal. Was this outfit expensive? Your face changed so much. Siren was getting totally overwhelmed. He was fumbling for an answer when Antho, the old leader of the pack, stepped up to say what's up. Siron, man, it's been forever. How've you been? We tried asking Mr. Vincent, but he wouldn't tell us anything. Siren looked at Antho, totally stuck. Man, how am I even supposed to explain all this to them? Siren freezes for a second. He's thinking, yo, should I actually tell them? They're gonna find out sooner or later anyway, right? If he lies now, it's just gonna blow up in his face later. So, Siren decides to keep it 100. Actually, I've been grinding at the Magic Academy. The squad straight up loses it. Magic? The Magic Academy? Even Antho's face goes from tough guy to wait. What? In zero point 0.5 seconds. Antho's just standing there, stunned. Siren looks at him, and suddenly, he's catching a total flashback to the old days. Ever since they were little, Antho was a total unit strong as hell and always loud. Naturally, he was the leader of their little group. Flashback to when Antho was 10 years old. He and the village kids were heading into the woods when he spots a certain bookworm. Siron, reading again? You nerd? Siron hears that familiar voice and turns around instantly. Oh, hey, Antho. Those memories. They're just scrolling through Siren's head like a movie reel. But man, Antho's ego was his biggest weakness. The kids all stop to stare at the massive book in Siron's hands, totally impressed. Look at all those words. He must be some kind of genius. We can't even read stuff like that. Antho just stands there, silent, watching his own crew fanboy over Siren's big brain. He is not feeling it. He stomps over, yanks the book out of Siren's hands, and yells, "You don't even go to school. Why are you wasting time on this trash?" Against Antho's raw strength, Siren is basically helpless. He just lets out a surprised squeak as his book disappears. Antho shifts his little axe onto his shoulder, acting like a total boss. Listen, you gotta build muscles to actually contribute to society, kid. In a tiny mountain village where danger is everywhere, there's one golden rule you gotta live by, and that is, Siren sees his younger, scrawny self in his mind. He gives a soft, tired smile. Yeah, I get it now. The memory keeps playing. Back then, Antho just glared at him, annoyed by how easily Siren gave in and didn't say another word. Then he lets out this massive sigh, like he's finally venting all that pent-up frustration. Finally, he shoves the book back at Siren. As long as you understand who's in charge. The leader protects the village, and everyone else listens to the leader. Survival of the fittest, that was the logic Siron lived by every single day. Then, Antho breaks into a huge grin and reaches out. Anyway, I'm gonna go play some soccer. You coming or what? Suddenly, a massive scream rips through the air, loud enough to shake the trees. It's Lumina. She's charging at them with a mop, looking absolutely terrifying, screaming at Antho, "I told you to stop bullying Siron." She starts whacking Antho left and right. He's like, "Who's bullying who, you crazy girl?" But she's not listening to his excuses. He literally just got over being sick, and you're still picking on him? How is that not bullying? Antho gets so tilted, he shouts back, "Keep this up and no one's ever gonna marry you." Present-day Siren just chuckles to himself. Man, those were some wild times. Antho's sitting there now, looking super awkward. That's actually hard to believe. You really went to school? Lumina's eyes are wide as dinner plates. Wait, does that mean you can actually do real magic? The other buddy is vibrating with excitement. Yo, seriously? Can you show us a little something? Just one spell? Siren gets all bashful. Nah, I just started, so I'm still a total noob. Besides, using magic outside the academy is a huge no-no. His friend lets out a massive, disappointed groan. Talk about a buzzkill. Suddenly, Antho notices the book Siren is clutching like his life depends on it. You still carrying a book everywhere just like the old days? Before Siren can react, Antho reaches out. Let me see what they're writing in these fancy wizard books. Siren panics. Wait. Stop. In his head, he's screaming. No way, this is just a cheesy novel I bought to kill some time. This is embarrassing. Antho's grip is like iron. He successfully yanks the book away from Siren's desperate hands. But he's too clumsy. The book slips, tumbling toward the dirt. Siren's heart practically stops. My precious book, Siren thinks, his soul leaving his body. He lunges forward, hands outstretched. Just as he's about to grab it, A lightning-fast flash of memory zaps through his brain, but he manages to snag the book. Clutch save, but that flashback, it felt way too real. The pain hits Siren like a truck, and he collapses to the ground, hugging the book tight. The whole squad freaks out. Siren, what happened? Yo, are you okay? Speak to us, man. Lumina immediately turns into a demon, glaring at Antho. Are you serious? You're not a kid anymore. Why are you still being a bully? Antho's stuttering, totally caught in 4K. I didn't even do anything. Siren gasps out. It's fine. It was an accident. Don't worry. Lumina is not having it. How can I not worry when you just folded like a lawn chair? You're usually not this fragile. Antho just stands there watching them talk. And man, he's feeling some type of way. A mix of guilt and something else he can't name. Lumina sees Siron's okay and cheers up instantly. Whatever, let's get out of here. You coming? We're gonna go find some top-tier food. Antho just follows behind, silent. Hell yeah, Siren, he adds, totally hyped. To celebrate the shop's massive sale, we're throwing a straight-up rager over at Lumina's place. Let's head over and just vibe. What do you guys think? The squad didn't even hesitate. Everyone's down for it. Seeing the boys that excited, Siren just grins and nods. All right then, let's get it. He figures he's got nothing better to do anyway, so why not? Suddenly, the big guy and another friend roll up with a carriage right in front of them, and Tho literally scoops Siren up like he weighs nothing, laughing his head off. You're riding shotgun, bro. Siren yelps, totally caught off guard. Whoa, you can actually lift me? And Tho just lets out a massive belly laugh. Man, you're light as a feather. This is nothing. Watching that little show of strength, Siron can't help but think to himself, and Tho, you absolute unit. We haven't seen each other in forever and you've turned into a straight-up beast. Plus, you're actually running a business now? He stares at his buddy, realizing that Antho is probably going to be the new big boss of the whole village soon. So, the whole crew heads over to Lumina's house. A few minutes later, Lumina's mom pops out. Oh my god, who is this? Is that you, Siren? Wow, you got so handsome. I bet Lumina's heart is doing backflips right now. Lumina turns bright red and screams, Mom, stop being so cringe. After the mom's high-energy welcome, the group gets the party started for real. They all raise their glasses, shouting, to Siren. Looking at the massive spread of food on the table, the brown-haired kid is losing his mind. This looks so good, I can't even. Lumina holds up her drink and smiles. Eat your heart out, Siren. Siron doesn't miss a beat. Thanks, Lumina. I'm gonna demolish all of this. Meanwhile, the brown-haired friend is looking suspicious. Wait, is this drink actually? But before he can finish, the chubby friend shuts him down. Chill, man. It's just fizzy barley water. Over in the corner, Antho is taking huge gulps of his drink, just quietly watching the chaos. Then, the brown-haired kid suddenly blabs out, Yo, Siron, tell us about school. You're like the top dog there, right? Siren immediately starts coughing his lungs out, and Antho literally spits his drink everywhere. The kid keeps going, I'm so curious, man. Are you like a full-blown mage now? The rest of the squad joins in. I heard only the fancy nobles get to go there. Does that mean you're hanging out with all those high and mighty types? Siron is internally panicking, totally overwhelmed by the questions. He's praying to himself, God, please, stop hyping me up in front of Antho. But with the barley juices kicking in, the boys won't stop. I bet those noble girls are absolute tens, right? Come on, spill the tea. We're dying to know. With everyone ganging up on him, Siren just waves his hands frantically. How should I know? I'm too busy drowning in homework. Lumina lets out a huge sigh like she just survived a disaster. But then, Antho slams his glass onto the table. Hard. Siren, school is great and all, but what's the actual plan? Siren flinches, turning around. The plan? Antho continues. Right now, Lord Vincent is carrying the entire family on his back. Eventually, that's gonna be on you. You gotta get married, lead the clan. When you're done with school, can you actually handle all that weight? Siren goes dead quiet. He realizes there's no guarantee he'll even graduate, let alone lead. Seeing Siren's face, Antho takes another sip and says, "Look, man, you just gotta get real with yourself." Those words hit Siren like a truck. Reality. He's been so buried in books that he never actually thought about the big picture. All his friends are already out here helping their families with business, while his dad is still breaking his back working. He asks himself, when am I actually gonna start helping him? Lumina looks over, clearly worried about the vibe shift. Antho notices too and speaks up. "Hey, I didn't mean to make things all depressing." He offers a smirk. "Yo, Siren, wanna go a round of arm wrestling? You used to be the man back in the day." Siren blinks, totally surprised. Arm wrestling? The chubby friend gets hyped again. Hell yeah. Antho and Siren used to be neck and neck. The brown-haired kid nods along. Siren's a sleeper build. He's way stronger than he looks. I remember now. Siren thinks back to the old days. Yeah, we used to do this all the time. He remembers one specific match where the brown-haired kid yelled, "Siren, you're a beast." And Antho was salty as hell, demanding a rematch. That didn't count. Run it back. But Siren realizes that today, for the sake of the village, he needs to let Antho keep his pride. He locks in and says, "All right, let's make it interesting. Let's bet on it." Antho grins, totally into it. Bet. Loser pays for the whole tab tonight. Deal, Siren replies. Just like that, the tension evaporates and the party is back on fire. The boys are screaming. It's the mage versus the warrior. Siren grips Antho's hand, thinking to himself, I just gotta hold out as long as I can before I let him win. And then a voice screams, "Ready? Go." Their hands slam together, muscles straining with everything they had. Then, bam, a heavy thud rattled the table so hard the beer mugs nearly took a flight. Lumina and the rest of the squad just stood there, legit terrified. By the time the dust settled, Siren was slumped back in his chair with actual steam rising off his body. It happened so fast, Siren was basically lagging. Like, wait, what just hit me? The crew scrambled over, looking way too worried for a simple game. "Siren, you still breathing?" Lumina yelled, sounding half-panicked. Antho looked at his own hands, sweating. "My bad, man. I didn't think I was pushing that hard." "Since when did you get this soft, Siren?" Lumina sighed, totally disappointed. "Seriously, Antho, you're such a meathead." Antho felt a bit guilty for nearly breaking his friend's arm. He cleared his throat and muttered, "Look, my bad. Tonight's on me. I'll cover the tab." But Siron wasn't having it. "Forget that. I lost fair and square," Siren said, forcing a shaky, awkward smile. "But seriously, you've gotten scary strong, man." Siren reached into his pocket to grab some cash, but that's when everything went sideways. His heart skipped a beat as he realized he'd messed up. In his rush to pay, he fumbled his pouch, and 5 massive gold coins went rolling across the floor for everyone to see. The whole place went dead silent before the crew exploded. "Is that gold? You're carrying 5 of those." Lumina snatched one up, her eyes bugging out. "Siren, where did you get this kind of bank? That's like a whole month of profit for a top-tier merchant." Siren caught Antho's expression and immediately thought, "Oh man, I am so dead." Lumina held the coin up to the light, her voice getting suspicious. "For real, Siren, where does a guy like you get this much moolah?" Siren started sweating, stuttering out the first thing that came to mind. I got sponsored?" Before he could finish, the brown-haired guy jumped in. "Wait, what? You're telling me you're set for life now?" That comment hit Siren like a truck, and he immediately started waving his hands. No, it's not like that." But it was too late. He could see Antho was already getting triggered by the whole situation. Antho's face went bright red, looking like he was about to lose his mind. But then, he just let out this massive, heavy sigh. A second later, he stood up like a cat with its fur standing on end, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Why are you guys making such a big deal over a few lousy coins?" The chubby guy nearly fell off his chair, stammering out an apology. Lumina watched Antho, realizing that things were about to get awkward between him and Siren again. The rest of the gang just shrank back into their seats, their brains instantly flashing back to the old days. They were all thinking the exact same thing. Ever since they were kids, Antho always got weirdly sensitive whenever Siren was around. Antho took a deep breath, trying to get his temper under control. He clapped his hands together, trying to kill the weird vibe. Anyway, did you guys hear the latest rumor? The chubby guy took the bait instantly, desperate to change the subject. Oh, you mean that man-eating beast hiding in the mountains? The brown-haired kid nodded fast. Yeah, I heard that too. All the local wildlife has been disappearing lately. Lumina let out a tiny sigh of relief. Crisis averted. Nice save, kid, she thought. Just like that, the tension evaporated and everyone started geeking out over the monster gossip. My dad said it's basically a giant bear on steroids, one of them added. Siren finally joined in, happy to move on. Right, my old man said the same thing. But why would something from the north wander all the way down here? I know why, Lumina chimed in. Maybe it's mating season or something? Anyway, they say it's out hunting every single day. So we gotta be careful, she continued. But it stays pretty deep in the forest, so we're safe as long as we don't go looking for trouble. Suddenly, Antho's eyes got that sharp, dangerous look in them. He leaned in, a wicked grin forming. So, what if we went and hunted it ourselves? The table went quiet. Us? They yelled in unison. Antho nodded, looking totally serious. Yeah, we'd be heroes to the village. I mean, you guys have seen my skills, right? Antho said, his confidence coming back in full force. If it's just a bear, we don't need the adults to handle it. Let's go take that thing down together. Seeing him so hyped up, the brown-haired guy started getting excited too. Man, imagine the bragging rights if you actually bagged a bear on your own. Antho, a normal bear is one thing, but this? Siren blinked, totally stunned by the suggestion. Wait, you're actually serious? Heck yeah, a bear. Seeing the looks of awe on his friends' faces, Antho started feeling himself. All right, it's settled. We move out at dawn. He shot a look over at Siron. You're coming with us, right, Siron? Lumina's eyes practically sparkled. Siron's coming too? Antho just shrugged like it was obvious. Duh. He used to roll with us back in the day, didn't he? Siren didn't even hesitate. If I can help out, I'm in. Antho grinned and raised his glass. Perfect. Tomorrow morning, we meet up at Lumina's place. You got it, Lumina shouted. They all clinked their glasses together, screaming, time for a bear hunt. Man, we're actually going hunting with Antho, Siren thought, taking a sip of his drink. He was low-key buzzing with excitement. This definitely wasn't in the plan, but he wasn't complaining. Time flew by and before he knew it, the sun was starting to peek over the horizon. Lumina kicked open her door, looking ready for war. Siren, you awake? It's go time. Siren finished strapping a short blade to his thigh and gave her a nod. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do this. The two of them stepped out into the morning air. Lumina waved her arms at the rest of the crew waiting ahead. We're all set over here. The squad waved back, hyped and ready for the hunt of their lives. Antho's out here trying to flex, warning the squad that if they've gotten too rusty to keep up, he's straight up leaving them behind. Siren just chuckles, telling him not to sweat it. Then, the crew dives deep into the thick, eerie fog of the woods. Moments later, they're getting to work, dropping the gear and clearing the spot. Our big buddy's putting in overtime, securing the nets to the branches. He gives the signal to the guys below. Watching them work so perfectly together, Siren can't help but be impressed. Man, you guys are fast with those traps, Siren says. The blue-haired kid just grins back, bro, we're just getting started. The real heavy lifting is on Antho. He's out scouting, and when he spots deep claw marks on a tree, he knows a bear is definitely lurking nearby. Antho shouts out, listen up. We're officially in the scouting zone. Keep your eyes peeled. If you spot it, do not provoke it. Just fall back and hit me up immediately. The crew shouts back their confirmation like a well-oiled machine. Seeing this, Siren's low-key fanboying. He thinks, Damn, Antho really is a total pro at this. Antho looks back and catches Lumina humming a little tune. She's looking way too cute and totally into the hunt. But after a few steps, a thought hits Siron. Searching on foot is gonna take forever. Wait, I got an idea. What if I use my sense domain? He shuts his eyes tight, focusing his energy to help Antho track this beast down way faster. In a split second, Siron is locked in, total focus mode, but he doesn't see a bear. Instead, a gruesome image flashes in his mind, the mangled corpse of a beast with a massive chunk of flesh ripped out. Siron's heart skips a beat. What the hell was that? He looks back at his friends and realizes something is seriously wrong. I've got a bad feeling about this. Guided by his heightened senses, Siron starts moving forward, one cautious step at a time. He shields his eyes, totally stunned by what he's seeing. He pushes through the leaves, a single thought looping in his head like a broken record. No way. No freaking way. Just as he's about to reach the spot from his vision, a heavy hand slams onto his shoulder. Siron, it's Antho. He jerks Siron back, demanding answers. What are you doing, man? You can't just vanish from our sight without saying a word. Antho is straight up screaming now. Because of you, but the words die in his throat. The sight in front of them shuts Antho up instantly. Right at their feet is a massive beast's carcass, surrounded by a literal graveyard of dead animals scattered everywhere. Antho's shaking, wondering what kind of nightmare created this. By now, the rest of the crew has finally caught up. It's a horror show. Bodies aren't just on the ground, they're hanging from the freaking trees. The big guy yells, "What is that?" Antho tries to respond. Siron cuts him off mid-sentence. We need to bail. Now. This isn't the work of any normal bear. Antho's jaw drops. Wait. What? Siron keeps going. We have to tell the adults and lock down this mountain. We might even need the city to send in high-level soldiers for this. Antho grabs his shoulder, stuttering. Hold on. Siron? Soldiers? For real? We don't even know what we're looking at yet. What are you even saying? We can handle this ourselves, right? Siron turns his head, cold as ice. Didn't you see it? This isn't a bear we can just handle. Antho. Seeing Siron's dead serious look, Antho loses it. What do you know? I'm the captain here, and I make the calls. Seeing the two of them clash, Lumina's hands are shaking. She whispers, Antho, Siron's right. This isn't normal. Siron is trying his best to stop them. No, listen to me. Please, just listen for once. But Antho isn't hearing it. He barks back, You're always like this. You never recognized me as the leader, did you? I told you stop treating me like the idiot I used to be. Siron is stunned. Antho, wait, suddenly, a rustle from the shadows freezes him. A cold chill races down his spine, and the others feel it too. Our big buddy is trembling now. Guys, do you see that? It's coming this way. Antho snaps into action, aiming his bow forward. He pulls the string back with everything he's got, ready for whatever's coming. The rest of the squad follows suit, arrows pointed at the noise. The brown-haired kid is shaking like a leaf, his aim drifting higher and higher. He's paralyzed with fear, his voice cracking. Antho, what is that? What the hell is that monster? Out of the shadows emerges a massive wolf, looking absolutely feral and thirsty for blood. Siron bites his lip. A monster. A mystical entity that completely spits in the face of evolution. Memories flash through his head. I saw this in a bestiary once. That thing is. In that split second, Antho lets out a war cry and fires his arrow. Die, you beast! But the wolf just tilts its head, dodging it like it was nothing. Seeing that, the brown-haired kid starts to lose his mind. It dodged. Siron's jaw hit the floor. He realized right then this wasn't just a wolf. It was a straight-up werewolf. The way it moved, definitely not just acting on instinct. He knew he was dealing with a monster that actually had a brain. Pro tip from Siron: monsters are basically animals on steroids. Faster, meaner, and some of them actually think before they bite. The nerds are still arguing over where they came from, but word is they evolved in some freakish environment totally different from ours. The crowd was absolutely losing it, stuttering in pure terror. It dodged an arrow? Crazy. Now that wolf's showing off its pearly whites like it's looking at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Those sharp eyes locked in before it pounced. Our guy just panicked and screamed, "Move! Get out of here right now." No arguments there. The whole squad turned tail and hauled butt the other way to save their skins. Problem is, they're lost. One guy shouts, "If we go down, it'll," but someone else cuts him off. The mountain. Head for the mountain. Absolute chaos. Everyone's scrambling in every direction just trying to stay alive. But Siron? He didn't budge. He stood his ground, weapon ready, staring down that massive beast like a boss. His crew's screaming his name. They're thinking, is this guy for real? Is he seriously trying to be the bait right now? Siron was hyper-focused, locked into the zone. Another bolt flies, zip. That beast is built like a tank with hide like stone. A tiny crossbow's basically a toothpick to it. It swiped, but Siron's too quick. Missed me. Siron slipped the hit perfectly, and now the big guy's sounding real cranky about it. He's gasping for air. This thing is way too fast. And that skin? Thick as hell. Only one way to keep everyone alive. I gotta lure it away. Facing that mountain of fur and teeth, Siron didn't flinch. He was sticking to his plan. Super risky? Yeah, big time. It lunged again, but our boy got lucky and danced out of the way just in time. He's backpedaling, creating space. Every time he successfully dodges an attack, the beast gets more tilted. Pure rage. Its eyes were glowing with fury. But then, plot twist. It suddenly stops caring about Siron entirely. He realized it too late. No, the monster just ignored him and charged straight for the rest of the group. They had no clue what nightmare was coming. The leader's barking, "Drop the heavy stuff. Move your butts, fast." Everyone else is booking it, but Antho is just standing there like a deer in headlights. "You guys go on," he yells. Lumina turns back like, "Antho, what are you even doing?" Man, he's shaking, tears in his eyes, but he's not budging. Siron, "I can't just leave him behind. I won't." Lumina looked like she'd been hit by lightning. She just stood there, tears streaming, totally speechless. She screams his name, but that wolf is right on Antho's heels. The line between life and death? Razor thin. Antho looks back and sees the horror, but all he can think is, no way. Is Siron actually dead? He's spiraling, losing his cool. This is on me. It's my fault I dragged him into this. I should have listened when he said to run down. Then, bam, a massive blast of light hits that beast out of nowhere. Antho's clueless about what's happening, but it's easy to see the monster is in absolute agony from that light. Lumina's hyped, screaming, "It's dead." The rest of them are just like, "Wait, was that actual magic?" Siron skids in, drenched in sweat. He only has enough breath to scream, "Run! Get moving! Now!" It's not over. Not even close. You know things are bad when Siron looks this rattled. That dead monster starts twitching. It stands up, shaking it off, looking even meaner and more toxic than before. Lumina's shivering. Just a flash of light? Then zoom. That huge beast is barreling toward them again. Too late to run. Antho realizes his body's glitching. He's trying to move his legs, but they're not listening. Nothing. He's stuck. Lumina's booking it, trying her absolute hardest to stay ahead of the beast. Right under those claws, she loses her footing. She's not gonna make it. Total nightmare fuel. She tripped at the worst possible time. With those claws closing in, Lumina's officially out of options. Tears everywhere. Siron's like, "Not on my watch." He's doing everything humanly possible to hold that monster back. And those screaming for him. While Siron's distracted, the wolf swings a massive claw right at his blind spot. His face is pure terror. Siron has to move now. He pulls a blink and teleports out of there. The monster's looking around confused. Then, boom! Another massive light show and a huge explosion. Lumina screams Siron's name. That light is pure, concentrated energy and it slams right into the monster's chest. Deep. The beast's power is tanking. Siren's head is spinning like crazy. What's the play here? I was gonna dump it after the light show, but that monster's claws are no joke. No way I'm letting it corner me. Neither of us are in the clear yet. Then boom, Siren gets a wild idea to literally yeet this thing off its feet. He's cycling through options: light magic, gravity shifts, or just straight up wrecking the symmetry of the world. Siren reaches out, gently touching his own hand from another dimension? Yeah, he's definitely made contact. Their hands lock. An insane, blinding flash erupts. This right here? This is the knowledge of the nameless. The two-dimensional space just vanishes. Siren standing tall, thinking about mass. The beast? It's beyond pissed and totally lost. Before the monster can even process what's happening, wham! Siren sends it flying like a ragdoll. He's not stopping there. Siren goes full aggro, and the beast lets out a literal death roar. For a split second, Siren's brain goes into overdrive. Why does this world even exist? Questions are hitting him like a freight train. What's it mean to exist? What is mass? Really? Why does stuff even have weight? He's deep in his feelings now. A golden light starts expanding right in front of him, the same void he saw in his dreams. It's happening. This world is totally lopsided, he says. Right then, cracks start ripping through the space where the light lives. The light starts surging with massive energy. Siren isn't done yet. Not even close. If the universe existed before everything else, the only way to exist is to break the balance. He reaches for the rift. The rift spreads fast. The air shatters like glass, revealing a hazy, mysterious void right before Siron's eyes. Mass is the key, and he can literally shove it into the photons of light itself. Back to reality, Siren hits the wolf with a thundering impact that literally rocks the entire cliffside. Through the thick dust and smoke, a single, blinding golden dot appears in midair. Light starts flowing backward. Siren's moving so fast he's basically a blur. You can't even track him with your eyes. He just watches. The ground is still shaking from the absolute unit of a shockwave he just unleashed. Siren's on edge, eyes wide, breathing hard. Ha! It finally stopped moving. He stares at the massive wolf, totally motionless on the ground. Siren's jaw drops. He finally gets it. Amen. I see it now. You break symmetry with spatial knowledge, that nameless stuff I was talking about. There's a secret trick to giving matter mass. Use that, and you can even make light heavy. Siren's grinning from ear to ear. Finally, I actually get it. He looks at the monster. Why the hell is something this dangerous hanging out in these mountains anyway? Siren's wondering how he missed it, but then AIIEE. A terrifying scream rips through the air. The pack, Siren whips around, looking up the cliff. Wait, I'm not the only one here. Up on the ledge, Ant and the crew are absolutely losing their minds with fear. Someone's already crying. Right in front of them, a whole squad of werewolves is closing in fast. Leading the pack is a different beast, an alpha with glowing red eyes and pure evil in its gaze. Ant's group is backed against the edge, literally shaking. They're all looking at Ant like he's their last hope. Martini's trembling, calling for Ant. Lumina is just straight up sobbing. Ant's terrified, but he's trying to hide it. He grits his teeth. I'll draw them off. You guys get down the cliff. Now. Red Hair panics. You crazy? You'll die. But Ant just snaps back. It's the only way we all don't end up as kibble. He looks back, eyes tearing up. Just survive, okay? Don't let me and Siren die for nothing. Just as things get dialed to 11, a flash of hope streaks across the sky. Dropping straight out of the blue, it's Siron. He used a teleportation move to pull a total clutch save. You okay? They're all over him, half relieved, half freaking out. Dude, we thought you were toast. Lumina's a mess, crying her eyes out. Siren just looks at his friends for a beat before finally speaking. My bad, Siren says. Ant's biting his lip, trying to act tough, but his face says otherwise. Sorry for the scare, Siren says, patting Ant's shoulder. Now, back off. I've got this. Ant's jaw hits the floor as Siren walks toward the pack. Aner screams, What are you doing? Run. Siren doesn't even flinch. It's fine. He says, cool as a cucumber. Total boss move. Siren ain't no rule breaker, but he's definitely a risk taker. He steps up, eyes locked on the danger ahead. No turning back now. On the other side, a pack of bloodthirsty werewolves, howling like they haven't eaten in a decade. And they're coming in fast, scary fast. The distance is closing. The alpha is leading the charge, looking like he's ready to tear Siren a new one. But our boy, Siren, cool as a cucumber. He starts charging up this glowing sphere of pure light in his palm. Flashbang, anyone? Lumina's jaw hits the floor, and even the red-haired hothead is losing it. This isn't the same weak light magic from before. Siren just lets the mana flow. A magic circle pops up on his forehead like a neon sign. He's literally stuffing mass into light particles. Nerd power. That light ball is getting massive. He feels the power peaking. He's ready to let it rip. Boom, Siren hurls that glowing orb forward with everything he's got. It streaks through the air, creating a mini hurricane in its wake. Before that wolf can even blink, straight to the neck. The light pierces through like a divine arrow. That howl, pure, unadulterated pain. Scratch one wolf. Siren's like, wait, I actually did that? Kid's finally realizing he's got that dog in him. The rest of the pack sees their buddy get folded and they're pissed. They lock eyes on Siron and swarm him like it's a Black Friday sale. Claws out, teeth bared. They're literally seconds away from turning him into human confetti. Siron says, not today, boys. He blinks out of existence, dodging the swipe and reappearing way up high. The wolves are left looking confused as hell. Round 2. Another light bomb coming right up. For a split second, his eyes glow. He sees familiar faces in his mind. It's go time. Crash. A literal meteor shower of light rains down, punching holes through wolf hide like they're made of wet paper. Smoke everywhere. Howls of misery. Anner and the crew are just standing there with their mouths open, completely shook. One of them whispers, he's a real deal mage. Einer's just nodding along, like, yeah, no kidding. Siren's out here playing a high-speed game of whack-a-mole, dropping werewolves left and right with pure magic. But here's the catch, this much mana usage is draining him dry. He's huffing and puffing, barely hanging on. Just as he catches his breath, a wolf tries a sneaky backstab. Dirty move. Siron reacts fast, blasting it back with a burst of light. The wolf whimpers, but it's still standing. That's when the wolf realizes the hits aren't landing like they used to. Siren's running out of gas. Panic mode. Engaged. Siren sees his magic getting weaker and his heart starts hammering. The wolf smirks, yeah, these things can smile, and lets out a roar to call for backup. It's about to get crowded. Every wolf that was down just got a second wind. They're charging back in, twice as aggressive as before. Einer's sweating bullets now. Siren, look out. He screams, sensing the danger. Lumina's yelling for him to run, but Siren's just watching the horde close in. It looks like game over. He's exhausted. Every breath feels like lead. But then, he decides he's got one more trick up his sleeve. No quitting. Siren grinds his teeth and reaches deep into his soul. Can I really pull this off? He wonders. He's gasping for air, but his mind is racing. There's one last-ditch effort he can try. His eyes turn this eerie sapphire blue as he stares down the chaos. It's now or never. He's trying to balance a swirling vortex of energy while a literal sea of monsters is sprinting at his face. Anthan is losing his mind, screaming, Siren, it's too dangerous. Get out of there. Lumina is actually crying, begging him to run. It's high drama, folks. But Siren's tuned them out. He's standing his ground like a boss. He's nervous, sure, but his gaze is sharp enough to cut glass. Sweat's pouring down, lips pressed tight, and then bam. His pupils glow with a cold, icy blue light. He taps into something ancient, something dark, a power as deep and endless as a black hole. The pressure is so insane it almost knocks him back. It's like trying to hold a hurricane in your hands. He braces himself, teeth clenched, trying to contain the sheer amount of raw mana exploding from his body. His skin literally starts to flake away into dust. The price of this power is high. but he doesn't blink. Not once. Suddenly, from both hands, Siren unleashes a wave of supernatural energy that defies logic. The horde of wolves? They didn't stand a chance. The mana hits them like a freight train made of gods. Bright blue light incinerates everything it touches. The pack was huge, sure, but Siren's power was just on a whole different level. The wolves? Frozen. They couldn't move an inch. Lumina and the kids were watching Siren go full god mode, and honestly, they were absolutely shook. Anthon was standing there with his jaw on the floor, total system shock from what was happening right in front of him. No way, he muttered. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't wrap his head around this level of power. It's just too unreal. Then, bam! A massive gray-black wolf lunges from the pack, claws out and dripping with malice, aiming straight for Siron's throat. Siren blasts it back with a mana surge, but he's hitting the red zone. He's running on empty, and his energy is finally reaching its limit. If he keeps this up, his soul is gonna scatter like dust in the wind. Then, it clicks. He remembers something. Flashback. He remembers that terrifying moment with the crystal ball when he nearly deleted himself by pouring in too much immortal energy. His power was literally draining through a tube. Back then, Siren almost vanished from existence. He tries to replicate that feeling to escape this death trap. He needs a manual mana dump, and he needs it now. All that energy? Out of there. Siren lets out a primal roar. I'm sending it. He screams, pouring every bit of his willpower into one final, desperate shot. He thrusts his hands forward, unleashing the mother of all blasts right into the heart of the monster pack. The force is insane. Trees are snapping, dust is swirling, it's like a mini hurricane hit the forest. The werewolves? Toasted. A massive gold beam of light rips through the woods, erasing everything in its path. Total annihilation. Then, silence. Everything goes quiet as the dust settles. A single leaf drifts to the ground, revealing a completely cleared-out path. Talk about an open road. The surviving monsters are literally vibrating with fear, unable to even stand. Except for one stubborn mutt still trying to act tough. Siren emerges from the dust like a straight-up reaper. He stares that last wolf down with ice in his veins. Beat it, he snarls, his eyes burning with kill intent. And don't you ever come back. The wolves? Absolutely terrified. They don't need a second warning. They turn tail and run like their lives depend on it, because they definitely do. Siren stands there for a second, looking cool. Then he starts wobbling. He's totally drained. Finally, he hits his breaking point. He falls back, and Anthon catches him just in time. The village kids rush over, crowding around their hero. Lumina's a total wreck, eyes red and tears streaming down her face. She gently brushes the hair off Siren's forehead. Anthon looks down, feeling pretty small. Let's head back, he sighs, looking at Siron's exhausted face. This hunt was a complete joke. Night falls. The village lamps are glowing in the distance. Out on the grass, Siron is staring up at the sky, just him and the stars. Anthon strolls up with a little smirk. Yo, when'd you wake up, man? Siron just grins back. Had a legendary nap. Woke up and just felt like stargazing for a bit. Anthon takes a seat. Siren's thinking, man, that was the best sleep I've had in ages. No nightmares. No weird visions. Just peace. He can't even remember the last time he felt this rested. But the moment he opened his eyes, a literal puddle of crying kids was surrounding his bed. Where am I? He asked, totally dazed. Lumina was sobbing. We thought you were a goner. Siren was low-key touched. He really did sleep like he was dead. Apparently, nobody left his side for a single second until he finally woke up. He looks around. Where's everyone else? Anthon tells him they're all busy in the kitchen. Anthon fills him in on what happened while he was out. Aside from Lumina taking a tumble, everyone's in one piece. But seriously, Anthon adds, your power? Absolute cheat code. We're all still shook. Siren just smirks, mission accomplished. Anthon looks at the stars, acting casual. Tomorrow we'll harvest the wolf skins and teeth. That loot's worth a fortune. What'd you call 'em again? Anthon asks. Woats, Siren replies. And yeah, Those fangs aren't cheap. Anthon just laughs. Fair enough. Then, the mood gets heavy. He mumbles a quick, "Look, I'm sorry." Siren's like, "Huh? What for?" He's totally caught off guard. Anthon won't even make eye contact. He stares off into the distance. "I was just jealous of you, okay?" Siren's mind, blown. Wait, what? Anthon flashes back to a snowy day when Siren was just sitting there, buried in his books. Anthon, Lumina, and the crew were walking by. The kid with the glasses said at first, "Is it just me? Or is Siren actually kind of cool?" Anthon had looked at him then, thinking the exact same thing. There was just something about Siren's vibe so focused, so different. It made Anthon feel some type of way. Anthon finally speaks up. "Your dream." Siren's confused. "My dream?" Anthon just nods. "Yeah, the one you're chasing." He turns away, face turning bright red. "I hope you actually pull it off. Man, respect earned." Siren's heart basically melted hearing those honest words, and he flashed a grin that could light up the whole room. "Yeah, thanks, man. Seriously." The two of them just sat there under a sky full of shimmering stars, soaking in the total peace. But come sunrise, the vibe shifted as Lumina started low-key begging Siren not to bounce. "Bruh, why the rush? Can't you just hang out for like one more day?" Siren gave Antho a firm handshake, his eyes showing he wasn't exactly thrilled to leave either. "Trust me, I'd love to stay, but I've got a mountain of unfinished research waiting for me back at the academy." Antho got the memo and didn't try to guilt-trip him. "Catch you later then, Siren." Antho stood there with all the village kids, cheering him on to go become the most legendary mage the world's ever seen. Siren gave them a confident smirk. "I'll definitely come back to visit you guys. See ya." Suddenly, Lumina came charging toward him like a literal wrecking ball. She tackled him into a massive hug, her voice all shaky from crying. "You better come back. If you get your mage license and start acting like you're too cool for me, you're dead meat." Siren couldn't help but laugh at that threat. "Got it." Loud and clear, he waved one last time to the squad. "Stay safe, everyone." The village kids kept waving until he was just a speck on the horizon. Antho dropped a hand on Lumina's shoulder and let out a long sigh. Man alive. Looking at his little sister's puffy, red eyes, Antho couldn't resist being a bit of a savage. "Look, if you're gonna miss the guy that much, you want me to go chase him down and drag him back for you?" Lumina wiped her face, grumbling under her breath. "Ugh, shut up. It's not like he's gone forever or anything." But as she watched Siron's silhouette disappear, her eyes were full of pure Stan energy. Siron is just so freaking cool. Watching him chase those big dreams, Lumina didn't look away until he was completely gone, swallowed up by the ancient trees in the distance. After clearing the village, Siren hauled his gear all the way to a place called Estes. He pulled out a notebook, his brain flipping back to a memory. He remembered asking Nee once, "Hey, I'm curious, how are we supposed to find our specific lab in a maze of 89 different buildings?" And Nee just broke it down for him. "Since you're the new guy in the group, I'll show you the ropes on how to navigate this place without getting lost." Nee pointed toward the corner. "You see those numbers up on the ceiling?" 19, Siren answered. Nee kept the tutorial going, explaining that the next step was checking the color of the doors. Realizing the trick, Siren looked to his right and bingo, a yellow door. He started scribbling down notes about everything he saw, treating the whole walk like a high-level logic puzzle. "Room 19, yellow door, that equals number 5. He kept walking, whispering to himself, "Okay, now I should hit a 3-way split in the path." Siren checked both ways and nodded. "So that means there are 3 other wings connecting right here. Huh." He logged everything in his notebook, doing some quick mental math, replaced the variables with 10, Y, and Z, and then tossed them into a formula. The result was what they called the master key. Siren still remembered how shook he was when Nay first explained this crazy system. Who even comes up with this stuff? And Nay told him the rumor. One of the founders was a literal savant, a genius whose brain worked on another level. That was the person who cooked up this whole equation, basically mapping out all of Esta's inside a mental construct. Ni narrowed his eyes, recalling the past. The first time I showed Jaruki this math, he said his brain was basically buffering. Siren pushed open a purple door and peeked inside. It was a long hallway that led to a main room with two side paths. Siren was low-key impressed. Damn, that equation is actually beautiful. He stepped toward the room at the very end of the hall. Right there on the door was the sign, Supernatural and Spiritual Science Research Group. Before he even stepped inside, Siren heard someone screaming their head off. Why would you leak that info right now? I told you we had a 57% chance of winning. The guy getting yelled at didn't back down, immediately firing back. Total nonsense. I wasted so much time listening to your trash advice. The first guy exploded again. Don't you get that the bigger the sample size, the better the accuracy? The other dude lost it. Only if you have infinite money, you absolute lunatic. Siron gripped the handle and slowly turned it. He was still clutching his notebook with the secret formula. He realized that finding his team through the maze of Estes was just like piecing together a complex puzzle. As the door creaked open, he had a little moment of zen. He'd learned that he needed to find the root causes, the precious links, and value every single second spent with his people. That's how he'd take it, step by step. Behind the door, Ni and Aruki were in the middle of a legendary shouting match. Siren just stood there and cleared his throat. So, you guys crawled back after losing everything, huh? The second Aruki saw him, he shouted Siren's name, but Ni cut him off to get the first word. Siren, sit down and listen to what I've got to say, then you'll see I'm right. Siren just stood there with a goofy grin on his face. Aruki looked at him like he'd grown a second head. Why is he just standing there smiling like a weirdo? But inside, Siren was just feeling incredibly grateful. Thanks for everything, guys. He gave them a massive, radiant smile. I'm home. Later, at training ground number 48, Siron used one hand to manipulate his mana, crystallizing it into a glowing gold orb of pure magic. Ni leaned back, hands behind his head, looking totally intrigued. So, is this luminescent photon the thing you wanted to flex for us? Did you just crank up the output or something? Araki, standing right next to him, shook his head. Nah, man. This is something else entirely. Aruki pointed out the weirdest part. Usually, those photons should be radiating outward, but Siren's magic was sucking the energy inward. That's when it finally clicked for Nei. Boom! Out of nowhere, Siren lets out a palm strike that absolutely obliterates the massive boulder in front of him. Nin and Aruki, jaws on the floor. Nin scrambles over to the wreckage, checking the cracks and screaming, "What in the world was that? You punched a hole through solid rock with just light? That's not just magic, man. That's straight up hacking." Aruki's looking confused. Wait, so those long-winded incantations I've been practicing, what were those? Nin just gives a guilty, awkward grin. Oh, those? Just a little prank, Siren admits. I actually developed this new move myself. I call it the photon cannon. Araki strokes his chin, getting all technical. Photons, as far as I know, that's some high-level fusion stuff. Mixing two different perceptions perfectly is basically impossible, and anything with photons is a nightmare to pull off. What kind of insane spell is this? Siren's like, I'll explain, but let's bounce and find a better spot. He gives them a look. I've got something else to drop on you guys. 2. At a spot off campus. Aruki is losing his mind, stuttering over his words. Is this for real? Nin is sitting right there, looking just as shook. You actually added mass to photons? That makes zero sense. Can you do that with electricity too? Nin's too hyped to even eat. He drops his fork and stares Siren down. It's freaking mind-blowing that he could give mass to weightless particles. Nin wipes the sweat off his forehead. He's literally overheating. He still can't wrap his brain around what Siron just said. My head is literally spinning right now. You actually pulled it off? Siren just shrugs. I guess it's a new discovery, he says, totally chill. Because of this, That heavy feeling I had is finally gone. I finally understand what those haunting nightmares were trying to tell me. Hearing that, Nin is stoked for him. Man, that is absolutely legendary. If he can actually prove this theory and make it real, it won't just rattle the magic world, it'll flip the entire planet upside down. But Aruki still has some doubts. Look, it's amazing, seriously. But knowing the theory doesn't mean just anyone can use photon magic. Even if you've reached some god-tier enlightenment, making others understand it is a whole different beast. Nin is sweating bullets now. This is way bigger than we imagined, guys. Siren slows it down. That's why I need to ask you guys something. He gives a little smirk and shares his plan with Nin and Aruki. I want to dig deeper, but we're on break, so the Academy Library is a no-go, right? I can't get into the noble library by myself. So, you guys gonna help me out? Nin's worried. I mean, sure, but why can't you just walk in? Is this related to that thing he wanted to say? Siren's eyes go dark, and he stays quiet for a long second. If I tell them the truth, are they gonna look at me differently? But if I keep hiding it, we'll never be real friends. He looks up at his two best bros. Finally, he makes up his mind. No more running. Look, I'm done hiding. Siren takes a breath and drops the truth bomb on Nin and Aruki. I'm not a noble. I'm just a commoner. A regular nobody. Nin is stunned. The words hit Aruki like a bolt of lightning. When I was just a baby, I was abandoned in a stable. My parents now? They just found me and raised me. My dad is just a regular hunter. After Siren finishes his story, the table goes dead silent. Nobody says a word. After a while, Nin breaks the awkward vibe. So that's why you've been acting so emo lately? Who cares about that? Aruki suddenly cuts him off, looking dark. Who cares? Nin snaps back. Aruki, what is your problem? Aruki's voice is cold. Nin, do you even realize what this jerk just said? Veins are popping out of Aruki's forehead as he starts yelling. Magic, academics, everything. You're telling me this guy only started learning a year ago? In 3 months, he climbed to class 5 and clapped me in front of the whole school. Nin and Siron just stare as Aruki keeps ranting. And he did it while being disabled too, not to mention dating a literal genius mage. Nin finally jams his hand over Aruki's mouth to shut him up. He grins at Siron. Siron, honestly? Where you came from doesn't change a thing for us. Nin makes a finger heart and winks at him. To me, you're the goat. Love ya, man. Siren freezes for a second, then the waterworks start. Thanks guys, he says, sounding genuinely happy. Seriously. Aruki rolls his eyes. Ugh, love ya? Are you guys dating now? Also, wait, does Amy know about this? Nin leans in, curious as hell. Wait, how long have you two even known each other? Since we were little kids, Siren admits. Though, our relationship was pretty rocky back then. Nin is hyped. Spill the tea. I need to know everything. Rewind the clock. The capital of the Tomiya Kingdom, in a town called Basuka. Years ago, in a trashy slum called Radom, a kid in filthy, ragged clothes is running for his life, clutching a moldy piece of bread. Picture this. A pack of low-life thugs, armed to the teeth with rusty knives and clubs, hunting down a kid like he's prey. The streets screaming with their threats. You're dead meat, you little rat. You think you can just jack our stuff? That's Canis. Our boy is sprinting, lungs absolutely on fire. Exhausted and shaking, Canis slips into a literal hole in the wall, a damp, stinking dump he calls home. He calls out for Aaron, his voice trembling. In that wreckage of a room, a frail little girl is shivering on a piece of scrap wood. That's Arian. She looks like a ghost, struggling just to take a breath. Canis panics, heart dropping into his stomach. Arian? Hey, talk to me. Does it hurt? Where does it hurt? While he's checking on her, he pulls out a crusty piece of bread he managed to swipe. Look, I got food. You gotta eat, okay? You can't leave me. He's straight up crying now, totally desperate. Help, please, anyone. He spins around, but too late. Those 3 thugs from before, they're already standing right there, blocking the light. They've got that, I'm gonna enjoy this look on their faces. Found you, kid. Before Canis can even blink, he takes a brutal slap to the face. His skinny little body gets tossed across the room like a rag doll. He screams out in pain while those heartless bastards just laugh like it's a joke. In his head, he's thinking, this was supposed to be my safe spot. I wasn't supposed to be found here. Canis tries to shield himself, but this big tank of a guy just starts raining down kicks. Every blow comes with another insult, another curse. You little cockroach, where did you think you were gonna run? Canis just feels hollow inside. It's over. They found him. The lead thug picks up the bread Canis nearly died for and starts shoving it into his own mouth, laughing with his mouth full. Pure disrespect. Canis, you're literal trash. You really thought you could hoard this precious loot all for yourself? He's cackling like he's won the lottery. Behind him, another meathead grabs Arian and throws her over his shoulder. The leader kicks Canis right in the teeth one last time. Useless brat. Something snaps. Canis screams with pure, unadulterated hate. Touch her and I'll end you. I'll kill every single one of you. I swear it. But to these guys, a threat from a dying kid is the funniest thing they've heard all year. They're doubling over, howling with laughter. You hear that? The runt thinks he's a killer. Oh, I'm shaking. One of them squats down, looking Canis in the eye with a smug grin. Try it in your next life, kid. Then he looks at the blonde guy and nods. Finish him. Now. The blonde thug raises a jagged knife high, ready to plunge it straight into Canis's chest. Canis stares at that cold steel, his mind screaming, if only I had the power. Arian is watching her brother's execution, absolutely losing it. In that final second, Canis just wishes. He looks at those 3 pieces of human garbage with every ounce of spite he has left. And then, silence. The thugs freeze. Out of nowhere, this eerie, pitch-black smoke starts swirling around them. Before they can even scream, that shadow stuff rips the life right out of all 3 of them. One second they're tough guys, the next, they're screaming. What the hell is this? Canis just lies there, eyes wide, watching the most insane thing he's ever seen in his life. Blood splatters right across his face. He's stunned, thinking, what just happened? His eyes are bloodshot, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks from pure, raw shock. After deleting those 3, the black shadow wraps around Arian like a blanket and lifts her up gently. She's floating in that mysterious smoke until it slowly, carefully, places her right back into Canis's arms. The shadows begin to bleed together, swirling and thickening until a figure starts stepping out from the darkness. Canis can't look away. Then, this raspy, otherworldly voice echoes in his ears. So, what do you think? The thing in front of him is a nightmare blank white eyes and a deep red mouth that stretches all the way back to its ears. It leans in, dripping fresh blood onto Canis's face. Magic's pretty fun, isn't it? And suddenly, Canis starts laughing like a total maniac. That crazy laugh? That's his way of saying I'm in. Fast forward to the capital of Tomia Basuka. The city is glowing under the nightlights. High up on a rooftop overlooking the National Museum, a dark figure is watching the world below. No surprises here, it's Canis. He's scouting the place, noting that the security is absolutely insane tonight. Guards are everywhere, cycling through patrols like clockwork. Arian's voice cracks in his ear. Whoa, I've never seen this many holy relics in one spot. These things are priceless artifacts that literally belong in a history book. Canis knows exactly what they're worth. He focuses. Forget the small stuff. Where's our real target? Arian checks the feed. The core of the mana control system, the Dragon Heart. She drops the intel. It's in the vault right in the middle of the 3rd floor. At least 15 guards are camped out right on top of it. Then comes the catch. Listen, until you actually grab that Dragon Heart core, you can't use a single drop of spiritual energy inside that building. Canis shrugs. No magic. Huh? Guess I'm doing this the old-fashioned way then. Arian sounds worried. Just be careful, okay? Canis just gives a cold, sharp smirk and leaps toward the museum like a shadow. He's moving like a ghost through the dark, but the second he hits the perimeter, he lets that shadow mana loose. His power surges out like giant black serpents, tearing through the museum walls like they're made of paper. Canis flies straight for the glass. He smashes through the window, landing right in the middle of the floor while the guards freak out. What the? We got an intruder. Move, move, security screaming, and Canis? His eyes go cold, pure killer vibes. He just mumbles under his breath. Now? Then bam, magic erupts. He's not playing around anymore, straight up neutralizing every guard in his path. They're tossed like ragdolls against the walls. The guards are losing it. How the hell is this kid using magic here? Blink and you'll miss it. Canis basically solos the entire security squad in a matter of seconds. A few survivors scramble for the alarm, screaming about a rogue mage. Arian's like, Canis, move it. Fast. No more holding back. Canis floors it, knocking heads and clearing the path like it's absolutely nothing. Boom! He reaches the vault for the mana control system and just kicks the door down. Zero chill. Found it. The mana control core, the big prize. He grabs it before the dust even settles. Core in hand, he scans the room. The heist is officially a total success. But wait, the backup arrives. Guards everywhere, yelling that the core has been swiped. One guy starts to scream, the core, and then, lights out. Magic knocks him cold mid-sentence. One by one, they all drop. Then, someone starts walking up behind him. Slowly, the air gets heavy with dark energy. Canis doesn't even flinch. Perfect timing. Arian. It's his sister. She looks around the carnage, totally worried. Wait, Canis, you didn't actually kill them, right? Canis just shrugs it off. Relax, sis. He points to the bodies on the floor. They're just taking a forced nap. Trust me on this. Suddenly, kaboom. The whole museum shakes. Outside, the heavy hitters have arrived, and they sound beyond pissed. A voice booms, I don't know how you're using magic in a dead zone, but it ends now. This middle-aged guy in a suit steps out, hands literally glowing with fire. He is not happy. Leave the loot and maybe you'll live. Try to run? You're straight up toast. Through the thick smoke, Canis and Arian just stand there. Cold, unbothered. Legendary energy. The smoke clears, and the two siblings step into the light. The standoff of the century begins. The suit guy freezes. His voice starts shaking. No way. Dark mages? Canis doesn't wait. He unleashes a wave of pure darkness that literally swallows the commander's fire. The guy is struggling just to breathe. By the time he recovers, they're freaking gone. Where did they go? Just then, a soldier runs up, looking like he's seen a ghost. Commander, the mana core, it's officially stolen. The boss snaps out of it, fuming. They couldn't have teleported. They're still nearby. Find them now, no excuses. The troops scramble, but the commander is stuck in his own head. Something doesn't add up. Those kids were way too young. How did they bypass the system and swipe the core? It was too smart, too calculated, and that dark magic, it felt terrifyingly familiar. Then it hits him. Only one person in history could pull off magic that twisted. Darkness that eats the sun. A nightmare that brought the entire kingdom to its knees. The legendary archmage, Victor Asen. Just thinking the name sends chills down his spine. He starts sweating. But wait, Victor died in that accident 40 years ago, right? So who the hell is using his magic now? The city is in for one hell of a night. Cut to the Basuka Mountains. Two shadows are trekking through the peaks in the dead of night. It's the thieves, Canis and Arian. They enter a hidden chamber with a glass coffin in the center. Canis kneels, holding the core like a holy relic. We got it, Master. The final piece. Inside that glass, the man himself, Victor Asen. Canis slots the core into the machine. Arian is visibly shaking as the mechanism clicks into place. This is it, the moment of truth. Time to take back your throne, Master. Then, boom, a shockwave rips through the cave. Dust everywhere. But Canis? He's grinning like a maniac. It actually worked. A withered, bony hand claws its way out of the coffin. Then, a voice like sandpaper on gravel. 40 years, finally. Victor's eyes snap open, burning with hate. Time to find that bastard. Canis looks up, totally hyped. But the big boss? He's literally fuming. Anpas Smith, you backstabbing snake. He roars, pure hatred dripping from his voice. Rewind 40 years. A massive fire. A scene straight out of a nightmare, with someone's dying screams echoing through the wall of flames. No, this research isn't just yours. The man howls into the inferno. He's losing it. I poured my blood, sweat, and soul into this. Anpas, how could you do this to me? The guy, Anpas, just stands there with his back turned. Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. Why, Anpas finally turns around in the middle of that burning hellscape. Tears are streaming down his face, but he's laughing like a total psycho. He lets out this bone-chilling cackle and drops a cold truth bomb about their research. Before he even finishes the sentence, he just walks away, leaves the dude to bake in the fire. Ice cold. The man screams, he thrashes around like a madman, but it's useless. Fate already signed his death warrant in that burning building. Fast forward to now, the survivor, let's call him the master, stares at his hands, still covered in nasty burn scars. Living proof that he literally crawled back from the grave. It took 40 years to get my life back. He growls. 40 years. He clenches his fist so hard his knuckles go white. His eyes are straight up terrifying. Anpas, mirror him. You really thought you could live a cozy life after what you did to me? The master sits on his high throne, looking like a total final boss. Down below, Arian and Canis are on their knees, showing some serious respect. Arian's all, master this and master that. Canis chimes in too. Yo, we only have a pulse because of you. You gave us this insane power, so just say the word. Our lives are yours to throw away. We're your loyal dogs until the end. The master glares at them, his voice deep and gravelly. I'm putting my chips on you guys. He spots Arian shaking like a leaf. Then he looks at Canis. His voice sounds like he swallowed a box of rusty nails, but it's got that don't mess with me authority. My precious disciples, he warns them. Be careful. Watch your backs out there. Anpas was always blinded by greed. He'd kill anyone to get what he wanted. The guy's a straight-up lunatic murderer. Meanwhile, at Anfas's office, the weather is peak horror movie vibes. Thunder's booming, rain's pouring, and water's streaking down the glass like tears. Alpheus stands up from his desk. He wanders over to the bookshelf, hesitating for just a second. He pulls one specific book and click, the shelf slides open to reveal a secret passage. Classic hidden room move. He grabs an oil lamp and creeps into the darkness. He sets the light down next to an old photo frame. He looks outside and mutters, thunder and lightning. His voice sounds super nostalgic, like he's remembering that exact same storm from years ago. He places his signature pocket watch on the shelf, the one he always carries. Standing in front of a portrait of his old friend, he whispers, "Never forgive me." Outside, the city of Basuka is drowning in a depressing downpour. Cut to the weekly academic meeting. The kingdom's top-tier professors are all bunched up, arguing and yapping away like it's a sport. While everyone else is hyped for the debate, our boy Seven is just sitting there, scratching his head and dying of boredom. Now I get why all the teachers tried to dodge this, he thinks. Who argues for 3 days straight? These people are built different. Seven looks like death warmed over. Pale face, massive bags under his eyes. Inside, he's literally screaming, I just want to go home. Please. He's only there because he's the rep for the Anpas Magic Academy. He watches the crowd and thinks, man, these guys are dedicated. The debate's been over for ages, but they're still talking shop even during the after-party. No off switch for these geniuses. Seven's holding a glass of wine, face all red. But he's not drunk, he's just totally simping for someone across the room. The only reason I'm still suffering through this is to talk to her, he thinks. He's searching the crowd for Ran Oan. He starts listing her stats like a true fanboy. Top 99 artists? Check. Royal pianist? Check. Basically a musical legend. He keeps stealing glances at her, his brain going a mile a minute. Wow, she's so chill even with a mob surrounding her. I can't even find an opening. If only Sienna was half as cool as she is. Suddenly, plot twist, Rena turns around and locks eyes with him. 7 totally freezes. He actually spits his wine out like a cartoon character. Wait. What? Is she? Is she looking at me? No way. Impossible. Before he can even process it, Rena walks right up to him. So glad to meet you, she says. 7 is absolutely losing it. He stammers out, huh? Me? How do you even know who I am? Rena just gives him a sweet smile. Duh. You're the professor from the Anpas Magic Academy, right? Then she basically hits him with a critical strike, inviting him over to her place. The Oen mansion is right here in Gree. 7 is basically malfunctioning at this point, rambling like a total dork. Oh, cool, he says, but his heart is doing backflips. Is this happening? Is she into me? His face turns into a literal tomato. He's already daydreaming about their wedding. Talk about 0 to 60. Man's got it bad. Picture this. They have kids, right? Our boy Thut would totally go soft and ask her, babe, what should we name our little ones? Then she'd give him that $1,000,000 smile and drop a bomb. How's Siren doing lately? That definitely wasn't the vibe Thut was going for. He froze up instantly. Talk about a vibe check. It felt like a literal bolt of lightning struck him right in the ears. He's like, holy hell, and his brain starts racing at 100 miles per hour. Siren Arian. He'd seen that name before. Back during the admissions chaos, that was the one name that actually stuck in his head. Why? Because the kid lives at Ozen's place. Thut started sweating bullets. Turns out he's not just on a date, he's meeting the freaking parent. Old habits die hard. Thut immediately flipped the switch into full professor mode. He pulled himself together, acting all classy and gentlemanlike with the perfect vocabulary. You've sent us a straight-up prodigy, he says. The kid is the absolute pride of the academy. Hearing Thut hype Siren up like that made her day. Vina was absolutely glowing. Oh, for real? I'm so hyped to hear that. Tell me, does he have a lot of friends there? Thut nodded, looking way too smug. Man, the guy's a legend. Guys and girls both love him. Even the seniors are low-key jealous, honestly. I am too. Oh, and check this out, the kid's even got a girlfriend. She's pretty famous among the students. Suddenly, Vina's face just went totally dark. Thut kept digging his own grave. But hey, he's hitting the books hard, so you don't even need to worry about that stuff. Vina tried to keep that smile on her face, but her voice was cold as ice. So life is just great for him. Huh? How nice for him. That's when it hit him. Thut realized he'd majorly messed up. You want me to give him a message? If you tell me, She cut him off before he could even finish. Forget it. Just knowing he's healthy is enough for me. Seeing Joy Na's mood tank like that, Thut panicked and tried to fix it. Hey, look, don't worry. I'm not just bragging here, but Anpas Magic Academy is a legendary school. I mean, it's literally recognized by the kingdom itself as top tier. He leaned in, sounding super intense. We're gonna give it our all. So please, don't stress. Vina was actually shocked by how much he seemed to care. Oh, but then she gave him this gentle, sunrise-level smile. Thank you so much. Please look after Siren. That smile? It basically made Thut's soul leave his body. He was completely gone, just drowning in her sweetness at this point. After a few seconds of pure hesitation, he finally grew a pair and asked her, meeting like this? Total fate. Want to head back to Chris together tomorrow? I'd love to take you out for lunch too. Vina actually said yes. Oh, that sounds absolutely amazing. But then she added, I do have a performance to do in Basuka first, though. Thut went for the gold. Mind if I come watch? Vina nodded. I'd be honored if you showed up. Thut was screaming with joy on the inside. Score! Then Vena got all serious. Honestly, I'm worried no one will show up because of what's been going down in the capital. Thut asked, wait, what happened? Vina sighed. Well, just recently, she frowned, looking super hesitant. Hell's Gate was attacked and a B-rank prisoner escaped. Some mystery dark mage did it. The capital is basically under martial law right now, Hearing that made Thut's face go pale in a second. His lips were literally trembling. Did you just say? Sweat was pouring down his face now. His voice was shaking. A dark mage? Can you tell me everything you know about that? Vina tried to remember the details. Well, I heard it was some old guy with white hair and, based on her description, Thut knew exactly who that old man was. It felt like his entire world just turned pitch black. He bowed fast, sounding totally desperate. Forgive me, I gotta go. Right now. Vina was just standing there confused. Huh? Without wasting a single second, Thut bolted. He sprinted off like his life depended on it. Vina shouted after him. Thut, where are you going so fast? Professor Thut was running for his life while piecing the clues together. Dark mage. Prisoner escape. It all made sense. He gritted his teeth. No doubt about it, this was his plan. Damn it. Why does this crap always happen when I'm out of town? The night before, at the Hell's Gate prison where they keep the worst of the worst, a massive fire broke out. Inside that prison, bodies were piled up everywhere. One poor guy was being choked by pure magical force. He tried to fight back, but the darkness just snuffed him out. That dark energy turned into a jagged, lethal spear, ripping right through the poor guy's chest. The ones behind this absolute massacre? None other than Ozen and his two loyal-to-the-bone disciples. Dark magic has two main tricks, absorption and fusion. Canis was mulling that over while staring at a tiny ant crawling on the ground. Darkness sucks in all the energy around it and fuses it into one single attribute. Canis Minmin was deep in thought, staring off into the distance while blocking the ant's path. He wondered if his dark energy could actually do some damage yet. Just like that, his magic flickered out and crushed the ant flat. Gone. But then he watched the other ants. They were scrambling, trying to get as far away from him as humanly possible. The ant kept pushing until it finally escaped the shadow of his magic. Right then, it hit him. Darkness can't ever truly beat the light. Then, a raspy, old voice came from right behind him. Well done, Canis. He spun around and saw Ozen standing right there. Canis whispers, Master, in my book, you're the one we owe everything to. You literally snatched me and Aaron out of that living hell. The Great Snail Mage, yeah, weird name, but old man's terrifying. He looks at Canis, voice deep as a grave, and says, if you just pushed a little harder. And then, boom, the evil snail slams his staff down. Pure, uncut dark magic erupts, crawling across the floor like a physical nightmare. Even the ants trying to scurry away get vaporized by that raw pressure. In a heartbeat, the darkness just takes over. Everything. Snail's voice, raspy but straight up commanding, rings in Canis's ear. One day, kid, you'll be the one drowning out the light. Hearing that, Canis drops this totally wicked smirk, his eyes glowing with that thick, you're already dead energy. That creepy grin and those hollow eyes? Yeah, he never outgrew those. Fast forward and he's a full-on teenager now. But the soul? Still pitch black. Zero change in the dark and edgy department. Right now, it's a total bloodbath. Bodies everywhere, people crying out, help me, please. But those desperate screams? They just feed the beast inside Canis. He's going full savage mode, ending lives without blinking. No mercy, no cap. Shouts for help everywhere. Save us. Too late. Canis's magic is slicing through them like invisible chainsaws, leaving absolutely nothing left of the poor targets. Watching her brother go absolutely mental, Arian stands right behind him, looking conflicted. She keeps her voice low. Canis, this place has nothing to do with Master's revenge. Do you really have to go this hard? Canis doesn't even turn around. He just hits her with that cold-blooded tone. Arian, rule number 1. We trust the Master. Period. His lips curl into this tiny, smug smile. You know how it is. He finally turns, looking her dead in the eye. Master never does anything without a reason. Arian just looks down, whispering, yeah, I get it, Canis. To her, her own brother is starting to look like a straight-up demon with that twisted smile. The three of them just stand there, cold as ice, watching the carnage unfold. Once the guards are mostly erased, the two disciples follow the old man deep into the prison. This place was built to be a fortress, but the evil snail? He just waves a hand and those massive iron bars snap like literal toothpicks. Prisoners start pouring out. One guy looks up, totally mind blown. Whoa, your skills are legit. This prisoner is huffing with pure attitude, trying to act tough with Snail. Thanks for the assist, Gramps. You some kind of mage? Then he sees Canis and Arian and starts laughing. What's with the kids? You taking him on a field trip or something? He holds out a hand, all smug. Nice to meet ya. I'm Kakin, the night cat. You've heard of me, right? Snail just stares at Kakin's filthy hand like it's literal trash. He clicks his tongue, *tesk, asterisk. His eyes go sharp, lethal. You can practically feel the killing intent. I finally step onto the battlefield myself, and all I find is a bunch of loudmouth brats. The prisoners lose it. Say what? Did this old geezer really just call us brats? Not knowing they're flirting with death, the mob charges at Snail. So what if you're a mage? We've got the numbers. Let's wreck him. Before they can even get close? Lights out. Everything goes pitch black in a second. The prisoners start panicking, backing into each other. What the? Why is it so dark? I can't see a thing. Wait, are the walls moving? Yep, the walls are literally closing in, turning the hallway into a human trash compactor. It doesn't take long for the screams to start pure, hopeless terror. No! Stop! What are you doing? Damn it, get me out. Don't push, there's no way out. Man, it's a total horror show. Arian bites her lip and looks away. She can't handle the sight. Blood starts spraying everywhere as the walls meet in the middle. After the dust settles and the noise stops, there's one guy left, sitting in the corner with heavy chains on his feet. Snail speaks up. Quite the scheme you had going. He narrows his eyes. You were hiding your presence pretty well. The guy in chains just scowls, clicking his tongue. Chirk. Both his hands are locked down, and there's a parrot tattoo sitting right on his shoulder. This is the guy. Now that he's busted, he stops playing hide and seek. Lucas steps out, sounding bored as hell. Whelp caught red-handed. But seriously, you guys are nuts. Why'd you have to do the locals like that? Canis and Aaron stay quiet, just watching. Snail is sizing Lucas up too. Lucas asks, you guys really planning to go toe-to-toe with the kingdom? Snail doesn't answer, so Lucas just chuckles. I'll take that as a yes. Suddenly, the air between them gets heavy. Out of nowhere, Lucas lunges. His eyes are full of murder as he charges straight for the old man. He swings a massive iron mace at Snail, but the old guy doesn't even flinch. Lucas is shocked it's like he can't even reach him. The mace is frozen in midair, held back by Snail's invisible magic. Lucas can't see it, but he can feel it. It's like, my whole attack just got sucked into a void. He's thinking, who the hell is this old man? Right then, Snail growls out, you passed the test. Lucas actually laughs. Say what now? He looks at Snail, totally confused. I didn't exactly apply for a job here, buddy. Snail doesn't say another word. He just turns his back to leave, and his magic surges straight for Lucas like a tidal wave. Lucas panics, throwing his arms up to block. Inside, he's screaming, crap, this is bad, real bad. Plot twist. Ain's magic didn't actually want Lucas dead. Instead, it literally blew his chains apart. Then, that creepy, gravelly voice of Sen echoes through the room. Money, that's your weak spot, isn't it? Sen cuts straight to the chase. I've got a job for you and the pay, it's massive. The old man stares Lucas down. You in? Lucas just gives this devious little smirk. Now you're speaking my language. Canis just watches the exchange in dead silence. You can see the pure annoyance in Canis's eyes. Meanwhile, outside, it is absolutely dumping. A lone carriage is struggling to tear through the midnight downpour. Inside, Chris, our boy Thut, is losing his mind. He's pacing in that tiny space, barking at the driver. Can't this thing go any faster? Move it. I literally gave you every gold coin I had. The driver looks back, totally stressed. Look, kid, even if I push these horses to the limit, we aren't getting there until sunrise. Hearing that just sets Chris off. He's fuming. He grinds his teeth and slams his fist against the carriage wall, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Outside, the driver is just over it. What am I even doing out here at this hour? Inside, Chris is clutching his head, his brain spinning in a million directions. Sen, that literal monster, was broken out of prison last night. Chris knows exactly what's coming next. The old man is coming back to settle a 40-year-old grudge. I have to get to Master, right now, before everything goes to hell. Over at Anpas Magic Academy, the rain makes the whole place look like a graveyard. Lucas is standing there in fresh gear, shivering like a leaf. Man, it is freezing. Looking down at the academy, Lucas starts whining again. It's pouring. Man, do we really have to do this tonight? Canis just hits him with a cold stare. Stop crying. He leans in, making sure Lucas hears him. Just do exactly what the contract says. Nothing more, nothing less. Lucas just chuckles. Whatever, man. Just make sure that bonus is fat. He starts grumbling again. If I knew you guys were planning a full-on ambush on a magic school. While Lucas is busy complaining, Sen is already hovering high in the sky, looking down at Anfis like he's judging the whole world. His eyes, pure, unadulterated hatred. Down below, Lucas is still running his mouth. I definitely wouldn't have signed up for this mess. Up in the storm, Sen just hangs there like a ghost, silently scouting the academy grounds. The dude is radiating pure, killing intent. The rhythm of the rain just makes the whole academy feel even more isolated and creepy. Lucas crosses his arms, thinking to himself, great, I'm stuck here because they promised me a mountain of cash. But this is straight up treason. Lucas shifts his eyes over to Aaron, trying to start a conversation. Hey, you don't look like the type to do this kind of dirty work. He starts shamelessly flirting. You're way too pretty to be running around with a bunch of low-life criminals like us. Why don't you just ditch them and come with? Before he can finish, Canis has had enough of Lucas hitting on his sister. Lucas, your job is to watch the hostage. Period. He snaps at him, voice cold as ice. Shut up and do what you're being paid for. Lucas just rolls his eyes. Fine, fine. So who's this mystery hostage anyway? Canis doesn't even bother looking at him. You'll find out tomorrow morning. Canis's attitude is seriously starting to get on Lucas's last nerve. Lucas just clicks his tongue in annoyance. Canis feels the same way. He's thinking, why the hell did Master even bring this clown along? Suddenly, a creepy voice slithers into Lucas's mind. Don't ask questions. It's a warning, loud and clear. Everything happening right now is according to his will. And by his, they mean the big boss, the great mage Sen. It's pitch black, the rain is relentless, and Sen's dark mana is already silently creeping over every inch of the Anfas campus. Meanwhile, over at the Royal Library, things are getting nerdy. Ancient scrolls say everything has weight, and that weight is what broke the universe's perfect balance. And because of a billion random accidents and cosmic hiccups, the world we know actually came to life. Suddenly, Nee pops up from a mountain of books, looking like he hasn't slept in 3 years. So basically, the world wouldn't even exist without weight, right? Nee's a 5th year, but right now, his hair looks like a literal bird's nest. He jumps up and yells, no, wait. The real question is, why did weight even exist in the first place? I bet it just showed up out of nowhere. Like boom, instant gravity. Eriki, another 5th year who's currently face-planted on his desk, just groans. It's just weight, bro. It's not that deep. Nee isn't having it. Are you serious right now? You're basically saying God just spawned it all, aren't you? Is your brain fried? Do you need some sugar to wake up? Eruki completely ignores him, casually picking his nose. I don't know, man. I'm just talking. Who actually knows this stuff? Eruki stares up at the library ceiling, watching the chandelier glow. He sounds like he's just done with life. We've spent every waking second in this library, digging through every book on weight we could find. But at the end of the day, Some things are just way beyond what a human brain can handle. Eruki sits up and points a finger. I think we've gotten as close as we can to the omniscient point of view. He looks over at Siron, who's currently buried under a pile of books. Hey Siron, Eruki calls out. From your omniscient perspective, what the hell is weight? Anyway, Siron doesn't say a word. He's just sitting there, lost in his own head. According to the texts, a mage's omniscience helps them stay objective. But a mage's actual omnipotent power? That's a whole different, personal beast. Our boy Siron is still stuck in 5th year. When Eruki starts grilling him, Siron just slumps over his desk, looking totally defeated. He narrows his eyes and grumbles. Man, it's honestly hard to put into words. But then he pauses, thinking back to that wild moment he tapped into the immortal energy. He can still see those glowing crystals falling right into his palms. In that split second, Siron felt something deep, a literal sense of existence. Noon and Eruki both shout, "Existence? What are you even talking about?" Siron just nods. Yeah, I could feel this intense will to survive, like a massive hunger to just be. He explains it like the energy was screaming out, desperate for anyone, anywhere, to acknowledge it was real. Eruki strokes his chin, looking all philosophical. That's deep. Wanting to prove you exist? Huh? Then Noon suddenly yelps. Wait, what about this? Siron's confused. Huh? Noon is hyped. Siron, your total power. We gotta name it. Noon grins, suggesting they call it the particle of God. The second Siron hears that, his eyes literally catch fire with excitement. Eruki sits up, nodding in approval. That's fire. It actually makes me think. Siron's already sold. That name is perfect for what I'm feeling. Noon's ego is through the roof now that his homies love the idea. For real? Let's go. With a name like that, the power feels even more legendary. Siron grips his mana tight, whispering the name Noon gave it over and over. The particle of God. Siron's grinning ear to ear. All right, time to dive deep and study this thing for real. Next morning, the sun hits Anpas Magic Academy. Our trio Noon, Siron, and Eruki are walking across the campus together. Noon's got his hands behind his head, whining like he's being tortured. I can't believe our vacation had to end like this. Eruki hits him with a reality check. Since when is a suspension a vacation? Siron just looks lost. You guys haven't forgotten the promise we made yesterday, right? The second Siron says that the vibes go completely dark. They both look terrified. Right. We gotta grind this semester so we can all graduate together. Siron's not letting them off the hook. It's only been one day. Guys, stay focused. Eruki and Noon are basically crying, imagining the worst-case scenario. What if I get left behind in 5th year all by myself? Eruki looks at Siron, totally desperate. Hey, Siron, you wouldn't mind staying back one more year with us, right? Siron's making a face. Are you kidding? Both of your scores are higher than mine. I'm the one who's actually cooked here. Noon interrupts. Today's the last day. You guys want to hit the lab? Siron waves them off. Nah, I gotta go somewhere first. You guys go ahead. Eruki tells Siron to catch up later. After splitting off, Siron just strolls along, staring up at the clear blue sky. He starts reflecting. 6 months ago, I was just some clueless first-year student. Now, I've got the particle of God and friends who actually have my back. The wind catches his golden hair, making him feel like a main character. He's feeling nostalgic. He thinks back to those moments walking with Amy. He's my boyfriend. That's what she told everyone. The memories are playing back in his head like a slow-motion highlight reel. He remembers bringing a giant basket of apples to Amy. He'd smiled and told her, "It's all thanks to you. I felt like I really needed to thank you properly." She was totally stunned. Wait, what? For me? He remembers the night he, Noan, and Eruki pranked the whole school, and how Amy looked at him then. And that night she cried, telling him to stop calling her senior. Siron whispers to himself, Amy, thank you. You're the reason I even made it this far. Right then, over at the advanced class, students are getting ready for the day. Amy and Serial are walking to class like usual when suddenly Boom Siren pops up right in front of them. Amy, Senior Serial. The girls almost jump out of their skins. Siren's beaming, asking gently, "Did I scare you?" "Sorry, just wanted to surprise you." Siren gets a little shy, looking down at the two coffees in his hands. "Thank you, Amy." He tells her it's all because she believed in him, but Amy just goes cold. "Why are you acting like we're close?" Siren freezes. "What?" Even Serial looks at him like he's something she stepped in. "Do you even know where you are right now?" Her eyes are pure murder. She warns him, "You've got guts showing up to the graduating class. I'll give you that. But you're way out of line. Go back to being a nerd and study." Serial tells Amy to move. And here I thought things were finally quiet. They just turn their backs and walk away, leaving Siren standing there. He stammers, "Wait, Senior Serial." Siren panics and chases after them. He's shouting, "Are you guys mad? Is it because I haven't visited in a while?" Suddenly, Serial just straight up shoves him. The two hot coffees crash to the ground, spilling everywhere. Serial screams at him, "I tried to let this go, but this isn't cute, it's straight up stalking. You hear me? Get lost while I'm still being nice, or I'll have you expelled." Every word she spits feels like a jagged blade ripping through Siren's soul. His voice was shaking, totally caught in a loop of no way, no way. Siren couldn't wrap his head around why everyone suddenly flipped the script on him. Ami actually felt a tiny bit bad for the guy, so she gave Serial's sleeve a tug and whispered under her breath, "Look, we're done here. Let's bounce before lunch break is history." Siren wasn't buying it though. He kept yelling that they were lying through their teeth while struggling to get back on his feet. He spun around and hauled tail out of there, his brain stuck on repeat. Lies. All lies. Serial just watched him go, brow furrowed. That dude is a total freak, looks innocent but stubborn as hell. Then she tried to chill Amy out, saying, "Don't sweat it. You've already got a top-tier hottie in your corner." But even as the words left her mouth, Serial felt a weird chill. Amy just blinked, totally lost. "Wait, who are you even talking about?" Meanwhile, Siren was spiraling hard. He was sprinting so fast he didn't even see the world around him. He slammed straight into some guy. The dude shoved him off, looking totally ticked off. "Ugh. Watch where you're going. Man." Siren's eyes widened. He knew that face anywhere. "Mar," he shouted. Mar's eyes darted to Siren's elite class badge. Instantly, his body went into autopilot, bowing low. "My bad, Senior. Forgive me." Siren's heart dropped. "Mar, are you serious right now?" "It's me, Siren. We literally survived that teleportation exam together." The guy just scrunched up his face, looking completely blank. Sure thing, man." Mar scratched his ear, looking everywhere but at Siron. "Look, I'm not really feeling it, but sorry for not recognizing you, I guess." Siren felt like he'd been hit by a truck. "How do you not know me?" Right then, Professor Sienna strolled up, looking all casual. "Yo, what's the drama about?" Hearing Sienna's voice was like finding an oxygen tank underwater. Siren turned to her with absolute desperation in his eyes, begging for help. But then she dropped the bomb. "Wait, who are you again? New transfer student? I've never seen your face around here." Siren felt his entire body turn to stone. "Got a name, kid?" she asked. Suddenly, this other dude started flexing, looking like he was ready to throw hands with Siren for being a stranger. "Who's this clown?" he barked. Before Siren knew it, a whole crowd of students was closing in, whispering and pointing. "Never seen him. Looks shady as hell. Is he a burglar? What's his deal?" Siron finally snapped, let out a massive yell, and bolted. Mar wasted no time, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Don't let him get away. Grab that suspicious freak." Siren was full-on sobbing as he sprinted for his life. "This isn't happening. It's a prank. It's gotta be fake." He kept running, trying to gaslight himself into believing reality wasn't breaking. Fake. Totally fake. He slammed open the door to the group room, breathing like a marathon runner. There they were, Neen and Aruki, just chilling. Siren stumbled in, tears blurring his vision. "9. Hierarchy. You guys. You still know who I am, right? It's me, Siren. Nine's expression went cold. Dark. How the hell did you get in here? Both him and Aruki gave Siren a look that could kill. Who even are you? They asked, their voices like ice. That was the final nail in the coffin. Siren's world just ended. A terrifying thought crept in. Was I ever even here? Did I just hallucinate this whole school life? Is this some twisted dream? Nine leaned back, eyes narrow and sharp. Hold up. How does some random outsider know the passcode for the Estes room? The questions kept coming like heat-seeking missiles. Did another team send you? Who are you really? Siren just broke down, bawling his eyes out. He was completely lost. When your only ride-or-die friends look at you like a stranger, what else is there to do? He started wondering if he was even real. But then, Nine and Aruki's faces twisted into these creepy-ass grins. Suddenly, they both lost it, howling with laughter. Aruki was making the most punchable face ever. Man, I couldn't hold it in any longer. Neen was laughing so hard he literally had tears. Yo, look at his pathetic face. Nine pointed, then started doing a high-pitched, mocking version of Siron's voice. Oh, Neen. Aruki, you know me, right? It's me, Siren. Aruki was doubled over, totally losing his cool. Stop. Stop. My stomach's killing me. Siren just collapsed to his knees, whispering. So, you guys actually remember me? When Siren actually hit the floor, the joke turned sour real quick. The guys jumped up, looking panicked. Whoa, Siren. Why are you actually crying, man? Aruki rushed over, checking him out. Hey, what's wrong? You okay? Neen started rubbing Siren's back, his voice turning soft. Look, we're sorry for trolling you. All right? You good now? After Siren spilled the whole crazy story, the gears in Neen's head started turning. Wait, so you're saying everyone else is blanking on you? He looked at Siren, confused. What do you mean? Exactly. Aruki sat there, scratching his head. It was one thing for students to forget, but Professor Sienna too? Siren just sniffled. When I looked at them, they weren't faking it. They really had no clue. Nine stood up, looking determined. All right, this is getting weird. Let's head out and run some field tests. Siron grabbed him, terrified. But what if the second we walk out that door, you guys forget me too? Just the thought of losing them again made him lose it. If that happens, I'm seriously done for. Aruki's eyes lit up with a eureka moment. Yo, what if we just write it down? No sooner said than done. Aruki grabbed a pen and started scribbling on Neen's hand. Rule 1. If your brain goes mush, anyone with this North Star symbol is your bestie. Nine balled his fist, showing off the messy North Star drawing. He flashed a confident smirk. With this, even if our memories get wiped, we've got a backup plan. Easy, right? Siren still looked shaky. I don't know. You think this is some kind of ghost stuff or supernatural freakout? Nine shrugged. Heck if I know. I can't think of any logic that deletes people's memories like this. Aruki cut in. Only one way to find out. Let's hit the hallway. All right, the squad is back. Siren, Aruki, and Nen finally made it back to the Anpas Magic Academy, but honestly, they should have stayed in bed. They're creeping in like they're expecting a jump scare. From the outside, the academy looks exactly the same. All prestigious, noble, and too cool for school. Typical Magic Academy vibes. But the second they hit the gates, total system shock. Wait, what? What kind of twisted reality is this? The courtyard is a literal three of students, but the vibe is dead. Faces are dark. Expressions are blank. This is way creepier than anything Siren warned them about. Aruki's inner nerd is tingling. What's their deal? Let's get a closer look. Siren's like, whoa, hold up, Einstein. What if this brain rot is contagious? Siren's worried they'll end up as mindless drones too. But Aruki? He's not buying the drama. He does the math low risk, probably. He already touched them before and his brain is still functioning, right? Siren nods. Fine. Let's do this. Then Nen spots a familiar face and loses his cool. Yo, Gabe. Where do you think you're going, man? Gabe just tilts his head, totally lost in the sauce. Do I know you? Nen's jaw hits the floor. Of course you do. Seriously, tell me, where are you headed? Gabe's eyes go wide. Pure panic mode. Tell me, just tell me. He grabs Nen's shoulders, shaking him like a Polaroid picture. Who am I? What's that sound in my head? He's screaming now, clutching his skull in agony. Nen's freaking out. I don't hear anything, man. What are you hearing right now? Eriky's just standing there, playing detective. He pulls Siren back. Dude, check it. He doesn't even realize the noise he's hearing is just the sound of his own voice. Gabe keeps howling like a total maniac. Eriky's call? The guy's literally forgetting how to use words. Tears and snot everywhere, it's a mess. Final verdict. His hard drive is being wiped in real time. Then, suddenly, dead silence. Gabe just stops, Siren stunned. Wait, it stopped? He looks around and it's a nightmare. Every single student has that same empty, soulless stare. They're moving like puppets on invisible strings, stepping in perfect sync, a literal parade of the walking dead marching out of the academy. And get this, it's not just the kids. Even the professors are caught in this trance. No one escaped the brain wipe. It's like some invisible hand is herding them toward the woods. Deep in the shadows, Arin's waiting in a black cloak, looking like a total villain. She turns to Canis, cold as ice. The herd is gathered. She gives him the look. Time to move. Canis just gives a dark nod. Then there's Luca. He just scoffs, creepy stuff, while smirking and standing among the brain-dead students. Walking zombies, no thoughts, just vibes. But they're still alive technically, which means I can do whatever I want, right? Lucas creeps toward Ami with a disgusting grin. He's definitely the guy your mom warned you about. Damn, a beauty like this in a dump like this. How about we, Lucas? Canis cuts him off. Cold, sharp. He glares at Lucas with eyes that could freeze hell. The warning is loud and clear. Mess with my master's grand plan with your filth and I'll end you. Lucas just shrugs. So sensitive. Can't a guy have a little fun? Canis doesn't blink. He's a stone-cold killer. Ignore me again, and you're a dead man. Try me. Lucas is fuming. You can practically see the steam. This arrogant little brat, he thinks, his ego taking a massive hit. The hate is real. He wants to rip Canis apart. He's already planning the guy's funeral in his head. But he's not an idiot. Fighting a high-level mage in their own domain? Suicide. I'll wait. The second you slip up, you're mine. He leaves his hand lingering on Ami's shoulder for one last creepy second. He clicks his tongue and backs off. Fine, he'll play nice. For now, whatever. Not like I'm getting paid enough to deal with your attitude anyway. Canis sees him back off and turns away. The long line of students vanishes into the dark forest, following Aaron and Canis like lambs to the slaughter. Behind a tree, Nen whispers to the guys. They're the masterminds. We gotta jump them, right? Stop this madness? Eriky shuts that down instantly. No way, Nen's lost. Wait, why not? We're the good guys. Aruki's face goes dark. Memory manipulation is high-tier magic. Doing it to over 500 people at the same time? And those 500? All geniuses. The sheer mental power required for that is absolutely insane. He breaks it down for them. Fighting Canis and Arian head-on is a fast track to the graveyard. These guys are pro-level. Plus, they've even got professors under their thumb, including that level 6 mage, the CNA teacher. We're talking heavy hitters. Nen gulps. So you're saying? Siren finishes the thought. They're on a whole different level of power than us. Eriky nods. Way beyond our league. Our only move? Tail them. If we charge in now, we're toast before we can even cast a spell. Suddenly, Siren realizes something's missing. Wait, they aren't here. Nen's confused. Who's they? The principal and Professor Atella. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Atella is in a tiny cabin, trying to meditate. Sweat's pouring down her face. Her brow is furrowed in deep, painful concentration. Something is seriously wrong. On the roof, a bunch of crows suddenly freak out and scatter. Total chaos. Atela's eyes snap open. She's gasping for air, the bad vibes are overwhelming. Imagine waking up and seeing thousands of demons just chilling outside. Not exactly the morning vibe Ethela was looking for, especially with a lone pigeon creepily watching her house. She adjusted her glasses, thinking, this is sus. It's way past class time, and not a single student has come to annoy her yet. Something is definitely wrong. Total bad feeling. Ethela didn't wait around, she bolted straight to the academy. But when she got there, absolute ghost town. Not a single soul in sight. She looked around, totally spiraling. I mean, how do you just lose an entire school full of people overnight? Suddenly, she saw him. Professor Seven was running for his life toward her, screaming, Professor Ethela, thank God you're still in one piece. She did a double take. Professor Seven? Slow down, man. What happened to you? He didn't even stop to catch his breath. The academy, we're under fire. We just got hit, and we got hit hard. It all clicked. Those demons from last night? That was just the warm-up. Seven started spilling the tea on how bad things actually were while they moved. This wasn't just a prank. The whole academy was compromised, and even the guards had their memories completely wiped clean. Seven looked dead serious. Then he dropped the bombshell. The man behind this chaos? Vor, a legendary archmage who basically brought the apocalypse to the world ages ago. Athela's jaw literally hit the floor. Wait, an archmage? Like, for real? Seven just nodded. It was about to get way worse. We're talking rank 3 mages here. Once you hit that level, you're not just a mage anymore, you're a straight-up archmage. A living legend. See, in this world, your rank depends on how much clout and achievements you've stacked up over the years. To give you some perspective, clearing a monster den gets you 500 points. Getting a shout-out from the Emperor? That's only another 100. Moving from rank 10 to rank 9 takes 1,000 points. But trying to hit rank 3? The gap is absolutely insane compared to Anpas, who's currently a rank 4. Vor is a rank 3 monster. The point gap between them? A staggering 280 million points. Yeah, you heard that right. Vor is basically a god among men. Last century, he reached rank 3 all by himself using nothing but raw, terrifying dark magic. Ethela couldn't wrap her head around it. If he's that legendary, why is he messing with our little school? Remember, Ethela and Seven are both only rank 6. They're strong, sure, but compared to Vor, they're basically toddlers playing with matches. Seven hesitated. You could see the gears turning in his head. He wasn't sure if she was ready for the ugly truth. Looking at her confused face, he felt like trash. How do you tell someone their whole world is a lie? He flashed back to a few years ago. When he first saw Ethela's resume for the teaching job, Anpas was absolutely floored. The old man had shouted, a bishop from the Casus order. Those guys are the elite bodyguards of the 12 holy relics. Anpas looked her up and down, totally baffled. He had to ask the obvious question. You're the strongest bishop in the kingdom and a rank 6 healer. Why on earth would someone like you want to babysit kids at an academy? Ethela didn't blink. She just looked him in the eye and said, I'm just trying to live by the words of Bishop Dung Casus. Be like salt and light. She stood up, full of passion. Most schools just want to build weapons, magicians who can blow stuff up. But here, things were different. She told him she respected how Anpas let students be themselves and taught them that having big power means having a big responsibility. With a huge smile, she told him, I'm a fan of your style, principal. That's why I'm here. That fire in her eyes, it really stuck with Seven. He knew she was the real deal. Back in the present, Seven was having a mental breakdown. Should he tell her? He had to. He took a deep breath. Ethela, look, you need to stay calm. Vor, he is Principal Anpas. Silence. Ethela just stood there, frozen. She closed her eyes, took one long, shaky breath, and then opened them with a look of pure steel. Understood. No more games. I don't care who he is. If he touches my students, he's finished. Period. Suddenly, she started glowing with this insane blue light. Seven was shaking. Ethela, you okay? She stared off into the distance, her magic eyes scanning the area. The students, they're being herded toward the mountains. She saw it all in her mind. They're heading for the unpassable bridge. If they keep going, there's no turning back. Wait, I see 3 people leading the pack. But hold on. She paused, narrowing her eyes. There are 3 others chasing them down. 7 was losing it. Can you see who they are? Give me names. She squinted. The uniforms were blurry, but then she saw it. It's him. Siron is one of them. Cut to the forest. Siron, Neen, and Aruki were ducked behind a massive tree. Neen whispered, "What's the play? Why are they taking them there?" He was starting to freak out. The unpassable bridge? Are they seriously going to push everyone off the cliff? That's messed up. Aruki frowned, playing the strategist. Doesn't make sense. There's no profit in just killing everyone. It's a waste of resources. Then his voice went ice cold. Unless they have a specific, twisted reason for a massacre. Aruki's about to lose it and rush in, but someone's got to play it cool. Wait, man, our boy warns, grabbing his arm. Look at those students, they're completely brainwashed. Going in hot right now is just suicide. Siren's definitely the chillest one in the group. He takes a breath and says, "Look, the headmaster's missing in action, but we've still got Professor Seven and Athela on our side. I'm betting someone already sniffed this out and called for backup. We just gotta hold tight for a second." But then Siren's voice gets real cold. However, if these punks touch a single hair on those hostages before the cavalry arrives, then it's go time. We're throwing hands. Nate and Aruki share a quick look. No words needed. They're locked in and ready to back Siren's play no matter what happens next. Aruki's still sweating the numbers, though. Fighting these guys while we're this outnumbered? That's a massive risk, he mutters, feeling totally powerless. Guess we've got no choice. We wait. Siron watches the cliff like a hawk. Doesn't look like they're planning to toss anyone off just yet. It's like they're waiting for a VIP or something. Siren notes. Down below, pure chaos. Lucas is screaming his lungs out at Canis. "Yo, Brad." Lucas points at the students like they're target practice. "Where the hell is your leader? Why hasn't that guy shown his face yet? Doesn't he know time is money in a job like this? We're on a schedule here, man. You want us all to rot here waiting? Is that the plan?" Canis just gives him a lethal death stare. "We don't start until we find that Anpas guy. Period. Just worry about your own contract and shut your mouth." That was ice cold. Meanwhile, Aaron's using telepathy to ping Canis. "It's been way too long since the boss checked in. Why aren't they back yet?" Canis looks at her, his eyes twitching with nerves. "I don't know," he pings back. "They should have been here ages ago. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this." He's freaking out internally. The leader wanted this moment more than anyone, so why the no-show? It literally makes 0 sense. Then Lucas's obnoxious yelling cuts right through his thoughts like a chainsaw. "Forget the boss. At least let us have some fun with these kids while we wait. Everything's fine, right?" Canis is fuming, trying not to lose it. Why the hell did the boss pick this psycho for the mission? He's officially reached his breaking point. He turns on Lucas, snarling, "You absolute piece of trash." Lucas loses it instantly. "Excuse me? You really want a piece of me, kid?" The air gets heavy. Lucas is screaming at the top of his lungs. "You think I'm playing with you? This guy's power? It's seriously no joke." Even Erin's shaking. She's thinking those death eyes are way too overpowered. They can literally paralyze a person's entire nervous system just by looking at them. Canis knows the deal. That kind of terrifying skill only belongs to someone who's committed a mountain of crimes. But honestly, that just makes him despise Lucas even more. "Back in Latam, where I grew up, I dealt with scumbags like you every day," Canis sneers. "Guys who see people as nothing but cheap meat. You're just another piece of trash from the gutter." Lucas doesn't even get mad, he just starts laughing like a total maniac. "Oh, I get it now. I knew I hated your face for a reason." Lucas mocks him, hands on his hips. "You really think we're different? Ha, I'm the trash and you're the guy with the noble purpose? Give me a break, man." He looks at the students. These zombies? Their brains might be fried, but their bodies still work. He glances at a student face down in the dirt, drooling everywhere. It's a pathetic sight. If they don't eat, drink, or sleep, they're gonna croak anyway, cliff or no cliff. Then, out of nowhere, Lucas grabs Sienna by the throat. This, he grins, is what I call feeling the vibe. He lifts her off the ground like a rag doll while she struggles for air. Hannah snaps back. We didn't bring them here to slaughter them. They're hostages. You psycho. Lucas's grin gets even wider. Exactly. That's why I'm trimming the fat. Less mouths to feed, right? Sienna's kicking the air desperately, her legs flailing around. It's brutal to watch. Besides, Lucas laughs. Once this job is finished, every single one of us is a murderer anyway. Might as well start the party. Arin's cringing, but Canis is done talking. His eyes go sharp. You really gonna break the very rules you set up? Lucas shrugs. Killing a girl is kind of a buzzkill. Sure. But honestly, boom. Out of nowhere, the ground under Lucas turns into a literal firestorm. The shockwave is so intense Erin has to shield her face just to keep from getting shredded. Canis doesn't even flinch. Eriki steps out, his hand glowing with raw spiritual energy, and just clicks his tongue in disappointment. Man, I was really hoping that would blow off at least one of your legs, Aruki scoffs. Total savage move. Lucas hits the dirt on one knee, coughing. Who the hell are you brats? He screams at Nate and Aruki. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks past. It's Siron. In a heartbeat, he snatched Sienna right out of Lucas's hands, and he looks absolutely livid. I'm not letting you walk away from this. Siren growls. Canis jumps in, totally confused. Wait, who are you guys and why are you interfering? And more importantly, how the hell did you break out of the mind control? Meanwhile, deep in the dark woods, a shadow steps out of a cave entrance. It's Arson, and he looks, well, a little surprised by the chaos. So there she is, Ethella, standing tall against that old monster. Arson just sneers at her. What, you came all this way just to die alone? Back with the group, Thorn tells her they gotta leave the hostages to the kids. Why? Because they're smart, and they'll buy them some precious time. After a second of should I or shouldn't I, Ethella finally caves. Fine, she says, but what about us? What's the plan? That doesn't miss a beat. We find the headmaster, he says, sounding dead serious. We need the big guns to settle this mess once and for all. You can see the nerves on Ethella's face. Right. So my job is already picked out for me. Huh. That just frowns, almost begging her. Please, we're counting on you. So Ethella's gotta go head-to-head with that freak. Using her magic, she sniffs out his hideout, a creepy cave tucked deep in the ancient woods. That's voice is still ringing in her ears, telling her to find Arson. And boom, as soon as she arrives, the old man steps out. A sister? He mumbles. Ethella just bows, keeping it classy. Bishop of Casus, she says. Honestly, meeting a living legend like him, she's almost impressed. Arson's eyes go wide. A bishop? He's looking her up and down, thinking about how she actually shattered his black hole to get here. Like, yeah, she's clearly the real deal, a true seeker. But a bishop? At her age? He can't believe his own eyes. Every bishop he's ever met was some dusty old fossil with one foot in the grave. Then it hits him. This girl is a total freak of nature, a genius who reached the peak of sainthood while she's still practically a kid. He just starts cackling. Man, this world is actually interesting. But then bam, his eyes go cold, and the killing intent? It's suffocating. All right, enough talk, he growls. Where's Annis? Ethella doesn't blink. Drop the act, old man. You're just trying to buy time, and it's not working. Arson looks shocked. Excuse me? But she's already read him. She knows he burned through his mana last night and he's running on fumes. His only move? Wait for the sun to go down. He just stands there, staring her down in total silence. She lays it out straight. Here's the deal. Break the curse on the students right now, and I'll let you face the headmaster, man to man. Arson's face twists. He starts laughing like a total psycho, like she just told the world's funniest, darkest joke. You think I'm stalling? He mocks. And before she can even process that, Ethella's head snaps up. Holy crap! Massive trees just erupt out of the ground, closing in on her like a cage. Arson's voice is just pure venom now. Stupid girl. It's almost a waste to kill you. He snarls. But yeah, just die already. Those demonic roots just swallow her whole. Meanwhile, over with Siren, Lucas is busy talking trash to Canis. Great plan, genius, he says, totally mocking Canis and Aaron. You ignored me, and now look, 3 witnesses right there. He glares at Siron and Aruki, who are busy helping a hurt Sienna. Lucas just won't shut up. This whole operation is a joke, he says. Then he gets greedy. You want me to clean this up? Gonna cost you extra. What do you say? Canis just clicks his tongue in pure disgust. Aaron tries to chime in through their telepathy, but Canis shuts her down. I've got this. Aaron tries to insist, but Canis shuts that down fast. Watch the hostages, he snaps, his eyes turning sharp. I'm more than enough for these losers. Lucas just takes a seat on a rock, acting like he's at the movies. Whatever you say, man. In his head, he's just calling them idiots. Total morons. He knows that if they keep fighting like this, they're gonna pay the price. Hard. Canis steps towards Siren's group. He sounds bored as he asks, how did you kids even dodge my mind control and make it here? Siren just laughs. Dodge? Nah, man. We smashed through that dark magic with our own bare hands. Canis isn't buying it. Give me a break. He sneers. If that were true, you wouldn't be standing there looking like hot garbage. He starts charging up his mana. We're running out of time. Just come at me all at once and stop acting tough. That magic isn't gonna help you. Iruki leans in and whispers to Siron, man, this guy's aura is legit terrifying. Siron just nods. Take care of Sienna. Siren starts pulling his energy together. It's dark magic, he thinks. Since I've got the elemental advantage, I'm the one with the upper hand here. I'll take him, Siren says. You guys handle the swordsman. But Eriki's worried. By yourself? Wouldn't it be safer if we jumped him together? Siren just shakes his head. The swordsman won't move. I can tell. Sure enough, Lucas is just chilling. But Siren warns them anyway. Don't let your guard down, no matter what he says. He's the one who threw those innocents off the cliff. Siren grits his teeth. He's dangerous. I can feel the bloodlust coming off him. Lucas noticed him, too. That kid. He's annoying. Too good at reading the room. Eriki realizes Siren is right. Usually, Siren's easy to mess with, but seeing him now, Eriki gets chills. When it's time to fight, the dude turns into a different person. Siren steps up to Canis, and Canis meets him halfway. 2 massive auras, complete opposites, just slamming into each other. But then, Siren freezes. Wait, what is this? He looks into Canis's eyes, and they're just dead. Empty. It gives him total goosebumps. He can't read this guy at all. Everywhere Canis steps, the shadows follow like a bad vibe. He's throwing out some seriously heavy mana right at Siren. Siren snaps back with a light spell flash bang. It's light versus dark. But wait. Siren's sweating. Did his light just get snuffed out? Canis's edgy dark magic literally ate Siren's attack. Siren gets shoved back, but our boy isn't a quitter. He charges up that light again. Siren sends his energy flying, but poof, it's gone. The darkness just swallowed it whole. Huang Qin loses it, screaming, what the hell just happened? Even after a direct hit, the shadows are still there? Canis? Totally unbothered. Just standing there, like a boss. Siren's grinding his teeth. Is this guy really that much stronger? We talking breaking the laws of nature levels of strong? Canis drops the temperature with his voice. Relying on elemental matchups? With those mid-tier skills of yours? Please. Siren's drenched in sweat. Then Canis freezes something's wrong. Siren's like, all right, let's see you handle this. Siren goes full power, releasing a massive wave of energy. Canis tries to block, but for the first time, he looks genuinely confused. Canis thinks he's got it, but boom, he gets launched. He's screaming in midair, totally clueless about how he just got bodied. Seeing Canis get yeeted like a rag doll, Arian just starts screaming her head off. Arian's jaw is on the floor. That light literally punched through the barrier and sent him flying. Eriki and Lucas are glitching. Lucas is like, what kind of monster is this kid? Anyway, cut to a massive, creepy old tree. The sky turns nasty real quick. The wind's howling, and even the birds are noping out of there like their lives depend on it. Those ancient trees? Yeah, they're alive and they've got a girl surrounded. She's paralyzed, watching those branches swirl around her. Crash! Just like that, it looks like the tree literally ate her alive. Inside that wooden prison, she's frantically looking for an exit. Then a voice sneers, "Stupid girl, it's useless." This creepy old dude appears, basically tells her to drop dead, and fires off branches like a machine gun. It's total darkness in there. She's shaking pure, unadulterated terror. Time to use synestia. But those branches? They're closing in fast, ready to turn her into a pincushion. Suddenly, glow up. This massive light erupts from her. And just like that, the fear, gone. She charges straight at the monster trees, and they're throwing everything they've got at her. She's moving like a literal blur, dodging every single strike. Even the old guy is like, okay, that was actually impressive. But darkness. Before he can even finish, he summons a literal swarm of shadow hands to grab her. His voice is echoing from every direction, and this time, the attack actually lands. Her legs are locked down by those creepy hands, but she doesn't panic. She's cool, calm, and looking for a way out. She spins around, but then wait, she freezes. A fist? Her calm just went out the window. If she'd teleported right then, she would have lost her legs for sure. She closes her eyes, focusing, while those shadow hands just keep coming. New plan, I'll just blink my upper body. Boom. An afterimage pops out, she spins, kicks the crap out of those fists, and sticks the landing like a pro. She's got so much juice that she literally leaves a massive crater where she landed. That old, raspy voice comes back. Impressive as always, Bishop Casus. If you weren't stuck teaching at this tiny school, you'd be a legend by now. She's definitely feeling it though, sweat dripping down her face. The voice keeps going. Anpas never said a word, did he? Kept your insane talent all to himself. She looks up and there he is, a white-haired old man, finally showing his face. But he's not the nice grandpa type anymore. He's radiating pure killing intent, ready to steal all the glory for himself. What the hell are you even after? She screams. Then wham! Darkness blasts her from right under her feet. She didn't see it coming. She's down, and now he's summoning thousands of shadow fists to finish the job. It's like a nightmare. All she can see are those fists screaming towards her at Mach speed. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Master, a blonde dude is freaking out in the headmaster's office, searching everywhere. He's got to be here somewhere, he mutters. Then, a light bulb goes off in his head. He heard rumors of a secret room in here, but where the heck is it hidden? He starts digging, and then, aha, a black book called Gazing into Darkness. He opens it and boom, the secret room reveals itself. He steps into the dark room and tosses his lamp onto the table. Master, he calls out into the silence. He looks up at the bookshelf and wait, is that what I think it is? Right in front of him was this painting of a girl with jet black hair and a purple flower, absolutely stunning. Our boy is just staring at it, totally dazed, thinking about what's on her mind when bam, a voice cuts through the air. Who's there? He spins around. Master, you're okay. An old guy with a long white beard stumbles out. The old man scowls. Master, do I even know you? Kid, the blonde disciple is shaking now. Wait, what? Did he actually lose his memory? He thinks. But this is weird. Unlike the others, the master isn't totally blank. The old man strokes his beard, squinting. Amnesia? Or did I somehow warp into the freaking future? He starts losing it, grabbing his hair. I'm an old geezer? Where did my peak 18-year-old face go? The disciple is just standing there, ghost white. 18? 40 years of his master's life just vanished into thin air? The old man finally chills out and asks, Yo, kid, you look like that arrogant brat, Anas. He demands, "What the hell happened to me?" The disciple gulps. "Sir, dark magic hit you. Your memories are fried." And it's not just that the students and professors are in. The old man cuts him off mid-sentence. "Stop. I don't care about that." With a terrifying look, he leans in. "What about my job? Am I successful?" Yes. You're the headmaster of Anpas Magic Academy, literally one of the top 5 in the kingdom. You're super respected, sir. Both the students and the staff absolutely look up to you." The old man starts wheezing with laughter. "I'm a teacher? Me? For real? And I'm nice?" he asks, clearly not buying it. The kid is just like, "I wish I was joking, sir." Suddenly, the old man grabs his collar and hoists him up. His eyes are ice cold. "What's my rank?" Facing that terrifying pressure, the poor kid can barely get the words out. "4. You're currently rank 4. Hearing that, the master's face goes beet red, veins popping. "What? Rank 4? For a genius like me?" He's absolutely fuming. He spins around and smashes the bookshelf. Books go flying everywhere. Total carnage. "Not even number 1, he screams. Behind him, the disciple is watching his life flash before his eyes. "Over 60 years old and I'm just some measly headmaster? Pathetic. My future self is a loser. And I even kept a photo of this cranky lady?" He rips the painting off the wall and tosses it like trash. The disciple is paralyzed. His face is literally turning gray from the shock. The old man turns back, pure rage in his eyes. "Kid, if you're my student, use photonicization. Fix my brain right now. I need to know what this idiot was doing for 40 years. The kid freezes. "Master, are you sure you want to see?" Tears are welling up in his eyes. In that trashed room, the old man just drops a cold-blooded threat. "Do it, or you're disowned. I don't keep weak disciples who cry over nothing. You think the great Anpas is scared of his own past? Please." The disciple just trembles. "Yes, sir." He thinks to himself, if someone relives their trauma twice, does it change who they are? "I'm terrified that the master I knew will never come back. But right now, I have to trust him." He places his hand on the old man's head, voice shaking. "I'm going to break the dark seal on your memories now. It's all up to you after this, master." The old man just closes his eyes. "Quit worrying about me and just do it." But here's the thing, the last 40 years, they were absolute nightmare fuel for the master. Voices start echoing. "Lord Anpas, Lord Anpas." Beautiful girls are everywhere, smiling. One asks, "How are you so brilliant, sir?" Another joins in, "Lord Anpas, tell us another story." He's sipping wine like a total player. "Relax, ladies. Don't you worry about a thing. Tonight is going to last forever." A young, stunningly handsome version of Anpas smirks. Then the vision shifts. A ruined city, blood, smoke, a place where one wrong move means death. The battlefield. 2 kids are huddled together, terrified, while fire swallows the skyscrapers around them. Cloaked figures look down at the chaos from the rooftops. "We had to survive that hell. To stay alive, they turned us into weapons." This was a far cry from the fancy city life. Normal kids who go to school and get nice jobs, they couldn't even stand in our shadow. That's what the master, a girl with piercing purple eyes, once told us while staring into the void. Meet our first contender. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and main character energy written all over his face. He's standing tall, hands glowing like he's about to drop the hottest magic nuke of the year. Then we've got this other dude, Canis, literally shaking like a leaf under a massive tree. Poor guy looks like he just saw a ghost or maybe his own browser history. "I popped my black skin defense by pure instinct," Canis thinks, heart racing. If he'd been even a second late? Yeah, he'd be a permanent part of the scenery right now. Suddenly, a creepy voice rings out in his head. "You're in a real tight spot there, Canis." No cap. Canis doesn't even flinch at the ghost voice. He's just like, "What the hell just hit me?" The voice drops some straight facts. "Wait. You just got swallowed up by a source of light that actually carries physical weight. Physics is a trip, right?" Looks like Goldie over there just blasted Canis with some heavy-duty photons. Canis clutches his chest, gasping. Since when does light feel like a ton of bricks? The mysterious voice explains. There's a medium that can turn light energy into actual mass. It's wild, but it's totally possible. Canis pulls a face. You've got to be joking. I've never heard of such a broken power-up in my life. The voice goes quiet for a second, then mutters, well, looks like that kid actually found it. Canis's expression? Darker than a burnt pizza crust. Sorry if that hurts your feelings, but I'm just keeping it real. That guy is on a whole different level of special. The voice keeps yapping about how the blondie's magic is way too advanced for a student while Canis just throws his hood on and starts moving. Before the voice can finish its lecture, Canis cuts in with one question. I'm the one who's gonna win this, right? The voice sounds satisfied. Bet. As long as we're in this together. And with that, Canis starts his walk to destiny. Dark energy starts swirling around him like a total edgelord. A girl in the crowd screams as Canis, looking absolutely moody, lets out a roar. This total loser, Canis mutters, stepping forward with a smirk that says he's looking for a fight. You really thought that one move would end me? Man, you must be so disappointed, he taunts, stepping onto the arena floor. Is that all you've got? Just one little trick? I actually think this match is going to be fun, he says, staring down a very serious Siren. Keep the entertainment coming, will you? Siren's confused. Entertainment? You're holding hostages and you call this a match? He summons a glowing orb of light, ready to throw down. On the other side, Canis isn't backing off, summoning a massive wave of shadows that wraps around him like a dark cloak. Canis taunts him. Your little spells won't touch me now. Siren doesn't wait, he flies straight at him. Then try catching this instead. Canis slams his palm into the ground, shattering the earth and creating a massive crater with cracks running everywhere. It's Canis's pitch-black darkness versus Siren's warm, golden light. The two powers collide with a massive boom that shakes the whole stadium. Siren slightly shook, muttering, we're using the same casting method? He zips into the sky and rains down 3 massive beams of light right on Canis. Down in the stands, the audience is absolutely losing their minds at the spectacle. Everyone's terrified, watching these two go at it like two literal apex predators trying to tear each other apart. Spells come in 2 flavors. A stressed-out old guy thinks, shaking in his boots. The ones you can dodge, and the ones you can't. Looking at those flashing beams, the guy realizes, if I want to survive, I've got to take this dude out first. Siren's looking down from the clouds, admiring the holes he just punched into the dirt. But then, he feels a chill right behind his neck. It's Canis. He appeared out of nowhere. Seizing the moment, Canis blasts Siren with a point-blank wave of shadow energy. Siren takes a direct hit and goes tumbling back. He's panicked, thinking, what? How did he get behind me that fast? After getting clapped, it takes Siren a second to find his feet. He starts moving at light speed, zigzagging to dodge Canis's follow-up attacks. They're flickering across the arena like glitches in a video game. A blue-haired kid in the crowd yells, it's that shadow stuff he's using. Turns out, he's using the darkness to teleport through a silent, endless void dimension. Canis is just vibing in that shadow space while the crowd debates if this is even legal. Isn't that basically cheating? Someone asks. He can basically teleport wherever he wants, right? Another person answers, nah, there's still limits to that hack. He can only pop out of spots that are actually connected to his own shadow mass. He's not a god, just really fast. The blue-haired kid is still worried, but we can't predict where he'll pop out, unless we could analyze every shadow in the room instantly. Did you forget who we're talking about? The other guy asks, giving the blue-haired kid a side-eye. Siren is the only one with a brain fast enough to calculate the path of those insane attacks. Up top, the battle is reaching a fever pitch. After a flurry of blows, Siren thinks, finally, gotcha. He fires a massive, concentrated beam of light straight into the woods. Canis emerges from the shadows right in the line of fire. The crowd erupts, screaming, he did it. He actually caught him. Just when everyone thinks it's game over, a creepy, high-pitched laugh echoes out. A massive, overwhelming shield of darkness rises up to protect Canis. Faces in the crowd go pale. Even Siron looks completely stunned. What the? What is this power? Canis is wearing a smile, but his eyes are cold as ice. His darkness is literally swallowing Siren's light whole. Game on. Feet pounding, heart racing. Our boy Siron is straight up running for his life, looking absolutely terrified. Clothes torn to shreds. He's desperate to find an exit when suddenly a voice. Out of the shadows creeps a nightmare with jagged fangs and a tongue that just won't stay in its mouth. That shiny stuff? Tastes like chicken, Canis sneers, laughing like a total maniac as he introduces his pet that just stepped out of the dark. We're talking ultimate dark magic here, a biological freak of nature that's straight out of a horror movie. After literally eating Siren's energy blast, the beast and Canis just stand there, flexing. Look at 'em, Canis mocks. They look pretty tilted, don't they? Meanwhile, Aruki is stuck in the back with Ni, and they are completely bugging out over this new monstrosity. Wait, it can actually talk? Iruki stammers. He's seen these things in textbooks, but a monster with an actual brain? That's unheard of. Siron is a hot mess drenched in sweat, breathing hard, and looking like he's seen a ghost. He can't believe it. Canis isn't just a fighter. He's summoning support monsters like some twisted alchemist or high-level mage. These guys can whip up potions and items all day, but creating actual life? That's supposed to be the ultimate forbidden mystery. This is biomagic territory. Everyone knows that stuff is way beyond human limits, the kind of difficulty level that breaks people's minds. Siron is spinning. It's not just that the monster is strong, it's actually intelligent. Scary intelligent. The beast just laughs in his face. Just smart? Kid, you're underselling me. I've got the looks to match, but sorry, no free peeks at the goods today. Aruki and Nei, totally speechless. Like, what do you even say to a trash-talking monster? This thing's got a mouth on it. Canis finally chimes in with a wicked grin. Of course it's smart. It's got the intellect of a great mage packed inside. You losers starting to get the picture yet? Before Canis even finishes his sentence, Siren feels a chill. He looks up, eyes widening as he senses something massive coming down. I'll admit, your magic is special, Canis says, as a massive pillar of pure darkness slams down right where Siren's standing. Talk about a clutch move. Siren catches it just in time, diving out of the way before he gets flattened into a pancake. But at the end of the day, you're just a student. Canis isn't done. Another attack comes flying at Siron's back before he can even breathe. Siren's dodging for his life, twisting and turning, but the pressure is too much. He gets sent flying and hits the dirt hard. He's struggling to even stand up. Gritting his teeth, he tries to gather enough mana to throw anything back at Canis. But Canis just swats Siren's counterattack away like a fly. I told you, he growls, his shadow magic flaring up. Your magic is useless. He slams his hands onto the ground with total confidence. A wave of dark energy surges forward, completely erasing Siren's light magic. It's not gonna work on me, kid. The sheer weight of Canis's shadow power is overwhelming, closing in on Siron like a tidal wave. Aruki and Nei see the writing on the wall. They can't just watch Siren get deleted, so they scream his name and charge in to save him. The shadow attack is inches away. It's like a black hole ready to swallow him whole. Siren's heart is thumping. What can he even do? I don't want to die. In that moment, he feels like a helpless kid again, crushed by the terrifying weight of Canis's power. A shadow claw grazes his shoulder, and he feels the sting of blood running down his arm. But if I lose, everyone's done for. He sees their faces. Ami and Serial, looking absolutely terrified for him. He thinks of Sienna, unconscious on the ground, and Vincent, who's probably fuming with rage right now. He sees Eriki and Nei rushing in, desperate to help. Then, bam, the attack hits. Blood spatters everywhere. It's brutal. I have to use everything. I have to read his moves. But his quantum light? It's completely jammed. Nothing's working. How do I beat that monster? Monster. Wait. A light bulb suddenly goes off in Siren's head right as things look their darkest. Then, suddenly, boom. Siron's quantum energy hits a breaking point and explodes. He's gritting his teeth, veins popping, screaming his head off as this rainbow-colored power erupts, shattering those shadow chains like glass. Canis is shook. He can't believe his eyes. Siron actually broke free? What? No way. He's bending the light? Siron hits the ground like a boss, surrounded by a massive, infinite magic aura. Eriki and Nay are still running, shouting, Siron, hang on. But Siron just holds up a hand, stopping them in their tracks. He's got this. He focuses all that quantum energy into his palm. Monsters can't move without a mana source, he says, his voice steady. Canis's monster senses the shift. The vibe has totally changed. Losing your nerve because he got away? The beast asks Canis. Maybe, but we're a team. We take him down together. Canis growls, ready for round 2. Siron just stares them down, eyes glowing. You really think it's gonna be that easy? All right, damage check. That light blast actually stung, which means your shadow pet isn't as invincible as you think. Siron's words just made Canis bust out laughing like a budget villain. He smirked back with total arrogance. Wait, you actually think my willpower has a cap? That's cute, kid. Siron wasn't even listening. He was busy pooling pure photon energy into his palm. Guess it's time to find out the hard way. Canis saw the glow and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Asterisk. Wait, since when did that light get so massive? Asterisk. Once the charge hit max, Siron gnashed his teeth in pure rage, ready to delete Canis and his shadow beast from the server with a massive energy nuke. Let's see who's still standing when the smoke clears. Siron went all in, throwing a devastating light-infused haymaker right at the shadow beast's face. The monster barely tanked the blast, but it knew it was in trouble. Yo, Canis, it hissed. This ain't it. We need to pivot, fall back into the forest. The deeper the shadows, the better our odds. Canis was tilted. Bruh, what are you talking about? We can totally take this guy. The beast just rolled its eyes at how slow Canis was being. I thought you were the smart one. But honestly, you're acting like a total clown right now. He's trying to drain your will until you're running on empty. You really want to throw rocks at a literal sun? That's a death wish. Canis finally got the memo and laughed. It was a pretty mid-strategy from Siron, but he wasn't about to let the kid have his way. Fine, let's lure him into the woods. The shadow beast kept acting as a meat shield, soaking up Siron's hits. They went full telepathy mode to sync up their trap. Asterisk. Lead him in, then end him. He's tilted and rushing, so he'll follow us for sure. Asterisk. Bet, I'm down. Canis agreed. With Harvest, this beast that literally inherited his master's big brain IQ victory was basically guaranteed. Once the Kill Siren trap was all set and ready to go, Canis pulled a disappearing act, diving into the shadows and bolting toward the forest, leaving Siren standing there. Siron didn't even hesitate. He hit the nitro, blurring through the trees as he chased Canis's shadow like a heat-seeking missile. Eriki screamed from the sidelines, trying to pull him back. Siren, stop. It's a total trap. Don't go in there, it's too dangerous. But Siron had zero chill. He just kept charging more energy into his palms, spamming photon blasts into the darkness ahead of him. The entire forest lit up like a neon rave. Outside, Eriki and En could only watch, feeling completely useless as the light faded. We're stuck out here. Nothing we can do but leave that creep to Siron. But before Eriki could finish, she sensed a presence and whipped her head around. All right, looks like it's just us. Time to get to work. A massive unit of a guy, dual-wielding 2 swords, stomped toward them. He didn't look like he was there to chat. Finally, my turn for a warm-up. He pointed his blades at them with a psycho grin and bloodlust so thick you could taste it. Meanwhile, let's jump to a completely different scene 40 years ago. Young Clamp was out here with a creep-tier smile and teeth so white they're blinding. May I have this dance, milady? He looked like such a weirdo that the blonde girl literally screamed and ran for her life. This was the Bastard family gala, 4 decades back, and right in the middle of the dance floor, Clamp was officially the only guy without a partner. Total loner status. Young Anfis strolled up to roast him. Man, I told you to find a girl to dance with, not scare them into witness protection. Clamp was salty. Yeah, whatever. He looked at Anfis's hair with pure envy. Pretty sure your hair looks better than mine. Too. Sus. Grow it out. Wear something sharp. And you'll be fine, Anfis joked. Back then, the long hair vibe was the absolute meta. Anfis was the ultimate heartthrob, and every girl there was obsessed. Clamp? He was just fuming in the corner, holding that L. Suddenly, Anfius heard a soft voice nearby and turned around. Oh, a girl? Hello there. I'm Arena. Not far away, a girl in a stunning teal gown had just been rejected by some douche. Sorry, I'm kinda busy. Like, who says no to her? She's gorgeous. Why the hell is he dodging her? Young Anfius was genuinely confused. Clamp, still acting bitter, explained the T. That's the eldest daughter of the guy throwing this party, the Bostart family. She's got issues. A noble lady with problems? Like what, exactly? Anfis was totally out of the loop. Clamp got serious for a second. She's not exactly all there. Mentally, I mean, she had an accident as a kid, and now her mind is stuck at 10 years old. Her dad usually keeps her locked in her room, but I guess he let her out today. Clamp kept playing the narrator for his clueless best friend. Nearby, some old fossils started mocking her. What an absolute disgrace to the family name. One of them sneered. Arena just loves parties. Man, let her have her fun. Anfis thought these guys sounded exactly like the grumpy elders back at his own place. Ugh, nobles. They're the worst. Suddenly, Anfis started running. I'm gonna go help her fix her reputation right now. Clamp panicked. Wait, what? Hold up, man. But Anfis was already gone, headed straight for trouble. You're taking this way too far, man. Pitying her just makes her look like a total loser. Chill out, for real. Look, I don't do fake vibes with ladies. Hey, you jerk, you actually serious? Young Clum isn't gonna stop me now. So, young Anfias steps up to where Arena's sitting to start some small talk. He bows all polite, like he's some high-class gentleman. Hey there, gorgeous. Tonight's beautiful, just like you. His random appearance totally caught Arena off guard. She was shook. Oh, hello. I'm Arena. Wait, what? That was not the reaction he was fishing for at all. Epic fail. Nearby, people started whispering when they saw Anfius trying to rizz up Arena. What's he doing with that poor kid? Is he for real? Don't tell me he's forcing that fake-ass smile just to talk to her? It's painful to watch. Mind if I join you, pretty lady? Before he could even finish, Arena just starts bawling her eyes out and screaming. Calling for her mom, my man was frozen in place. Anfis just realized he's in deep trouble after that absolute disaster of a move. Backtrack to 3 years ago. Dark forest, pouring rain, and some heavy vibes. Hierarchies standing in the storm, facing down some trash in front of him. What's the deal, you piece of garbage? You just gonna stand there and not swing? Do something. The guy didn't say a word, just stood there. Lightning cracked the sky, followed by thunder that shook the whole damn woods. The flashes lit up the scene. Aruki's watching every move like a hawk. He's not about to let this creep get the drop on him. This guy in the rain had blue hair. He was just chilling there, not doing a single thing. Creepy as hell. Aruki's sweating bullets, totally on edge. Suddenly, he breaks the silence. Fine, I get it. He didn't even have to finish the sentence. His buddy already knew the plan. These two were totally on the same wavelength. His friend says exactly what Aruki was thinking, even while he's on high alert. You're telling me to watch my back, right? Aruki stays silent, just giving his partner a look. Yep, that's the vibe. Don't mess this up. In front of them, this dude with 2 sharp-ass swords starts walking forward. He's got this demonic grin and killing intent that's absolutely suffocating. You brats, he yells, moving so fast it looked like he straight up teleported. Absolute madness. Doesn't matter how careful you are, this is impossible. He's already above them, swords crossed for a lethal, high-powered strike. Eriki and En were stunned by the speed. They had to pump every ounce of magic into their legs just to react. He swings, they dive. They barely dodged those red energy waves by a hair. That was way too close for comfort. The guy's just laughing and cursing at them. His eyes? Pure murder. Okay, time for some quick lore. The force diagram. In theory, a user can buff their entire body to insane levels of strength. But if you only buff one random part, you'll lose balance. That's why real pros use set patterns called models. The mitochondria model focuses on the cell's power plant. It basically turns the body into a high-voltage energy factory. It's the most common style out there, and also the fastest thing you'll ever have the misfortune of fighting. The guy moves, and the ground literally shatters into a crater from the pressure. He's hunting Eriki down like a total predator. Seeing Iruki in the crosshairs, his buddy screams and charges up lightning energy to blast the area. Iruki, watch out. A bolt of lightning cuts through the air to block the guy, forcing him to hesitate for just a split second. Iruki seizes the moment and triggers a blast. Their combo creates a massive explosion that forces the villain to back off. The villain's thinking, look at these kids. I bet they've never even fought a real force diagram user before. Pure amateurs. But their teamwork is actually legit. He's starting to get annoyed now. You can see it in his face. Lightning energy starts swirling around En. He zips over to Iruki's side. They're standing together, trying to find a way to stop this psycho. He actually gives them a little credit. Nice teamwork, pipsqueaks. He slides back, dodging En's lightning attacks like it's nothing. The boys are stressed. Why is this guy so hard to hit? Mother scratcher. He's dodging everything. No joke, this is way harder than those speed shot tests they had to do at the academy. The villain's flipping through the air, but he's thinking the mitochondria model drains too much energy. He needs to end this. Fast. He pushes the model to the limit, forcing his muscles to overclock. He's going for maximum speed to finish the job. After the buff, he's a blur. He doubles his metabolic rate to produce twice the power. It's game over speed. He's behind Iruki before the kid can even blink. Iruki realizes it, but his body can't keep up. It's too late. He's right there, behind you, then slash. Blood everywhere. Everything just went south real fast. Meanwhile, in a place swallowed by shadows, blood is dripping on the floor. A pair of glasses lies broken in a dark puddle. Ethela is bound by chains made of pure darkness. She's completely trashed, covered in wounds, and trapped in the abyss. Blood on her lips, lungs burning, and she's straight up struggling. Some jerk is mocking her, saying he's actually impressed by how she's still standing. But talk is cheap. This dude in black is using shadow chains to string her up like some twisted puppet. Up in the air, this creepy old geezer is chanting some heavy-duty dark magic. He looks down and basically says, "Game over, kid." Then, boom. He launches a blast of pure magic laced with some nasty-looking poison straight at Ethela. She barely dodges it. Pure luck. She feels the air burn as it passes and thinks, wait, is that poison? For real? If that hit, instant lights out. She grits her teeth, digging deep to find enough juice for one final counterattack. Ethela lets out a scream that shakes the room, a massive sonic wave that shreds the shadows right in front of her. Even the old dark wizard has to cover his face. He's actually shocked by the sheer force she's putting out. A shockwave strong enough to rattle a soul domain? Wait, he realizes, is that the demon's howl? Too late. Her sonic blast tears through the shadow veil and punches a massive, jagged hole right through the wall. Ethela sees her chance. She snaps those shadow chains like toothpicks and dives headfirst toward that hole. She's out. She bursts through the wall and flies straight into the open sky, leaving that dark domain behind. She's beat up, bloody, and exhausted, but she made it. She's officially out of that trap. Floating there, she looks back at the hole and realizes spellcasting isn't going to cut it against this guy. She needs a new plan, and she's already got one. It's time to stop playing by his rules. She shuts down her mana flow and swaps to pure physical power. We're talking Aura Fighter style. Now, She's glowing with this intense red energy. She settles into a guard stance midair. Suddenly, the ground beneath the hole starts shaking like crazy. Crash! Something massive and pitch black smashes through the gap she just made, completely destroying the barrier. This absolute unit of a shadow monster erupts from the building, sending debris flying everywhere as the domain explodes. Athela's eyes go wide. This thing is huge. Before she can even blink, the beast swings a fist the size of a car right at her. The old geezer is just chilling on the monster's shoulder, acting all impressed that she escaped his chains. Oh, so we're throwing hands now? Fine, he sneers. If you want to play rough, I'll play along. He floats up into the air and gives the command. The monster is ready to finish this. After tanking that first surprise punch, Athela gets pushed back. She's fuming. She's officially done with this guy. She charges. No more running. She builds up her red aura and flies straight at the beast just as it launches another massive strike. It's on. Pure physical aura versus shadow brute force. The two powers collide midair, creating a shockwave that feels like a literal bomb going off. Suddenly flashback. Warp back 40 years to a fancy party for the Bostart family. Arena is screaming, and everyone is staring. The whole crowd is panicking, wondering what the hell just happened. Arena is crying out for her mom. A young Anpas is freaking out. Arena, what's wrong? She's pale as a ghost and looks absolutely terrified. My mom said anyone who tries to talk to me is a bad person. Anpas is stunned. Wait, I'm a villain just for saying hi? He's totally speechless. Look at me, Arena. Just breathe. Let's just talk like normal people. The logic is insane, right? Meanwhile, the crowd starts gossiping. Is that guy harassing the host's daughter? This long-haired noble dude named Sirop starts talking trash. Is this creep trying to get famous by bothering her? The whispers get louder. She's terrified. Someone call the guards and get him away from her. Arena is still losing it. No, go away. I'll get in so much trouble if I don't listen to my mother. She's shaking, tears streaming down her face. I have to go back to my room. Mom's gonna be so mad. Anpas realizes it now. She's not scared of him, she's terrified of the punishment waiting for her at home. The crowd is a mess. The butler is screaming for the guards to come arrest the creep bothering the young miss. Young Cam is standing there cringing for his friend. Dude, why are you sticking your nose into family drama? Just walk away. Apologize and run before this gets worse. But Anpas? He doesn't run. He grabs Arena's shoulders and forces her to look at him. Arena, he says, his voice dropping to a gentle, steady tone. He looks right into her tear-filled eyes. Finally, you're looking at me. Look, you're scared, but nobody gets in trouble for dancing at a party. You didn't do anything wrong. Anpas gives her this warm, soft smile. Come on, don't you want to dance just a little bit? Arena finally calms down. For the first time, she sees him this kind, golden-haired guy standing right in front of her. Yo, you gotta try this freedom thing. It hits different, right? Check the vibe. Everyone's dripped out at the gala, dancing like nobody's watching. Young Anpas, smooth as butter, flashes a grin and reaches out to Arena. Mind if I take this dance? Let's show him how it's done. Arena finally stops tripping and actually looks at the guy. She's calm now, gently placing her hand in his. Game on. Her eyes are literally sparkling. She's blushing hard because, honestly, this is the first time anyone's ever treated her like the main character. Back in the day, she was always the one asking and getting ghosted. Nobody wanted to hit the dance floor with her. Total villain origin story material. But now, that handhold is natural. No cap, no awkwardness. Just pure, effortless vibes. Then bam, reality check. We're back to the chaos as Atela's fist collides with a massive shadow beast. A straight-up earth-shattering explosion. Pure energy clashing, compressed into blinding light that turns everything into a neon war zone. Dust everywhere. The big shadow boss backs off, but then a swarm of mini spider-looking creeps decides to rush the stage. Atela hits the ground and sees the spider mob charging. She's like, is this actually the dark magic I studied? Because this is straight up foul. No time to breathe. She launches herself forward like a rocket, raining down punches like a literal storm. Meanwhile, that creepy old villain is just hovering in the sky, watching the carnage with his giant pet beast. Look at that smug grin dude thinks he's won. Okay, her punch has some kick to it. The old man mumbles, basically live reacting to the fight like a toxic streamer. But Atella isn't flinching. One punch, one dead spider. Easy. But then the giant shadow beast raises both arms. It's about to get heavy. It slams down with everything it's got. The ground literally quits. Cracked, shattered, absolutely demolished. Rocks are flying, but our girl, Atella, gone. She zipped back just in time. The old creep raises his fist, looking more twisted than ever. He makes a move, and his giant shadow puppet mimics him, throwing a massive haymaker. Still, Etella's too fast. She's dodging like she's in the Matrix. Speed? Off the charts. She's a blur, weaving through every single attack the enemy throws her way. Stop overthinking, Atella. Just kill it. She's looking for that one opening to get up close and personal with the big guy. Counterattack time. She's lighting up its chest with a barrage of hits, each one carrying a massive golden shockwave. The old man feels the electricity and scoffs. Lightning strike. Huh? The kind of move that roasts you from the inside out. Cute. Here's the science. Those lightning vibrations mess with your internal flow and ramp up the impact force by 100 times. Shockwave after shockwave. It's a relentless, vibrating beatdown that won't stop. Feeling the electricity coursing through his creation, the old man just laughs like a total psycho. His eyes? Straight up monster energy. This is wild, he screams. If you'd actually stayed in the lab and practiced, you'd be at the top of the world by now. Instead, you wasted all that talent just to go finding the truth. Pathetic, he keeps yapping, like he's the king of life advice. Atella loses her footing and drops right into a sea of shadow spiders. The creepy crawlies start swarming up the giant beast's body too. It's over, the old man says. The beast's massive hand, covered in spiders, reaches out for Atella while she's still midair. You're just a bug struggling against a god. You're nothing compared to my plan for global domination. He's looking down on her, peak arrogance, acting like he's already won the championship ring. The beast's fist flashes forward like lightning. Boom! It slams into the earth with enough power to uproot trees and turn rocks into dust. But wait! The old man's jaw drops. He looks up, confused as hell, because Atella is gone. She's literally hovering right above the giant beast's head. Talk about a pro gamer move. She realizes if this freak gets near the academy or even the city, it's game over. I'm stopping him here, even if it's the last thing I do. Atella dives. She's in a perfect combat stance, falling like a shooting star packed with enough energy to level a mountain. One palm strike, thunder, then another and another. A non-stop sequence of lightning bolts crashing down like the world is ending. The shadow beast lets out a pathetic, soul-crushing scream. Atella uses the recoil to flip back and create some space. Even the old man screams as the electricity hits him. He stares up at Atella, who's looking down with a "don't mess with me" glare. It clicks for him. All those hits from before, they were just the setup for this final, devastating blow. He reaches up, his hand shaking like crazy from the sheer pain. Then, he slowly clenches his fist. His face twists into a gnarly grin. Man, I missed this, he screams. The feeling of a real fight, the adrenaline. He's getting flashbacks to the geniuses of his era. Following his lead, the giant beast throws another massive punch. Target? Atella. Her eyes go wide, she grinds her teeth and clenches her fists. This is it. She's gotta tank it. The old man's having the time of his life, screaming as the giant fist closes in. Atella braces herself for the impact. She feels the insane, crushing power behind that punch. Wait, was my lightning strike not enough to stop this thing? Yo, I thought you were actually goated. Master, guess I was wrong. Then, boom, a massive explosion rocks the field, sending dirt and leaves flying like a freaking hurricane. cut to the other side, blood sprays everywhere and someone's screaming their lungs out. Brutal. Hierarchies out here trying to charge up his power with one hand while death gripping his other arm just to stay steady. "You good, bro?" he asks. He's literally holding his own chest together to stop the bleeding, but when he looks at N, he just smirks. "Just a scratch, man." His eyes start glowing like he's about to go beast mode. "Nice one, N," he shouts, watching these 6 streaks of blue lightning absolutely hammer the guy with the twin swords. The twin sword guy is getting fried, jaw hanging open like a total idiot. He's internally screaming, that blue-haired brat is dead meat. Turns out, that attack was a total bait. He'd actually wrapped the whole area in a magnetic field. And still got him locked down tight, keeping him from moving an inch. And Aruki? He's not sitting this one out. He grits his teeth and dives straight back into the chaos, ready to finish this. This insane blue flame energy comes crashing down right on the villain's head. His eyes are popping out of his skull as he tries to stay on his feet. "No way. I'm not losing to these little punks." But before he can even finish that thought, some creepy dark energy snatches N's leg. N was mid-attack when he feels something off. The energy in his hands flickers for a second and then poof, totally dead. Wait, what? He's completely blindsided, spinning around only to see no way. Why is she doing this? This black-haired girl is gasping for air, using her powers to shut N down. Eriki sees the opening closing and charges the swordsman before things get even worse. Arg, the villain breaks free from the bind and leaps away, barely dodging Eriki's strike by a hair. In a flash, a blade is literally pressed against N's throat. The guy's screaming, "This is all your fault," and N is straight up frozen in terror. "Knee," Eriki screams, his voice cracking with pure panic. Then clang, a massive sound rings out, but it's definitely not the sound of a blade hitting skin. Everyone's jaw hits the floor. 2 massive chunks of ice just appeared out of nowhere, stopping that blade cold right before it took N's head off. Aruki is tripping out. Ice magic? Don't tell me that sword guy also. But then he looks back and sees it. Footsteps. Someone's coming. This woman is walking right against the wind, and with every single step she takes, the ground just turns to ice. Miss Sienna, somewhere else, everything's going sideways. Canis is hauling tail through the woods, shouting into his comms. "Harveer, talk to me. What's the status?" He snaps back. "I'm feeling massive vibrations coming from the mountainside. It's getting crazy." He looks back and sees Siren pulling out the Shadow Slaves, the Master's ultimate trump card. Could Alpheus actually be here? Canis doesn't even look back. He's just a blur, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Harveer is right on his heels, scanning the area. It makes sense. If that's the case, Aeson is going to be here any second. Suddenly, an attack flies at them, but he just bats it away. "We gotta clear this whole zone now," he says. Behind them, shadows are closing in like a swarm of angry hornets. In the middle of the deep forest, it's just 2 streaks of light, one gold, one black racing side by side like a high-speed chase. Canis is fuming, that persistent jerk. Instead of just dying in the dark, he's blocked off every single exit we've got. Harveer sighs. "It's like we're being checkmated on a giant chessboard. We need to flip the script." Canis slams on the brakes, and Harveer is already on it. "Gotcha. I'm going in." Harveer shields Canis and immediately tosses a wave of dark magic straight at Siren's face. "Take that." He's charging up his own energy, creating a light so bright it's basically a flashbang in his palm. He doesn't flinch, he just charges right back into the fire. Snow starts falling on the cliffs. Are you kidding me? The twin sword guy is losing his mind. The old man's magic was just shattered. And it was that black-haired girl who did it? She's internally screaming because this makes 0 sense. Like, actually impossible. Only a top-tier high priest or a master mage should be able to break the master's Abyss Nova. She's standing there with her mouth wide open, looking like a total deer in headlights. How does a regular magic teacher pull that off? But there she is, Sienna, walking through the gale like a boss. The ground is literally turning into an ice rink with every step she takes. "Miss Sienna, oh man, you're finally awake. We're saved." N is ready to start a celebration dance, but Eriki is still frozen in shock. Then crack N's arm gets encased in ice. Wait, what? Whoa, cold, cold, cold. N is clutching his arm, shaking like a leaf. Aruki's face goes dark. Wait a second, something's not right here. She hasn't actually woken up. All the other students are standing there like human popsicles, even as the snow starts piling up on them. They're just shivering, stuck in place. Before she can even finish her thought, a massive, jagged spear of ice comes flying out of nowhere. It slices right through the twin sword guy's side, and he coughs up a spray of blood. Hey, stop it. Are you trying to kill everyone here, including the kids? He drops to his knees, clutching his side to keep his guts in. He tries to use one sword to stand up, but the other one is already lying in the dirt. He looks at the woman and his face goes pale with pure terror. Yo, some people are just built different, and by different, I mean terrifying. These monster-tier fighters, even when they're on the edge of death or fast asleep, they can still end your life before you even blink. Sienna finally opens her eyes, and there's this creepy, cold light glowing inside them. She doesn't say a word, she just coldly reaches out a hand. Can she actually cast spells directly through her own body? Screw this. The guy sees the writing on the wall, drops his last sword, and hauls tail out of there. What is even the point of having $1 billion fortune if you are about to get iced? Ice walls keep popping up everywhere, and this dude is hauling tail, leaving nothing but a red blur behind. Man, my luck is straight up trash. He grinds his teeth, then suddenly boom, his pupils shrink to pinpricks. Wait, what? Time literally stops, and his body just freezes right there on the spot. Sienna stays cool as a cucumber, just raising one hand. She is only 20 but already a level 6 mage, rocking that absolute zero ice magic like a total boss. She tilts her head back, hand held high, as a massive ice vortex starts ripping around her palm. It picks up shards of rock and ice, throwing them everywhere. Under the dual swordsman's feet, thick layers of frost lock him down, pinning him to the dirt so he can't run. The frost starts crawling up his body, and he hits the ground hard. The ice is already frozen solid up to his thighs. This school is seriously twisted. From the teachers to the students, they are all savages, and he can see a massive iceberg reflected in his eyes as it hurtles toward him. He is stuck on the ground, legs completely frozen solid. That giant iceberg is hovering right over him. There is no escape now. Glacier bomb. From out of the blue, ice chunks start raining down like freaking meteors, aimed straight for the cliff. This black-haired girl looks up, totally paralyzed with fear as the sky starts falling. At the very last second, Ni lunges forward, grabbing her and diving to the side. She looks at Ni pinning her down and snaps. What do you think you're doing? Ni just yells back, wake up. If we stay like this, everyone is going to die. As he shouts, his tears actually fall onto her face. Seeing him cry, she starts panicking. I don't have enough time, but I'll handle it. Aruki steps in front of them both, and Ne immediately asks, what's the plan, man? Araki scowls, not answering, but focusing hard. Okay, think 15 to 20 tons of ice. I have to split this into thousands of pieces. With that, Araki looks up at the massive mountain of ice. A beam of power shoots up to meet the iceberg. At the same time, he calculates the vector of every single fragment, splitting one beam into 2 separate flows of energy. He cannot afford even one tiny mistake. The 2 energy streams surround the ice, crushing it until it shatters into a million tiny bits. Watching the ice shards fly everywhere, Ni and the girl just stand there with their mouths hanging open. Like, how is that even possible? Those massive icebergs just crumbled into nothing, looking like freaking fireworks made of ice. Does the Magic Academy really have students this cracked? After seeing that, the two of them just freeze up, finally realizing their current position is a bit awkward. What did you just do? The girl shoves Ni away, who still has tears in his eyes as he shouts, I was just trying to save you. I didn't do anything weird. She snaps back, we're enemies. Who asked you to save me? Ni isn't having it and fires back. Stop complaining and chill out. Do you actually want to kill all of them? I don't know, Her answer catches him totally off guard. What? It's all because of Canis, the girl says, looking down. A memory of them as kids flashes in her mind, two starving, skinny kids lying in the rain. The older brother is doing everything he can to shield his little sister. She snaps her head back up, laughing through the tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't care what happens to them. What the hell are you thinking? Nee asks, sounding hesitant. Suddenly, a massive blast goes off right behind her. Nee's jaw drops in shock. The girl turns around to see a figure walking forward, leaving a trail of blood on the ground with every single step. Her eyes go wide, and the tears won't stop as she looks at the person in front of her. No way. It is Canis, covered in wounds and barely standing, one hand clutching his stomach. Canis, she screams. Meanwhile, Siron is totally buried in a book, looking like he can't look away for even a second. He calls his buddies Nate and Aruki over. Yo, check this out. They lean in close to see what has him so hyped. What are we looking at? All three of them stare at the book in Siron's hands. Nate looks confused and asks, the principle of mass and energy equivalence? Siron nods. Exactly. Mass can actually be converted straight into raw energy. If that's true, Aruki jumps in. Does that mean energy can turn back into mass? He continues. With this theory, we could totally buff our photon cannons. Suddenly, Siron shouts, wait. His eyes lock onto a line of bold black text. He tells them the name on this formula. Isn't this their professor's name? They both freak out and yell, are you for real? Cut to the scene where a blast of golden magic comes flying out of nowhere. Javi growls aggressively. That jerk. He's putting extra weight behind his attacks. Canis is stunned. Wait, don't tell me he's getting stronger in the middle of a fight? Siron flies in like a literal bolt of lightning. Golden orbs are floating all over the place. He grabs one, his eyes crackling with intense blue electricity. He launches it straight at Javi's position. Javi doesn't even flinch, just laughs like a maniac. Impressive, but you're still just a rookie. Siron doesn't hesitate. Nope. Then he dives right back toward the glowing blue spheres. Our boy Siron just flexed so hard. That? Just a warm-up, bruh. The lower rank monster is straight up flabbergasted, eyes popping out of its head. It literally freezes for a second, turns into a massive goalpost shape, and tells Canis something that kills the vibe. We can't tank this. Get out of here, Canis. But Canis? He's standing on business. Nah, we run now, we lose everything. Hurry up. Canis is screaming his lungs out. Absorb my willpower. Now. The lower rank just sighs. Man, you're doing way too much. Then, boom. Total chaos. Two massive waves of energy clash with earth-shattering force, and the whole world just turns into white noise. The explosion is absolutely insane. That black-haired girl? Yeah, she's stuck in a loop just staring at the smoke, completely stunned. She slowly turns around, eyes wide as saucers when she sees the aftermath. Wait, for real? Was that a photon cannon? Aruki is losing his mind too. Siron, you absolute madman. A beam of light pierces the clouds while everyone starts yapping about Siron's power. Looks like he actually pulled off that crazy formula he just learned yesterday. Absolute legend behavior. Siron slowly touches back down to earth. His squad doesn't even wait, they rush him immediately, calling his name like their lives depend on it. Shirin sees the state of Siron's arm and his face goes pale. You can see the pure worry in his eyes. Yo, you okay? Talk to me. Siron's barely holding it together. My bad, guys. He looks up, face covered in scratches, eyes looking totally drained and haunted. I don't think we can take this guy, he mutters. Nee sees him like this and his heart just sinks. He tries to hype him up. Wait, what? Since when did you become such a quitter? Siron just shakes his head weakly. I'm serious. This guy is on a whole other level. Aruki chimes in. Looks like we're in deep trouble. Nee looks at Siron, realizing that even an upgraded photon cannon couldn't finish the job. The two of them just stare at Siron. You can practically feel the heavy weight he's carrying in his soul right now. They realize Siron is under massive pressure. They see two bodies on the ground and their minds start racing, thinking about what Siron's going through. The only reason he's even speaking up is because we're the ones who have to clean up this entire mess. They tell him he did a great job, but Siron is just sitting there, gasping for air. His mana and his spirit, totally cooked. We're in this together now. Aruki steps out in front, looking Canis straight in the eye like a boss. What's the move, tough guy? On the other side, Canis is looking rough, straight up exhausted and running on fumes. Aruki's words are ringing in his ears. You really thought you could take 3 of us? Admit you lost and let the students go. Nay is fuming. Nobody's dead yet. It's not too late to throw in the towel. Canis just growls. This ain't over. My master is gonna punish every single one of you. The crew is officially done with his trash talk. Punish us? Aruki snaps back. Do you even have a clue about the disaster you just started? Canis just smirks. Why don't you ask Anpas when you're rotting in hell? The whole squad freezes at that name. The academy dean? Canis is wilding now, face twisted with rage. He committed a sin that can't ever be forgiven. This trash academy? He stole it from my master. Everything you're learning here was snatched from him. Siron is paralyzed. He can't believe what he's hearing. His whole body just goes numb, like he's stuck in a bad dream. He screams out, "What the hell are you talking about?" Aruki stays cool and warns the others behind him. Don't let him get in your head. Even if he's telling the truth, what did the people here do wrong? Canis's eyes narrow, and the killing intent is real. Doesn't matter. Suddenly, this thick, nasty dark energy starts swirling around him. He growls, I represent my master. I do what I think is right. Period. Ni can't take the nonsense anymore. He yells in pure frustration. Fine. Talking to this guy is a waste of time. Aruki shouts. So we're finishing this right here, right now. Let's go. Suddenly, Siron steps forward, leaving Ni and Aruki completely shook. He charges up a ball of pure light right in front of Canis's face. Canis sees him getting ready to scrap, but he doesn't even flinch. He just scoffs. You think force works better than words? He's looking at Siron like he's dirt. Doesn't matter what you do. The truth is still the truth. But then, the lower rank monster starts wrapping its hands around Canis. He's confused. Yo, lower rank, what are you doing? Don't be scared, the beast whispers, sounding terrified itself. This is dangerous. That attack is not normal. Don't tell me Canis cuts it off, losing his cool. What are you yapping about? Just absorb my power and we'll block it. But as he says it, you can see the first hint of fear in his eyes. That golden orb in Siron's hand is growing massive. The light is getting so bright it's blinding everyone. He thrusts the light forward, his eyes cold as ice. This is your final warning. Release the students. Now. Ni and Aruki are just standing there, jaws on the floor. Even the black-haired girl is freaking out. This is it. Canis starts tripping, screaming with those crazy eyes. I'm the Archmage's ride or die. Even if I'm ghosted, his will is staying right here. Sen's just shaking his head like, man, I really don't want to catch a body today, but if everyone's going to pay the price for your delusional fanboying, his eyes go dead serious, straight main character energy, then I guess I'm going to have to sit you down for good. Cut to a total vibe shift. Somewhere else, a voice whispers, the light. It's actually beautiful. And wow, check out this girl Arena, brown hair in a bun, looking like a literal goddess. Those blue eyes of hers, absolute game changers. She's got that gentle, protect at all costs look that would make anyone melt. Case in point, this blonde dude nearby is already down bad. One look at her and he's completely lost in the sauce. The two of them are chilling in this top-tier flower garden, staring at a palace. Stars are out, vibes are immaculate, and honestly, everything looks like a dream. But then the guy opens his mouth and, yeah, he's killing the mood. Blondie looks like he's about to have a panic attack, sweating bullets and acting all nervous. He stammers out a got it, then asks, wait, why do you think the light is so pretty? She just looks up at the sky, totally unbothered. Because, she says, light is the only thing that helps us see through the pitch black void. He's staring at her now, but she's still got her head in the clouds, literally. We can only appreciate how deep the night is because of the light, right? Suddenly, another voice breaks in. Darkness. Huh? I get it now. The young guy's eyes start flickering with blue electricity like his brain just hit a massive upgrade. Two types of energy start swirling together, and it's not a fight, it's a perfect match. He's like, okay, it all makes sense now. The guy's basically fangirling over the energy. Beautiful, just, wow. Oh, and her name? Irina. Finally, we get a name for our mystery girl. She looks back at him, totally confused. But he switched to his lover boy voice, soft as butter. Irina. He drops to one knee right there on the grass classic move and pops the big question. Will you be the light of my life? The whole scene is quiet. Like, scary, quiet. Pink petals are flying everywhere like a movie set. But back in reality, he's thinking, how could I ever forget that day? The vibe of that night. The way the wind felt. The silence. The smell of the grass and Irina's face. It's all stuck in his head. Even if the world ends, he's taking that pure memory to the grave. That's the core memory right there, the director's happiest moment. But man, the context is heavy. Reality check. Back in the present, this guy Thut is sweating through his shirt. He's burning through mana like crazy trying to pull the director out of that mental trap. He looks like he's on his last legs, but he's not tapping out. Not today. Thut's thinking, holy hell, this holy light magic is no joke. He closes his eyes, thinking there's no way Victor Ain should be able to pull off a spell this cracked. Director, wake up already, he screams. Meanwhile, Siron hears footsteps. Someone's coming, and they're not hiding it. He spins around, heart racing, asking himself, wait, what's even happening anymore? Siron and Canis are both standing there with their jaws on the floor. Whatever they're seeing, it's bad news. Canis is basically wheezing. Master, an old dude with a wrinkled face and a long white beard walks out, and he's dripping with dark, edgy energy. This white-haired menace is standing on the high ground, looking down like a boss. Canis yells, Master, again, but the old man's eyes are just pure cold-blooded killer. He glances down at a body lying still on the floor. Just stone-cold silence. There's ice shards everywhere. Canis drops his head, looking like a kicked puppy. Master, I failed you. My bad. The old man just stares at him like, you absolute moron. Yeah, he's definitely not the hugging type of teacher. Then the master spots Siron doing his magic thing. He's like, so, it was this brat the whole time? Siron looks up, absolutely fuming. You're the one behind all this garbage, aren't you? Sen and Aruki are just staring, totally shook by how bold Siron is being. The old man gives this nasty, villainous smirk. You've got a big mouth for a kid, he sneers. Then he's like, what's your name, anyway? Siron hits him with the ultimate clapback. I don't give my name to cold-blooded killers. Period. Over on the side, Canis and the black-haired girl are just watching the drama unfold, eyes locked on Siron. Siron starts barking orders. Stop the mind control and get lost. Now. The old man just laughs that annoying. I'm better than you cackle. He strokes his long beard, acting all casual. Sorry, kid. Not gonna happen. Then he looks at everyone like they're already dead. Every single student from Anpas Academy needs a lesson. A permanent one. His eyes glow red full-on demon mode. And that includes you. Siron and the gang are sweating now. This guy is the real deal. Siron doesn't wait for a formal invitation. He just launches a massive power punch straight at the old man's face. Boom. Huge explosion. Siron's heart is pounding. Smoke is everywhere, and he's desperately trying to see if he actually landed the hit. But nope. This Dark Master is built different. He's just standing on a rock nearby, totally fine, casually analyzing the attack like he's grading a test. A 52.7-meter radius of spirit power? Not bad for a kid your age, he says, acting like he wasn't just almost blown up. The squad is losing it. Did he just dodge that? Siron isn't done though. He's charging up for round 2, when suddenly a scream echoes through the air. Drop it right now, Siron. Everyone's head snapped toward the voice, and there she was, Atella, clutching a busted arm and looking like she'd been through a blender, but still standing tall. Siron's jaw practically hit the floor when he saw her. The whole crew shouted Atella. In perfect, shocked harmony, their teacher was actually alive. That creepy dark master just sneered at her. The loser actually crawled back? You were lucky to survive once. Lady, you should have stayed hidden in your own shame. She was covered in nasty scratches and bruises, looking rough as hell, but her voice didn't shake for a single second as she spoke from the heart. I don't give a damn about winning or losing, she spat. I'm just here to keep my students safe. Siron looked at her, totally lost. Teach, who is this psycho? Why is he doing all this? Atella's face went pale like, sweating bullets level nervous. You could see the sheer pressure hitting her as her breath got heavy. His name is Vor, she managed to choke out. He's a level 3 archmage, a total heavy hitter in the magic world. Everyone froze, serious shock. Apparently, this Vor guy has a massive, ancient grudge against the principal. Vor just looked down at them from his high horse. Pathetic, whining to a bunch of kids? Get real. Atella's eyes started going a bit vacant. She was clearly struggling just to stay conscious at this point. Don't get too comfortable, old man, she hissed. Then, a number flashed 10%. Canis, the loyal lackey, caught it immediately. He realized his master's mana was sitting at a measly 10% right now. Javi whispered to Canis, even at 10%, an archmage can wipe these losers off the map. But Canis was hesitant. We still haven't caught Anpheus. Maybe I should. Before Canis could even finish his thought, the black-haired girl next to him cut him off with a sharp look. Canis, what are you even talking about? Javi shouted. But Canis just tuned her out. Asterisk thud. Thud. Asterisk. He started walking forward, steady and rhythmic. Master, he called out. Let me handle this trash. Vor slowly turned his head, looking completely intrigued. He gave Canis this nasty, sinister look. You want to take over? Meanwhile, the black-haired girl was grinding her teeth. Canis, why? Why are you pushing yourself so hard for him? Vor's eyes narrowed into slits, and he let out this super shady, crooked smirk. All right then, kid, show me what you've got. He turned to Siron and asked if he was Anpheus's little pet disciple. Siron didn't flinch. He came back at him hard and fast. Watch your mouth when you say the principal's name. Siron was absolutely fuming. He started thinking back to the good old days back when the principal was the only one in his corner. The principal had always treated him like family. Pure kindness, nothing like this monster in front of him. Siron screamed that a guy like Vor didn't even deserve to call himself a mage. Vor just lost it. He started laughing like a complete and total maniac. Anphes, Vor cackled, his voice rising. How long have you been living that fake-ass life? 40 years of total lies. Siron and Aruki just stood there, totally stunned by the venom in his voice. Vor waved a hand at Canis. Fine. Go for it. Canis, take this kid down yourself. Canis bowed low, showing that cold loyalty. Thank you, master. Atella screamed out. Stop it. Siron, get back. Too late. The two of them were squared up, face to face, ready to throw down. Javi tried one last time to get through to him. Canis, think about this again, she pleaded. But he ignored the advice. He was determined to be the good soldier for his twisted master. In his head, he was spiraling. Asterisk. I already failed once. I have to crush this guy now, even if it's the last thing I ever do. Asterisk. They glared at each other, pure murder in their eyes. It's on, they whispered. Canis's eyebrows shot up as he locked in. Canis, answer me, she begged. But it was like he'd fallen into a dark void with no exit. Then boom, Canis lunged forward like a freaking gale. Siron didn't back down. He planted his feet, and suddenly, this insane golden energy started exploding all around him. Canis was mid-air when Siron's gold beams started flying at him like homing missiles. He was shocked. Asterisk. What the hell is this power? Asterisk. Jumping off a cliff for a mid-air fight? Canis just grinned like a villain. What a total moron. He probably thought shadows wouldn't work in the air, but newsflash, The entire night sky is just one giant shadow. You idiot. Siren soared even higher, his body glowing like a literal sun. Everyone on the ground was staring up, jaws dropped in pure disbelief. The black-haired girl was shaking with fear, while Siren just hung there in the air, looking like a golden god of vengeance. Siren's head was clear. Asterisk. If I can't track his movements, I'll just nuke his entire field of vision. Asterisk. Thousands of golden orbs rained down on Canis before he could even blink. He barely threw up a shield in time. The light was getting blinding, we're talking supernova levels of bright. The night sky was getting absolutely shredded by these multicolored beams of raw power, lighting up the darkness. Light pierced through the shadows over and over. You could see Canis scrambling to dodge, gritting his teeth in pure rage. This psycho kid, he frowned, trying to calculate his next move, but then the realization hit him. Asterisk. None of these are fakes. They're all real. Asterisk. Siren was right there, surrounded by a halo of lethal light. Canis was panicking now. Asterisk. Is he seriously casting hundreds of real spells at the same time? No way. Asterisk. Siren's face was a mess, blood and scratches everywhere but his eyes. They were glowing with this cold, terrifying blue light that made Canis's skin crawl. Asterisk. How can some low-level amateur do this? Asterisk. Thousands of Siren's light beams zoomed straight for Canis, like a meteor shower. Down below, Atella gasped. Since when did Siron have this much juice? Nen and Aruki were completely speechless. Is he even human anymore? One of them whispered. He's entered the infinity realm. Then a sudden noise from behind made them both jump out of their skins. Wait, what did you just say? Atella's voice dropped an octave, and suddenly, the two boys were sweating bullets. Siron hit the immortal stage? For real? She locked her eyes on the sky, tracking the fight, finally giving the boys a second to breathe. The sky was a mess of blinding flashes. Atella thought it was game over. But then, a streak of pure darkness zigzagged through the light like a glitch in the Matrix. Canis lost it. Harvest, he screamed, face twisted in rage. Answer me, man. If we keep this up, we're both toasted. One split second of distraction, and boom, he got tagged. Panicked, he reached for the wound, but felt absolutely nothing. Am I not bleeding? He was tripping. Then he looked up and realized the crazy part: the enemy wasn't even aiming at him. Siron was charging up a massive energy sphere, ready to drop it right on his head. Canis stood there, mind racing as the glowing ball of death closed in. The shadows. He's nuking every bit of darkness, so I can't teleport. He looked up, skin crawling. Is this psycho's mental energy infinite? The light was blinding, and honestly, it felt cheap, totally unfair. No way I'm dying in front of Master. His eyes started going dull, losing that spark of life. Just as he thought he was done for, a surge of dark energy flooded his system. So annoying. A voice echoed in his head. Who? What was that? Harvest. A massive explosion ripped the ground to shreds. Suddenly, Canis's power spiked, and he let out a soul-shredding scream. Why is the darkness leaking out of Canis? His mental voice screamed. Wake up, focus, or we're done. Out of nowhere, a shadow ghost lunged at Siron from below. He barely dodged. Siron was floored. Why were two different powers suddenly clashing this hard? Harvest was throwing hands non-stop. Siren was dodging like his life depended on it, trying to find a way to flip the script. Then smack. A hit landed right on his arm. Siron winced, watching blood spray. Great, he grumbled. The momentum just shifted. He hit the ground, but that shadow was right on his tail. The monster landed with a heavy thud, kicking up rocks everywhere. Siren gripped his wound, teeth grit in pure frustration. Using the immortal state any longer was getting dangerous. But wait, something about Siren's subconscious felt off. This thing could tank a light cannon. He attacked again, thinking, high IQ, beastly melee, and speed that makes my head spin. Then he saw it. A gap. Wait, why didn't he use that from the start? Unless he poured his magic into the target. Images of that dark beast and Harvest's sharp gaze flashed through his mind. It's draining his mental energy, isn't it? A thought hit him like a truck. Exactly. We're a freaking fusion. Atella looked up, her face twisted in disgust. Aeson, you're a straight-up monster. Aeson glared back, eyes glowing a nasty purple. To him, students were just batteries. Meanwhile, Canis was in total agony, making Aaron freak out. Aaron rushed over, screaming his name, but Canis was just there, doubled over and puking his guts out. A dark thought crossed his mind. Was he just a container? A vessel for that shadow thing to move around? Canis whispered, Harvest. The clash between the monster and Siron was absolute peak. Neither side was backing down an inch. The beast roared. Siron backed off, his brain working overtime to analyze the situation. Got it. If the opponent changed, he had to change too. No more physical light cannons. The move? Absorbing the mana from the barrier above. Pissed off, he calculated the shot. Light cannon full power. A massive beam of pure energy tore toward the monster. Direct hit, the monster shrieked, ducking behind rocks to hide. Then it unleashed an energy burst so bright, Siron had to shield his eyes. He felt the tension rising. Just like I thought, this isn't gonna be easy. Even with infinite mental energy, he was still hitting his own biological ceiling. Suddenly, his vision seemed to shatter. He knew what he had to do. Forget power, he needed to boost his omniscience to the max. His eyes cracked under the pressure. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Physics, baby. He went for the all-or-nothing play. Every bit of mass, turning it into pure energy. Right now, the attack surged toward the monster, who had no clue what was coming. By the time it realized, too late, its body started disintegrating. The immortal circuit, everyone below was paralyzed with fear. Arian couldn't even find words. Old man Aeson's jaw dropped. What the hell is that? Iruki and Atella screamed back. It's a freaking laser. Siron pushed harder, holding the beam steady. The power punched a massive hole right through the center of the monster. The beast was a mess. I'm burning. Canis grabbed his head, screaming in sync, while Arian kept crying out for him. She realized that Harvest's pain was being dumped straight onto Canis. Harvest was cooked, but Siron didn't stop. The monster was terrified. If this keeps up, we're literally erased from existence. Its body started boiling, small explosions popping off inside its skin. Atella watched, heart in her throat, while Aeson just stood there like a smug jerk. Suddenly, Atella felt a shift. Pure danger. Siron, stop. Stop right now. Siron looked over just as the monster's cells began to bulge out like a bomb. Too little, too late, buddy. Suddenly, boom. A massive explosion shreds everything into digital dust. And through the smoke, a voice growls, the name's Harvest. Back to Canis. He's standing right there in front of Arian, hand pressed against the cold glass. He looks at the beast inside and drops the line. Harvest, you're working for me now. The monster trapped in that tank just stares at these two kids like, why should I? That's when Aeson chimes in with that creepy vibe. Don't you want to protect her? Harvest isn't buying it though. He thinks vibing with Arian would be way more effective. He looks at her and man, the poor girl looks like her world is ending. Arian's been stuck in Latum for 10 years. And honestly, nobody even knew she existed, except for Canis. She's got these crazy high-level mental senses. She sees stuff we regular humans can't even imagine. Aeson's got that look in his eyes. You know the one. Pure evil. He's talking about the first origin trace. It's this wild brain hack that lets you process any object like you're seeing it for the very first time. Basically, you get to see the true form of literally anything. No hiding, no lies, just the raw truth. Harvest sees right through the old man. You only found me because you tracked Aaron's insane power surge, he says. And you brought Canis along for the ride. Aeson's face goes dark, cold. Not happening. He snaps, looking like he's ready to catch a body right then and there. Arian's too soft for this, Aeson growls. Merge with Canis instead. Harvest watches the bubbles rise. Realization hits him like a ton of bricks. So that's the game, Harvest mutters. You gave me Canis because you planned this from the very start. You total snake. Let's rewind 1 minute ago. That explosion on the mountain? It sends everyone below scrambling. Arian screams at the top of her lungs. Look, it's flying. Harvest's voice echoes inside Canis's head. I'm gonna blow, kid. Canis chokes out his name, but Harvest just sighs. I'm tearing up our contract. It's over. This massive surge of blue energy rips out of Canis's chest. Pure agony. He's losing everything in one heartbeat. Harvest is just hovering there, glowing gold, while Canis screams his lungs out. Why me? Why leave me alone? Then, he remembers why he wanted this power. You want to know why I need this strength? His face hardens, no more doubt, just pure, cold resolve. Because Arian is my only light in this trash world, he says, eyes burning. I have to protect her from everything out there. Period. Harvest just laughs. Huh, you're an interesting one, kid. Then he gives him one last order. Stay alive, okay? Canis lets out a gut-wrenching scream, Harvest. Even that jerk Aeson has to look away as the monster detonates, turning the ground into a crater. Everything goes dead silent. Smoke clears, and Siron is staring at that dark silhouette. He is absolutely livid. What the hell did you just do? Siron roars. His team is paralyzed. Answer me. Arian's just there, trembling, looking for Canis. Were you trying to kill us all? Siron yells. But Aeson? He just grins like a total psychopath. Oh, that look. Aeson chuckles. I knew you looked familiar. You're the spitting image of Anfias from 40 years ago, aren't you? Shut your mouth. Siron barks. But the old man just laughs harder. I know why that sneaky rat Anfis took you in. You've got that chosen one look. Aeson mocks. He's just using you for some dirty scheme. He's playing you, kid. Siron's fuming. What would you know about him? Aeson's face goes stone cold. I know everything. That Anfis you worship? He was my student. Siron freezes. Wait. What? Aeson stands on the cliff's edge, looking down like he's judging the whole world. Alpheus was a bright kid, Aeson says, showing off his gnarly burn scars. He loved learning, but then greed got the better of him. He glares at his ruined hands. He threw me into a living hell and torched my entire life's work. I did everything for him. And his wife? She died for absolutely nothing. Everyone's jaws just hit the floor. This is getting heavy. The headmaster did what? Estella steps forward, demanding the truth. Aeson just looks up at the sky. It all started 40 years ago. A deep breath. 40 years ago. Siron leans in. He needs to know the truth behind the legend. We see a recording of a young, ambitious Anfis. He's pulling off high-level magic like it's nothing. Life was good back then. A voice rings out through the hall. This year's Golden Magic Circle Award goes to Mere Anfis. The crowd goes wild. Anfis is beaming, holding that trophy high. This was the peak, the award for the greatest mage of the year. That shiny Golden Magic Circle medal. His colleagues are all over him. Alpheus, man, you're a freaking genius. Who would have thought light was both particles and waves? You're famous now. Just don't forget us little people, okay? You're the pride of the Mir clan. His best friend practically tackles him with a hug. Anfis, you magnificent bastard. I honestly thought you were just a huge prankster. But look at you. We're partying tonight, right? You bet, Anfis grins. But let me head home first. A fancy carriage rolls through the cobblestone streets. Anfis bursts through his front door, clutching his trophy. Arena, I'm home. His wife peeks out from the kitchen. You're back, honey? He rushes over and pins the medal right on her. This is yours, Arena. Look, it's even got the Empire's official seal on it. Arena's eyes well up with tears. The whole world finally sees your genius. I'm so proud of you. He scoops her up in his arms. Yo, congrats, man. You actually did it, hubby. He scoops her up like a trophy, his voice full of pure hype. Yo, check it. Our boy's got a fancy gala to attend, but he's not feeling it. Why? Because he's got way better plans for his wife. He literally scoops her up and carries her to the bedroom while she's panicking about the bread in the oven. "Hubby, stop. The toast is gonna burn. Let it burn," he says. "I'm the one who's burning up right now." Talk about main character energy. This is Anpas. By age 23, he was already the most cracked mage on the entire continent. A straight-up legend. Everyone wanted a piece of him. Royals and nobles were flooding his DMs with invites, but Anfis wasn't chasing clout. He was picky as hell, only taking the jobs that actually mattered. And because he was that elite, his market value was basically going to the moon. He was a walking bag of gold. But here's the drama: both their families were total haters and blocked their marriage. So every morning, Arian would stand at the door like a sweet angel, waving him off to work. Meanwhile, Anfis is sitting in his carriage, plotting. He's like, "Just hang on, Arian, I'm gonna become so powerful that nobody can say a word to us." He's playing it cool with the high society snakes, but inside, he's fuming. He knows that once he hits the top, both the Mirror family and his own dad will have no choice but to respect their grind. But while he's out there being a boss, some shady boots show up at his front door. Like, seriously? Why is this happening now? It's Syrup and his squad, looking all kinds of awkward. Syrup scratching his head like, "Man, I should have made peace with this guy ages ago." "Who would have thought that Anfis would become such a heavy hitter?" his buddy asks. They're realizing they messed up big time. But then they see the house. Wait, he actually lives in a regular place like this. Syrup's feeling the regret now. Dang, I should have at least brought a gift. He knocks on the door, trying to act tough. "It's fine, we'll just give him the stuff, say we're sorry for the past, and call it a day." The door swings open and their jaws drop. "Oh, you're back?" Arian says, but then she sees a bunch of strange men and practically shrinks back in fear. "Wait, you guys are." Arian's shook. The three dudes are standing there with fake smiles, thinking, "Yep, this is definitely the place." Syrup pulls the nice guy act and introduces himself. "We're Anfis's old buds. Is the man of the house in?" Arian, being way too sweet, tells them he's out. They keep pressing. "Well, do you know when he'll be back?" She's just like, "Honestly, no idea." They're not taking the hint. They give her this awkward grin and ask, "Look, can we just wait inside? It's kind of a vibe killer standing out here." Arian thinks about it. These are her husband's friends, right? So she lets them in. Big mistake. Huge. Night falls, the lights are on, and Anfis finally rolls up. "I'm home. Arian, I'm so sorry I'm late." He's shouting for her in the dark, feeling like a bad husband. He walks toward the light and hears a voice. That absolute jerk, Anfis. How did a loser like him get so lucky? He freezes. The sight in front of him is pure chaos. Booze bottles everywhere, food trashed on the table. Syrup and his crew are wasted, talking trash, while his wife is literally standing in the corner like a servant. He's just a guy who got lucky and pulled a high-class girl. They sneer. He didn't even write his own thesis. He just rode her family's coattails to the top. They're laughing like villains, and the house is filled with their garbage noise. Syrup turns to Arian. "I'm right, aren't I?" Arian's terrified. I don't know. The dude is so drunk he doesn't even see the storm coming." "Of course you don't. Now keep singing." Suddenly, one of the friends sees him. His eyes go wide. Then, boom, a massive fist connects right with Syrup's face. Syrup eats the table. Anfis is absolutely livid. "You piece of trash," he screams. The friends are losing their minds, yelling Syrup. Arian is trembling. Syrup wipes the blood off his face, trying to play it off. "You're an educated man. Why are you using your fists?" "Whatever, my bad. I was too drunk." Syrup mumbles as his buddies drag him out. Anfis is shaking with rage. "I'm never letting you embarrass me again." Then, he loses his cool and snaps at Arian. "Why the hell did you let them in?" Arian's tearing up. "They said they were your friends. What kind of friends disrespect a man's wife like that?" Anfis is crying now, his voice cracking. "Do you even know what kind of people I deal with?" He starts saying things he can't take back. "Are you really that stupid? How could you be so clueless?" As soon as the words leave his mouth, he hits the wall. He covers his face, sobbing like a child. Irina just stands there in the silence, crushed by the weight of her mistake. After a minute, Anpas calms down, but he can't even look at her. He mumbles an apology for the nasty things he just spat out. I'm sorry. Just forget everything I just said. All of it. He's thinking to himself, just because she's innocent doesn't mean she's a toddler. He really messed up. Irina looks down, her eyes overflowing. I'm so sorry. Honey, I'll never do it again. I promise. Anpas is still fuming, but he's mostly mad at himself. He leaves her standing there in the middle of the broken glass and mess, heading out to walk off the fire in his chest. Sorry, I need some air. He leaves her alone in the dark house, her head hanging low. Anpas hits up the local dive bar, trying to drown the guilt in a glass. He slams his drink down on the counter, letting out a frustrated roar. I'm such a piece of trash. A total loser. How could I say that to the one person who actually sticks by me? His buddy, young Clum, is sitting across from him, trying to be the voice of reason. Hey man, chill, couples fight. It's part of the game. Then Clum gets a bright idea. Listen, why don't you guys just have a baby? That'll fix the vibe for sure. I'm telling you, it'll make everything better instantly. Anpas sighs. It's not like I haven't thought about it. Then just do it. A kid will settle you both down. Clum pulls out a drawing of his own family, flexing his happy life like it's that easy. Look, the doc straight up told me. A woman with the mind of a 10-year-old, handling the absolute agony of childbirth? It's a death sentence. Aim. Honestly, I probably should have kept my mouth shut. But you already knew the stakes were this high, didn't you? From the second you decided to get hitched, I knew you were all in. But seriously? A genius like you acting this reckless? Like you've got no other moves left. Moves? Clamp's words hit him like a lightning bolt. Suddenly, a wild spark of hope flickered in Anfas's eyes. Cut to a total basement vibe, dark, damp, and creepy. An old man's shaky hand is scribbling on parchment while the whole room literally quakes around him. The old geezer mumbles, not bad. It had been exactly 48 hours since some crazy intruder broke into the Great Mage Sen's dungeon, and, honestly, he was low-key impressed. You actually managed to make it all the way down here. Huh. Slowly, the heavy dungeon doors creak open. Footsteps echo through the stone hallway. Someone's coming. The intruder finally steps into the light. It's Anpas. He looks like absolute trash, bloody, exhausted, and barely holding it together as he limps toward the great mage. He's gasping for air, every word a struggle. Who? Who are you? Whoa, hold up. You came here all by yourself? The great mage steps forward, totally stunned that this young guy survived the gauntlet. You cleared the traps and the monsters solo? Just who the hell are you? Anpas doesn't answer, he just fumbles in his coat for something. He finally catches his breath. My name is Anpas Smear. Read this. He shoves a stack of blood-stained papers toward the mage. The great mage takes one look at the papers and his eyes go wide. He wasn't expecting this. It's a full-blown research thesis on memory restoration. The mage smirks. Well, this just got interesting. The genius behind the light quantum theory, the master of light himself, is suddenly into forbidden dark magic? I want to transfer my memories, Anfas gasps. He's wobbling now, completely spent. For my wife. Before he can even finish the sentence, his legs give out and he hits the floor cold right in front of the mage. The papers fly everywhere, scattering across the dirty floor like autumn leaves. After being out for who knows how long, Anfas snaps awake only to realize he's submerged in a massive tank of water. He starts coughing like crazy. He's totally lost. Where is he? Why is he in a tank? Then it hits him, his wounds are gone. Every single scratch is completely healed. The mage is just sitting there, casually flipping through Anfas's notes. I went through your scribbles here. Pretty spicy stuff, kid. He leans back in his chair. So, you want to use the absorption power of dark magic to store memories. Bold move. And then, the mage continues, you want to use light magic to build a fake nervous system to sync everything up and download the data. It's a two-pronged attack. Dark magic hits the brain from the outside, while light magic stabilizes everything from the inside. A fusion of light and dark. Using the speed of light to transmit information? Pure genius. Honestly. Anpas just stays quiet, letting the old man talk. The mage slides his glasses down his nose and finally gives a nod of respect. I've got to admit, it's a wild, brilliant idea. But listen, kid, transferring an entire life into someone else? That's heavy. We're talking massive ethical red flags here. The mage tells him to think twice, but Anpas doesn't even blink. He fires back instantly. Make me your apprentice. He stands up, his eyes burning with pure determination. I'll make it work. I'm going to protect my wife from this world, no matter what it takes. Sen looks him dead in the eye. He needs to know if this guy is legit. Before we do this, I've got one question. His face goes dead serious. Does your wife actually agree to being a lab rat? Anpas just stares back silent, but his gaze says everything. Flashback time. We see a younger Clamp trying to talk some sense into his friend during his mad scientist phase. No way, man. That guy is a straight-up criminal. Why are you looking for him? Clamp slams the table, screaming, "You've lost your damn mind." Anpas. Planting memories in someone else's brain? That's impossible. It's insane. Anpas looks away, unable to face his friend's rage. Clamp was the top scholar of dark magic on the whole continent, even if he didn't realize it yet. I'm a fool, all right? I'm not a genius like you, but even I know this is a bad idea. You're throwing away everything. If you mess with that guy, the royal family will strip your titles in a heartbeat. Your family will disown you. Anpas just looks down, his voice low. I don't care about any of that. I just want Arena to be happy. If this works, I'll be happier than I've ever been. You could see it in his eyes. The dude was ready to burn the whole world down for her. Arena, his wife, was standing right there. She heard everything. Her eyes wide. She watched the man she loved getting ready to sacrifice it all. I'll do it, honey. Clamp is floored. He can't believe she's actually going along with this crazy plan. Arena, wait. Think about, but she cuts him off before he can even finish. She smiles, leaning into her husband's chest. I trust him. Anpas will make me happy. I know he will. He's the genius mage with the gold ring. Remember? He'll fix everything. And then, nobody will ever look down on me again. Clum was straight up shook, seeing how these two stayed so positive while their entire world was literally burning down. The Anpas family went all in. They sold every single thing they owned just to move into a dungeon lab so Arena could live in peace. Talk about commitment. Good old Clum was the ultimate wingman, dropping off food every single week like clockwork. Anpas and the master spent every night grinding away at a cure, while young Clum stayed glued to Arena's bedside, playing guardian angel. You had this whole squad living in the dungeon, including the big-shot Grand Mage, Master Asen. Anfias looked like a total zombie from the research, while Arena never stopped looking at him with ride-or-die trust. Clum? He just looked like he was about to have a heart attack from stress. Fast forward 2 whole years of this madness. D-Day finally arrived. The memory support project was seconds from being finished, and Clum was shaking in his boots by Arena's bed, trying to act tough for her. Check it, after today, you're gonna have every single one of Anfas's memories, he told her. Even the embarrassing stuff like when he was a bedwetter or exactly when he was checking out other girls. He's cracking jokes, but he's low-key terrified. Arena just gave him a sweet smile. Anfas leaned in, touched her cheek, and whispered, "You've been through hell, Arena. Let's do this." "Thanks, babe," she said. He shot back. "Nah, I'm the lucky one. Let's just get through this, live happy, and finally have those kids. All right?" Master Asen called him over. Time to move. Anfas hopped onto his station, ready for the final boss of experiments. He was thinking about all the tech they stacked. Magic engineering, bio stuff, alchemy, light magic, and even the dark arts. They used the absolute peak of modern tech. Pre-tests were clean. A 100% success rate? Guaranteed. Or so he thought. Both of them were strapped in, heads wired up like some sci-fi movie to a massive machine that looked like it meant business. Showtime. He flipped the giant switch and the whole thing roared to life. Instantly, the machine started ripping the memories right out of Anpas. The dude was straight up screaming in pure agony. Once the data was out, it gathered into a single point of light before beaming straight toward his wife's side. It started dumping every single thought and every ounce of love Anpas had for her right into her brain. She saw it all, how he'd look at her with that soft smile, or how he'd gently wipe away her tears. Pure, wholesome vibes. No lies, no fakes. Just the joy of him giving her that medal, or the way he slipped the ring onto her finger during their dance. He held her like she was his whole world. Nothing calculated about it, just pure devotion. Every single moment from the day they met flashed before her eyes. As his smiling face started to fade, she realized that's what real love looks like. Thank you, Anpas. My love. You gave me everything, she thought. I'm so glad I met you. But then beep, 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 the machine started losing its mind. Danger, Anpas bolted upright, nearly tripping over himself to get to Master Asen. Master, did it work? How's the experiment? The experiment was a perfect success, the master said. But Anpas ran to Arena and saw the truth. Her face was turning ghost white. Not good. He started breaking down, crying. Arena, what's happening? Why do you look like that? My love, she whispered, grabbing his hand. The physical transfer, it worked perfectly. But my nerves, they're fighting it. My body is literally rejecting the data. She was crying buckets now. Turns out, humans aren't like animals. There's something deep inside us that science just can't touch. Clum was standing there, shaking like a leaf, unable to believe this nightmare. Anpas was spiraling. How could he be wrong? He'd achieved the impossible, right? If I just had a little more time. Don't, she begged. He promised to redo it, but Arena let out a blood-curdling scream as the pain started shredding her from the inside out. Seeing his wife tortured like that, Anpas was a total wreck, crying his eyes out. I'm so sorry, baby. She whispered back, why are you sorry, you dummy? Master Asen couldn't even look. He just turned away and covered his face. Blood started trickling from her lips, her eyes fluttering shut. Because I'm too stupid, she said. What do you mean, stupid? I'm the stupid one here. He screamed, his heart literally shattering into a million pieces. It's all my fault, Arena. But she just smiled through her tears. Thank you. It was short, but you showed me your world. A world of logic and miracles. Thanks for letting me see it before I go. Anpas let out a scream so loud and so full of pain it probably echoed through every corner of that dark dungeon. The absolute worst pain imaginable, losing your person. The one you'd do anything for. And just like that, his true love was gone. Arena was gone. The experiment failed in the most tragic way possible. Her family held a funeral. But guess who wasn't invited? Yep, Anpas. They literally banned him from saying goodbye. All he could do was kneel in the dirt from a distance, crying his heart out for his lost wife. Since they never officially signed the papers or had kids, the family treated them like total strangers. And just like that, they were separated, one in the world of the living, the other gone forever. Picture this. A man kneeling in the pouring rain, soaked to the bone, head hanging low. His eyes, completely hollow. The day Arena died in that twisted experiment, Anpas absolutely lost it. He started smashing his head against the wall, over and over. Clamp and N tried to stop him, but the man was gone. Total mental breakdown. He just kept throwing himself at the wall like he wanted to end it all right there. Clum was a mess, tears everywhere, trying to hold Anfas's bloody head. All he could think was, how did it even come to this? Where there's light, there's gotta be shadows. Arena taught us how to actually live. So why? Why did we try to change her and end up losing her forever? What was I even thinking? Messenger of light mirror? Please. I'm just a guy named Anpas, blinded by my own damn ego. We messed with things we should have left alone. Anpas, you're back? Look, I'm truly sorry about Arena, a voice called out. That's when the lab door swung open and he stepped out from the shadows. He's walking and talking, trying to give Anpas some motivational speech to get his head back in the game. But then, he stops dead in his tracks. Anpas is holding an empty oil canister, the last few drops hitting the floor. Drip, drip, oh boy. The old man realized too late the whole place was soaked in oil, and research papers were scattered everywhere. Aeson lost it, yelling, "What the hell are you doing?" Anpas just tossed the canister aside. "Master," he said, stone cold, "we should have never started this cursed research." Losing his girl turned him into a straight-up psycho. Aeson screamed, "Get a grip, kid. Wake up. I get it. You're hurting. But this pain? It's temporary. The experiment actually worked. Think of all the people like Arena, the ones with broken minds we can finally fix. You really gonna let her death be for nothing?" Anfis just let out this chilling, unhinged laugh. Sacrifice? Then, whoosh, a massive fireball erupted in his hand. He didn't hesitate. He dropped that fire, and the whole place went up in a massive inferno. Anfis just stood there in the heat, watching his and his master's life work burn to a crisp with a terrifying smile on his face. It all happened way too fast. Aeson couldn't do a thing but scream. "No, this wasn't just yours. This was my entire life's work." The papers caught fire instantly. The old man reached out like he could grab the flames, but he was powerless. Anfis just turned his back on the fire and walked away, leaving his own master behind in the smoke. "How could you do this to me?" The fire swallowed everything. The entire dungeon became a literal sea of flames. Back to the present. The old man is still salty. Everything I built, gone. Anfis, that coward, just ditched me. You helped that traitor escape through the fire and the smoke. Old man Aeson stood on the edge of a cliff, fuming as those memories flooded back. He let his own wife die for nothing. He abandoned thousands who could have been saved. Down below, Iruki, Nirn, and Atella were floored. They couldn't believe this was the same Anfas they knew. "No way. The principal? He actually did all that?" Siren muttered, eyes wide. The old man kept spitting venom. "Sure, he was sad. I get it. But those weren't the actions of a true mage." He looked down at them with eyes that literally screamed death. "I didn't come here just for revenge. I'm here to wipe out any mage who thinks like him. You guys really think he's a good teacher?" He shouted it out, and Iruki shifted into a defensive stance. This great dark mage was the real deal, and he was terrifying. "He's a snake, arrogant and reckless." Atella was shaking. Aeson roared. "He destroyed the ultimate cure. A man like that," but before he could finish, Siren cut him off. Everyone's jaw dropped. "Yeah, you're right. What my master did. Definitely not what a mage should do." Siren stepped forward, bold as hell. Neron tried to pull him back, but Atella grabbed his arm. She wasn't going to let anyone stop Siron from speaking his mind. "Look, from the perspective of someone who got betrayed, I totally get why you're mad," Siren said, still walking forward. "But here's the thing, your choice was trash too." "Wait, what?" The old man glared, eyes twitching. "You call yourself a great mage, and this is the best you can do?" The old man flashed a wicked grin. "It's because I have the power. Might makes right, kid." The pressure coming off Aeson was insane. The wind whipped up so hard everyone had to shield their eyes. He unleashed his mana, cracking the ground and making rocks fly. "I am the judge, the jury, and the executioner." He fired a beam of pure energy that grazed Siren's face, leaving a streak of blood. "So, a powerful guy like you has basically been stuck in the past for 40 years? Man, that's just pathetic." Siren's words hit like a truck. He yelled back, "You talk a big game about justice and mages. But honestly, you're just a loser who can't let go of the good old days, aren't you?" Aeson froze. Suddenly, he was back in time, seeing Arena for the first time again. "A pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm Arena. Please, take good care of my husband." She gives him this super polite little bow, acting all graceful. "Welcome. Seriously, make yourself at home." Then Arena turns back and flashes her husband a sweet smile. "So, Mr. Wizard, you living all by yourself in this massive pad?" Her husband, Anfis, is completely losing it. Babe, what are you doing?" She totally blanks her husband and keeps smiling at that old creep. "Must be lonely, right?" The guy just freezes, completely stunned by her question. Arena, man, the first time I saw that girl's eyes, it actually gave me the creeps. They were just too pure. Like the kind of purity that could stare straight into the deepest, darkest abyss without blinking. And now, I'm feeling that exact same vibe, a light that could swallow all the shadows in the world coming off this kid standing right here. The old man sees the image of that tiny girl reflected in the eyes of this punk standing bravely in front of him. After a long silence, he just starts howling with laughter. That laugh? It's terrifying. Everyone watching is shaking, caught between fear and some weird kind of empathy. But here's the thing about those human emotions. The second you push them to the extreme, you stop being human. He grabs his forehead, his laughter getting more insane by the second. His vision has reached a god-tier level way beyond caring about petty stuff like good or evil. Siron stands tall against that dark archmage, zero fear in his eyes. He's like a beacon of light in the middle of a pitch-black night. Siron, is that really you? You already figured out how this ends, didn't you? The villain, Asen, keeps his pose and sneers. Guess we're never gonna be homies. He drops his hand, revealing eyes filled with pure, unadulterated malice as he glares. You shouldn't even exist in this world. Suddenly, massive pillars of darkness explode from the ground, trapping everyone. Total chaos. Wait, what the hell? I thought this geezer was out of mana. The shadows shoot up, merging into a massive black sphere in the sky. Siren's getting worried seeing this dark magic flare up again. How'd you bypass the law of equivalent exchange? Surprised, kid? The old man raises his hand and clenches it into a fist. He laughs with total confidence. That's the thing about magic, it's full of nasty little secrets. Iruki looks up, sweating bullets. Crap. If that thing hits us, we're all literally cooked. The dark sphere is sucking up rocks and dirt, growing into a massive meteor hanging right over their heads. Poor Canis is still passed out cold. His head is resting on his sister's lap, and she's looking up at that giant ball of death, absolutely panicking. The sphere keeps growing, feeding on dark energy and debris. But then, a sudden blast of light from the infinity realm rips through the darkness. That light slams down right next to the old villain, shredding the fog of shadows and lighting up the whole place like daytime. Nobody knows what's going on, but that infinity light just completely deleted Asen's giant death ball. Out of that blinding light appearing right behind the dark archmage. Two figures step out, it's the seventh and Anpas. The students all scream at once. Principal, the dark wizard turns around, giving them a shady, crooked grin. The principal walks out of the light, looking serious as hell. Asen just stands there with his arms crossed, the sky turning black while dark mana leaks off him like smoke. He gives them a look of pure contempt. So you finally showed up, Anis. Honestly, I didn't think you'd fall for a memory-sealing spell that easily. Anis just calmly looks at his old teacher. Actually, getting my memories back felt pretty good. Images of the past start flickering by, and there she is, the beautiful Arena. I'm actually really grateful. Back on the battlefield, everyone finally reaches him. Principal, he turns to his students, his body covered in battle scars, and says, I'm sorry, and thank you. Thank you for protecting everyone. Anpas puts a hand over his heart and gives them a slight bow. I'm just glad Professor Athela was here with you guys. Thank you, Professor. She steps forward, looking pretty beat up herself, but manages to speak. Don't sweat it, sir. I'm just sorry I couldn't do a better job protecting the kids. Siren runs up, wanting to ask the principal something important. Sir, about him. Anfas cuts him off, checking on him first. Your mental energy is back to 100%. Right? Siren's stunned. How did the principal know? Wait, you knew? The nastiest spell Asen ever cooked up was the Magic Abyss, a spell that literally rewires your memories. He explains it gently, like a kind teacher. When he erased the memory of using his power, his mental strength actually got a temporary boost. So that trick actually works. The principal pats Siren on the shoulder. Listen to me, Siren. If you don't have a secret ace that can flip the entire board when things go south, he gets real serious. then you can't really call yourself a battle mage. Anpas finally locks in. Let us old-timers handle the rest. Now, stop being a jerk and let the kids go. Fine by me. Since my old student put it like that, I guess I'm down. The old man cackles, mocking him. Sure, letting him go is easy, but what's your game plan now, kid? You're done. Being the principal? Yeah, that's over. Alpheus winces, looking straight up disgusted by every word coming out of Arson's mouth. Every single student here just heard about your trashy past. Iruki shouts, absolutely losing it as the Dark Master continues his verbal beatdown. You're the one who leaked it, aren't you? It was him. Everything was rigged from the jump, a cold, calculated move to ruin the principal. Arson just keeps digging, bringing up all the dirt and the stuff Alpheus wants to forget. So, you want to burn this place to the ground again? Just like old times? Alpheus knits his brows, his face tightening with pure annoyance. This isn't some joke, this is his life we're talking about. The old man throws his arms out, screaming toward the siren squad standing behind the principal. Hey, losers, you want to join the winning team or what? We're gonna finish the memory transplant research. Check it out, I already successfully shoved my own memories into a new vessel. Look at this magic freak show. Meet Harvest. Remember that dark beast that used its own body to shield Canis? Now, it's just a pile of sludge. And Canis is out cold, probably dying somewhere, while his sister plays nurse. None of this works without Irina's sacrifice. The second he says her name, something snaps. That deep, buried pain in Alpheus's soul just explodes into pure rage. Sacrifice? You call it that? He glares at the man he used to call master with eyes that could kill. Flashback to Alpheus standing in a literal sea of fire facing the old man. Master, this research, this was all you, wasn't it? Every bit of it. Say what? Right before the sparks flew, Alpheus had stumbled onto a stack of some seriously dangerous files. What were you trying to build by stealing Irina's memories? And mine too? Arson's jaw drops, he didn't think the kid was that sharp. Alpheus laughs, but it's a hollow, painful sound. To find out your mentor was just using you as a lab rat? Brutal. He holds those files up high. Why'd you create hundreds of these freaks? You trying to take over the world? Exposed and cornered, the old man starts stammering like a fool. But then, the mask slips. He drops the act and lets out a wicked, villainous laugh. Is it really that bad? Come on. When the truth about that day finally hits, everyone is shook to the core. So, that's why you burned the research. I think that creature has Irina's memories. And mine. I'm right, aren't I? Irene just sits there, totally frozen, like her world just ended. The old man is seething, unable to even form a sentence now that his dirty laundry is aired out for everyone to see. He didn't transplant his own memories into the beast. Not even close. It was all the stolen pieces of Alpheus and Irina. It's gone too far, Alpheus says, his voice echoing. It blew up because it refused to follow your orders. It's just like me. From the back, Canis's sister hears everything. Her eyes go wide. Wait, it was you? You did this? She goes nuclear. Her power spikes, literally draining the mana out of every student nearby. Iruki and the others whip around, terrified by the dark energy exploding from her. You ordered Harvest to self-destruct? You were gonna kill all of us? Even Canis? She's screaming now, her face a mess of tears and pure, unadulterated fury. Arson doesn't even flinch. He just hunches over, hiding his face while let out a low, mocking chuckle. None of you ever listen. He throws his withered hand toward the sky, and a massive swirl of black magic starts tearing through the dark clouds. It's coming. A giant, dark magic meteor, a literal space rock of doom, starts screaming down toward the earth. Iruki and the squad look up, bracing themselves for impact. The pressure is insane, literally blowing everything away before the thing even hits. It's headed straight for the unconscious students. Siron, Naruki, Etnla. Everyone starts screaming at once. Well, principal, what's it gonna be? Arson yells over the chaos. Run, Alpheus, run. He laughs like a maniac, turns tail, and just bolts. Alpheus watches him go, his face tight with a mix of worry and I am so done with this guy vibes. Cut to 10 years after Arena's accident. We see Clum. You really gonna die in this hole, Alpheus? Our boy looks like a total wreck, gaunt, messy, and completely checked out. He's got some scraggly stubble and he's just staring at his food. Took me 10 years of searching to find your sorry self, Clum says. I went everywhere, blew a fortune. Then, finally, someone told me where you were hiding. Clum's going on about his journey, but Alpheus just cuts him off. Why are you here, man? You come all this way just to see a piece of trash like me? Clum sighs, reaching into his coat. I got something for you. Alpheus's eyes nearly pop out of his head. You were supposed to disappear the next day. He can barely speak, his hands shaking as he opens a letter from his wife. To my dearest Alpheus. It's a love letter, full of all the things she never got to say. He can't hold it back anymore. Tears start hitting the paper. I was the one who wanted this experiment. He chokes out. Total emotional meltdown. He's sobbing now. If he had one last wish. Arena wrote this while he was killing himself trying to find a cure for her. I hope you don't stay sad. I want you to keep doing the research you love. You are my eternal light. Now go show the world that light. Alpheus looks at his friend, his voice breaking as the truth finally sets him free. Gimme some cash, he mutters, hands shaking. I'm gonna build a school so idiots like me don't have to exist anymore. I'm betting my entire life on this place. Clum just exhales and grins. His bro finally stopped being such a total doomer. A hand reaches out, desperate to grab that blinding sunlight. This is the life Arena gave him a second chance to live. Finally, the old man's back in the game. Spirit restored. Headmaster Anpas drops a holy light magic bomb, and suddenly, the whole place glows, shredding the edgy darkness that old creep was flexing. That light touches everything from the students falling through the air to the dragonflies chilling in the grass. It's cinematic as hell. Siron is just floored. He's witnessing a straight-up miracle right before his eyes. Everything slows down to a crawl. The headmaster's got this infinite halo of light swirling around his palms. He launches that energy nuke straight into the clouds, obliterating the shadows. Siron just stands there, jaw dropped, watching it soar. Hierarchies' eyes are glued to the sky. Even Canis's sister, who's mid-heal on her brother, has to look up at the show. Anfis's magic hits the peak and just, boom, total detonation of light. The dark mist gets absolutely wrecked. And finally, the full moon is back in the spotlight, shining down on everyone. The villain is shook, looking around like, wait, what just happened to my dark energy? It's called Big Bang, Grandpa. Deal with it. Anpheus is huffing, totally drained from that massive flex. Calling the association for a harmless light show is a bit cringe, but this goodbye gift? It hits different. The old creep slowly turns around, eyes burning with hate. Didn't see that coming. You actually prepped a counterspell just for me? Suddenly, the villain's legs just give out. He hits the dirt, hard, on both knees. He's hacking up blood onto the ground, gasping for air. His body has finally hit the literal breaking point. Bro, gaslighting your own brain to fix your mana? That's just a mental trick. Keep pushing it and your brain is gonna melt. You're cooked. It's over. Turns out, the headmaster hasn't spent the last 40 years just taking naps. After a nasty round of vomiting blood, the old creep is still trying to talk smack through his exhaustion. You beat the great mage? Your street cred's gonna be insane. Anfis just looks at him. You still don't get it, do you? The headmaster stands over him, cold as ice. You aren't a great mage anymore, man. 40 years is a long time. You've dropped from a level 10 legend to a level 2 scrub. The world changed, and we just got old. When are you gonna drop the childish ego? Behind him, the new generation, Siron, Araki, and the squad are standing tall. Dude is literally coughing his lungs out but still won't quit. You loud-mouthed fraud. You aren't a genius, you aren't a master, you're just a guy who loves to hear himself talk. He drags himself up, shaking. He's actually using that dark magic to hack his own memories again. Total suicide move. Cocky brat. He laughs like a maniac as his mana starts overflowing like a ticking time bomb. Anpas is losing it. Are you insane? You're using that method to fix your mana? You're literally begging for death. You can see the pure horror in the headmaster's eyes as the scene unfolds. Dark tentacles snatch up the unconscious students, lifting them like puppets. The villain has officially lost all control. He floats up, totally unhinged. Anpas is terrified for his students. Let them go. They're just kids. Man, have some mercy. Is winning really that deep? Is it worth all this? Stop being so petty. Listen up, this is the final lesson I'm ever gonna teach you. Mages are just kids who never grew up. The guy's gone full psycho, laughing as his humanity just evaporates. He starts vacuuming all those floating students toward him, like he's the center of a dark black hole. Situation? Code red. The headmaster screams for everyone to split up and save who they can. Go, move, now. It's a mad scramble. That is flying at max speed, trying to intercept the kids falling toward the abyss. He pushes his power to the limit, creating a massive blue safety net to catch everyone midair. But students are still plummeting everywhere. Siron and Aruki dive straight down, eyes locked on the rescue. Remember those professors? Always nagging in class about biology and stress faces going red then pale as blood vessels freak out. This is that, but in real life. All those friends who used to beef and be jealous of each other, none of that matters now while they're falling toward the cold ground. Siron reaches out, arms straining, diving headfirst into the chaos to save every single one of them. No one gets left behind. He let out a soul-shaking war cry, giving it everything he had. Things are looking grim. Ami, the girl of our boys' dreams, is straight up plummeting into a spiritual freezer. She hears her name shouted and snaps awake midair, falling into a total abyss. She's like, wait, who's calling me? That voice sounds way too familiar. It's me again. She's still floating in that weird dream state when she sees him. It's Siron, diving toward her like a total boss. He reaches out, yanking her straight out of that nightmare and bringing her back to reality. He caught her. Siron actually caught Ami. Ami opens her eyes and sees nothing but Siron. Siron, are you? Crying. Our guy is straight up sobbing because he reached her before she hit rock bottom. Next time we meet, let's keep the rivalry fair, okay? We see a flash of them together, a moment of pure connection. Don't call me senior anymore because I finally caught up to you. But I don't think I can keep my word. Sorry. Ami's confused, like, what are you even yapping about? She has no clue what Siron is planning. Wait, Siron, what are you doing? Stop. He just smiles. Thanks for everything. Ami, no, don't go. He slowly closes his eyes, tears still falling, while she panics and just clings to him for dear life. Goodbye, everyone. Siron looks up at the sky, clearly about to do something incredibly legendary and incredibly stupid. Suddenly, Siron's entire body starts glowing in the middle of that pitch-black void. The light is exploding out of him, turning the whole place blindingly bright. It's so bright everyone has to shield their eyes. Old man Arson, who just burned through the last of his dark magic, is officially cooked and collapses on the ground. He struggles to look up at the glow. It's not just light. It's an infinite beam of energy shooting straight into the heavens. That infinite aura is straight up piercing through the clouds, lighting up the entire world. Arson's lying there, barely breathing, thinking, is that what they call sacrifice? This world is wild. Spent my whole life here, and I still don't want to leave, right, Anpas? Those are his final words before he breathes his last breath. Game over for the villain. Arson is gone, lying in a pool of his own blood. A shadow falls over him as someone approaches, sounding completely shook. Master, you really think dying is the easy way out? You're just gonna leave us like this? Canis looks at the old man, totally wrecked and crying his eyes out. He looks like a madman, just screaming in pure agony. I don't care if you just used me as a tool. I just didn't want you to abandon me. Aaron is watching him, worried sick. Canis is just drowning in his own dark emotions, and he's not stopping. But I was wrong. It's all my fault. That dark magic starts swirling around him again. Please, just come back. Aaron is terrified, trying to snap him out of it. Canis, listen, it wasn't your fault. But Canis just screams over her, drowning her out. It's on me. Everything is because of me. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice cuts through the noise. You're right. It is your fault. They both look down at the ground, where this gross, slimy liquid is bubbling up. Harvest speaks up, sounding cold as ice. If you hadn't messed up the plan, Arson would still be alive and protecting us right now. He keeps twisting the knife, but now he's dead, and we're all going down with him. Canis's face goes dark, a flash of pure killing intent hitting his eyes. He's like, and? Harvest keeps poking him. Does hearing it's your fault change anything? Canis and Arian both look back at their fallen master one last time. Arson lived his life his way. Period. He finished what he started. They both stare at the old man's wrinkled face while Harvest says, he died with no regrets. Now that he's gone, what are you gonna do? Canis's eyes flicker. He's making a choice. My wish. Canis slowly stands up. I told you, I still have the power to protect Arian. If I die here, things get messy. He stands tall, totally fearless. I accept the contract. Aaron's eyes fill with tears, trying to stop him. Canis, no. You don't have enough mental energy left to survive that. Let me do it instead. Harvest shuts her down instantly. Sorry, girl, but no thanks. My master is Canis. Only him. That firm no leaves Aaron stunned. That slimy liquid starts crawling up Canis's face. If you ever think about betraying me again, Canis warns him, I will never forgive you. With that, the dark energy surges into Canis's body. Harvest just laughs. Hee hee, I got you, boss. I straight up love your arrogance. He thinks to himself as Canis completely absorbs Harvest into his system. As Canis loses his strength and falls back, a pair of gentle hands catch him. Aaron holds him close, tears streaming down her face. Let's build our own life together. Meanwhile, Principal Alpheus is watching the whole thing from a distance. After a long silence, the old man finally speaks. Professor Atella, I'm a total sinner. Atella responds, saying that the first step to making things right is actually admitting you messed up. Alpheus turns to her, but she stays serious. You aren't arrogant anymore, sir. A small, kind smile finally hits his face. All right, fine. I'll take the L. Anpas smirks at the two young profs. But wait, where the hell is our main man? The old guy's low-key hype, honestly. He can't believe the kid actually warped over 400 people in one go. Insane, Anpas mumbles, shaking his head. But his monologue gets cut short by a scream that'll make your skin crawl. Someone's in serious trouble. A girl's clutching a dude, and everyone's eyes snap to them in an instant. People start sprinting over like their lives depend on it. Ami's losing it, straight up panicking. Sharon's not breathing. Her eyes are flooded, pure terror written all over her face. It took 8 straight hours to get all the students back to the dorms and clean up the absolute mess left behind. Memories are locked away for now, and the school's on total lockdown. In the med bay, Amy, Nen, and Aruki are hovering over Sharon. He's just lying there. Still, Ami's a total wreck, squeezing his hand like a lifeline. Nen looks like he's seen a ghost, while Aruki just leans against the wall, acting all cold and distant. Tears are streaming down Ami's face. She's grinding her teeth, absolutely hating herself in this moment. I'm such an idiot. She flashes back to that dark alley where they first met. How did she miss the signs when he found her? All the arguments at the academy, all those times they bumped heads. It's all rushing back like a flood. The fake ghost scares, the letters. She hasn't even said sorry yet. Her tiny frame is straight up shaking. She collapses onto Sharon, sobbing her heart out. Nen's watching her, worried she's about to have a total mental breakdown. Ami, look at me. You gotta rest, or you're gonna collapse too, Nen whispers, his voice trembling. Magic isn't supposed to kill the person using it, she wails, clutching his hand. Why did a simple mass teleport go this wrong? Something's not right here. Ami's crying buckets, and even though Nen's losing it too, he tries to stay solid for her. You're right, he's gonna wake up. He has to. Then, Iruki's cold-as-ice voice cuts through the room like a knife. He shuts them down instantly. Actually, magic can straight-up kill the caster. Nen's eyes go wide, looking over at him. Iruki reminds them that Sen died the same way. But Ami? She's not having it. No way. Sen died because his brain fried. But Siron? He's unlocked the immortal jaw. It's a completely different league. She's desperate to prove they aren't the same. But Iruki? He couldn't care less about her feelings or her drama. Doesn't matter if it's his brain or some fancy power, he says, totally monotone. The result is the same. Knowing why doesn't change a thing. Siron is dead. Period. He glares at them, cold and sharp. Iruki, you jerk. Ami's already up. She looks like she's about to snap. The air gets heavy, like suffocatingly heavy. She looks dangerous, terrifying, actually, and the tension is off the charts. So you really think he's gone? Because I don't. Iruki just shrugs. He's dead, Ami. Get real. No words. Ami just lunges and grabs him by the collar, lifting him off the ground like he's a piece of paper. Sharon's like this because he saved our lives. And you? She's growling now, fist cocked back, ready to ruin his day. She's squeezing his shirt so hard her knuckles are white, that fist ready to wreck his face. But Iruki, he doesn't even blink. He just stares at that incoming punch like he's bored. Her fist stops, inches away from his nose. Iruki's face? Absolutely zero reaction. He's totally unfazed. He just tilts his head. Whew, what a relief. Ami's losing her mind at how punchable his attitude is. You knew I'd stop, didn't you? You're the absolute worst. You know why I stopped? Her eyes are wide, tears spilling over again. She's shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. Because someone like you doesn't even deserve to have friends. Nen's just watching this chaos, terrified. Then Iruki finally explodes. Then use your brain for once. His heart stopped. He's not breathing. He's gone. He's like a cornered animal now, snapping back at her. Quit the pathetic whining and bring him back if you're so sure. You're just talking trash. Ami freezes. His words hit her like a physical blow. The whole room goes dead silent. Magic can't bring back the dead. Iruki. His eyes go even colder, brows furrowed in a dark scowl. He shoves Ami's hands off him. Exactly. That's the limit. We're just human. Silence falls. Just Nen and Ami left in the room. You really should have decked him, Nen mutters. Ami just sniffs, wiping her eyes. How could I? He was Shiron's friend. She's totally drained. Out in the dark hallway, under the pale moonlight, Iruki's walking away, fuming. So pathetic, he growls to himself. You're not wrong. They really are pathetic, aren't they? A mysterious voice echoes out of the shadows. Iruki's eyes narrow instantly. How the hell did you get in here? He glares at Ken and Aaron, just chilling by the window like they own the place. Look, we just came to pay our respects. It's not like the guy kicked the bucket fighting us, Canis quips, leaning back with a smug, punchable grin. Total shame he died after saving you losers, though. Honestly, I'm bored now. The disrespect is real, and you can practically see the shadow falling over Iruki's face. You're right, man. These guys are pathetic. Canis sneers, mocking the absolute chaos of whether someone's actually dead or just playing. Am I wrong? Every word out of his mouth is like pouring high-octane gasoline onto the fire burning inside Iruki. You better start praying Siron is still breathing. Iruki's voice drops an octave cold, sharp, and enough to make Canis and Arian visibly glitch in confusion. Suddenly, Iruki's eyes flare with a haunting blue light as he starts channeling pure, unadulterated mana. Because the only person on this planet who can keep me on a leash is Siron. Boom! A massive pillar of mana erupts, swallowing Canis from head to toe. Harvest's voice crackles in like a frantic warning. Canis, move. He's locked onto you. Canis is finally breaking a cold sweat. Yeah, I know, Canis grunts. But Harvest isn't done. No, you don't get it. This kid's processing speed is off the charts. It's unnatural. If he drops that spell, he's not just hitting you. He's wiping this entire section of the map off the face of the earth. It starts as a tiny speck of light in front of Canis. Then, kaboom, a massive explosion rips through the hallway, leveling an entire wing of the campus. Dead silence follows. In the smoky, darkened hallway, the two sides just stare each other down. Pure, icy tension. Harvest, talk to me. How is he calculating fast enough to erase a whole building? Canis asks, his curiosity finally peaking. Harvest doesn't sugarcoat it. Put it this way, he's fast enough to analyze every single moving part in this entire city in 3 seconds flat. Canis doesn't blink, keeping his eyes glued on his target. Savant syndrome or not, how is that even humanly possible? I have no clue, Harvest replies, watching Eriki stand there like a stone-cold statue. He hasn't moved an inch. But I do know one thing, his brain cells are literally cooking themselves. He can't hold this output for much longer. Just as the words trail off, Eruki flips the switch into full-blown kill mode, mana sparks dancing wildly in his eyes. If Siron dies like this, Eruki's gaze is pure steel. I'm making sure none of you walk away from this. Across from him, Canis is paralyzed by the sheer pressure. Back off, Canis. Now, Harvest screams, the second you step into his domain, he's going to detonate everything. Canis is stuck between a rock and a hard place, but before he can make a move, another voice cuts through the static. Wait, does that mean? Canis looks back at Aaron. Her voice is trembling. You don't think Siren is actually gone either, do you? Eruki slowly raises his hand, his voice a low growl. You better choose your next words very, very carefully. He reaches out, fingers itching to let the magic fly. Canis tries to hold Aaron back, but she brushes him off, walking straight into the danger zone. I can't see what's happening with physical objects, she whispers, her voice shaking, but I can see exactly what's going on inside a person's soul. Eriki roars in pure fury, and, who cares? The air is thick enough to choke on. Canis is losing his mind, screaming at her to stop. Arin, get back. But she ignores him, staring right at Eruki. If you truly believed he was dead, Eruki's face goes pitch black. His eyes are screaming murder, sending a chilling, stabbing sensation straight through anyone looking at him. But then Aaron covers her face. She's not fighting, she's terrified, and tears are absolutely streaming down her cheeks. No way. She gasps, looking at Eruki. He's standing there, wrapped in shadows and blood-red energy, looking like a monster, but Arian sees the truth. For a split second, Eruki's gaze drifts. He looks toward the room where Siren is lying, his resolve wavering. He slowly powers down, his hand dropping to his side. Above the silent, battered academy, a full moon hangs in the sky, watching the aftermath. Back in the infirmary, everyone's wiped out. Ami's passed out in a chair, and the others are slumped against the walls, exhausted from the watch. This whole school is going to be a madhouse in a few days, Eruki mutters, breaking the silence. He walks over to Siren's bedside. If we wait for a funeral, it'll be too late. Eruki stares at Siron's pale, sleeping face, then pulls out a wicked sharp blade. If you won't stop me, Siron, then I can't move forward. A memory flashes back, Siron grabbing Eruki's hand with that annoying, stubborn look on his face. If you ever go off the deep end, I'll be the one to stop you, Siren had said. Eruki raises the knife. Fine then, Siren, I'm saving you. He brings the blade down towards Siron's arm. He pauses for just a heartbeat as the cold steel touches skin. No hesitation. He presses down. Meanwhile, at the Anpas Magic Academy, a place built for the elite brats of the kingdom's security is supposed to be top tier. Since the school is basically a VIP nursery for high-ranking nobles, they pride themselves on being an impenetrable fortress. But that fortress just got cracked wide open by 4 unknown hostiles. A professor speaks up, his voice heavy. The attackers have been dealt with, and in the end it was a young boy who saved the students and faculty alike. The rest of the council falls into a grim silence as the professor finishes the report. The hero of the day? Just a kid. So, our golden boy Arian Siron just kicked the bucket. Massive F in the chat, right? But look at Principal Alpheus man's got a straight-up poker face while the rest of the staff is losing their minds. If the public finds out the school's star student died on campus, yeah, the academy is straight-up cooked. Total liability nightmare. This one professor with the glasses literally jumps out of his seat. Yo, we gotta get this funeral moving like yesterday. He keeps going, practically shaking. We have to tell the parents. Now, another professor across the room snaps back. You think we don't know that? Siron's friends are already losing it, demanding we hold the service as soon as possible. And get this, the body? Still chilling in the infirmary instead of the morgue. High-key sus. I don't get the hold-up, one silver-haired professor says, but then another calls him out. Cut the act. You're just stalling so the school's rep doesn't tank. The other side starts shouting. How can you even say that? You think we're that cold-blooded? I'm just saying we need a minute to think this through. It's a total mess. Glasses and silver hair are going at it, arguing that the longer they wait, the harder the internet is going to cancel them. Forget the school's rep, the whole place might get shut down. We gotta move, people. They can't even agree on where the students are. The whole debate is going nowhere, and the professors look over at Alpheus, totally stressed out. Principal, please, make a call. The student council is already meeting today, and trust me, they aren't playing around. One lady warns him that if the kids from the big-shot noble families team up to sue, the school is done. But Alpheus? He just says, hold your horses. I'm the one who said we wait. He gives them this look pure authority, and the professors can only whisper his name in shock. Principal. He just sits there in the middle of the chaos, watching everyone scream at each other like it's a reality TV show. Look, I get it, he says. Waiting makes things look bad for us. I know the risks. But then he drops the hammer. There's something way more important than the school's future on the line. Alpheus flashes back to the moment Siron used that insane magic to save everyone, and then the image of him lying lifeless in Ami's arms. Is Siron actually dead, though? He puts a hand over his own heart. Am I thinking straight? Or am I just hoping for a miracle? He thought Siron was special. Everyone else, including Professor Seven and Sienna, just stays quiet while the board continues to bicker. Alpheus is thinking to himself, I keep asking if I'm crazy, but this gut feeling, it won't go away. His eyes flash with a golden light. We're talking immortality function territory, a level of magic that's basically forbidden lore. Etla stands up and clears her throat. In that fight, Siron went all out. He triggered the immortality function. The room goes dead silent. Everyone's listening now. Usually, she says, we call this state nirvana. Etla breaks it down. Nirvana isn't just life or death. It's something else. So just because he's in that state doesn't mean he's gone. Some professors in red robes look totally lost. One of them is literally scratching his head like, I don't get it. The silver-haired lady stands up. This is a magic academy, guys, not a normal school. Use your brains. I see what the principal is saying. There's a chance the kid who unlocked that power is still in there. She totally gets the vibe. But there's a catch, no one knows if he'll ever wake up. If they wait forever and he stays a vegetable, the school is finished. Alpheus cuts her off. And what's the worst-case scenario? Exactly? The red-robed professors look at him like he's crazy. The school getting shut down? Obviously. Alpheus shuts that down fast. Wrong. His face goes dark. The worst-case scenario was everyone here, students and teachers, getting wiped out. You could hear a pin drop. The whole hall is paralyzed. Without Siron, he says, none of you would be breathing right now. Not one. He says it so calm, it's actually terrifying. Is there really zero chance? Even if it's less than 1%? He looks down, hiding his face. That kid traded his life for ours. We're supposed to be professors of magic. Are we really not even going to try and save him? That hits them hard. The red robe squad is just staring at the floor now. If someone has to take the fall to save the school, fine. Let it be me. But for that kid, shouldn't we at least be willing to sacrifice something too? He asks. The next morning, the campus is busy like nothing happened. But in a quiet corner of the clinic, Siron is still just there, motionless. Ami hasn't left his side. Not for a second. She reaches out and gently touches his forehead. Siren, I don't care if it takes years or decades, she whispers. Her voice is shaking, and she looks absolutely wrecked. I'll be right here when you come back. She keeps mumbling to him, like she can pull him back with just her words. Just tell me you're coming back. The silence in the room is heavy. She finally breaks, tears streaming down her face. Please, just say something, Amy begs. Siren's still, eyes shut. Then boom, those blue eyes finally snap open. He sits up, feeling airy. Turns out, bro is straight up naked. He's looking around like, what's the vibe here? He starts walking into the nothingness, and then it hits him. The memories. Diving off that cliff to save everyone? Pure legend status. He'd pushed his immortality to the absolute breaking point. He stares at his hands. Is this the afterlife, or did I just glitch through the map? Memories are still there, sharp as ever. But then, he notices something sus. Siren's just standing in this endless void. No matter how much he walks, the view doesn't change. It's like a broken loop. It's like all five senses just checked out. He's walking, thinking, what the hell? Until his foot hits something solid. An invisible staircase. He stops, stunned. Figures, he thinks, he's still stuck in this weird limbo. No exit in sight. Pure confusion. Distance doesn't exist here. He imagines waving to a clone of himself far away. See, you need 2 points to measure distance. But when the clone vanishes, he's lost again. If there's nothing to measure against, distance is dead. Space literally doesn't exist. Siron realizes the truth. It doesn't matter where he goes, he's basically standing still. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. Smart kid, you actually figured out the mechanics of this space. I knew you had the right to be here. Siren looks up, confused. Who's there? Am I actually dead or what? A blinding hole of light opens up above him, sparking with every color imaginable. It's so intense he has to shield his eyes. Pure power floods the void. Then wait for it, a pair of feet appear in the light. A stunning girl with blue hair steps out. She walks right up to him. I've been waiting for you, Siren. Siren's just blinking. Who even are you? The blue-haired girl just gives him a little smirk and puts her hand over her heart. I am the god of the 5th day. Meanwhile, back in the real world, things are way less peaceful at the academy. After the massive tragedy, the professors are trying to play it safe and delay the cleanup. But the students? They aren't having it. The student council room is packed. In the back, the chalkboard is covered in heated notes. The question, do you trust the professor's fix for this mess? Yes or no? The vibes are definitely no. The students feel like the principal, the guy they actually looked up to, just stabbed them in the back. Suddenly, some guy with black hair slams his hand on the table. This is all the principal's fault. 40 years ago, he's shouting at the student council, ready for war. They're trying to push the principal's trial to another day. Even Siron's funeral is getting bumped. It's obvious. They just don't want to take the L for what happened. Amira, the second-year council prez, crosses her arms. The student council isn't sitting this one out. We're moving in. The whole room erupts. Yeah, the principal's gotta pay. Lock him up. Justice. But then, a single hand goes up. Hold up. You guys are getting it all wrong. It's Sariel from Class 5, standing her ground. Everyone's acting like Siron is gone forever. But listen, that's not the whole story. She explains it clearly. Siren's heart stopped. Yeah, but his body? It's not decomposing at all. The room starts buzzing with whispers. For real? No way. Sariel keeps going. The professors are only acting like this because they're confused too. Amira isn't convinced. If he's not dead, Sariel, then why did his heart stop? Make it make sense. Sariel closes her eyes for a second. Amira's breathing down her neck. Well, give us the details. The reason is, Sariel looks her straight in the eye. It's the result of unlocking the immortality skill. Her eyes are wide, calculating. See, immortality isn't just about life and death. It's a complex concept that even the highest towers are still arguing about. The room goes dead silent. Her voice gets a bit shaky. It's a pretty mysterious topic, Before she can finish, the crowd starts murmuring. Immortality? Isn't that like the ultimate peak for a mage? The peak of magic theory? So what if it is? Siriel starts sweating. The whispers are getting louder and more aggressive. She's pale, thinking, wait, why are they reacting like this? Amira's thinking too. It is a mystery, but isn't the whole point of being a wise mage to think things through before jumping to conclusions? Siriel looks around, panicked. She realizes the truth. At the end of the day, they aren't mages yet. They're just kids. Students. The younger students only care about what they can see and feel. To them, the principal is just a villain who failed.